The revival of spiritual energy, the invasion of alien races, and the crisis of the heavens have arrived. This is a fortunate era. Because everyone has the opportunity to step into the extraordinary and gain powers that rival the gods. However, it is also a desperate era, where human lives are as fragile as grass, and a moment's carelessness can lead to eternal darkness. Ning Yuan, who once saved millions of lives and dedicated himself to protecting humanity, was revered by ordinary people as their guardian deity. However, in his later years, he was secretly executed by the higher-ups as a condition for negotiating with the alien races, when he lived again and retraced his steps, gradually climbing to the pinnacle, transforming from a pawn to a player. Ning Yuan could only leave behind a cold laugh. This world, you go and protect it yourselves. Chapter 1, The Unfounded Crash. The sound of metal clanging echoed. In the pure white illuminated hall, a voice, old and weathered, slowly emerged. Ning Yuan. It's not your disloyalty, nor our wish, but they chose you, naming you specifically to die. No one will forget the countless contributions you've made for humanity over the years. In the center of the hall, Ning Yuan, sitting alone on a chair, slowly raised his distinctly angular face. The moment he moved, the iron chains binding him began to tremble slightly, with golden light shimmering on their surface. He. Ning Yuan's eyes were fixed on a direction deep within the hall, a hoarse and dry laugh escaping his lips. Zhua Qingyue, do you really think killing me will bring the peace these people yearn for? When did you become so naive? Hearing Ning Yuan's question, the hall fell silent for a moment, then a cold female voice emerged from the shadows. Ning Yuan, the alien races demand your life in exchange for 100 years of peace with us. Although we don't understand why they are doing this, we cannot refuse. This war has dragged on for too long, and too many have died. Given the situation, you should understand how significant 100 years is for all of humanity. Chapter 2, Transcendence. Memories long sealed began to flood Ning Yuan's mind like a tide. Sitting in a taxi, he gazed out the window while recalling almost forgotten memories and people. Soon, the taxi came to a slow stop. We're at Chuanha Community, classmate. Is this the place? The driver, with a strange expression, looked at Ning Yuan through the rearview mirror. He felt extremely wary of this suspicious passenger who took a long time to recall his own address. Ning Yuan looked at the entrance of the old community, then paid and got out of the car, stepping into the community. Ning Yuan entered a building and pressed the button for the elevator to the 7th floor. The elevator ascended slowly, and with a ding, it opened. Ning Yuan arrived at the door marked 703, took out the key from his pocket, and inserted it into the lock. Click. The sound of the lock turning echoed as Ning Yuan slowly pushed the door open. The room before him was small, consisting of 2 bedrooms and a living room. The decor was from over a decade ago but was arranged neatly and warmly. Closing the door, Ning Yuan went straight to the sofa and sat down. Looking at the digital clock on the wall, he fell into deep thought. Chapter 3, Startup Funds at the Dining Table. After we finish eating, you don't have to accompany me to look for a job. You've finally got a day off, so just rest at home. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Ning Xiaoluo paused, her hands peeling the egg, and looked at Ning Yuan, saying, "What's wrong?" "I'm fine." After pondering for a moment, Ning Yuan replied calmly, "I made plans with a few classmates." "Oh, is that so?" Ning Xiaoluo placed the peeled egg in front of Ning Yuan, nodding, "It makes sense. It should be more fun for you to be with your peers." After finishing the meal, Ning Xiaoluo cleaned up in the kitchen while Ning Yuan returned to his room to grab his packed backpack and prepare to leave. Just as he opened the door, Ning Xiaoluo's voice rang out from behind. "Xiao Yuan." Ning Yuan turned back upon hearing her voice. Dressed in home clothes, Ning Xiaoluo walked out of the kitchen, raising her delicate white right hand in a gesture of encouragement. "Good luck." Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on Ning Yuan's lips as he closed the door and left. Ning Yuan wandered aimlessly down the street, his gaze occasionally sweeping past the surrounding walls and telephone poles. As time passed, he continued to walk alone, aimlessly, with his backpack slung over his shoulder.
Chapter 4. Ascending the peak. In the room, Ning Xiaoluo, lying on the bed and bored while scrolling through videos, suddenly received a message from Ning Yuan. "I won't be going back these days. I've made plans with a few classmates to go out and unwind." Going out with classmates to unwind. Sitting up. Ning Xiaoluo carefully read the content of the message and then began to type a reply. "All right, go early and come back early, have fun." Along with this message, there was also a money transfer. On the way to the airport, Ning Yuan looked at the message and transfer sent by Ning Shaluo and let out a soft sigh. At the airport counter. Hello, here is your boarding pass. Have a pleasant journey. Watching Ning Yuan's departing figure, a sweet-looking staff member at the airport counter said to another colleague beside her, I really envy him, another rich kid going on vacation. I started working like a mule right after I graduated last year. Hearing her words, another woman joked, Xiao Yu, he doesn't seem like a rich kid, does he? He looks decent, but his clothes are too ordinary. Ordinary? He, guess what I saw when he switched apps on his phone just now? What? Chapter 5, Past and Present. The next morning, Ahu drove Ning Yuan towards the base camp of the peak early in the morning. Perhaps knowing that Ning Yuan was in a hurry, Ahu didn't stop much along the way. After passing through various checks using different methods, he led Ning Yuan to a location very close to Mount Everest by evening. You'll stay here for a night, I've prepared the gear and clothing. And I'll handle some things. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you up the mountain, Ahu said, pointing to a corner of the tent. After saying that, he took out his phone and left while making a call. Ning Yuan scanned the contents of the tent. Down jackets, oxygen tubes, goggles. All the necessary climbing gear was there. He took out a down jacket and put it on, because he had informed them of his height and weight in advance. The jacket fit him perfectly. The cold feeling faded slightly, and Ning Yuan stepped out of the tent. Outside, laughter and chatter filled the air. At this moment, there were quite a few people at the base camp, and looking around, nearly 80 were young people. However, for these young tourists, this camp was their final destination. But for Ning Yuan, who was about to ascend the peak, this was just his starting point. Chapter 6, Xie Xinran. In his previous life, Ning Yuan had naturally climbed Mount Everest a few times. After all, with the title of the world's highest peak, if a spiritual seed appeared, it would surely be extraordinary. More importantly, due to the unique geographical location of Mount Everest, many extraordinary individuals from various countries came here to search. In his previous life, as a powerful official extraordinary individual, Ning Yuan naturally joined this treasure hunting game. However, like those extraordinary individuals, Ning Yuan ultimately found nothing. Later, countries gradually gave up exploring Mount Everest, and the unsealed Mount Everest became a tourist attraction again. It was during this period that a climbing team composed of ordinary people began to attempt to climb Mount Everest. Among these climbing enthusiasts, one person, by chance, obtained that spiritual seed and merged with it, becoming an extraordinary individual, a special one who nearly overturned everything. The next day, at the foot of Mount Everest, the sound of tires crunching over gravel echoed, and then the car slowly came to a stop. Dressed neatly, Ning Yuan had just gotten out of the car when a cold wind slapped against his face. Come on, follow me. Ahu, wearing a mask and sunglasses, walked ahead with a bag, leading Ning Yuan directly through the railing towards the climbing management station. Chapter 7, Light and Dark. From Old Wu's statement, Ahu could tell that the person's identity was definitely not simple. They were definitely of significant power. If he had been even a moment later, and had bumped into these people with Ning Yuan, he couldn't even imagine what would happen to him. Old Wu probably wouldn't let him off easily. Thinking of this, Ahu couldn't help but feel grateful for his good fortune. Inside an equipment room at the management station, Xinran, climbing Mount Everest is not a simple matter. Uncle Wu has arranged for some professional guides. If you need them, I can have them come over right away. Looking at the group of people wearing gear, Old Wu reminded her. No need, Uncle Wu, they have climbed every mountain. With them around, you can rest assured. Xie Xinran, who was putting on her gear, declined Old Wu's suggestion. Moreover, this time we have a task, so it's inconvenient to bring outsiders. Old Wu nodded in understanding of the rules. All right, if you need anything, just contact me, and I will resolve it immediately. After putting on their climbing gear, Xie Xinran and her 6 companions passed through the railing and headed towards Mount Everest. Miss, that person just now should be Ahu, Shizhou said, looking back at the management station on the way. Chapter 8. Merging with Spirit. Everything in the world emphasizes balance. Where there is gain, there is loss. To gain power, one must take necessary risks. Ordinary people have only one opportunity in their lifetime to merge with the Spirit. Success means stepping into the extraordinary, while failure means disappearing along with the spiritual seed. The initial method of merging with the Spirit was incredibly simple: eating. After all, looking back at the history of human development, eating has always been the only way for humans to evolve and grow. However, although eating is simple, the probability of successfully merging with the Spirit through it is only 30. This is because once the spiritual seed is swallowed, it will produce a rejection reaction with the human body, and the power instinctively emitted by the spiritual seed will destroy the fragile flesh of humans, leading to death. Until a genius discovered a new method, raising the probability of successful merging to 50. This method involves first using one's own blood to nourish the spirit, allowing the spiritual seed to absorb one's essence and become familiar with everything about them, then eating it. In this way, the spiritual seed, which would originally cause rejection and backlash with the human body, becomes much more docile. To increase the probability of merging with the spiritual seed even more, one must use a large amount of their own blood to nourish it, thus enhancing the compatibility between the two. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan took out a brand new dagger from his pocket. Chapter 9. Ambush. With a loud rumble, several black long spears shot out from Ning Yuan's shadow, instantly shattering the boulders around him. In the distance, several mountain goats were startled by this scene and jumped 3 feet into the air to escape wildly. Just after a brief period of familiarity, Ning Yuan, relying on his experience from his previous life, became more adept at using his current first-stage abilities. He continuously manipulated his own shadow below. The shadow transformed into phantoms that could not only change shape at will to attack targets, but could also detach from the ground and hover in front of Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan looked at the towering black humanoid shadow in front of him, his eyes filled with complex emotions. The spirit type that combines attack, defense, speed, and strength is something he had only seen 3 times in his previous life, but the only spirit that encompasses everything in the first stage is the dark spirit. Stepping forward, Ning Yuan's entire being merged with the shadow in front of him, then transformed into a phantom that rushed toward the summit of Mount Everest. At the summit of Mount Everest, Ning Yuan's figure appeared out of thin air. What an ordinary person would take half a month to reach, he accomplished in just a few seconds. The difference was like heaven and earth. At this moment, Ning Yuan stood alone at the summit, as if he were walking on clouds, the sharp, biting cold wind unable to move him in the slightest. Chapter 10. Dead End. Above both parties, Ning Yuan stood with his hands in his pockets, expressionless, as he watched the scene unfold. Just as he intended to turn and leave, upon learning of Xie Xinran's identity, he paused. The Xie family. It is worth noting that the Xie family is currently one of the top families in the country, with significant influence within the military and the upper echelons of the state. Such a powerful family would be a valuable pawn in his early plans. So he needed to make good use of this woman. On the battlefield below, both Xie Xinran and the 2 special forces soldiers protecting her were formidable. Unless something unexpected happened, they could hold out behind cover until reinforcements arrived and would not die here. But sometimes, accidents can be artificially created. Thinking of this, as he looked down at Xie Xinran and the 3 others, a cold glint flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes. He casually plucked a stone from the wall beside him and flicked it down at one person below. Puff! The person, Shizhou, who was suppressing the enemy's fire, was suddenly hit in the knee. This caused him to lose control and topple forward uncontrollably. Shizhou! Xie Xinran exclaimed. Bang bang bang. The enemy would not miss this opportunity, several bullets instantly struck Shizhou's body, and one bullet even pierced through his skull. Chapter 11, The Saving Grace. The thick smell of blood was scattered by the cold wind. Fragments of bodies and blood almost covered the snowy ground. Even for Xia Xinran, who had undergone various training, this scene made her stomach churn. "Are you okay?" Ning Yuan stepped forward and asked Xia Xinran. Xia Xinran instinctively took a step back, her eyes revealing unmistakable fear. Sighing at the sight of the woman before him, Ning Yuan expressed a pained look as he gazed at the bodies of Shizhou and the captain. "If only I had arrived earlier, they wouldn't have died," he continued. "I couldn't understand what those people said just now. They must be foreign forces, right?" Seeing Ning Yuan's demeanor and hearing his words, Xia Xinran's inner fear lessened significantly. And she nodded, trembling as she spoke. "Yes, those people are all foreign forces. The leader is called Libi. He has a significant background and is one of the heirs of a top multinational corporation." "I see," Ning Yuan nodded. "It seems I didn't kill the wrong person." "Big brother, which unit are you from?" Xia Xinran cautiously inquired. Chapter 12, The Dao Tree. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoluo looked at Ning Yuan in a daze. She always felt that her cousin, who had grown up in front of her, seemed to have changed during this time. When did this start? Was it because he had trouble finding a job? Assuming her cousin was just talking nonsense, Ning Xiaoluo continued to ask Ning Yuan. "By the way, you haven't answered my question. Weren't you with your classmates? Why did you go to Lhasa alone, and why were you out of contact for over 10 days? I just wanted to go by myself to clear my mind. As for why I lost contact, it's simple. I lost my phone and had no money to buy a new one." Later, after briefly concocting a lie, Ning Yuan displayed a helpless expression. "Fortunately, during this time, I met a kind big brother. If it weren't for him buying me a plane ticket, I might still not be back." As Ning Yuan vividly described his fabricated experience, Ning Xiaoluo felt as if she had personally lived through his encounters, making her already haggard face show signs of tension. This big brother is really a good person. It's a pity he didn't leave any contact information. If possible, we should return the money to him. Ning Yuan waved his hand casually in response. Chapter 13, The Plan. Reflecting on the efforts and time he spent to be promoted in his previous life, and thinking about how relaxed and pleasant the promotion was now, Ning Yuan couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. In his previous life, he unexpectedly obtained the Light Spirit at the age of 29. Thanks to the uniqueness of the Light Spirit, along with the vast human and material resources of the country, Ning Yuan rose to the second tier by the age of 32 in just 3 years, reached the third tier by 38, and successfully broke through to the fourth tier by 48. Until the country had invested considerable resources to help him break through to the fourth tier, only to find that his fourth tier abilities were still heavily defense-oriented, leading to their complete disappointment in him, and they stopped investing heavily in him. After all, the terrifying resources and time required for a fourth-tier extraordinary person to break through to the fifth tier could cultivate countless talented fourth-tier extraordinary individuals. Thus, without hope, Ning Yuan was pushed down by waves of talented newcomers, and he stagnated at the fourth-tier level, only managing to break through to the fifth-tier days before he was secretly executed, relying on years of hard work. After hundreds of years of effort, he finally reaped the rewards. The fifth-tier ability of the Light Spirit gave Ning Yuan the chance to be reborn. This spirit type, capable of reversing time, was far from what those people in his previous life viewed as superficial. Chapter 14, A Life Saved. Help. Help. I'm sorry. I won't dare to come to the park at night again. Please let me go. The girl seemed to guess what would happen next. She was almost on the verge of collapse, tears streaming down her face. She cried and pleaded, her tear-streaked face looking around for help. The male companion on the ground had already fainted. The onlookers around perhaps knew what would happen next, their faces showing expressions of either compassion or anger. Yet, no one stepped forward to intervene. People are clever. It is human nature for most ordinary people to seek fortune and avoid danger. Especially after witnessing how brutal and unrestrained these three men were, their fear grew even stronger. There may be some hot-blooded, righteous youths in the world, but they are not omnipresent. When the girl saw that no one around was stepping forward to stop it, she fell into complete despair, her eyes gradually losing their luster. And her cries grew fainter. However, just as she was about to be taken into the dark woods by the man, a flying stone accurately struck Li Xiao on the head. What the? A sharp pain hit Li Xiao, causing him to stagger, his mind spinning. And he instinctively released the girl. Chapter 15, The Encirclement. The next morning, the morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the living room. Ning Xiaoluo tidied everything up before coming to Ning Yuan's door and knocking. She tied her hair in a ponytail as always, wearing a white t-shirt and blue jeans, with a small bag slung over her shoulder that she had picked up from a street vendor. Her simple and unadorned outfit, combined with her pure and fair complexion, gave her a unique charm. Xiao Yuan, I'm off to work. I've left breakfast for you in the kitchen, don't forget to eat. There's 3,000 yuan on the table. Remember to buy a phone when you get up. Okay, I got it. The voice of Ning Yuan came from the room. The sound of the door closing echoed. Shortly after, Ning Yuan pushed open the door and walked out. He glanced at the breakfast prepared by Ning Xiaoluo in the kitchen, a few boiled eggs and a bowl of plain kanji. The shadow under his feet flickered across the table, and the eggs and kanji disappeared, leaving only an empty, brand-new porcelain bowl. He walked into the living room and picked up the several thousand yuan on the table, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This silly girl, well, her phone has been in use for several years. It's just right to take this opportunity to change it. He pushed open the door and pressed the elevator button. As the elevator door opened, Ning Yuan stepped inside. However, just as the elevator door was about to close, a middle-aged man in a suit with a pale complexion walked in. Chapter 16, means you just agreed to let him go back alone. Aren't you afraid he will run away? After all, we don't know if he has any special abilities now, the man in the jacket asked Shu Wei. Shu Wei slowly put the documents into a folder and replied. If he is smart, he won't leave, after all, he is not alone and has attachments. The man in the jacket was taken aback for a moment and then shrugged. When it comes to scheming, you guys are the best. Shu Wei smiled non-committally. Superhumans possess far greater power than ordinary people. If they have no ties or attachments, they will eventually become sources of chaos. If Ning Yuan really has the potential to become such a person, then our purpose today is not to invite him, but to eliminate him before he grows. Shu Wei and her team did not have to wait long. Ning Yuan returned. We might not be back until tomorrow night. Don't worry about your sister, we'll have someone explain to her then, Shu Wei said as she bent down to get into a business car, addressing Ning Yuan. So this is your warning to me? Ning Yuan looked at Shu Wei with a blank expression. At this moment, Shu Wei sat in the car, her graceful and proud figure clearly visible. Chapter 17, Conference Room. The car drove for a whole hour without stopping before slowly coming to a halt. The car door was pulled open, and Ning Yuan and his companions got out. Have we finally come back here? Ning Yuan murmured to himself as he gazed at the scene before him. He had arrived at a complex resembling a military base. It was vast, with armored vehicles and armed soldiers everywhere. The surrounding layout and buildings were no taller than 5 stories, their designs simple yet filled with solemnity and dignity. The building directly in front of Ning Yuan was even more eye-catching. A gigantic flag stood tall, its bright red fabric fluttering in the sunlight. Superhuman headquarters. The huge plaque resembling a palace from ancient times displayed 5 large characters in a flamboyant style. Isn't it spectacular? Shu Wei looked at those 5 characters with admiration. Then she leaned closer to Ning Yuan and whispered, "By the way, I can quietly tell you that the location here is very special, you definitely wouldn't guess." After saying this, Shu Wei took the lead and walked toward the headquarters. Ning Yuan watched her back, hearing those somewhat familiar words. Indeed, when he first came to the headquarters in his previous life, Shu Wei had said the same to him. Chapter 18, Alien Races. In the silent conference room, Liu Yi's voice continued to resonate. There is an ancient saying, all things give rise to and overcome each other. Everything that appears has its meaning of existence. We have been exploring when and why superhumans emerged until we discovered it. Liu Yi sighed at this point. They do not belong to Blue Star, nor to any species we know. We don't know where they come from. The only thing we know is that they harbor hostility toward us. Our ancestors once said, those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Therefore, we call them alien races. The video was dated 4 years ago, located in a remote mountainous village in Dazhong City. It was codenamed the 03 incident. It led to the death of 653 people, with no distinction between the old, young, sick, or disabled, all were reduced to flesh. While only livestock in the village remained unharmed. In their eyes, human life was worth less than livestock. Hearing this, Shu Wei trembled slightly. Ning Yuan squinted his eyes and looked at Liu Yi, asking, "So have you found it?" Liu Yi remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. Chapter 19, joining the game. After saying this, Liu Yi raised his hand and pointed to B. If you are a B-level superhuman, you will receive a monthly allowance of 500,000, as well as higher priority protection rights. In addition, you will receive a special identification that allows you to mobilize the resources of a city. You can understand it as being the person in charge of this city when necessary. Liu Yi continued to move his hand upwards. As for A level, the monthly allowance is 2 million, priority protection rights, designated protection rights, national resource priority rights, and a provincial level person in charge certificate. Liu Yi intended to move his hand further up, but lowered it again with a faint smile. As for S level, if you are S level, the state will meet all your reasonable demands. Moreover, regardless of your level as a superhuman, serving the country and completing designated tasks can earn you corresponding rewards, such as wealth, status, and various requests. For example, spiritual objects that can enhance your own strength, or spiritual tools with special abilities that you can use. Hearing the last sentence, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes, and he murmured to himself. Chapter 20, relying on a big tree for shade in Dazhong City. Ning Yuan pushed open the door, and saw Ning Xiaoluo sitting on the sofa watching TV. At that moment, Ning Xiaoluo was wearing loungewear, her black hair tied up, holding sunflower seeds, and intently watching the male and female leads embrace on the screen. Hearing the door open, she turned her head. Xiao Yuan. Ning Xiaoluo's face lit up with surprise upon seeing Ning Yuan return. You're back. Ning Yuan nodded and casually hung his coat on the rack. Did you buy this phone? Ning Xiaoluo pointed at the intact packaging on the table, asking Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan sat on the other side of the sofa and nodded. Yes, I bought it. Where did the money come from? I earned it. Earned it? Ning Xiaoluo was taken aback, her big eyes looking at Ning Yuan in surprise. This is the latest model. Right? The top configuration, it costs over 10,000, how did you earn it? It's a secret. Ning Yuan grabbed the sunflower seeds on the table and started cracking them. At that moment, the male and female leads on the TV were performing a tragic scene of separation and death, and Ning Yuan watched with some boredom. Ning Xiaoluo looked at Ning Yuan with suspicion. The next moment, she suddenly stood up from the sofa and quickly came to Ning Yuan's front. In Ning Yuan's somewhat astonished expression, she lifted his shirt. Chapter 21 Notification. From the roadside chess stand came occasional praises. Wonderful, that move is wonderful. Some people marveled at Ning Yuan's strategic traps, while others helped the old man he was playing against. Hey, old Zhong. You can't move your rook there. Listen to me and jump the knight. You can't jump the knight. You need to defend and keep an eye on Ning's cannon. What nonsense are you talking about? Just use the cannon against the cannon. This kid is definitely setting you up. By old Zhong's side, there were already 3 or 4 old men offering him advice. One of the old men had a flushed face and looked furious at the poor performance. Just when the atmosphere at the chess stand was heated, a red sports car slowly stopped by the roadside. The window rolled down. Xu Wei, wearing sunglasses, looked puzzled at the crowded chess stand. Taking off her sunglasses, Xu Wei got out of the car. Today, Xu Wei was not dressed in a professional suit. Her casual outfit of a short sleeve and high-waisted denim shorts showcased an extraordinary temperament. Her tall and outstanding figure, along with her long, snow-white legs, instantly attracted the attention of many passers-by. To be fair, Xu Wei was very beautiful, and considering her job, a pretty face would bring more benefits. But her figure was even more eye-catching than her looks. Chapter 22 Task Xu Wei picked up her coffee and took a sip. Looking at Ning Yuan with a smile and said, "This bank card is yours, it has 500,000 in it, and on the 1st of every month, another 500,000 will be deposited regularly. The password is your birthday. Additionally, congratulations, Mr. Ning. After evaluations and discussions from various departments during this time, the headquarters has officially rated you as a B-level extraordinary person, enjoying B-level treatment. Moreover, since there are no extraordinary people responsible for Dazhou City, the headquarters officially appoints you as the head of Dazhou City, and I will be fully responsible for assisting you with your work. In a sense, you are now the most powerful person in Dazhou City. B-level." Ning Yuan was not surprised by this. He only sneered internally. The headquarters only knew his ability was a shadow, but could not guess that his true ability was darkness. His deliberate guidance was very successful. Xu Wei had been observing Ning Yuan, and his calmness exceeded her expectations. She knew quite well about Ning Yuan, despite being somewhat reclusive in personality. He was only in his 20s. For example, if a young person in their 20s suddenly became the mayor one day, shouldn't they show an ecstatic expression? At the very least, they should appear dazed and confused, which would be logical. Chapter 23 Spiritual Objects. Spiritual artifacts and spiritual objects cannot be created by humans. They, like spirits, are products of world changes and the revival of spiritual energy, belonging to the gifts of heaven and earth. This guy looks quite tough to deal with. What benefits can I gain by taking the risk to deal with him? Ning Yuan asked expressionlessly, looking at Xu Wei. 30 contribution points. Xu Wei gestured a 3 with her hand. The role of contribution points is significant. They will be tied to your status at headquarters, and will help with your future promotions and gains. Additionally, the greatest role of contribution points is that they can be exchanged for the resources you need, such as money, various resources, or even exchange for spiritual objects and spiritual artifacts that are extremely helpful to extraordinary people. Spiritual objects are rare treasures containing the essence of heaven and earth. They can enhance the strength of extraordinary people and shorten your promotion speed. They are strategic national resources, very precious, and hard to find. As for spiritual artifacts, as the name suggests, they are objects with special abilities. These objects were once ordinary items, buried deep underground and abandoned. But due to the changes of time and various reasons, some of them have undergone transformations and developed unimaginable abilities. Chapter 24 Borrowing Money. As soon as Ning Yuan finished speaking, there was a silence of half a minute on the other end of the phone. Borrow? Borrow money? Xu Wei thought she had misheard and confirmed again. Yes, borrow money, Ning Yuan confirmed again. Oh, okay, how much do you need? Xu Wei agreed without hesitation this time. And her tone became much lighter. Although she didn't know why an extraordinary person would borrow money from her, any person with a normal mind would agree. Especially a smart woman like Shu Wei. After all, the favor of an extraordinary person cannot be easily exchanged for money. How much to borrow? Ning Yuan pondered for a moment. The villa in Xinghu Huapan from his previous life was given to him by someone else. So he had no idea how much it was worth. Wait a moment, I'll ask. Ning Yuan said to Shu Wei before hanging up the phone and walking towards the sales office. When Ning Yuan entered the sales office, a young and beautiful saleswoman immediately came forward to assist him. Sir, are you looking to buy a house? Xinghu Huapan has beautiful scenery and is a high-end residential area in Dazhou City, with supporting facilities and green environments. The sales staff smiled as they introduced Ning Yuan, even though his attire clearly indicated he was not a wealthy person. Chapter 25 Cow Face. As soon as Ning Yuan answered the phone, Shu Wei's voice rang out. I've gathered the money, I'll transfer it to you right away. Ning Yuan casually responded and hung up the phone. Shortly after, the text message alert from the bank card rang. Throughout the process, Zhu Lili looked at everything as if she were dreaming. Swipe the card. Ning Yuan took out the bank card Shu Wei had given him at noon and threw it in front of Zhu Lili. After everything was processed, Zhu Lili respectfully sent Ning Yuan out of the sales office. Mr. Ning, our villas in Xinghu Huapan are all fully furnished, you can move in at any time. Here are your access card and keys. I will deliver the property certificate to you once it is ready. Mr. Ning, may I ask again? Are you sure you want only Ning Xiaoluo's name on the property certificate? Ning Yuan took the keys and nodded. Just write her name. Hearing this, Zhu Lili inexplicably developed a strong curiosity about Ning Xiaoluo, along with a sudden surge of jealousy. The girl named Ning Xiaoluo was only 26 years old according to her ID number. So young. What charm did she possess to be gifted a villa worth 10 million? Chapter 26 Revenge. It was Shu Wei's first time witnessing Ning Yuan display such abilities. And her pupils immediately constricted. She knew that the car was a sealed environment, yet Ning Yuan could still leave without any barriers. On the road, let me go. Don't hit me anymore, please. Ma Xiaomei's voice was filled with fear and despair, her body trembled in fear. And tears streamed down her face like a flood breaking through a dam. However, the masked man remained unmoved by her pleas, his right hand raised high, as if it could strike down at any moment. Ma Xiaomei's breathing became increasingly difficult, her face pale from lack of oxygen. She struggled desperately to break free from the grip of the masked man, but all her efforts were in vain. Damn it, where did the police go? What happened to the promised protection for my safety? Just looking at the man's hand made Ma Xiaomei feel a burning pain on her face. The masked man let out a cold laugh, and was about to slap the woman hard. However, just as his hand was about to fall, it abruptly stopped in midair. His gaze was fixed on the ground because, in the reflection of the streetlight, he unexpectedly saw a third figure. Chapter 27 Outburst. The appearance beneath the mask was completely different from the ferocious look Shu Wei had imagined. It was a simple-looking young man with slightly immature features. Dark skin, and he appeared to be around 20 years old. You guessed right, I am indeed one of her employees. The young man first cast a cold glance at the Ma Xiaomei lying on the ground, then turned to Shu Wei with a smile. The young man's smile combined with his ordinary, youthful appearance made him look very simple. But what he said next made Shu Wei's heart tremble. I work hard during the day to earn a living, and I get insulted and bullied by her just because I'm an outsider with no support here. Just because I'm young, honest, and don't know how to fight back. In fact, I initially wanted to kill her, but I was afraid it would expose me. So I only slapped her twice. But when I saw her wearing a mask and still insulting me the next day, I suddenly felt it would be a pity to kill her. Later, I started slapping her every night. As the young man said this, a strange smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. You might find it strange that I say this. I initially wanted to take revenge on her. But later I found myself suddenly in love with this feeling. The intense contrast between being bullied and insulted by her during the day, and her crying and begging for mercy at night really addicted me. Chapter 28, Black and White Creak, creak, the sound of bones grinding echoed. The young man was just a hair's breadth away from grabbing the woman in front of him. Yet that tiny distance became an insurmountable chasm. The dark shadow seemed to wrap around him like tentacles, leaving the young man unable to move an inch no matter how hard he tried. At this moment, Shu Wei also reacted. She took a few steps back, her legs feeling a bit weak. Her originally fair and delicate face turned a shade paler due to the sudden change. Shu Wei couldn't understand why the other party suddenly attacked. She hadn't said anything wrong, nor had she threatened him. She had only asked him to go to the headquarters for training. Every extraordinary person found by the authorities must go to the headquarters, regardless of whether they join or not. Registering information, clearly understanding their own powers and their uses, is meant for the stability of society and the safety of ordinary people. Just like Ning Yuan, who joined the headquarters not long ago. Even though Ning Yuan harmed ordinary people, the headquarters assessed his past and behavior, and after various evaluations, still determined that he was a kind and upright person, appointing him as the head of Dazhou City. Chapter 29, Belonging Beijing City, Extraordinary Headquarters. In the brightly lit operation conference room, Liu Yi took off his headset and walked out of the room with a grim expression. He went to his office and slammed his hand on the desk, angrily saying, "That Ning Yuan, he didn't even consult the headquarters before killing someone, it's too much." Ha 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 ha. The office door was pushed open, and a young man with a buzz cut, sharp features, and a tall figure walked into the room with a smile. Is the director angry about this? The young man casually poured 2 cups of water from the kettle on the desk, smiling. Otherwise, since Ning Yuan is an official person now, he should at least think about his position before doing anything. Killing someone so casually shows he doesn't take us seriously at all, Liu Yi said while accepting the water handed to him by the young man. I actually think what Ning Yuan did was quite right, to be precise. It suits my taste. Of course, it also suits your taste, director. As he said this, the young man's smile grew wider. Liu Yi paused slightly in his hand holding the cup, looking at the young man with some surprise. The young man lazily sat on the sofa and continued. If Ning Yuan really caught that person, director, would you let him go? Or kill him? Or neither? Chapter 30, Collecting Debts. There was a rapid knocking on the door, indicating the visitor's irritable personality. Ning Yuan frowned and walked towards the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw a muscular bald man in a tank top standing outside. The strong man wore sunglasses, and upon seeing Ning Yuan, he sneered. Hey, buddy, do you remember me? Did you forget something? Ning Yuan sized up the man in front of him, then his gaze stopped on the man's shiny bald head. Oh, it's you. Ning Yuan nodded. What's up? Seeing Ning Yuan's reaction, Li Biao was taken aback, then he laughed angrily and said, What's up? I mean, buddy, you still ask me what is up. You missed the first repayment date, isn't that a bit bad? Xiao Yuan, what's wrong? Ning Xiaoluo's head popped out from the kitchen, looking curiously. It's nothing. Just checking the water meter, Ning Yuan said as he walked out and closed the door behind him. So, buddy, what's the situation with the payment? Did you forget, or are you short on cash? Li Biao asked as he moved his sturdy neck. We are a legitimate company, everyone has difficulties sometimes, we are not unreasonable people. Chapter 31, Insufficient permissions. Moving is a troublesome and complicated task, especially for tenants like them, who have lived in one place for several years. Therefore, Ning Xiaoluo took 2 days off from work for this. The two of them were busy for a whole morning and only managed to pack up most of their things by the afternoon. The car is here. Let's take it down. After hanging up the phone, Ning Xiaoluo said to Ning Yuan. With that, the two of them again carried their luggage down in the elevator. At this time, a small van was already parked downstairs in the community. The driver was a dark-skinned middle-aged man leaning against the car door and smoking. When he saw Ning Yuan approaching with two large bags, the driver was taken aback and quickly blew out the smoke, stepping forward to greet him. "Wow! That's a big bag." The driver instinctively tried to take one of the bags from Ning Yuan's hands, but awkwardly found he couldn't lift it. Ning Yuan glanced at him. And the driver, feeling a bit embarrassed, withdrew his hand and turned to open the car door. "Thank you, sir." Compared to Ning Yuan's two bags filled with who knows how many things, the suitcase that the pretty girl was carrying was much lighter. The driver chuckled as he pulled the two suitcases that Ning Xiaoluo was holding into the car one after the other. Chapter 32 Misunderstanding. Liu Jiwei first wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then handed his ID card back to Ning Yuan with both hands. The other two police officers clearly noticed something was off, looking at their captain with puzzled expressions. Wang Lei was also a bit confused about the situation. But he understood that things seemed to be developing differently than he had anticipated. Could it be that this kid has someone backing him? Thinking of this, Wang Lei felt a bit anxious and turned to Liu Jiwei. "Captain Liu, he." As soon as he spoke, Wang Lei's next words were stifled by Liu Jiwei's murderous glare. After warning Wang Lei with his eyes, Liu Jiwei first saluted Ning Yuan. Then smiled and extended his hand towards him. "You've worked hard. If you need any assistance, just let me know." Ning Yuan shook his hand. Speaking in a calm tone, "You all have worked hard too." After that, Ning Yuan glanced at Wang Lei and continued, "There's been some misunderstanding between us. But we will resolve it ourselves." Okay, you go ahead. If there's nothing else, we won't disturb you," Liu Jiwei replied with a smile. Seeing Ning Yuan nod in agreement, he quickly signaled to his two companions to leave the area. Chapter 33 Assistant Xinghu Huapan. The van was stopped at the entrance of the community, and only after Ning Yuan pulled out the villa key was it allowed to pass. Entering the community, the driver, following Ning Yuan's directions, drove to the door of Villa 03 in Area A, dropped off the luggage, and left with a complex expression. "Xiao Yuan, you say this is your assigned free accommodation?" Ning Xiaoluo looked incredulously at the luxurious villa in front of her and asked Ning Yuan, who paused for a moment while unlocking the main door, involuntarily recalling Shu Wei's delicate face. "Yes, it's free. You can rest assured to live here. After all, I'm a national-level talent now, so the treatment must be good," Ning Yuan joked. Just as the two were about to open the courtyard gate to move their luggage into the house, the sound of a car engine came from the neighboring villa. Subsequently, a luxury car slowly drove out from the neighboring yard and approached them. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoluo instinctively moved her suitcase a bit closer to the roadside. However, the car did not drive away immediately. Instead, it stopped right in front of them. The back window slowly opened, revealing a man and a woman inside. The man appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, dressed in casual attire, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and looking quite spirited. Chapter 34 Meeting Dazhou City, Central Police Station. "Have you heard? There was a car accident on the Zheguang Expressway the night before last." In the office, a young police officer was discussing the incident with a colleague. "What is so surprising about a highway accident?" a female officer casually replied while eating breakfast. "Of course it's not ordinary, that's why I'm telling you," the young officer said, extending 3 fingers. The car was going 140 km/h, broke through the guardrail, and crashed into the mountainside outside the guardrail. 3 people died on the spot, and their bodies were almost burned to a crisp. It was terrible. 3 people died. That's indeed tragic, someone sighed, expressing regret. Here's the key point, guess what caused the accident? The young officer continued. Fatigue driving. The female officer answered. The young officer shook his head. then cleared his throat and continued. The male corpse in the driver's seat was stuck in the steering wheel, his upper body bent and broken, while the female corpse in the passenger seat was lying across the male corpse's legs, and the last body was in the back seat. Chapter 35. Gathering. After hearing Shu Wei's words, Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. An emergency meeting. What kind of emergency meeting could there be at this time? Shu Wei shook her head, a hint of worry appearing on her face as she spoke. I don't know, but from what I understand, the headquarters seems to have summoned not only you but also many extraordinary individuals, so something big must be happening. The urgent summoning of extraordinary individuals made Ning Yuan's heart skip a beat. A certain incident suddenly flashed in his mind. The incident in Dahushi. In his previous life, this event had truly brought the existence of extraordinary individuals and otherworldly beings to the public's attention. At that time, Ning Yuan, still an ordinary person, had first encountered a completely unfamiliar world through this incident online, which is why it was so vividly etched in his memory. Just then, Ning Yuan suddenly thought of something and quickly took out his phone to check the date. Upon seeing the date on his phone, he felt a jolt in his heart. If it really was that incident, it meant that what was supposed to happen in a year had occurred a year early. How could this be? Ning Yuan's mind raced. Could it be that after I relied on the light spirit's time reversal and lived again, I disrupted the timeline? Chapter 36. Meeting. Buzzing. The sound of a helicopter's roar grew closer in the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up. A figure floated down gracefully from the sky. It was a girl dressed in casual sportswear, her hair styled in twin ponytails. She landed lightly on the ground like a falling leaf. Phew, that was close. I almost arrived late, the girl said, patting her flat chest. At the same time, a black shadow descended from the sky, bypassing the swirling helicopter and landing vertically on the ground. As the black shadow dissipated, Ning Yuan's figure slowly emerged. The moment he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. What ability does he have to fly in the air? Someone exclaimed enviously. Maybe it's just for show. Someone else scoffed in disdain. Once everyone had arrived, Liu Yi signaled for everyone to follow him. They walked through the first-floor corridor and arrived at a huge blast-proof door. Liu Yi raised his hand and pressed the touchpad next to the door. With the fingerprint and facial scan passing, the door slowly began to open. Once everyone entered, they discovered that it was actually an elevator large enough to accommodate 100 people. Chapter 37. Public and private. After finishing speaking, the screen went pitch black. Then, rustling sounds emerged. From the sound alone, it was clear that the middle-aged man had used some special ability to hide his phone. Bang! Just when everyone thought the video material was over, a loud thud from footsteps echoed from the screen. Then, the middle-aged man's panicked voice followed. Who are you? What do you want? Hearing his question, the dark screen fell silent for more than 10 seconds before a cold voice finally emerged. Where are your companions? Companions? What companion? What are you talking about? I can't understand what you're saying. Just then, another dull sound of footsteps echoed. A woman's voice followed. I didn't detect any suspicious person around, he shouldn't be from that headquarters. Hearing the woman's words, the cold voice fell silent for a moment, then spoke sarcastically. So you mean to say this extraordinary being is just an ordinary drifter, who happened to encounter us? What's impossible about that? Aren't we just here for a simple meal? Chapter 38. Qin Guangyi. After listening to Zhongyu's words, Liu Yi responded calmly. 39 B-level first-tier extraordinary beings, 15 killed in battle, 10 seriously injured, 14 fled. 83 C-level first-tier extraordinary beings, 53 killed in battle, 0 seriously injured, 30 fled. 3,655 fully armed soldiers, 3,420 killed in battle. 235 seriously injured or disabled, 0 fled. The enemy was injured and fled. Listening to Liu Yi's cold numbers of death and casualties, everyone gasped. Just then, Zhong Yu's voice continued. In that battle, you severely underestimated the enemy's strength. If headquarters had sent those 2 second-tier extraordinary beings to fight from the beginning, perhaps this alien creature would have died then. Now, 2 years have passed, and the enemy's strength must be even greater. Yet you still send us first-tier extraordinary beings into battle. May I ask, Minister Liu, how is this different from sending us to our deaths? Hearing this last sentence, many extraordinary beings had their expressions grow increasingly grim, their brows deeply furrowed. Just then, Liu Yi's voice sounded. First, headquarters did indeed underestimate its strength. Chapter 39, Deterrence. The movement was very slight, so slight that it didn't attract attention, but the always vigilant Zhong Yu saw it clearly. He wasn't sure how strong the old man guarding headquarters truly was, but one thing was certain, he was definitely much stronger than himself. Thinking this, Zhong Yu no longer hesitated. He stepped forward, and his whole body shot towards the door like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he reached the entrance. Just then, a loud thud sounded as the cane struck the ground. In an instant, everyone present felt as if their hearts were grasped by an invisible hand, their bodies uncontrollably stiffening. Zhong Yu's hand was just a fraction away from pushing the door open to leave, but at that moment, he felt as if he had lost control of his body, unable to move. Moreover, from the corner of his eye, he clearly saw Old Kin raising his cane again. With that movement, a sense of deathly fear enveloped him. No. You can't. Even if I've committed a crime, I don't deserve death. You're going to kill me in front of everyone, don't you fear chilling everyone's hearts? Zhong Yu shouted, seeing Old Kin remain unmoved. The cane was about to strike the ground. Chapter 40, Information leak. Yang Yuexian's last words stirred a great commotion. Many people at the table instinctively stood up. Even some older extraordinary beings at the front were shocked and looked towards Yang Yuxian. Professor Yang, is what you said true? Our country actually captured and imprisoned an alien creature. An extraordinary being who had come into contact with aliens asked excitedly. Professor Yang, wasn't this information classified under the highest confidentiality agreement by various countries? How did you? Liu Yi also looked at Yang Yuxian in shock. Yang Yuxian shook his head at him. The information leaked the day before yesterday, and the alien creature that was imprisoned has been urgently relocated. What? Liu Yi's eyes widened. Such important information, and as someone in the know, he hadn't heard a whisper. Yang Yuxian glanced at him. The information was told to me by a friend this morning. He participated in the relocation work. Moreover, someone should notify you of this information after this meeting ends. Hearing this, Liu Yi's face was filled with worry. Chapter 41, Gap. After leaving the underground conference room, Ning Yuan took the elevator back to the surface. Hello, sir, the helicopter is ready. Please follow me. A staff member approached him upon seeing him, and guided him to the helicopter heading to the airport. Ning Yuan waved his hand to indicate it was unnecessary. He took out his phone and sent a message to Ning Xiaoluo. On a mission, should be back in a short time, take care of yourself. After sending the message, it only took a few seconds for Ning Xiaoluo's reply to come back. Is it dangerous? Not dangerous, just providing external assistance. Okay. Putting away his phone, Ning Yuan transformed into a black shadow, under the astonished gaze of several staff members, and shot straight into the sky. 2 days later, Dahu City, Songnan District. As the school bell rang, students at Mingli High School began to stream out of the campus. At this time, the road outside the campus was already filled with cars picking up students. TSK, bro, do you know what my biggest feeling is from setting up a stall here? A middle-aged, slightly plump vendor, at a roadside stall selling cold drinks asked the young man sitting in a chair beside him while working. Chapter 42, Coincidence. Perhaps the vendor's drinks were indeed good and inexpensive, many students gathered around after school. At the only table, several students surrounded Ning Yuan, watching him play Candy Crush. "Bro, what era is it? You're still playing such an old game, my mom doesn't even play it anymore," one lively girl joked. Ning Yuan glanced at her and replied, "Your mom is still young. When your mom gets older, she'll find Candy Crush fun again." The girl immediately twitched her mouth. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Damn! Am I hallucinating? Look, isn't that Meng? It really is her." Given the direction of the young lady. "Is she here to buy drinks?" As Xinran and the others approached, the students originally gathered around the drink stall subconsciously made way. "See what you want to drink. It's a bit busy right now, so you'll have to wait a while," the busy vendor said without looking up. "Meng, see what you want to drink." Xinran assessed the drink stall, and, seeing it was relatively clean, asked Meng. Meng looked at the fresh juice section, and then raised her hand to point at the signature orange juice. Chapter 43, Blending Shadows. Seeing Ning Yuan no longer playing the game, the students, who were watching him nearby, also dispersed voluntarily. Meng looked at her sister, then at Ning Yuan, with a pair of big eyes filled with confusion. Noticing that there were no other people beside them, Xinran nervously reached out her right hand towards Ning Yuan, a smile appearing on her delicate face. "Meeting again is fate, senior. My name is Xinran. And this is my sister Meng. Meng, so she is Meng." Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan glanced at Meng, and a hint of imperceptible strangeness flashed in his deep eyes. Then he reached out and, hearing Ning Yuan's kind response, Xinran's inattention and fear diminished significantly. "Xinran, the drinks are ready." At that moment, Song Minglang walked over, holding 3 cups of juice. "Xinran, we should go." Just as Song Minglang was halfway through his sentence, his voice suddenly stopped. His gaze swept over Ning Yuan and then landed on the tightly clasped hands of the two. Song Minglang's eyes narrowed slightly. And then he approached Xinran with a forced smile and asked. Chapter 44 Truth. A harsh alarm rang out. Then police cars and ambulances whizzed by. Beside the cold drink stall, a student said to his companion, "Someone in the group said a bus ahead hit someone and killed them, let's go take a look." The busy middle-aged stall owner looked unexpectedly at the road ahead upon hearing this. "Strange, I haven't heard of a bus hitting a person in over 10 years. Let alone killing someone directly." Shaking his head with a sigh, seeing that the sky was gradually darkening and there wasn't much business, the middle-aged stall owner began to wrap up for the day. "By the way, young man." While cleaning up, the middle-aged man chatted casually with Ning Yuan. "You know, it's strange, I made 100,000 today and should be very happy, but for some reason, I can't feel happy at all." Ning Yuan glanced at him and said lightly, "Why think so much? Money can bring you a good life, but dignity can only bring you self-comfort." Hearing this, the middle-aged stall owner paused with the cloth in his hand, looking at Ning Yuan with a probing question. "Young man, if it were you, you'd definitely choose money, right? After all, who doesn't want money?" Ning Yuan threw the drink cup in front of him into the trash can, then stood up and said one word, "No." Chapter 45 Enlightenment. About half an hour later, a yellow dog by the trash can vomited the food in its mouth, then this seemingly ordinary, somewhat skinny dog suddenly sighed deeply and muttered to itself, "Damn it, what the hell was that guy just now? Flying around at night. If I had looked away a moment later, I probably would have been discovered." Thinking this, the big yellow dog instinctively looked up at the sky again. Just that one glance almost made it pee itself. Because Ning Yuan, who had somehow come back, was now standing high in the sky, looking down at the big yellow dog, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Woof!" the big yellow dog exclaimed and quickly ran away on all fours like a yellow wind into a narrow alley. It twisted and turned, trying to use the complex terrain to shake off Ning Yuan's gaze. However, as the big yellow dog ran, it felt something was off. Because its limbs were gradually losing control. Damn it! The big yellow dog cursed, horrified as it watched itself run back uncontrollably along the same path. Under the street light, Ning Yuan stood quietly. Soon, the big yellow dog, with a face full of terror, came before him. Chapter 46. The club. After hearing the big yellow dog's words, Ning Yuan suddenly asked it. Since you have been tracking the head of Dahu City for so long, you should also know about the current situation of Dahu City. Do you know where those alien beings are? Upon hearing this, the big yellow dog fell silent. Not only that, but its eyes also revealed an unmistakable look of fear. After a moment, the big yellow dog nodded in response. Yes, I do know a place where there are alien beings. Take me there. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words, the big yellow dog immediately tucked its tail and shook its head wildly in refusal. No way, if you get discovered, you will definitely die, and I will die too. Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look. The big yellow dog wanted to refuse again, but when it saw the murderous look in Ning Yuan's eyes, it instantly wilted. Clearly, compared to dying now, it was more worthwhile to gamble that the other party wouldn't discover them. Then, you have to listen to me. As far as I know, they can sense all anomalies within at least 1,000 meters. For example, the aura that extraordinary beings emit when using their abilities, as well as hostility towards them, or prolonged staring. The big yellow dog's words surprised Ning Yuan, and he asked, Chapter 47. Mysterious woman inside the club. Two overweight middle-aged ordinary men were already panting and sweating profusely from playing. Then the two of them staggered over to a sofa and started chatting with a man who was sitting with his legs crossed. One of them held the man's hand and smiled, saying, Hey, Zhong, thanks for the hospitality. If we have any news during this time, we will definitely inform you first. Yes, the confidentiality level of tasks related to extraordinary beings is getting higher and higher, and it's now impossible to get accurate information directly. We can only rely on existing fragmented news to speculate. The other person downed the expensive red wine in his glass and smiled. It's okay. As long as you two are sincere, we will always be friends. Zhong raised his high-stemmed wine glass and smiled back at the two. Seeing this, the two exchanged a few more pleasantries with the man. Then Zhong Zhuan personally sent the two to the door and watched them leave in their car. When he returned to the room, the young man with green hair and no clothes voiced his dissatisfaction. Zhong, since these two are useless, why are you still treating them so well? Zhong Zhuan glanced at the youth and then at the women in the room. Then said expressionlessly, How I do things is not for you to teach. Chapter 48. Light beam. The next day, as expected, the ice drink stall owner did not come. And seeing this, Ning Yuan had no choice but to find another place to continue lounging. Just as he was about to unfold the lounge chair he bought and lay on the school rooftop to sunbathe, his phone suddenly rang. Taking out his phone, he saw that it was actually Xie Xinran calling. As soon as Ning Yuan answered, Xie Xinran's voice came through. Big brother Ning, do you have time now? I'm at Mingli High School, can we meet? Hearing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Ning Yuan's mouth. Earlier than expected. It seems Xie Xinran already knows his identity. After pondering for a moment, he agreed, Okay, you name a place. Not long after, in a private room of a high-end tea house not far from Mingli High School, under the guidance of the waiter, Ning Yuan saw Xie Xinran sitting alone in the private room. Brother Ning. Upon seeing Ning Yuan, Xie Xinran quickly stood up and greeted him with a smile. This place doesn't seem cheap, Ning Yuan joked as he looked at her. Today, Xie Xinran was wearing an off-shoulder long dress, which made her look particularly graceful and charming. Brother Ning is joking. If I were the owner here, I would definitely feel honored to have you visit. Xie Xinran said, as she waved to signal the waiter to leave and personally pulled out a chair for Ning Yuan with a smile. Chapter 49. Deception. Betrayal about 2 hours ago, in Songjiang New District. This area of Dahu City is the most prosperous and densely populated, and naturally one of the locations the headquarters values the most. Jiang Zhongyi was aimlessly wandering on the pedestrian path of the Cross River Bridge, accompanied by a woman eating bread and drinking milk tea. Aren't you tired of drinking that every day, hua hua? And you're an extraordinary person who doesn't need to eat. Jiang Zhongyi complained as he looked at the woman beside him. Cai hua hua rolled her eyes at him. I can live without eating, but do you know what cravings mean? Eating and drinking milk tea not only fills the stomach, but also brings joy to the heart. Besides, I feel that after becoming extraordinary, eating and drinking is even more convenient. I don't have to worry about gaining weight or being full. I can eat however I want and as much as I want. You waste your time and energy doing these things. Instead of doing this, you should focus on improving yourself. Jiang Zhongyi shook his head. In his view, having time to eat and drink was less meaningful than doing something more significant. Cai hua hua was immediately angered by his words, and then she seemed to think of something. So she leaned closer to Jiang Zhongyi and whispered a question. Chapter 50. Reluctance. Lu Xing looked at his former friends in front of him, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry, hua hua, Zhongyi, you guys should leave now. It will be too late if you wait any longer. Why, Lu Xing, why? The headquarters treated you well. And you don't want to be a good person, you want to be a traitor. No, you're even worse than a traitor. Jiang Zhongyi trembled with anger. I have no choice, I really have no choice. I don't want this either. You haven't experienced what I've gone through, you can't understand what I've faced. The methods of those alien races are too terrifying, I have no way out. Hearing the insults from the other side, Jiang Zhongyi finally broke down and cried out loud, attracting the attention of many passers-by who thought the scene was an arrest in progress when they saw the gun in Jiang Zhongyi's hand. To hell with you. No matter how tragic the outcome is, it all leads to death. I've misjudged you all these years, you're just a coward who is afraid of death. Jiang Zhongyi no longer hesitated and directly said to Cai hua hua, quickly report to the headquarters, just say Lu Xing is still alive. This mission is a conspiracy against the headquarters. Cai hua hua finally realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly trembled as she took out her communication device to contact the headquarters. Chapter 51, Choice, Decision in Dahu City. Under the Ming Tower. A coin was slowly tossed into the air, flipping continuously before being caught by a hand. The young man, casually dressed, sat on a step playing with the coin. Ling Wu, have you had enough? How much longer do we have to wait? A sexy woman standing next to the young man looked at him with a somewhat resentful expression. Many tourists who came to this landmark building to take photos glanced over at the two. Unlike the young man's casual demeanor, the woman was exceptionally attractive. With a hot figure, boldly dressed, and her short skirt barely reaching her thighs. She seemed completely unconcerned about whether she might expose herself. What's the rush? You can't rush hot tofu, the young man said as he caught the coin again and turned to the sexy woman. Guess heads or tails? The woman rolled her eyes, but reluctantly said, tails. The young man opened his hand, revealing that the coin was heads up. You lost again. He shook his head and tossed the coin once more. If there were any extraordinary individuals attending the headquarters meeting nearby, they would surely be incredulous watching these two. Chapter 52, Uncontrollable. As time slowly passed, everything happening in Dahu City was sweeping the world like a huge wave. The ordinary people in the surrounding areas of Songjiang New District gradually transformed their initial fear of the light pillar into shock and curiosity, pulling out their phones to start recording. At that moment, a big yellow dog in an abandoned courtyard was also looking up at the light pillar with a puzzled expression, completely unaware that Ning Yuan had already come up behind it, kicking the big yellow dog's rear end without giving it time to react. Ning Yuan directly took it away with him. Several fighter jets took off from Beijing City and flew towards Dahu City hundreds of kilometers away. Inside the cockpit of the leading fighter jet, Liu Yi was controlling the aircraft while also talking to someone on the phone. Yes, initiate level 1 combat readiness. Isolate the entire Songjiang New District, and disperse all people within a 50-kilometer radius to establish a sufficiently long buffer zone. Also, keep an eye on the border. Ensure that the regional leaders strictly control the major airports to prevent foreign enemies from causing trouble. Sitting behind him, Yang Yu was continuously manipulating a tablet computer, adjusting the angles of the real-time images of the light shield to try to figure something out. Chapter 53. Fighting together. Liu Yi did not interrupt the argument between the two, he just watched. Just then, his phone rang. The ringtone caused the arguing pair to instinctively close their mouths. Liu Yi looked at the caller ID and immediately showed a bitter smile. Seeing Liu Yi's expression, those around him subconsciously held their breath. As soon as Liu Yi answered the phone, a series of questions came from the other end. What are you doing, Liu Yi? What is happening in Dahu City? Do you know what kind of impact this will have on the country? Not only is the domestic situation being monitored, but foreign countries are also paying attention to this matter. I've received calls from the leaders of over 10 countries inquiring about the situation. The extraordinary headquarters entrusted to you is meant for you to solve the country's dilemmas, not to create them. By the end, the tone on the other end became increasingly grave. Liu Yi was silent for a moment before speaking. This time it's my negligence. I did not take this task seriously, leading to this passive situation. I will do my best to rectify everything, regardless of success or failure. I will take full responsibility for this incident. Responsibility. The voice on the other end responded. Chapter 54. Join the excitement. Ning Yuan turned off his phone, stood up, and looked out at the distance from the edge of the rooftop. The big yellow dog saw him get up and quickly asked, now that we've looked, shouldn't we go back? Go back? Ning Yuan looked at it and suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Do you think I brought you here just to enjoy the breeze? Upon seeing Ning Yuan like this, the big yellow dog felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding rising in its heart. It stammered, what else could it be? Ning Yuan raised his hand and pointed at the pitch-black pillar of light, sneering as he spoke. Didn't Liu Yi just say that those with abilities should contribute? So, of course, we have to join in the fun. The big yellow dog felt as if it had been unjustly branded with a high hat. No, Your Majesty. You are the capable one, I am not, I am just a dog. Ning Yuan directly grabbed the big yellow dog's neck and lifted it up. Looking at it as he slowly spoke, stop with the nonsense. It might be dangerous in there for extraordinary beings, but it's different for you, a dog. After all, whether it's an alien or an extraordinary being, they won't care about a dog appearing behind them. Chapter 55. Wanting both. Upon hearing Yang Yuexian's last sentence, Liu Yi's breath caught in his throat, and the surrounding staff looked at Yang Yuxian in disbelief. After a moment, the communication staff, under Liu Yi's gaze, spoke up. There are enough second-tier extraordinary beings. Currently, the headquarters can dispatch 14 second-tier extraordinary beings to participate in the mission within 2 hours. And around 100 extraordinary beings of first-tier B rank or above can be summoned. Yang Yuxian glanced at him and then looked at Liu Yi, asking, Can old kin move? Liu Yi pondered for a moment and then slowly shook his head. This time is different from last time. How long it will take to enter the light screen and come out is unknown. You know very well what is stored in the headquarters. If old kin is not guarding the headquarters, if something goes wrong, the consequences could be even more severe than failing this battle. Hearing this, Yang Yuxian frowned and said, What about the other 2 third-tier extraordinary beings? Finding a way to summon one would be fine. Liu Yi continued to shake his head. Jiang Zhong is protecting the chief. He can't come. As for Qian Xiangfeng, I've already tried to contact him, but I don't know if he can make it back from abroad in time. Chapter 56. You talk too much. Ning Yuan looked up expressionlessly in the direction of the voice. Not far away, on the rooftop of a shop, stood a girl. She wore a white dress and had 2 braided pigtails, her features looking somewhat youthful and tender. The big yellow dog, upon hearing the voice, immediately pretended to be an ordinary mutt, lowering its head to sniff around while slowly moving away from Ning Yuan. The big yellow dog felt relieved when the alien being indeed just glanced at it before focusing all its attention on Ning Yuan. The girl lightly stepped down, floating down like a white butterfly not far from Ning Yuan. Did you kill all these people? Ning Yuan asked the girl in front of him. The girl's indifferent face revealed a stiff smile. Yes, the man you touched just now was an extraordinary being, but he was too weak. He died before I could truly enjoy myself. With his kind of strength, he shamelessly said he would hold me off while those ordinary people escaped. After saying this, the girl scanned the surrounding corpses and severed limbs, then extended her tongue to lick her lips. It was quite enjoyable. Chapter 57. I regret it. Ning Yuan felt a smile creep to the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. First eliminate the common enemy, then compete internally. You really know how to play. The girl blinked at his words. What you said makes sense. The existence of extraordinary beings will affect our struggle, especially since you are also growing stronger. Therefore, eliminating those of you who haven't matured yet is something we must do. Seeing Ning Yuan fall silent, a cold glint flashed in the girl's eyes, and then she smiled, saying, I've answered all your questions. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Let me go. And I won't oppose you. I can even help you deal with Ling Wu. After all, from a certain perspective, he and I will become enemies sooner or later. As she spoke, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within her. She was actually begging for mercy from a human, if her power recovered by another 20%. She could wipe this out with a mere gesture. If she hadn't been careless at the start and had used her abilities immediately, perhaps she wouldn't have ended up like this. Now, left with only her head, she could do nothing but rely on pleasing the other party to survive. Ning Yuan looked at her, then lifted his foot and stepped back down on the girl's head. You? The girl trembled at Ning Yuan's action. You promised, how could you? Feeling the increasing pressure on her face, the girl cried out in fear. Yes, I promised. Ning Yuan looked down at her, then revealed a sinister smile. But I regret it. As the force beneath his foot grew stronger, the girl's head began to deform, blood streaming from her 7 orifices. You? The girl opened her mouth, whimpering and cursing Ning Yuan. However, Ning Yuan looked at her as if she were a dog on the verge of death. He gradually increased the pressure, and with a pop, the head beneath his foot was completely crushed. The big yellow dog nearby trembled at the sight, gaining a new understanding of Ning Yuan's shamelessness and ruthlessness. It approached Ning Yuan and looked at the mangled head, saying, dead. This alien being died so easily. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan looked at the bloody scene around them, expressionless, and said, long-term one-sided slaughter made her complacent. If she had been more vigilant against me from the start, she wouldn't have died so easily. As he spoke, the image of the mysterious woman in ancient attire he met on the rooftop that night flashed in his mind. She had not used any means of protection and easily evaded his attack. At that moment, several loud explosions erupted from their left front. Looking up at the dim sky, Ning Yuan and the big yellow dog vanished from their spot. When they reappeared, they were already atop a tall building. Man and dog looked down. Below, a fierce battle was taking place. To be precise, 3 extraordinary beings were surrounding one person. Boom! The besieged man radiated light from both hands, with each punch he threw. The air erupted with explosive sounds, constantly pushing back the extraordinary beings attacking him. The shockwave from his punches could even shatter boulders flying towards him from several meters away. In contrast, the other 3 extraordinary beings, 2 men and 1 woman, were not far away. The girl who looked young stood nearby, her pale face raised, surrounded by several boulders, occasionally sending one flying toward the battlefield. 2 other men were using their abilities to fight the enemy up close, one in front and one behind. Ning Yuan watched the person surrounded by 3 extraordinary beings, narrowing his eyes slightly. The big yellow dog also spoke in surprise. It's that alien being from the club. I remember, he seems to be called Zhong Zhuan. Ning Yuan nodded. It's him. At this moment, Ning Yuan shifted his gaze from Zhong Zhuan to the other 3 people. Among the 3 extraordinary beings, he had some impression of the girl. She seemed to be a first-tier extraordinary being named Chenginen, who had attended a meeting with him not long ago. Chapter 58. What is the benefit? Chenginen, how is it? Is the communicator still unresponsive? On the battlefield, Zhu Yuan, who had been blasted away, got up from the ground and looked at the girl, roaring his inquiry. At the same time, his hands were covered in countless cracks, with wisps of white smoke continuously rising from the fissures. The girl controlling the boulder was overexerted. Her originally fair face now pale to the point of being frightening. Not only that, but her hair was also soaked with sweat, sticking to her face. I just checked, it didn't work. Despite the immense effort, the girl still gritted her teeth and responded to Zhu Yuan's question. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuan's forehead bulged with veins, and he angrily scolded Chenginen, damn. You just checked, how come you're not checking again now? What didn't he work before might work now? Do I have to teach you this little thing? We're both fighting desperately. And you can't even do the most basic support. Use your brain. After a series of exclamations, Zhu Yuan looked at his companion entangled with the alien being. Then at his trembling hands, gritted his teeth, and charged forward again. Chenginen bit her lip, one hand controlling the shaking boulder, while the other dug out the communicator from her pocket. Chapter 59. Shameless and insidious. Seeing Zhong Zhuan like this, Zhu Yuan's heart trembled. Not good, this guy. Another extraordinary being named Lin Hao exclaimed. Due to his unique intuition, he could clearly feel the terrifying pressure rising from Zhong Zhuan. This pressure signified strength, indicating that the opponent's power had suddenly surged several times. What's wrong, Lin Hao? Zhu Yuan stared at Zhong Zhuan and loudly asked Lin Hao. He. Lin Hao's pupils trembled violently, his voice breaking due to fear. Chenginen did not see their expressions because her vision had already blurred. However, the next scene made her widen her eyes. Zhong Zhuan moved. He stepped forward, his eyes glowing blue, and shouted angrily, freeze. A faint blue light circle spread out from under his feet, instantly enveloping the 3 of them. Zhong Zhuan threw a punch. In the next moment, Zhu Yuan and Lin Hao, who were several meters away, were directly smashed into a pile of meat by an invisible force. This terrifying scene completely shattered Chenginen's perception. She softened and fell back to the ground, a large wet spot appearing beneath her. Zhong Zhuan glanced at her, then expressionlessly pulled a steel bar from the nearby boulder. Chapter 60. United we stand. With a thud, a headless corpse fell to the ground. To prevent Zhong Zhuan from having any other tricks, Ning Yuan chopped off his hands and feet as well. After waiting for a while and confirming that Zhong Zhuan was dead beyond recovery, the big yellow dog let out a long breath to calm its wildly beating heart. That was too thrilling, the big yellow dog said, approaching the corpse and starting to search it with its paws. Seeing its actions, Ning Yuan scoffed, stop searching, he has nothing on him. Hearing this, the big yellow dog halted its attempts to pull off Zhong Zhuan's underwear, and turned its head to look at Ning Yuan with some suspicion. No way. Didn't you say these alien beings have treasures? Ning Yuan looked at it, then at the nearly stripped Zhong Zhuan, and replied expressionlessly, some alien beings do have treasures. But it's obvious he doesn't. The big yellow dog felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. Just then, Ning Yuan turned his head slightly and said lightly, someone's coming. You follow me closely from a distance, and don't let others notice you. After saying this, Ning Yuan's shadow spread beneath his feet, devouring and clearing the corpses and debris from the battlefield, and then he tossed the big yellow dog hundreds of meters away. Chapter 61. Let's all go together. Lin Yu's words were very clear. He was seeking ways to improve his chances of survival. Acting alone was less favorable compared to teaming up with Li Guanfeng, as the latter offered a higher survival probability. Seeking cooperation with Ning Yuan was because Ning Yuan's abilities, when paired with his, could further increase that survival probability. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he waited for Ning Yuan's response. In contrast, Ning Yuan appeared to be deep in thought. After a moment, Ning Yuan nodded at him. Lin Yu felt relieved at this and showed a slight smile. All right. It's settled then. After saying this, Lin Yu began to speed up, distancing himself from Ning Yuan. The group moved quickly, their speed far surpassing that of ground vehicles. As time passed, they drew closer to the area where abnormalities were occurring. Meanwhile, a yellow figure kept a firm distance behind them, hundreds of meters away. During this time, they encountered countless ordinary people on the road. However, the vast majority were already unconscious, either lying on the road or fainted in their cars. Some physically stronger individuals were pale and weak, unable to walk normally, and could only sit by the roadside, staring blankly as the group rushed past. Chapter 62. You're still young, you don't understand. On the ground, Ning Yuan looked at the vine-covered city wall in front of him, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. Chen Xiaoshuang, this extraordinary being, who reached the 6th tier in the future, and was kind-hearted and straightforward, ultimately met his end by sacrificing himself to protect 200,000 people in a city against 3 alien beings of equal power. Now, even though he was only at the 2nd tier, could he disregard his own life to protect the children of a school? It seemed that Chen Xiaoshuang sensed the presence of someone before him, as his weak voice slowly emerged. It seems our side has won. That's great. Meanwhile, the city wall began to slowly move, and then a face with closed eyes appeared. Your eyes? Ning Yuan frowned as he looked at him. They are blind. My 2nd tier ability is a bit special. Prolonged use causes me to lose part of myself. If it weren't for today, I wouldn't have realized. He continued, besides, to save these children, what is a pair of eyes worth? Chen Xiaoshuang spoke nonchalantly, showing no sadness over his blindness. Ning Yuan quietly watched him for a while, then turned and left silently. He neither killed Chen Xiaoshuang nor chose to save him. The reason was simple. Chapter 63. Ideals and Reality. Looking at the energetic youth in front of him, Lu Xing slowly raised his right hand, then let it drop. His body trembled slightly, and his heart was filled with extreme conflict. I am not wrong, I am not wrong, I just want to live, just want to live. Even ants have the will to survive, let alone I am a human. But isn't he just the old me? No. Reality is not ideal. Living is what gives rise to ideals. When dead, there is nothing left. But a great man born in the world either dies heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. Nonsense. I am me. If I die, where will Mount Tai come from? I live to have Mount Tai. It's just a matter of death. This is a truth even children understand. Why don't you, Lu Xing, understand it? Death? I can't even die if I want to. How can you expect me to understand? It was as if 2 personalities were having a fierce dialogue within Lu Xing, neither able to convince the other. Just then, the figure of Ling Wu suddenly appeared in Lu Xing's mind, along with his smile and his methods. In an instant, his other personality was dispelled by fear. What am I thinking? I need to complete my task. Only by completing the task can I live well. Chapter 64. Thief meets thief. After hearing Lu Xing's words, Ning Yuan looked at him with interest. You know about 3rd-tier extraordinary beings? Lu Xing smiled bitterly upon hearing this. As an old hand at headquarters, how could he not know the classification of extraordinary beings? A second-tier extraordinary being could not possibly have such momentum. So that person must be a third-tier extraordinary being. Right, since a third-tier extraordinary being has appeared, let's hurry to the battlefield. Lu Xing made up his mind. After killing the extraordinary being in front of him, he would hide and wait for everything to end. After all, he had already done enough. Yes. I should hurry to the battlefield too. Shouldn't it be us? Lu Xing felt a bit surprised by Ning Yuan's strange words. However, when he saw the somewhat eerie smile on Ning Yuan's face, he felt a sense of foreboding. The next moment, everything went dark before his eyes. And then he was torn to shreds by an invisible shadow. Ning Yuan was very experienced in dealing with ordinary, extraordinary beings below the third tier. One could even say it was easy. Because the abilities of extraordinary beings below the third tier were basically reliant on their eyes and movements. As long as his speed was fast enough, then extraordinary beings below the third tier had no chance to exert their abilities in front of him. Chapter 65, Heavy Responsibility. On the battlefield. Behind Ling Wu floated an ancient bell the size of a baby's fist. Its surface radiating a blue light that surged into the sky like a water column, then transformed into a gigantic shield. Useless, Qian Xiangfeng. The attack power of your third-tier ability is just this, you couldn't even break my shield. Saying this, Ling Wu turned around, picked up the floating bell with his hand, and shook it at Qian Xiangfeng in the sky with a cold laugh. Since you can't bypass me to directly destroy the core of the formation, then I still suggest you find a way to deal with me first. After all, as long as you kill me, you can take this bell and destroy the formation to save everyone here. With that, Ling Wu released the bell to let it hover, looking at Qian Xiangfeng in the sky and beckoning him. Qian Xiangfeng looked at it, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. You harmed my compatriots and destroyed my homeland. I will definitely kill you today. Saying this, he burst forth in a brilliant light and dove down towards Ling Wu. Come on. Ling Wu let out a grim laugh. Instead of retreating, he advanced. With a swirl of grey mist passing over his body, he instantly transformed into a bizarre creature. Black as ink, with 3 tentacles on his back. Chapter 66, Courage is Humanity's Anthem. On the rooftop, watching the intense battle between the three, Ning Yuan fell into deep thought. So that's how it is. Judging from Qian Xiangfeng's methods, his abilities should be related to absorption and conversion. In this level of battle, the big yellow dog beside him had long been dumbfounded. It had no doubt in its mind that if it rushed into the battlefield, it would definitely be instantaneously killed. On the battlefield, seeing that Qian Xiangfeng was still not at a disadvantage in his short fight against them, Ling Wu was filled with a nameless anger. Ant. I admit I underestimated you a bit. Ling Wu exchanged a few punches with Qian Xiangfeng, and suddenly one of his tentacles extended hundreds of meters back, sweeping towards a nearby gymnasium. Boom! The gymnasium, capable of holding over 1,000 people, was directly sliced through by this tentacle, its entire roof neatly severed. At the same time, the smooth tip of the tentacle shot out countless tiny branches, which then surged into the gymnasium like whiskers. In an instant, the densely packed tentacle branches retracted. Along with these tentacles, there were also hundreds of people who had been ensnared. Qian Xiangfeng, don't you like saving people? Let's see if you can save these people. Ling Wu let out a grim laugh and controlled the tentacles to directly fling the hundreds of unconscious people away. Chapter 67, The Wailing of Evil Spirits. On the battlefield, as the golden lightning gradually dissipated, Ling Wu's grim laughter slowly echoed. Ha 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 ha, what a thrill. What's wrong, Qian Xiangfeng? Courage is humanity's anthem. What can your courage change in the face of absolute power? He looked at the battlefield engulfed in smoke and dust, filled with extreme pleasure. At this moment, he felt that all the resentment he had accumulated over the years by hiding had vanished. This time, he killed many extraordinary beings, which could be considered revenge for the past. As for that Qin Guangyi, who had almost killed him before, he would personally take his head sooner or later. Lost in thought, Ling Wu's gaze was drawn to Qian Xiangfeng in the arena. When he got closer and saw clearly, he couldn't help but burst into joyous laughter. Ah ha 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 ha. Before him lay a body in a horrendous state. Qian Xiangfeng's entire lower body had vanished, his chest had multiple front and back transparent holes. And one of his arms was only half remaining, with bones exposed. Half of his face was a bloody mess, while the other half's eyeball had disappeared. His jaw was shattered, with white fragments hanging on his face. Yet, even in such a state, Qian Xiangfeng's chest actually rose and fell slightly. Chapter 68, Return My Treasure. Under the light column. The old man, sitting cross-legged, looked at this scene anxiously. He had tried several times to get up and join the battlefield to help the young master and the others, but every time he made a slight movement, the entire light column would begin to shake violently. Damn it, the formation is at its limit, if I leave the core of the formation. It won't be long before the entire formation collapses. If the formation collapses and we haven't left, then we'll be sitting ducks. Thinking of this, the old man looked up at the dark light screen above. He could guess how many people outside were paying attention to this place. At that moment, a yellow shadow suddenly appeared in the old man's line of sight. What is that? The old man focused and immediately his pupils contracted. He saw a yellow-haired dog rushing like the wind to the suspended bell, then opening its mouth and directly swallowing it whole. Beast! You dare! The old man shouted in fury, but the big yellow dog didn't even glance at him and ran off into the distance. As the big yellow dog departed, the blue shield above the light column gradually dissipated. Seeing that the dog had actually run away, the old man got up several times, but unwillingly sat back down under the violent shaking of the light column. Young master! Who are you? Hurry, hurry! The Zhanhai bell has been stolen by that dog. Chapter 69, Darkness. Former use the enchanting woman clutched a dagger tightly with her remaining left hand, her face dark, as she stared at Zhuqingyu. A yellow-haired girl, so heavily injured, still dares to come and seek death. Zhuqingyu looked at her and slowly raised the ice blade in her hand. The next moment, both women moved simultaneously. Clang! The crisp sound of blades clashing rang out as the two women's battle commenced without mercy. In another battlefield, Ning Yuan, who was entangled with Ling Wu, glanced at the two fighting women not far away, watching Zhuqingyu's back. A strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. In his previous life, due to the extreme defensive capabilities of the light spirit in the early stages, Ning Yuan's rank quickly rose from A level to S level at headquarters. Meanwhile, Zhuqingyu, with her ice spirit abilities primarily focused on offense, was the first S-level extraordinary at headquarters. Thus, the two S-level extraordinary individuals, of similar age, one focused on attack and the other on defense, naturally became the perfect partners. It was their combination that accomplished many tasks that other extraordinary beings could not complete, saving countless lives. During that time, Ning Yuan, who used his abilities to protect countless ordinary people, was called the guardian deity. Chapter 70, Why is it puffing its cheeks? Looking at Ning Yuan standing alone in the ruins, it felt as if the world had been paused. The staff responsible for filming from the helicopter were stunned. Just then, Ning Yuan moved. He took a step forward, and his entire being transformed into a black flash, disappearing from the spot. At that moment, the staff in the helicopter finally reacted, trembling hands pressing against the earpiece, quickly contacting headquarters. Meanwhile, at the front-line base just a few hundred meters from the light shield, there was a deathly silence. Yang Yuxian stared incredulously at the screen showing Ning Yuan's disappearance, while Liu Yi beside him was similarly dumbfounded. They did not see the expected figure of Qian Xiangfeng, but rather a newcomer, who had joined the headquarters not long ago. Moreover, most importantly, it seemed that the newcomer was holding something in his hand. Just then, a figure descended from the sky and appeared outside the base. The extraordinary beings scattered around immediately turned their attention to him, and Zheng Guang stood in front of Liu Yi and Yang Yuxian. Ning Yuan walked slowly towards everyone. The eerie black head in his hand attracted the attention of everyone around. As Ning Yuan approached, the soldiers on the outermost perimeter instinctively parted, creating a path for him. Chapter 71. I will protect her. After a moment of silence, the big yellow dog finally spoke up. What kind of parents could give birth to such vastly different children? It's simply astonishing. Ning Yuan sighed upon hearing this. He then put down the remote control and began to stretch his hands. The big yellow dog's heart suddenly tightened at this. At that moment, Ning Shalua walked over. She held the bell in one hand and several red strings in the other, then sat down in the middle of them. I'm not his biological sister. I'm his cousin. Ning Shalua placed the bell on the table and began skillfully weaving the red strings in her hands. She occasionally recounted some interesting experiences from their childhood to the big yellow dog, who listened quietly. As for Ning Yuan, he was lost in thought looking at the bell on the table. From his previous life's experience, treasures in the hands of other races could also be used by extraordinary beings. But the premise was that all traces related to the alien beings within the treasure must be completely erased. Then, it could be nurtured with one's own extraordinary power. The bell before him had obviously lost its luster after Ling Wu's death, which also meant it had become an unowned object. Chapter 72. Anything is possible in the afternoon. Ning Yuan taught the big yellow dog how to nurture the bell around its neck. As for the promotion of extraordinary beings and general knowledge, the big yellow dog stated that it had already learned about it while tracking the head of the greater Shanghai city. However, the current promotion methods were all targeted at humans. Whether this dog could use them remained to be seen, as there had been no precedent in this world. In the evening, Ning Shaluo prepared a room for the big yellow dog. This made the big yellow dog, who was ready to rest outside, feel emotional again. Late at night, after finishing the nurturing of the bell and preparing to begin its cultivation, the big yellow dog sensed something was off. Almost all the source energy of heaven and earth nearby seemed to be drawn away by something. The big yellow dog instantly became alert and followed its instincts. It gently pushed open the villa door, and saw Ning Yuan sitting cross-legged alone in the yard. To an ordinary person, Ning Yuan seemed normal. But the big yellow dog could clearly sense his difference. Now, Ning Yuan seemed like a vortex, wildly absorbing the source energy of this realm. The big yellow dog looked shocked and covered its mouth with its paw. Chapter 73. A leaf drifting with the flow, perhaps, because Ning Yuan had said that anything is possible. Xu Wei suddenly felt that it wasn't so strange for a dog to drag the ground. She then shifted her gaze away from the big yellow dog and said, ever since the greater Shanghai city incident was exposed to the public eye, and the minister revealed everything about extraordinary beings, the situation has been a bit chaotic across the country. At this time, Ning Shaluo also came over holding a plate of cut fruits. Hearing Xu Wei's words, Ning Shaoluo gently sighed. Peaceful days are hard to come by. I hope those honest ordinary people won't be affected. Ning Yuan put down the controller and slowly spoke. This is a necessary transition of the times, just like nodes of evolution. Humanity has progressed from primitive to agricultural, and then from agricultural to modern. Now we are transitioning from modern to extraordinary. These are all transitions of the times, but this era is much more terrifying than before. Ning Shaoluo nodded, reaching out to take a piece of apple from the fruit plate and tossing it into the big yellow dog's mouth. Xiao Yuan is right. I believe people will adapt to this era and accept it. Xu Wei sighed. But this is a terrifying era, even extraordinary beings can die at any moment. Let alone ordinary people. Chapter 74, Amazing Talent. Daisu City. An electric bike sped by, with a young man holding the handlebars with one hand and a phone in the other. The young man looked at the video posted by Liu Yi on his phone and sighed softly. I never expected that Ling Wu would die at the hands of these ants. Soon, the electric bike entered a small alley and stopped in front of an old building. The young man took the takeaway from the delivery box on the back seat of the electric bike, checked the address, and then made a phone call. Moments later, a fat man staggered out of the building. Why so slow? You're already 2 minutes late. The fat man's face looked a bit unpleasant as he snatched the takeaway from the young man's hands. The young man repeatedly apologized, saying it was because the restaurant took too long to prepare the food. Looking at the video playing on the young man's phone, the fat man immediately mocked him. Stop pondering over these things every day and focus on delivering your food. Not everyone can become an extraordinary being. After saying that, the fat man patted the young man's helmet and turned to stagger away. The young man watched his back and shook his head helplessly. He then followed the fat man into the building. Shortly after, the young man returned. Chapter 75, Darkness Within, Light Outside. A first-level extraordinary being broke through to the second level in just half a year. What a monstrous talent! Even the S-class extraordinary beings Wakinyu took a full year to break through from the first to the second level. It seemed that Ning Yuan had long anticipated everyone's reaction, his expression calm as water. In this life, he never planned to completely hide his terrifying cultivation speed. It should be known that in his previous life, the death of Chu Feng was not only due to the dark spirit, but also an important reason, the circumstances of the times. Back then, Chu Feng faced an era with fifth-level extraordinary beings. The combat power between extraordinary beings and alien races had already reached a balance, with each side having its wins and losses. The emergence of Chu Feng, along with his terrifying promotion speed, hinted at breaking this balance. The alien races certainly would not allow such a terrifying person to grow. Additionally, some high-ranking figures of the human race were unwilling to have the existing structure shaken by such a grassroots individual, and even less willing to transfer their limited resources to him, even if this grassroots individual possessed immense talent. Having great power was not Chu Feng's fault. The fault lay in being born in the wrong era. He was born in an age where fifth-level extraordinary beings looked down upon him. Ironically, those who looked down on him were also quite arrogant. Chapter 76, If Only I Were Stronger. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat heavy. After all, for the current nation, the death of a third-level extraordinary being was no less than a defeat in a great war. Not long after, Qin Guangyi pushed the jade pendant back in front of Ning Yuan. This is your trophy, keep it for yourself. Alien treasures should also be useful to extraordinary beings. Use your own power to nurture it. Over time, it may have miraculous effects. Ning Yuan looked at the table and did not take the jade pendant in front of him. Bang! He suddenly slammed his fist on the table. And amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Ning Yuan sighed and said, "If only I were stronger, this wouldn't have happened. It's all my fault for being too weak. Which allowed that alien being to waste so much of my time, it's all my fault." Seeing him like this, many people felt a pang of emotion in their hearts. The second-level extraordinary being who questioned him about why he didn't go to the light column at the first opportunity felt a bit of regret for what he just said. At that moment, Liu Yi, sitting beside Ning Yuan, sighed deeply and then patted his shoulder. "You've done well enough. If you hadn't arrived on the battlefield at the last moment and killed the severely injured alien being, hundreds of thousands of lives in Dahu City would probably have been lost." Chapter 77, Different Divisions of Labor. Outside the courtyard, Ning Yuan had just stepped out for some fresh air when someone came to his side. Xie Chidong, smiling, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and then handed one to Ning Yuan. The latter declined. Seeing this, Xie Chidong didn't smoke either, putting the cigarettes back in his pocket. "Thank you." Ning Yuan slowly spoke, looking at the scene in the yard. "You saved Shinran and are friends with her. There's no need to thank me for such a small matter." Xie Chidong waved his hand. The times have changed, people like us are destined to be eliminated. The future will still rely on you to protect the motherland and its people. Ning Yuan smiled and shook his head upon hearing this. There's no such thing as elimination, it's just a different division of labor. That's right, different divisions of labor, all for the country and its people. Xie Chidong smiled faintly. Watching several extraordinary beings walking toward them, Xie Chidong patted Ning Yuan on the shoulder. In a few days, it will be Meng Meng's coming-of-age ceremony. You should come, and we can have a good chat then. After saying this, Xie Chidong left. Watching Xie Chidong's back, Ning Yuan's smile faded away. At the same time, a few second-level extraordinary beings approached Ning Yuan. They introduced themselves to each other, and got to know one another. Chapter 78, Cursed Objects. The elevator door slowly opened. In front of him was a pristine white corridor. Stepping out of the elevator and onto the white floor, Ning Yuan looked at both sides of the corridor. He saw small rooms, made entirely of glass neatly lined up on either side. These glass rooms were very small, accommodating only 4 or 5 people at most. Inside the glass rooms, half-height wooden racks stood lonely in the middle. The right glass room contained various items, while the left glass room had uniformly placed stone boxes on the wooden rack. Ning Yuan looked at the boxes in the left room. He knew that they were made of pure jade without a trace of impurity. At that moment, Qin Guangyi, who was beside Ning Yuan, smiled and said, "The rooms in the left corridor store spiritual objects. After being harvested, spiritual objects need to be stored in jade stone boxes, otherwise they will lose their efficacy in no time. The rooms on the right side of the corridor store spiritual tools. Spiritual tools are different from spiritual objects, so they do not need to be stored in jade boxes." Just then, Liu Yi, who was ahead, also spoke. "Ning Yuan, will you choose a spiritual tool or a spiritual object first?" After pondering for a moment, Ning Yuan slowly replied. Chapter 79, You are truly a genius. In the previous era, where 7th-level extraordinary beings appeared, the strength of alien beings had already surpassed the understanding of ordinary people. Saying that they could move mountains and fill seas would not be an exaggeration. Faced with such a terrifying enemy, the spiritual artifacts within Blue Star at that time could be said to be completely useless. Apart from a few with special abilities, defensive spiritual artifacts could not withstand the attacks of alien beings. Offensive spiritual artifacts also could not inflict significant damage on these alien entities. At that time, extraordinary beings had to rely entirely on their own strength to combat the aliens. It wasn't that they didn't want to use external objects, but rather that there were no external objects available to them. Later, human extraordinary beings could only rely on scavenging treasures from the bodies of alien beings to fight back. It was during this time that the power of this knife became evident. A critically injured 5th-tier extraordinary being, on the verge of death, retrieved this knife from headquarters and used the curse power within it to exchange his life for the life of an alien being that was much stronger than himself. "I want it." Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words, Liu Yi and the others were taken aback. Yang Yuxian looked at Ning Yuan with a puzzled expression, scanning him from head to toe. "You want it? Although this knife is powerful, how can you use it if you can't even touch it?" Chapter 80, Betting on Interests in the White Corridor, Liu Yi and the others stared blankly at Ning Yuan. "Borrow a spiritual object." Ning Yuan, what do you mean by that? Liu Yi seemed not to have reacted yet and asked him. Yang Yuxian, however, quickly grasped the situation and looked at Ning Yuan with a strange expression. Even Qin Guangyi unconsciously furrowed his brow. This kid is getting a bit greedy. Just then, Ning Yuan sighed deeply. "Director, it means exactly what it says. You can understand it as me borrowing a spiritual object from headquarters, just like borrowing money. And I will return it later." Hearing this, Liu Yi felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. It was the first time he had encountered someone from headquarters asking to borrow a spiritual object. Moreover, can this thing even be borrowed? However, Liu Yi held back the impulse to outright refuse the request from this great contributor, and asked him for his reasoning. Ning Yuan, can I ask why? While spiritual objects are useful to extraordinary beings, you can't rely entirely on these external objects for your training. Only by rigorously honing yourself and growing stronger step by step can one truly become powerful. Look at old Qin, he never relied entirely on spiritual objects, but rather made steady progress to reach the third tier. Chapter 81, Deter or Revenge. As everyone pondered their thoughts, faint laughter came from the display. He, old Xia. You seem to have high hopes for this young man. Although he has made great contributions, headquarters has already given him what he deserves. So it's not like we owe him anything. After a moment of silence, the old man slowly replied, my granddaughter Xinran has a good relationship with him. Ning Yuan is kind-hearted, capable, and responsible. He is a rare talent. The old man did not hide anything, and in front of these sharp-minded individuals, he couldn't conceal it anyway, so it was better to speak openly. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room suddenly realized. So that's it. This old fox. I thought so. Sure enough, he wants to recruit a son-in-law. Goodness, having a beautiful granddaughter really has its advantages. Why didn't I think of that? But this is also good. As long as Ning Yuan enters the Xia family, he will be considered one of us. Liu Yi glanced at the old man in surprise, muttering to himself, when did Ning Yuan get involved with the Xia family? I had no idea. Left Shu also looked at the old man in astonishment, then sneered inwardly. Chapter 82, we meet again the next morning. At the entrance of a luxurious 5-star hotel in Jinling City. The internal facilities are being upgraded today, and operations are temporarily suspended. Ning Yuan stood with his hands in his pockets, expressionless, looking at the notice at the hotel entrance. The familiar routine. At that moment, a person rushed out of the hotel lobby. It was a woman dressed in a suit with a dignified appearance. Mr. Ning, hello. My name is Sun Qiang, and I am the lobby manager of this hotel, here to wait for you. The woman smiled at Ning Yuan, bending slightly to gesture for him to follow her. Ning Yuan nodded and walked beside her toward the elevator. On the way, Sun Qiang first sent a message upstairs, and then kept stealing glances at Ning Yuan out of curiosity. This man looked to be in his 20s and wasn't wearing any branded clothing. So why did the Xia family instruct her to treat him as a distinguished guest? The two entered the elevator, and Sun Qiang used her fingerprint access to light up the button for the 16th floor. Soon, the elevator began to ascend rapidly. Xinran, pull your collar down a bit more. In a huge changing room, several elegant women surrounded Xinran, adjusting her dress. Chapter 83, Exchange of Interests. In the banquet hall's private room, Xia Changfeng sat next to Ning Yuan, chatting amiably like a kind old man. Meanwhile, Xia Chidong and the others quietly sat around, listening. Ning Yuan, the future world is bound to be tumultuous. As an extraordinary being, you cannot afford to remain aloof. So have you considered settling down and having offspring soon? While discussing family lineage and heritage, Xia Changfeng suddenly asked Ning Yuan this question. This remark immediately drew the attention of Xia Chidong and Xia Chiming to Ning Yuan. As for Xia Xinran, her fair face was already flushed, and she lowered her head, gripping her dress tightly under the table. Ning Yuan put down the teacup in his hand and sighed before speaking. Of course, I have thought about it, but old Xia, you know that while extraordinary beings seem extraordinary and possess powers unimaginable to ordinary people, they inevitably face unimaginable dangers. How can one dare to consider settling down in such uncertain times? Xia Changfeng took a sip of tea and smiled lightly. Ning, you are responsible and accountable. I was being inconsiderate. Xinran, you go out first. Mingming's coming-of-age ceremony should be starting soon. Chapter 84, Meeting Yinshi again in the banquet hall. Ning Yuan stepped out from the private room, a trace of gloom flashing in his eyes. This old man is calculating everything, as if the beads on his abacus are about to hit my face. Beauty, power, resources, background. If it were other short-sighted extraordinary beings, they would definitely be dazzled by these temptations. However, Ning Yuan clearly understood that while being backed by the Xia family makes them a support for him, correspondingly, he also becomes a shield for the Xia family. It is important to know that headquarters is a place where several prominent families in China pool their resources to cultivate extraordinary beings. Other families may watch the Xia family weaken, but they will never allow the Xia family to be the only strong one. Moreover, Ning Yuan's rate of advancement far exceeds others, and with 2 spiritual objects in hand, it won't be long before he breaks through to the 3rd tier. So once he breaks through to the 3rd rank in such a short time, as the son-in-law of the Xia family, he will inevitably be regarded with caution by other families. Although these families may not show it openly, they will certainly try to sabotage him behind the scenes. Although Ning Yuan is not afraid, he is also too lazy to waste his time and energy on these people's scheming. At least before breaking through to the 4th rank, he still needs these people not to view him with hostility. Chapter 85, Assassination List. Looking at Xia Xinran's back, Yinshi clicked her tongue. It was quite interesting to see this girl get jealous for the first time. Ning Yuan simply spoke lightly in response. She isn't jealous. She is afraid she won't complete her task. Yinshi looked at Ning Yuan with some surprise, then stretched lazily with a smile. I'll leave first, otherwise. It feels uncomfortable being watched by a certain someone. Watching Xia Xinran glance back occasionally, Yinshi put on her high heels, then stood up and left gracefully. Ning Yuan quietly watched Yinshi's departing figure, neither saying anything nor getting up to see her off. Just then, a young man rushed up to Ning Yuan with a phone in hand. The young man took a quick glance at Yinshi's graceful back, then came beside Ning Yuan and whispered, "Not good, brother Ning, look at this. Someone has offered 200 million for your life." The young man speaking was named Xia Feiyu. Under 20 years old, the only extraordinary person in the Xia family at present, only at the 1st rank, and had just joined the headquarters not long ago. Hearing this, Ning Yuan lowered his head to look at Xia Feiyu's phone. What came into view was a website called the Dawn Forum. On the site, the reward category prominently featured a bounty related to Ning Yuan. Chapter 86, A Question Inside the Wooden House. Ning Yuan did not respond to Yinshi's words. He sat by the wooden table, picked up the teapot, and poured himself a cup of tea. 10 minutes later, Yinshi, dressed in an ancient-style long dress, walked over from the depths of the room. She sat down opposite Ning Yuan, and perhaps because she had just taken a shower, the fragrance on her body was even stronger. "So, who exactly are you?" Ning Yuan looked at her and asked. Yinshi did not respond, merely resting her chin on her hands, smiling at him. After a moment of silence, seeing Ning Yuan still staring at her, Yinshi sighed. "So boring. Are you sure you want to ask me this question?" Ning Yuan inquired. "What do you mean?" "It's simple," Yinshi said, playing with her hair with her delicate fingers. "I know much more than you can imagine. You can not only ask about my identity, but also many other things, like those so-called alien races you speak of." Ning Yuan was taken aback and looked at her in surprise. "Are you saying that even things unknown to the alien beings themselves, you know?" "Correct," Yinshi nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 87, Dawn Forum. Just as Ning Yuan was considering whether to go out with the big yellow dog to stretch his legs, his phone vibrated. He opened his phone to check. It was a message from Xia Feiyu. "Brother Ning, hurry and check the forum. The organization that took the assassination task for you has posted." Seeing this message, Ning Yuan clicked on the link to the Dawn Forum account registration that Xia Feiyu had sent him earlier. After setting up the account and password, Looking at the blank page on his phone that required a nickname, Ning Yuan thought for a moment, then slowly typed out 4 words, walking on thin ice. Entering the forum, he clicked on the reward category. Sure enough, there was a post at the top related to him. The Skull Club is recruiting members to participate in the assassination of the extraordinary Ning Yuan from Huaxia headquarters. Interested parties, please DM. At this moment, the big yellow dog also came over, looking at Ning Yuan's phone with interest and exclaiming, "Wow, assassination. Can killers boldly recruit people nowadays? Wait. Why does this assassination target have the same name as you?" The big yellow dog's eyelids twitched, its gaze darting between the phone and Ning Yuan's face. "Because that's me," Ning Yuan replied calmly. Chapter 88. A great supplement. As soon as he registered the account, the big yellow dog eagerly typed and posted. "Let me see if there are any big shots in this forum." Dawn Forum Communication Section. Zhuge Huang, I have a question for everyone. A friend of mine has a dog that ate a spiritual seed and became extraordinary. Does anyone know if a dog in this situation can normally break through to the second rank like a human? Perhaps because this question was too bizarre. As soon as the post was published, it quickly received replies. Lightning Man, first floor, wish you luck. Human grease, interesting. Feeding a treasure like a spiritual seed to a dog, who pees yellow. Come on, wake up the poster. God said let there be light. And I became light, poster, your friend ISNTU, right. I suggest you immediately report the dog to the headquarters. Chad Libus, shit, if this is real. Please contact me. I'm willing to pay a high price for your pet. Old monk Dao number Shijia Chenzuan, I don't know. But the poster can try it out. If successful, let me know. I still have a spiritual seed here, ready to feed to my pet. Professional feeding master, the one who pees yellow, please also wake up the one above me. Chapter 89, as long as we are happy with that. The fat man stuffed another handful of peanuts into his mouth, chewing while continuing to speak. Since you are a second-rank extraordinary person, I'll be straightforward with you. As long as this mission is completed, you can take 30 million from the 200 million bounty. 30 million. Ning Yuan seemed to fall into thought. The fat man nodded. Including you, there are a total of 5 extraordinary people participating in this mission. Don't blame it on being less, after all, you came later. And the others are all second-rank extraordinary people. With that, a meaningful smile appeared on the fat man's face. So you have 4 second-rank extraordinary people. Ning Yuan murmured. The fat man nodded. Correct, we come from all over the world, gathered here due to similar experiences and goals. If you are interested in fully joining us after this mission ends, I would welcome you. One day, we will be strong enough not to hide anymore. Hearing this, Ning Yuan nodded, and a laugh came from behind his mask. Just then, the door to the main bedroom on the second floor directly facing the hall was opened from the inside. Then Ning Yuan saw a thin man with waxy yellow skin walking out. Chapter 90, Can't come for nothing. Hearing the fat man's words, the woman was silent for a moment, then spoke. Wait a moment, I need to contact the employer to ask if they need a head to confirm identity. Hurry up. The headquarters of the extraordinary beings are already tracking us. We are preparing to leave the borders of Huaxia. If the employer needs heads, I will go directly to the designated location. After hanging up the phone, the villa's hall fell into silence. The fat man spoke to Ning Yuan with a hint of flattery. Don't worry, if the other party has a strong background, we will face it together. Don't look at me being fat, my combat ability is actually very strong. Ning Yuan did not respond to the fat man at this moment. He was staring at a young man in the bedroom on the second floor. The young man was one of the ordinary people in the bedroom. Bound like a zongzi with ropes, covered in wounds. Despite his mouth being gagged, the young man's eyes, though red from bloodshot, were filled with a strong plea. From his appearance, Ning Yuan could tell that he was a Huaxia person and understood why he was looking at him with such eyes. Moments later, the ropes binding the young man were cut off by a shadow, and then the young man, ignoring his own injuries, hurriedly lunged onto the bed. Turning over his female companion, who was on the verge of suffocating, and held her tightly in his arms. Chapter 91, Go Get Me a Fire Truck. The wailing sirens of fire trucks and police cars rushed by. On the sidewalk next to the road, two men walked side by side. The man in a suit whistled. Watching fire trucks and police cars speed by one after another, then shook his head. This country is really chaotic. Beside him, the young man with mixed Eastern and Western features frowned as he looked at the rising dust ahead. That location looks more and more like where we live. The man in the suit was taken aback and then laughed, saying, "How could that be?" Subsequently, the two silently quickened their pace. After turning around 2 streets, they finally arrived in front of the collapsed Morgan building. Standing outside the cordoned-off area, looking at the ruins of the building, the man's expression darkened. At the same time, they saw a first-tier extraordinary being from Country M take the head of a fat man from a lamppost and place it in a box. It was clearly a demonstration, and it was aimed at them. Watching the scene before him, the mixed-blood youth seemed to realize something and quickly took out his phone, opening the Dawn forum. Sure enough, the post published by Ning Yuan using the Skull Society account had gone viral, with the comments and replies reaching over 10,000. Chapter 92, Human Effort Has Limits. The sound of explosive air and sonic booms echoed in the park. The steel bars emitting red light shot into the sky like a meteor, and then disappeared into the clouds. The man in the suit seemed drained of strength. Weakly dusting off his hands, and then, supported by the mixed-blood youth, slowly walked away. They still needed to find a new place to live. At this moment, on the outskirts of the park, those who hadn't had time to rush in to pick up money were stunned by the scene and then screamed and scattered in all directions. A few minutes later, the system alarm sounded first at the Naval District base along the coast of Huaxia. Attention, attention, an unidentified flying object is rapidly approaching our territory. Soon, staff members controlled the satellite view to lock onto the sky. What is that? Someone exclaimed, standing up from their chair in shock. A staff member spoke with a tremor. It's not a missile, it's not a thermal weapon. Detection analysis shows a 99% probability that it originates from an attack by an alien race. Can we analyze where this thing will land? The base commander anxiously inquired. Based on speed and vertical direction. Chapter 93, Your Achievements. In the villa by Xinghu Lake in Dazhou City. Watching a tear-jerking scene in a TV drama, Ning Shaluo, sitting on the sofa, pulled out a tissue from the table to wipe her tears. At the dining table in the living room, Ning Yuan and the big yellow dog sat opposite each other, fiercely battling over the chessboard. This dog, what kind of spirit seed did it eat? After just 2 days of learning chess, it can actually fight me to a standstill. Ning Yuan stared at the endgame on the table, lost in thought. In contrast, the big yellow dog stared intently at the chessboard, seemingly pondering what Ning Yuan's next move should be. At the same time, Ning Yuan's phone on the table rang. He glanced at it. It was Shu Wei calling. Ning Yuan, Beijing City has been attacked. Quickly check the live broadcast I sent you. As soon as the call connected, Shu Wei's anxious and flustered voice came through. Ning Yuan was taken aback and then murmured to himself, "So soon, it seems this time we've hooked a pretty strong alien." After hanging up, he opened the chat page on his phone, and not only saw the live broadcast link sent by Shu Wei, but also a message from Xie Xinran. Brother Ning, Beijing City has been attacked. This time, the alien dares to directly attack the headquarters. They must be very powerful. Be careful. Chapter 94, Do Me a Favor. On the forest path inside the headquarters, looking at the smiling Liu Yi, Ning Yuan, with a calm expression, murmured to himself, Such manipulation of people's hearts. As expected of you, Liu Yi. If the aliens don't have any special powers, they might be played to death by you, a mere mortal. Liu Yi clearly treated Ning Yuan as a recruitment poster, but took the art of flattering to the extreme. His words were filled with deep appreciation and satisfaction towards Ning Yuan. But Ning Yuan knew that Liu Yi obviously needed him, an extraordinary being from an ordinary background, to rally those extraordinary beings from ordinary backgrounds. Only with a similar background can there be a shared resonance. This is the nature of humanity. The vast majority of poor people at the bottom harbor a certain degree of resentment towards those at the top. The extraordinary beings are no exception. Some of them originally came from the bottom and have experienced the life of the lower class. Even after gaining extraordinary powers, these experiences will not disappear. Moreover, some timid and cowardly extraordinary beings hide themselves, fearing being discovered and captured by the authorities. Therefore, it is difficult for them to trust the authorities and serve them without reason. But if there is a template, it is different. Ning Yuan, also from an ordinary background, serves the headquarters, now becoming a great hero, who saves hundreds of thousands of people. The headquarters has given him huge rewards and granted him the rights and status of a leader. Chapter 95, Captain's Plan. Looking in the direction where Ning Yuan disappeared, Liu Yi stood in silence for a long time. The times have changed. As extraordinary beings grow stronger, it will become increasingly difficult for an ordinary person like you to mobilize them. Just then, an old voice sounded behind Liu Yi. He turned around to see Qin Guangyi had appeared behind him without him noticing. Liu Yi removed his glasses and rubbed his brow forcefully, speaking with a somewhat cold tone. Those second-tier extraordinary beings cultivated by the headquarters rely on the state, consume the state's resources, and enjoy various benefits brought to them by the people. Yet they are so cowardly and greedy for life, showing no regard for the lives of ordinary people. So much so that as the minister, I can only rely on a slight connection with others to ask a newcomer, who joined the headquarters not long ago to take action. He. It seems I need to implement that plan quickly. Behind him, Qin Guang nodded upon hearing this. A week ago, at the headquarters, in the underground conference room, Liu Yi sat quietly at the conference table. In the empty conference room, apart from him, there was only a pitch-black LCD screen. Captain's Plan, Chapter 96. Do you have any ideas? Hearing Ning Yuan's words, the girl lowered her head in embarrassment, her face turning even redder, as she hesitantly spoke. Yes, I'm sorry. Seeing her like this, Ning Yuan's eyelids twitched, and then he reached out to pat the girl's shoulder, smiling as he spoke. Sorry. I was being presumptuous. I have a relative's daughter named Ju, and I thought you were her. Feeling the warmth of Ning Yuan's palm, Ju asked curiously. Is that so? How old is she? How old? Ning Yuan pondered inwardly. Based on his past experience, Ju should be about 15 years old at this time. She should still be abroad. Thinking this way in his heart, Ning Yuan maintained a calm smile on the surface. About the same age as you. Hearing this, Ju also revealed a smile. Then indeed, I often read my name as Ju. Yes, right. Perhaps seeing that Ning Yuan's attitude had improved a lot, Ju took a few deep breaths and shyly spoke. Manager Ning, could you help me get an autograph? I have a younger brother, who isn't an extraordinary person, but I told him about what happened in the Greater Shanghai area recently, so he admires you very much. Chapter 97. Unfair Sacrifice for Greater Good. In the bungalow, both girls stared blankly at Ning Yuan. What does it mean to kill all these people? Ning Yuan. What are you talking about? Our mission is to rescue these ordinary people and eliminate the alien race. If we follow your method, then what are we even here for? Zhou Qingyu frowned and spoke to Ning Yuan. He. Ning Yuan chuckled lightly. What are we here for? We are primarily here to eliminate the alien race, and secondly to rescue ordinary people. Zhuqingyu. Do you know why Liu Yi asked me to assist you with a favor? The extraordinary people here were clearly unwilling to act against ordinary people due to various concerns, and instead were ambushed to death by the hidden aliens among the ordinary people. The headquarters also cannot directly issue orders to act against ordinary people. Liu Yi knows that you would let the lives of ordinary people affect the actions against the alien race, even endangering yourself. That is why he came to let me assist you. As he said this, Ning Yuan took a step forward and looked down at Zhuqingyu. Continuing to speak, perhaps Liu Yi thinks that I won't let the lives of ordinary people affect the overall situation at critical moments. Chapter 98 Real killing. The sound of the flute echoed, passing through the Pine Ridge Mountains like a gentle breeze, reaching the small town. At the same time, in the town, the ordinary people, who had been wandering aimlessly, suddenly seemed to receive orders, and began to quicken their pace towards one direction. Inside a large supermarket, the two girls who had just entered were shocked by the scene before them. The shelves were in ruins, various products scattered on the ground, and the originally white floor was stained red with blood, with severed limbs and corpses everywhere. Juju instinctively covered her mouth. She saw the broken bodies in military uniforms and several dismembered corpses. The cuts on these bodies were very neat, as if they had been sliced open by a sharp blade. Sister, could they be? Juju's voice trembled. Even though she had guessed it in her heart before, seeing the bodies in front of her, this girl who was not yet 16 could not suppress her inner terror. Zhuqingyu nodded. It should be right, it's the people who came in a couple of days ago. Meanwhile, ordinary people began to come down from the second floor of the supermarket. It hurts so much, help me, save me. Sister, I'm in so much pain. I want to find Mom. Chapter 99 Blood-colored fireworks. Meanwhile, on the other side, the girl fiercely fighting Zhuqingyu caught a glimpse of Ning Yuan slaughtering his companions out of the corner of her eye, and her eyes instantly turned red. The girl wanted to break away to kill Ning Yuan for revenge, but Zhuqingyu did not give her any opportunity. The sword energy shattered everything around, but the ice crystals continued to appear endlessly. The bone-chilling ice crystals enveloped her like a torrential rain, causing the girl's body to freeze faster and faster. Damn! How are these two extraordinary beings so strong? Just as the girl was pondering what to do next, a sudden change occurred. The ordinary people surrounding the supermarket suddenly rushed into the supermarket in a frenzy, then in pain, they charged towards Zhuqingyu and Ning Yuan. Moreover, the half of their bodies covered in flesh began to swell violently, hinting at an impending explosion. Seeing this scene, the school uniform girl's face was filled with joy. It's the lady taking action. This is. Ning Yuan frowned upon witnessing this scene, then he directly grabbed Juju and transformed into a shadow. Rushing out of the supermarket, Zhuqingyu did not leave. She looked sadly at the ordinary people around her whose expressions were in extreme pain, softly murmuring. Chapter 100 Despicable and shameless. Hearing the voice, Su Yao hurriedly got up and came to the young man's side. At this moment, she finally saw the young man's right hand, which was gradually turning blue. Moyu, what's wrong with you? The young man known as Moyu stretched out his left hand, and a faint yellow light glimmered at his fingertips, touching his right arm. The blue color that was slowly spreading upward was briefly halted by the faint yellow light, but only for a moment, then the blue continued to spread up his arm. This power, could it be a curse? Su Yao exclaimed. Damn, my own source power can't dispel this curse. Seeing this scene, Moyu's expression turned extremely ugly, his forehead bulging with veins. Hurry! Moyu! Quickly cut off your whole arm! Su Yao shouted anxiously. This curse is very powerful, once it spreads to your body. With your current physical strength and cultivation, you will definitely die without a doubt. The young man hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, then gritted his teeth. His left hand forming a blade, and with a swish, he chopped off his entire right arm. looking at the right arm on the ground, the blood gradually turning bronze. The young man felt an extreme rage within. Although his right arm could recover over time, the essence blood consumed to restore his arm would inevitably cause his strength to stagnate for a period of time. Chapter 101. The time is right. As soon as Mo Yu landed, his eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth and charged towards Ning Yuan. Not only that, but a blazing faint yellow light suddenly erupted from his body. Oh! A counterattack before dying. Ning Yuan looked at the blooded Mo Yu, resembling a malevolent spirit. Without a hint of panic, he flew backward, controlling his shadow to collide head-on with Mo Yu. PFFF. The damaged long knife, covered in bronze rust, ignored all barriers and fiercely stabbed into the young man's chest. The latter clung tightly to the shadow, dragging it toward Ning Yuan. His face covered in bronze rust as he glared at the retreating Ning Yuan and shouted angrily, "CXX. Do you dare to fight me fairly?" Ning Yuan ignored him, continuing to retreat expressionlessly. Seeing Ning Yuan's cunning and ruthlessness, Mo Yu, gradually losing strength, couldn't help but sigh up to the sky. He turned to take a final look at Xiao's gradually fading figure, and with consciousness fading, Mo Yu let out a bitter smile. Damn it, I'm so unwilling. In the next moment, before he completely lost consciousness, a pale yellow light suddenly erupted from his body, and then a terrifying, scorching wave swept out in all directions. In the distance, on a large tree. Chapter 102. You are truly a monster. In the villa courtyard, the dark fluctuations in the world became increasingly powerful. At that moment, Ning Yuan moved. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the two spiritual objects in front of him instantly exploded under the pressure of his primordial power, transforming into two pure energy masses. Without needing to do much, these two energy masses were immediately attracted by the Tao tree within his body, and then disappeared into his body. Thus, after absorbing these two energy masses, the Tao tree began to tremble. Seeing this, Ning Yuan crazily mobilized his dark primordial power, drawing the dark primordial energy from this world toward the Tao tree. The catalysis began. To break through from the second tier to the third tier not only required an immense amount of world primordial energy, but also subjected the transcendent to unimaginable pain and torment. Because when a second tier transcendent ascends to the third tier, both their body and power, as well as their mental strength, undergo a qualitative leap. And this qualitative leap signifies the destruction and rebirth of the body. As time passed, under the irrigation of the two spiritual objects and a large amount of world primordial energy, the Tao tree began to change gradually. One of the bare and dark branches of the Tao tree faintly revealed a black bud. Chapter 103. By the way, let me see you. Upon hearing the words of the big yellow dog, Ning Yuan was first taken aback, then smiled lightly. He, so what if they are wary? I have broken through to the third tier. No matter what they think in their hearts, they can only hold back if they are not as strong as me. Upon hearing this, the big yellow dog nodded in agreement. That's true. In today's world, strength is the standard for everything, as long as you are strong enough. No matter how much they think inside, they can only hold it in. Looking at the big yellow dog, Ning Yuan hesitated for a moment and then said, You should read more books on psychology and strategy when you have time. The big yellow dog looked at Ning Yuan with some suspicion. What do you mean? Ning Yuan sized up the big yellow dog and slowly replied, Perhaps your spirit seed is more suited for you to be a military advisor. 3 days later, in the villa courtyard, Ning Yuan and Ning Xiaoluo were each holding a watering can to water the flowers in the yard. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell of the villa rang. Someone is coming. Ning Xiaoluo, wearing an apron and with braided hair, who was squatting on the ground watering flowers with Ning Yuan, looked toward the door. Chapter 104. Do not be cold-hearted because of this. On the sofa of the villa, Liu Yi sighed lightly and continued, Ning Yuan, actually, it's a good thing that the headquarters has absorbed many transcendent beings, but some problems that come with it need to be faced by the headquarters. To be honest, The first issue is that the headquarters currently has limited resources. So it cannot treat everyone equally and can only allocate resources as much as possible to those with strong talents. But if resources are not distributed fairly, it will lead to dissatisfaction, and once dissatisfaction arises, it can cause trouble. The second issue is that most of the current staff at the headquarters are ordinary people. Some transcendent beings have changed in temperament, and they are largely unwilling to follow the headquarters' commands. Both of these issues are urgent matters that the headquarters needs to resolve. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan didn't say anything on the surface, but inwardly he scoffed. In his view, if one were to summarize the headquarters' current thinking in one sentence, it would be, they want to make the horse run, but do not want to feed it grass, yet worry that the horse will quit working because of this. At that moment, Liu Yi took off his glasses and rubbed his nose, continuing, regarding the first resource issue. The headquarters is mobilizing all its strength to search across the country, and it will not let capable and meritorious transcendent beings feel cold-hearted. Chapter 105. She is seducing him. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, the big yellow dog slapped its head. Damn, that's right. You've already become a third-tier transcendent. If you hadn't said it, I would have thought that night was a dream. Seemingly recalling the expressions of the powers that be upon learning that Ning Yuan had broken through to the third tier, the big yellow dog couldn't help but reveal a teasing smile. For some reason, it suddenly recalled a scene from an ancient drama it had watched before. A high-ranking princess, for certain reasons, even if unwilling in her heart and extremely angry on her face, had to yield and obey a villain. In the afternoon, the villa's doorbell rang again. This time, Ning Yuan knew who was coming, as that person had sent him a message in advance. Brother Ning. As soon as Ning Yuan opened the villa door, Xia Xinran's sweet voice came through. Today, she was wearing a light yellow floral short skirt, her snow-white straight legs in transparent high-heeled sandals, her slightly curled long hair cascading down to her waist, and her lightly made-up face looking even more exquisite and flawless. Ning Xiaoyu, long time no see. Beside Xia Xinran stood an elderly man, the head of the Xia family, Xia Changfeng. The old man was hunchbacked, dressed in the same traditional Tang suit. But his eyes seemed to have seen the vicissitudes of life, and could see through people's hearts. The aura of an accumulated upper-class figure made one feel pressured in front of him. Chapter 106. Manipulating Emotions. On a morning 3 days later, a passenger plane took off from Dazhou City, slowly flying toward Beijing City. As the first large-scale mobilization conference for transcendent beings in Huaxia, the attendees included not only nearly half a year's worth of new transcendent beings who had joined the headquarters, but also many second-tier transcendent beings and leaders from various regions. After all, this conference was not just to welcome newcomers, but would also publicly announce the team leader plan. This meant that the number of participants would be large. When counting both transcendent beings and ordinary people, there were about 3,500 people participating in this conference. Inside the plane, Xu Wei, dressed in a professional suit, pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and reported the number of conference attendees to Ning Yuan across from her. Today, Xu Wei had her hair in a bun, making her look exceptionally capable and tidy. Hearing this number, Ning Yuan just nodded, then quietly looked at the sea of clouds outside through the airplane glass. At this moment, apart from Ning Yuan and Xu Wei, there were only a few staff members left on the plane. These young men and women were responsible for assisting Xu Wei with various matters on a daily basis. Today was also their first time truly meeting the head of the Dazhou City, who was their real boss. Chapter 107. You are the real heroes. Clap, 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 clap. As Liu Yi's words fell, applause erupted once again. Many had already heard of Ning Yuan's name. He had saved hundreds of thousands of ordinary people, and single-handedly slain powerful foes from other races. No one could help but be curious about what such a person looked like. And no one could help but wonder how strong he was and how he accomplished so much. Feeling the enthusiasm of the crowd, Xu Wei's heart began to race more and more. Although she had the courage to appear on television without flinching, this was not comparable to a TV station. There were countless big shots and strong individuals present. So even though it wasn't her giving the speech this time, she was still extremely nervous. Just as Xu Wei instinctively looked towards Ning Yuan, she found that he still had a calm expression. Ning Yuan slowly stood up and, under the gaze of countless people, walked step by step towards the podium. Liu Yi smiled and applauded him. In the front row, Zhuo Qingyu quietly watched Ning Yuan. Xie Changfeng and Xie Xinran were also looking at him, the latter clapping with a bright smile on her face. When Ning Yuan reached the podium, Liu Yi stepped aside to make way for him. Chapter 108. I'm definitely taking this captaincy on the podium. As Liu Yi finished speaking, the large display screen showing Zheng Guang's resume disappeared and was replaced by Zhuo Qingyu's resume. She had more mission completions and had saved more people than Zheng Guang. However, everyone's attention was focused on Zhuo Qingyu's S-rank rating. S-rank. The headquarters actually had an S-rank extraordinary being. The rumors were true. My God, an S-rank second-tier extraordinary being. How powerful must she be? They just didn't know what her spirit seed ability was. Just as everyone was discussing, Zhuo Qingyu took the stage. Today, she did not wear a hood. Her long, snow-white hair cascading down to her waist was particularly eye-catching. She had a slender figure, dressed in a white short skirt. And her unmade-up face was still stunningly beautiful. Upon seeing her, many were truly amazed. Ning Yuan was not surprised that the headquarters openly revealed Zhuo Qingyu's rating. Because once Zhuo Qingyu became the captain, she would handle more matters, which also meant that her strength and abilities could not be hidden. Since it would be exposed sooner or later, it was better to reveal it now, after all. Exposing it in front of everyone now could showcase the strength of the headquarters. Chapter 109. The new generation pushes the old ha ha ha. As Shangguan G's words fell, the noise in the venue was instantly drowned out by a wild laugh. Countless people stared in astonishment at Ning Yuan, who was laughing heartily. Are we at the same level? As the noise gradually subsided, Ning Yuan stopped laughing and looked mockingly at everyone on stage. Sorry, Minister. I forgot to congratulate you. Just last night, I accidentally broke through to the 3rd tier. As soon as Ning Yuan said this, the venue fell into a dead silence. Liu Yi was momentarily stunned, but quickly widened his eyes behind his glasses. What did Ning Yuan just say? Someone on stage rubbed their ears in disbelief and asked the person next to them. 3rd tier. He said he broke through to the 3rd tier last night. Impossible. How could this be? Are you kidding? Ning Yuan must be crazy, spouting nonsense here. On stage, Zhuo Qingyu looked at Ning Yuan in disbelief. Her originally indifferent face now filled with shock. Chapter 110. Trying every possible means. What does being a 3rd tier extraordinary being mean? In Liu Yi's view, if a 3rd tier extraordinary being appeared in a poor small country today, it would be as if that poor small country had suddenly created nuclear weapons. The destructive power of a 3rd tier extraordinary being could even surpass that of nuclear weapons in some aspects. For today's top powers, a 3rd tier extraordinary being is a trump card. The foundation for stabilizing the situation. Why is the headquarters the most powerful extraordinary force in Huaxia? It is because there are 3rd tier extraordinary beings within the headquarters. The stronger the headquarters, the stronger it becomes. It's like a snowball effect. As long as the headquarters maintains this momentum, mobilizing the resources of the entire country, it will always be the strongest extraordinary force. So now that the headquarters has another 3rd tier extraordinary being, how could Liu Yi not be delighted? As for how Ning Yuan broke through to the 3rd tier, and why he did it so quickly, Liu Yi was curious. But he wouldn't be foolish enough to dig deep into Ning Yuan's affairs at this moment. Just then, a few distinguished-looking elderly men in suits came up to the stage to talk to Ning Yuan, smiling. Congratulations, congratulations, indeed heroes come from the youth. I said. Being able to single-handedly solve the extraordinary issues in Dahu City is truly remarkable. Chapter 111. Some familiar words. After a moment of silence, Xie Xinran nodded and spoke softly. Grandpa, I understand. Xie Changfeng sighed deeply, and reached out his aged hand to pat Xie Xinran's head. I'm sorry to put you through this. But Grandpa won't harm you. If this still doesn't work, then we can only consider a marriage alliance with the Shangguan family. Upon hearing about the marriage alliance with the Shangguan family, Xie Xinran unconsciously bit her red lip, her eyes filled with sadness. At this moment, on stage, Zhu Qingyu looked at Ning Yuan, who was surrounded by the crowd, and a hint of a smile suddenly appeared on her originally indifferent face. It was unclear whether this smile was self-deprecating or something else. This surprised by Xiaotang, who was beside her. Qingyu, wasn't Ning Yuan just doing a mission with you not long ago? Did he break through to the third tier back then? Just then, Zheng Guang also came to Zhu Qingyu's side, looking at her in disbelief. Zhu Qingyu, is it true? Zhu Qingyu shook her head. At that time, he should still have been at the second tier. I didn't sense the aura of a third tier extraordinary being from him. At this moment, Bai Xiaotang and Wang Yufang were quietly listening nearby. If he is not at the third tier, then it means he really just broke through to the third tier not long ago, Zheng Guang murmured. Chapter 112. Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang seeing that Ning Yuan remembered him. Zhu Yang nodded. It's my elder brother, did you receive the money? Hearing Zhu Yang say this, Ning Yuan suddenly remembered that Ning Xiaoluo seemed to have mentioned that someone transferred 5 million to his card. However, at that time, he was playing a game with Da Huanggo and did not pay attention. I received it. Ning Yuan nodded, then looked at Zhu Yang with some surprise and asked. Zhu Yang, are you now a transcendent? Zhu Yang forced a smile and nodded. Yes, big brother. Also, I'm sorry, big brother, my real name is Zhu Yang. Hearing the somewhat familiar name Zhu Yang, Ning Yuan nodded. It's always good to be a bit more cautious when you're out. Since you are here as a transcendent, then it means you have become the head of the headquarters. Zhu Yang replied with a Yes, I am now the head of Daming Province. Ning Yuan was taken aback. A provincial head means Zhu Yang is at least an A-level rating at the headquarters, and has strong abilities. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but ask curiously, is your rating at the headquarters A? Chapter 113. Power is resources. Seeing Zhu Yang like this, Ning Yuan smiled. He stepped forward, held Zhu Yang's hands, and pulled him up. You're overestimating me. I'm helping you because I value your character. I hope you won't let me down in the future. After patting Zhu Yang's hand, Ning Yuan continued, all right, you go back and pack your things, bring your wife to Dazhou City as soon as possible. I will send you the address. When you arrive, I will use that spiritual tool to help your wife erase her memories. Zhu Yang wiped away his tears and looked at Ning Yuan, saying, Big brother, I am now the provincial head. If I want to leave, I need to submit a report to the headquarters, and also apply to Captain Bai Xiaotang. Ning Yuan waved his hand. You don't need to worry about these matters. I will take care of it. Seeing Ning Yuan say this, Zhu Yang no longer had any concerns. He nodded vigorously, exchanged contact information with Ning Yuan, and then left. Watching Zhu Yang's back, Ning Yuan smiled. Zhu Yang is loyal and has great potential, which is very useful for him. Ning Yuan needs someone to help him manage the overall situation and secretly gather resources. Before meeting Zhu Yang, Ning Yuan could only rely on the big yellow dog, his military advisor. Chapter 114. Keeping promises. The next morning, Ning Yuan saw Zhu Yang again. The latter had shaved his beard, and his spirit seemed much better. Under Ning Yuan's arrangement, Zhu Yang temporarily took on the role of head of Dazhou City to assist Xu Wei in her work. You have a keen eye for transcendent beings. It seems he should have real skills, the big yellow dog said, leaning against the sofa and chatting with Ning Yuan. Not far away, Ning Xiaoluo was working on her laptop. This was something Ning Xiaoluo requested herself. She was proficient in administrative work and wanted to contribute. Later, with Ning Yuan's consent, Xu Wei transferred part of the financial work to Ning Xiaoluo. On the sofa, hearing what the big yellow dog said, Ning Yuan nodded. Jiyu Yang's abilities should be evident in the next few days. If he performs well, I will make him the vice captain, and when I'm not around, he will fully take on my responsibilities. The big yellow dog immediately widened his mouth. What? Vice captain? You've only met him a few times. And you trust him this much? Aren't you afraid he might stab you in the back? Hearing the big yellow dog's words, Ning Yuan smiled. Chapter 115. I can promise you, Yun, she sighed softly and sat down beside Ning Yuan. You're really bad. Mother was right, never trust a man's words. We agreed before that I would answer you one question if you promised me one thing. Don't go back on your word, after all, women can be quite petty. After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan spoke, go ahead, what is it? Yun, she looked at him, then smiled and extended two slender fingers. Accompany me for 2 days. And I will take you to a fun place. Ning Yuan didn't hesitate this time and nodded in agreement. All right, I promise you. Seeing Ning Yuan agree, the big yellow dog let out a sigh of relief. It was genuinely worried that Ning Yuan would suddenly attack this woman. In its view, Yun, she was too strange. And the consequences of an altercation would be unpredictable. Ning Yuan stood up and left the villa with Yun Shi. As they were leaving, he glanced at the big yellow dog. The big yellow dog nodded back, and everything was unspoken. Half an hour after Ning Yuan and Yun Shi left, Ning Xiaoluo approached the big yellow dog, who was lost in thought on the sofa, and quietly asked, Big Yellow, where's Xia Yuan? Where did he go? The big yellow dog looked at Xu Wei, who had already fallen asleep on the table, and replied softly. Chapter 116. A Fun Place, Kindling Mountain Range. Early the next morning, Yun Shi brought Ning Yuan to the foot of the Kindling Mountain Range. Looking at the majestic mountains shrouded in clouds and mist, Yun Shi's hand glowed, producing 2 human skin masks. She first covered one over her own face, then tiptoed to cover Ning Yuan's face with the other. A cold sensation rushed over Ning Yuan's face, and he felt as if the mask on his face was beginning to move as if it were alive. Before long, a flash of light passed, and both of their figures, appearances, and even outfits changed. They had turned into 2 men. Ning Yuan now resembled a frail, shadowy middle-aged man, while Yun Shi appeared as an ordinary fat man. Looking down at Yun Shi, Ning Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. He could no longer sense the foreign aura on Yun Shi. Instead, she now exuded the same aura as a foreign creature. From now on, we 2 brothers are foreign beings. You'll be called Wu Liang. And I'll be called Wu Chang, the fat man that Yun Shi transformed into said with a strange smile. At this moment, Ning Yuan realized where Yun Shi's idea of a fun place was. Chapter 117. This method is good, seeing that everyone had agreed, Bai Muqing spoke. Then it's settled. When the time comes, I will contact you. Meanwhile, someone asked in confusion, Bai Muqing, didn't you say there were 2 matters? What is the other one? Everyone quietly looked at Bai Muqing. As for this second matter, Bai Muqing stroked the fox's head in his arms, then looked at one person and slowly began to speak. Su Yao, do you want to say it, or should I? Everyone followed his gaze to look at a girl with braided hair, wearing a knee-length skirt, looking delicate, with fair skin. I'll say it. Su Yao came to Bai Muqing's side, her expression somewhat sorrowful as she spoke to everyone. Not long ago, Mo Yu died. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? Mo Yu actually died? Someone looked at Su Yao in disbelief. With Mo Yu's strength, who could kill him? Su Yao, what happened? Hurry up and tell me in detail. After a moment of silence, Su Yao's beautiful eyes turned red, as she gritted her teeth and spoke. In a direct confrontation. Brother Mo Yu is not afraid of any strong person on this planet. Even if he encounters several third-tier extraordinary beings in a siege, he can still escape unscathed. Chapter 118. I dislike wasting time regarding the conversation between Su Yao and Wu Liang. Everyone just took it as entertainment and had little interest. Even Bai Muqing felt the same. He even thought Wu Liang was quite good. At least Su Yao wouldn't pester him anymore. Are you coming with us? Or should I contact you later? After everyone dispersed, Ning Yuan looked at Su Yao and asked. Su Yao smiled and stepped forward. I can't wait even a moment. I want to go with you. Ning Yuan smiled and nodded in agreement. Thus, the three of them left the Kindling Mountains together. Time passed slowly. Just as they had completely left the Kindling Mountains, Ning Yuan, who was at the front, stopped in his tracks, looking ahead with some confusion. Brother Wu Liang. What is wrong? Su Yao stepped forward to inquire. Just then, Ning Yuan suddenly turned to look behind Su Yao and questioned loudly. Huh? Who? Su Yao instinctively turned around. Bang! The moment she turned back, a sharp pain suddenly shot through her neck, and then Su Yao's eyes rolled back as she fainted. Ning Yuan knew Su Yao had a treasure that could block his abilities, so he directly knocked her out at close range. Looking at Su Yao lying on the ground, She took off her mask, restoring her original appearance. Chapter 119. Into the fire. When Su Yao felt Ning Yuan's touch on her skin, she was first stunned. Then her mind was filled with an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Her eyes turned red with extreme anger, and she became hysterical. Get away. Remove your dirty hands. How dare you, an ant, touch me? I will kill you. Ning Yuan laughed loudly upon hearing this and slowly withdrew his hand. Seeing this, Su Yao gasped for breath, glaring at Ning Yuan and roaring. Ning Yuan. If you want to kill me, then kill me. But if you dare to humiliate me, my friends will not let you go when they find out. They will make you die in the most painful way. Ning Yuan still wore a strange smile as he looked at Su Yao and slowly stepped back. Clap. The next moment, he raised his palm and clapped hard. And the crisp sound instantly echoed in the gymnasium. Just as the sound faded, the huge wooden door of the gymnasium was pushed open from the outside. A large group of young people walked in with smiles. At a glance, they were a sea of black. They were dressed in all sorts of styles, with hair in bizarre shapes and colors. Nearly 200 young, strong men entered the gymnasium. Chapter 120. The Summer Family's Gift. Outside the gymnasium. Looking at the starry night sky and listening to the faint screams from inside, Ning Yuan and Jiyu Yang were chatting. During this time, Ning Yuan shared his thoughts with Jiyu Yang, including the plan he made with the big yellow dog. He intended to openly and secretly gather resources for himself. Control all extraordinary beings in the area, suppress them, provide them with benefits, and make them obediently complete various tasks. Jiyu Yang fully agreed with this. He did not think Ning Yuan's approach was wrong. If one holds power without gathering resources for oneself, what is the point of holding power? This is how it is in peacetime, let alone now in a special era. Since the headquarters dares to delegate power to these top extraordinary beings, it also means they tacitly approve of their actions. After all, without benefits, who would help you? So as long as the actions of these captains do not come to light, and do not appear too greedy, the headquarters will turn a blind eye. Thus, time passed slowly, and the two discussed all night. Through this conversation, Ning Yuan increasingly valued Jiyu Yang. This person was not only extremely capable, but also never contradicted his decisions, only seeking better ways to achieve them. Chapter 121. A Sleepless Night at the Dining Table. Due to Ning Yuan's arrival, the members of the Summer family put aside their rule of not speaking while eating. Everyone kept toasting and chatting with Ning Yuan. And Summer Shinran, sitting next to Ning Yuan, kept serving him food. In this way, the lively dinner came to an end amidst laughter. Summer Changfeng and several important members of the Summer family accompanied Ning Yuan to the sofa. While they were drinking tea and chatting, Summer Chidong's phone rang. He did not avoid the others and directly answered the call. What? At this moment, Summer Chidong suddenly raised his voice. You mean you can't make it tonight? What are you all doing? I still have distinguished guests waiting here. All right, hurry up, you are all a bunch of useless people. After saying this, Summer Chidong hung up the phone with a displeased expression. Chidong, what happened? Summer Changfeng took a sip of tea and pretended not to know, asking Summer Chidong. It's like this, father. Summer Chidong quickly explained. The guys transporting the spirit objects were too careless. They changed to an old transport van to avoid attention. But they chose the wrong vehicle, and it had problems, so they can't make it tonight and won't arrive until at least tomorrow morning. Chapter 122, The Good Deed is Done the Next Morning. Ning Yuan got up, took a shower, and put on his clothes, while Summer Shinran, still in bed, endured her soreness and got up to prepare his clothes. Ning Yuan turned around and touched her face, saying, You should rest well. Hearing this, Summer Shinran's cheeks flushed. She hugged Ning Yuan's waist, buried her head in his embrace, and softly said, Thank you, brother Ning. Ning Yuan looked down at this woman, his expression flat, with no tenderness in his eyes. He was clear about Summer Changfeng's intentions. The other party used Summer Shinran to tie him to them. Even if he did not marry Summer Shinran, others would see his relationship with the Summer family as unusual. However, for Ning Yuan now, rather than colluding with the Summer family, taking revenge on the Shangguan family first made him feel much more pleased. Shangguan Yunhe, oh Shangguan Yunhe, he. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily appeared on Ning Yuan's lips. As Ning Yuan left the room and closed the door, Summer Shinran crawled back into bed. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Shinran, it's me. A woman's voice came from outside. Aunt, you can come in, the door is not locked. Summer Shinran responded softly. Chapter 123, Two Extremes. Upon hearing the second condition, Summer Changfeng fell silent for a moment. Ning Yuan's condition, to put it bluntly, means he could legitimately control the lives and deaths of the extraordinary beings within the Summer family. This not only prevents the Xia family from betraying him, but also ties them closely together. Although this essentially leaves the Xia family with no second option, Xia Changfeng still nodded in agreement. If asked why, it is because the Xia family currently has no choice. Marrying into the Shangguan family would at most guarantee the Xia family's survival. But without resources and not producing top-tier extraordinary individuals, the Xia family will always be in a passive position. However, being tied to Ning Yuan is different. The benefits the Xia family can gain are unimaginable, not only in terms of influence at headquarters, but also in tangible resources. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Xia Changfeng naturally agreed. In the following time, the two discussed the early layout of the Xia family, establishing various companies in the central China region, gradually transferring their major enterprises and subordinate forces to the central China region, and so on. After the conversation ended, Xia Changfeng personally saw Ning Yuan off outside the manor. Watching Ning Yuan's departing figure, Xia Changfeng let out a deep sigh. Chapter 124, Special International Conference, Dijing City, Extraordinary Headquarters. Ning Yuan, with great power comes great responsibility. You must be very busy during this time, right? If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to bring them up with the headquarters. In the director's office, Liu Yi personally poured a cup of tea for Ning Yuan and said with a smile. Ning Yuan took the teacup and said with a smile, Director, you flatter me. For the country and the people, what does it matter if I suffer a little? Upon hearing this, Liu Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Ning Yuan took a sip of tea and then placed the teacup on the table, saying, Let's talk business, Director. Did you call me here for something specific? Liu Yi nodded and said, in a few days, there will be a special conference held internationally, and top powers will send representatives to attend. Our country has 3 slots for this conference, and the list has been temporarily set, me, Professor Yang, and you. What? Ning Yuan was taken aback at first. Then waved his hand with a smile. Director, you really know how to joke. I'm just a rough man, I don't understand national affairs. How can I attend such a conference? Liu Yi seemed to have anticipated Ning Yuan's refusal, and lowered his voice to continue. Chapter 125. Targeted assassination. Hearing the woman's exclamation from the front, the second-tier extraordinary being in the rear cabin immediately came over. Wu Anxiao frowned and approached the female staff member. He looked outside through the cabin window, illuminated intermittently by flashes of lightning. Yeah, did you see incorrectly? I've been watching outside and haven't seen anyone. After observing for a while, he found nothing and questioned the female staff member. However, at that moment, another exclamation sounded. This time it was a male staff member, whose mental fortitude was evidently much better. He shouted loudly, there is someone. There really is. He's on my side. This male staff member was seated closer to the middle, not far from Liu Yi and the others, so Liu Yi also saw the scene outside. Under the sudden flash of lightning, he saw a white man in a black trench coat flying in the air, very close to their private jet, almost touching the wing. Such proximity also allowed Liu Yi and the others to see the man's face clearly. A tall, thin, middle-aged white man with sunken cheeks was expressionlessly staring back at them. His grey-white eyes devoid of any emotion. Chapter 126. The saint is in the sky, thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down. Under the illumination of lightning, the blonde woman locked eyes with Ning Yuan, her whole body stiff and numb, her throat constricting, as if her heart had stopped beating at that moment. Who sent you? Ning Yuan asked coldly, looking at the woman. Upon hearing this, the blonde woman opened her mouth, sweat beading on her forehead. Clearly, she understood Ning Yuan's words. However, she fell silent regarding whether to answer the question. The reason was simple: if she betrayed her boss, the consequences would be more terrifying than death. And her family would fall into true despair. Seeing her reaction, Ning Yuan clearly understood the woman's concerns. In the next moment, the blonde woman's head was severed. Blood gushing and splattering, merging with the rain in the darkness. Ning Yuan did not waste any more time on her. Even if he didn't kill her. Once she made up her mind, she would definitely commit suicide. In his previous life, he encountered too many extraordinary individuals like this. If they had directed their fearless attitude against foreign races, the situation wouldn't have escalated to that point. Chapter 127. With investment comes returns. The two exchanged a brief glance. And Ning Yuan then left. Watching Ning Yuan's back, Lillian felt a bit emotional. As the strongest extraordinary being of the Dawn Society, she certainly knew Ning Yuan's name. Although she had never met him, news of a very young third-tier extraordinary individual from the China headquarters had already spread among the high ranks of the M country. There was no helping it, those high-ranking officials in China just loved to show off. Of course, when Lillian actually met Ning Yuan, her heart surged with tremendous waves. It couldn't be helped, he was just too young. A third-tier extraordinary being in his 20s. Compared to her, who took nearly a decade to break through to the third tier, his speed of advancement was terrifying. She remembered that when she first learned of this news, the first thought that crossed her mind was, why hasn't such a genius appeared in M country? In a reception conference hall, Matt and some high-ranking officials from M country formally welcomed Liu Yi and his group, shaking hands and greeting the headquarters staff one by one. When they reached Yang Yuxian, Matt looked at the listless Yang Yuxian and immediately expressed concern. Chapter 128. A brief introduction. After the brief reception meeting, Matt arranged accommodations for Liu Yi and his group and personally escorted them there. Before leaving, Matt shook Liu Yi's hands tightly. Old Liu, I still need to receive representatives from other countries, so I won't join you for dinner. After this conference, let's have a couple of drinks. I still haven't finished the baijiu you gave me. Also, don't forget to attend the auction tomorrow night. Without you representing China, this auction will lose its soul. Before leaving, Matt repeatedly emphasized that Liu Yi and the others must attend the auction tomorrow night. Liu Yi smiled and nodded in agreement. Then watched Matt get into the car and leave. The group entered the hotel, and Yang Yuxian scratched his head and said, "That guy Matt is definitely looking to trade for spiritual items and artifacts from us again." Liu Yi chuckled. "Actually, Matt is right. This is indeed a mutually beneficial transaction. Yuxian, wait a moment and sort out some spiritual artifacts from the headquarters database to see if we can trade for spiritual items or seeds from other countries. If we encounter a particularly special and powerful spiritual artifact, we can exchange it for spiritual seeds or spiritual items." Chapter 129, The Captain's Kind Smile. Yamada Yuji stared blankly at the young man in front of him. He naturally knew about the news of a young third-tier extraordinary person in Huaxia who was only in his 20s, but he didn't really believe it, thinking it was just a rumor from the Huaxia headquarters. After all, it was shocking to hear about someone who could advance from the first tier to the third tier in just 2 or 3 years at such a young age, breaking everyone's perception of the advancement speed of extraordinary individuals. However, seeing it with his own eyes and hearing it with his own ears left Yamada Yuji feeling mixed emotions: envy, jealousy, worry, and fear. Like Yamada Yuji, Suzuki Yukino and Nakano Koji were also shocked. Especially Suzuki Yukino. She was known as a goddess in her home country, one of the youngest and most gifted second-tier extraordinary individuals in the country and even the world. But in front of Ning Yuan, who had advanced from the first tier to the third tier in just 2 or 3 years, her talent seemed like a huge joke. Liu Yi seemed to enjoy Yamada Yuji's shocked expression, smiling leisurely. "Ning, Lord Ning Yuan, I've heard of your great reputation." Yamada Yuji came back to his senses and hurriedly shook hands with Ning Yuan. Chapter 130, The Outcome Cannot Be Changed. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words, Wu Anxia didn't think too much and carefully considered before nodding. "Sure, spiritual artifacts emit special fluctuations, and at close range. I can accurately capture the location of the spiritual artifact using my insight." Ning Yuan showed a satisfied expression and continued, "Hypothetically, if one of the 3 individuals from the island nation has a storage spiritual artifact on them, how quickly can you find its exact location?" Upon hearing this, even Wu Anxiao, who was usually slow-witted, understood the implication of Ning Yuan's words. He looked at Ning Yuan in disbelief, his hair standing on end. "Captain, are you joking? If you do this, our reputation in the world will be ruined." He, Ning Yuan chuckled softly. "Anxiao, why is your thinking so narrow? How could our reputation be ruined?" Hearing this, Wu Anxiao whispered, "Bullying the weak and forcefully seizing resources, how could that not be disgraceful? Other countries will definitely condemn us strongly." Ning Yuan raised the corner of his mouth. "Bullying the weak. Anxiao, this world has always been like this. Don't you know the history of our country? Back then, their reputation was not any better." Chapter 131, Top-Tier Spiritual Artifacts. The trading on stage progressed quickly. Some special and powerful spiritual artifacts were exchanged by extraordinary forces for spiritual items, while others were exchanged in an auction format for various things, such as gold, various mineral resources, or even mining rights for a month in a certain region of a country, or exploration rights in a part of a country's area. Compared to the money-laden auction that Wu Anxiao had in mind, this auction, which had not mentioned money at all from beginning to end, could be said to be extremely elegant. As the introduction of the spiritual artifacts from the Dawn Association concluded, the host began to introduce the last 2 items, spiritual seeds. In fact, for all the forces present, while they were enthusiastic about spiritual seeds, it wasn't particularly high. The reason was simple. Firstly, the quality of spiritual seeds could not be determined by any means, meaning whether it was S-grade or C-grade depended entirely on luck. Secondly, spiritual seeds were easier to find than spiritual items. Research has shown that the number of extraordinary individuals emerging globally has been increasing every year. And the rate of increase is accelerating. This indicates that the frequency of spiritual seeds appearing is also rising, at least compared to spiritual items that can enhance strength. The rarity of spiritual seeds is not as high as the former. Another issue was the side effects of spiritual seeds. Chapter 132, Recreating the Glory of the Empire. The heated discussion in the audience did not last long. As more people learned that the alien beings mentioned by Helen were as powerful as third-tier extraordinary individuals, they all shook their heads. Although life-saving spiritual artifacts were rare and powerful, it was clear that one's own life was more important. If a third-tier extraordinary individual like Lillian couldn't defeat the enemy, wouldn't they just be seeking death by going? Seeing no one raising their signs in the audience, Helen, who had anticipated this, showed a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She smiled, then took out her business card and raised it. It's okay, this exchange is valid long-term. If any third-tier extraordinary individuals are interested in the future, they can contact me. After raising it for a while, Helen stepped down from the stage in her high heels. The next extraordinary individual stepped onto the stage and began to introduce their spiritual artifact and the items they wanted to exchange. Helen, contact phone address. Watching Ning Yuan write this line in his phone notes, Wu Anxiao's eyelids twitched even more. Captain, are you even thinking of a widow's ideas? Yang Yu, who was beside him, also spoke up to persuade him. Ning Yuan, although this Helen is only a first-tier extraordinary individual, her relationship with Lillian is quite good. As far as I know, to prevent anyone from plotting against her, the life-saving puppet she holds is also in Lillian's hands. Chapter 133, A Kind-Hearted Good Person. Inside the Dawn Association. Matt, who was trading with Liu Yi and others, had a rosy complexion. All 4 countries were very satisfied with this transaction. Just then, Matt's earpiece crackled with an urgent voice. Bang! The glass cup in his hand fell to the ground. Listening to the words coming from the earpiece, Matt spoke in disbelief. Wait! Are you sure you're not joking with me? Yes, President, the island nation, India, and country F have all encountered unidentified attacks. And their storage spiritual artifacts have all been stolen. The cold voice of the host came from the earpiece. Who did it? Which bastard dared to do this at the Dawn Association? Immediately notify Lillian, tell her. I've already notified her, Lady Lillian will arrive in 10 minutes. Good. Immediately seal off all exits and inform everyone to go on alert. No forces attending the auction today are allowed to leave. I want to investigate this matter thoroughly. Listening to Matt's roar, Liu Yi and the others who were talking turned to look at him. What happened, Matt? Liu Yi asked in confusion. Matt poured himself another glass of wine, first downing it in one gulp. Then gritting his teeth, as he recounted the situation, where several forces from the island nation were attacked. Chapter 134, Investigating the Missing Spiritual Artifacts. Matt naturally noticed Yamada Yuji's gaze, but he completely pretended not to see it. Soon, the representative from India also entered the hall with an angry expression. He trembled as he recounted everything he had encountered to Matt, and strongly demanded that the Dawn Association recover his losses. Matt nodded repeatedly, trying to reassure him, saying that he had already sent third-tier extraordinary individuals to investigate, and that he believed the culprit would be caught soon. Seeing that he was not the only victim, Yamada Yuji was somewhat stunned. While Matt was calming the representatives from India, a group from country F hurried back. The leading representative was naturally very angry. He swept his gaze across everyone in the hall and shouted loudly, Matt, hurry and find this thief. I demand that this despicable thief be hanged. Upon hearing this, Matt quickly spoke to soothe him. There are still people. As the third victim appeared, Yamada Yuji became increasingly puzzled. He subconsciously glanced at Liu Yi and his group. Seeing that they were chatting calmly, and Yamada Yuji murmured to himself. In such a short time, 3 forces have acted, could it be them? Chapter 135. What does it matter if you wish it so? Time slowly passed. Suzuki Yukino and Lillian were not slow. They quickly arrived in front of the extraordinary forces of the Mao country. Faced with the third-tier extraordinary being Nevsky from Mao country, the 2 girls paused for a noticeably longer time. After confirming there was no anomaly, Suzuki Yukino bowed to Nevsky and then walked towards the next person. It didn't take long for the 2 girls to finally reach Liu Yi's group. At this moment, Yamada Yuji, who had been observing from a distance, had a gloomy expression and couldn't help but clench his fists. If he had to guess who the most likely culprit was, he would unhesitatingly guess it was Liu Yi's group. After all, only Huaxia would not want the De Yuri Empire to rise. Excuse me. Suzuki Yukino looked at Ning Yuan with a somewhat complicated expression, then carefully observed the jade pendant in front of him. This time, Suzuki Yukino clearly stayed longer than she had with other people. As time passed and seeing that the jade pendant showed no reaction, Yamada Yuji felt his body go weak. And his excitement turned into uncontrollable disappointment. Looking at the jade pendant in his hand that had no response, Suzuki Yukino smiled bitterly. She first bowed to Ning Yuan, then suddenly extended her fair and delicate right hand towards him. Chapter 136. I believe you will do this, Prime Minister. Seeing Yamada Yuji spitting blood and fainting, Nakano Hiroshi and Suzuki Yukino exclaimed and quickly rushed forward to help. Someone, take Prime Minister Yamada to the hotel to rest well. And please call the best doctor to treat him. Looking at the fainted Yamada Yuji, Matt shook his head with a cold smile inside and then turned to greet Liu Yi's group. With the help of the staff from the Dawn Society, Yamada Yuji was lifted into a vehicle. Yukino, why aren't you getting in the car? In the parking lot, Nakano Hiroshi asked in confusion. Looking at Suzuki Yukino, who remained still. Suzuki Yukino softly replied, Lord Nakano, you go back with the Prime Minister first, I want to look for something else. Hearing Suzuki Yukino's words, Nakano Hiroshi opened his mouth, his eyes reddening, but he ultimately sighed and nodded. Watching the car leave, Suzuki Yukino did not turn back to the hall, she just stood there quietly. Under the streetlight, the girl in kimono gave off a sense of desolate beauty. At that moment, a woman's voice came from behind Suzuki Yukino. Yukino, do you know something? Hearing the voice, Suzuki Yukino turned around and smiled at the newcomer. Chapter 137. Harvest. In the empty parking lot, Ning Yuan stood alone. Suzuki Yukino had already left. As Ning Yuan had anticipated, Suzuki Yukino ultimately agreed to cooperate with him. The reason for her agreement was quite simple. In her previous life, Suzuki Yukino was cultivated with all efforts by the island nation only after breaking through to the 4th tier. Now, however, she was merely a 2nd-tier extraordinary being. Even if the island nation valued her, they could not invest most of their resources solely in her. This led to Suzuki Yukino being able to acquire very few resources from the island nation. Sometimes, she might not even get a single spiritual item in a year. Therefore, when Ning Yuan proposed this condition, Suzuki Yukino was moved. As for the consequences of her actions for the island nation, Suzuki Yukino couldn't be bothered to consider. After all, in her view, her own strength was the most important thing in chaotic times. Thus, the two exchanged contact information and established a communication code. With the memories of his past life, Ning Yuan saw through this woman very clearly. Suzuki Yukino was a typical advocate of strength above all. As long as she could possess powerful strength, she was willing to do anything, and she could grovel before those stronger than herself. Chapter 138. years of planning what lay before Liu Yi was a conference room that was not particularly large. The decor and layout of the conference room were very simple. With only a semicircular conference table that could seat 50 people, and a podium directly in front of it. Besides that, there were no displays or advanced electronic products. To Liu Yi, it felt like a retro classroom. At this moment, quite a number of people were already seated at the large semicircular conference table. Matt, Lillian. The representatives from Mao country, the third-tier extraordinary being Nevsky, and representatives from other top powers, along with their own third-tier extraordinary beings, totaled nearly 20 people at a glance. Welcome, Liu Yi, please take your seats, the meeting will begin shortly. At the podium in the center, a white elderly man organizing materials looked at Liu Yi and spoke. This is the current president of country M, Teflon, Yang Yuxian whispered to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan looked at the elderly white man at the podium, in fact. Even without Yang Yuexian's explanation, he already knew that this man was the current president of country M. There was no helping it, this guy often appeared on television. Liu Yi and the others sat down next to Matt, who smiled and reached out to greet Liu Yi. Chapter 139, The Scale of the Heart. Although Ning Yuan did not know the outcome of that battle. When combined with what Teflon said today, and what he experienced in his previous life, it was clear that the strategic goals of these human leaders had not been achieved. They wanted to annihilate the enemy, or at least eliminate as many alien beings as possible, but that objective had failed. While some alien beings died in that battle, many more retreated, so it did not affect the overall situation. However, it was commendable that although the strategic goals of the human leaders were not met, they did manage to intimidate many alien beings. After all, the alien beings did not expect humans to be so ruthless, disregarding ordinary people's lives just to kill them. Therefore, many alien beings were afraid that humans would continue to drop nuclear bombs without care. So they went into hiding until their strength recovered to the point where they no longer feared nuclear bombs. Perhaps this is what they call unintentionally planting willows that become shade. It was during these years of low-key hiding by the aliens that human extraordinary beings emerged in droves. With some powerful newcomers gradually coming to the forefront, and later, some extraordinary beings successfully breaking through from the third tier to the fourth tier. The power of the fourth stage and the benefits of extending one's lifespan have completely ignited the enthusiasm for cultivation among extraordinary beings worldwide, accumulating a significant amount of combat power for the upcoming difficult war years between humans and other races. Chapter 140, Making a Move. When Liu Yi and his team's private plane returned to Beijing City, it was already late at night. Inside the airport, Liu Yi, draped in a coat, looked at Ning Yuan and said, "Ning Yuan, you've worked hard these past few days. Why don't you rest at headquarters for a night before heading back?" "No need, Minister." Ning Yuan politely declined Liu Yi's invitation. Seeing this, Liu Yi didn't insist. He glanced around and, noticing that other staff members were not nearby, lowered his voice. "Ning Yuan, you know the content of the meeting. But you don't need to feel pressured. Your own safety is the priority." Upon hearing Liu Yi's hint, Ning Yuan smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Minister, I understand." Liu Yi nodded, patted Ning Yuan on the shoulder, and then turned to walk towards the waiting car not far away. When Liu Yi entered the vehicle and looked back at where Ning Yuan had been standing, the latter had already vanished. In Dazhou City, in the Xinghu Huapan Villa area, the night sky was dotted with stars, winter had arrived, and the night air was piercingly cold. Ning Yuan appeared at home out of thin air. He looked at the gift bag in his hand and stepped into Ning Xiaoluo's room. Chapter 141, Let's see who can raise higher. Hearing the big yellow dog's words, Ning Yuan smiled and said, "What's wrong? Did you fail to catch their moves?" The big yellow dog rubbed its face and bitterly smiled. "We're generally not afraid of ordinary moves. After all, you are the head of the Central China region. And these families don't dare to openly confront you. But the opponent is not simple, they don't play tricks, they play it straight." "Oh? Straight moves?" Ning Yuan became slightly interested. The big yellow dog nodded. Exactly, straight moves. Jiyu Yang and I underestimated these families' foundations. We didn't expect their roots to be so deep. Let me break it down for you. The top official in Dahan City was secretly reported by these families, and he is now under investigation. Ridiculously, according to Jiyu Yang. And our guesses with the Xia family, this top official likely has some relationship with these families. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan frowned and slowly spoke. Are you saying that these families have pointed out their own cultivated top official in Dahan City? The big yellow dog tapped the table. That's right. These families not only pointed out the top official, but also many officials with important positions in the central China region. Chapter 142, Please come in. Gentlemen, the Ji family, a family that has secretly flourished in the central China region for hundreds of years, wields an influence that is unimaginable to ordinary people. The reason Ning Yuan chose to target the Ji family is simple. The Ji family is recognized as the first family in the central China region. As for how to target them, it's also quite simple. Start with the younger generation of the Ji family. Once the younger ones are targeted, the older ones will naturally become anxious. For these large families, their bloodline descendants are the foundation and future of the family. But for their enemies, these descendants are the family's Achilles heel. However, the Ji family is certainly aware of this principle. Therefore, since the Ji family chose to stand against Ning Yuan, they have naturally made various preventive arrangements, such as strictly monitoring the younger generation, ensuring they behave during this period. But how could a disguised obedient child truly be obedient? Ji Yuqing, one of the Ji family's most favored grandchildren, is the key point for Ning Yuan to penetrate the Ji family. This person can be said to be toxic in every way. He has no good habits and engages in all kinds of bad deeds. Yet, to ordinary people, he is seen as an exemplary young entrepreneur and even holds the title of a charity ambassador, having led numerous charity efforts to aid impoverished areas. Chapter 143, You have some nerve. What is the sky and the world like? For ordinary people, the ultimate beauty that is difficult to touch in a lifetime is a plaything here. For ordinary people, foods and fine wines they have never seen before become a buffet here. Inside the private room, the lighting was dim. The men and women within were either passionately dancing or playing drinking games, or engaged in card games. Of course, these wealthy and privileged young heirs look down on gambling. After all, money is just a number to them and does not bring them excitement. In one corner of the private room, on the sofa, a young man exclaimed, Damn. Lost again. Ha ha, I won, Li Fang. According to our bet, your little girlfriend has to accept my punishment. All right, consider it your luck. Go, serve my brother well. The girl sitting next to Li Fang was very beautiful and quite young. She looked at the greasy-faced fat guy leering at her, and was a bit reluctant to go. Smack! Li Fang, seeing this scene, immediately slapped the girl across the face. Damn it, I'm giving you 5 minutes. If you don't make this waste submit, you know the consequences. The girl covered her reddened cheek, trembling slightly in fear. She bit her lip and knelt in front of the fat guy. Chapter 144, Eating the heart of a bear and the gallbladder of a leopard. Inside the private room, Yi Bai was stunned, looking at Li Fuhai with disbelief. The other party had spent a large sum of money to get him to extract some negative comments about the captain of the central China region from Ji Yuqing's mouth tonight. Thinking that the other party intended to use this to blackmail Ji Yuqing for benefits. But who would have thought that the dignified captain of the central China region would actually come in person? What is going on? What happened? At that moment, the bathroom door in the private room was pushed open from the inside, and a bald man with a bare upper body, wearing shorts and covered in tattoos, burst out. The bald man, named Zhong Hai, was an extraordinary individual hired at a high price by the Ji family. Upon hearing Ji Yuqing's scream, he rushed out immediately. Ning Yuan glanced at him. He had already noticed this extraordinary individual, but the other party was too weak, only at the first stage. Ning Yuan's gaze lingered on the bald man for a moment, then shifted to the unclosed bathroom behind him. Inside the bathroom, blood flowed on the floor, and two half-naked girls lay unconscious on the ground. Seeing Ji Yuqing kneeling before a young man, the bald man's expression turned fierce, and he cursed loudly, "Damn! You've got some nerve. Do you know who he is?" Today you Chapter 145, Eradicating the Tumor, an extraordinary being can kill at will. Upon witnessing this scene, Ji Yuqing trembled even more violently. The atmosphere in the private room first fell into a deathly silence, then erupted into screams. "Ah! Someone's been killed!" In a state of panic, the men and women had sobered up from their drunkenness, and instinctively rushed towards the door of the private room, wanting to escape. Bang! 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 At that moment, Meng Kun, who had been blocking the door, pulled out a handgun and fired several shots into the ceiling. "Shut the hell up! Everyone get down and cover your heads. Whoever dares to disobey me will be shot on the spot." After saying that, Meng Kun aimed and fired at a fat man wearing only boxer shorts, weighing around 200 pounds, with a greasy face. "Ah!" The bullet pierced through the fat man's thigh, causing him to collapse to the ground, rolling and howling in pain. Moments later, an unmistakable stench of feces and urine wafted from the fat man's pants. Seeing Meng Kun's ruthless demeanor, as he fired without hesitation, the rich young men and the beautiful girls who had come to the party were instantly terrified, squatting on the ground with their hands on their heads. "Captain Ning, I was wrong. Spare me. We can talk about anything you want, killing won't solve the problem, it will only escalate the conflict. Captain Ning, you are in a high position and must understand this better than I do." Chapter 146, Lawlessness in the Secret Room, seeing Ji Yuqing's willingness to die so generously. Ning Yuan's smile grew even wider. He glanced at Ji Yuang beside him. Ji Yuang immediately took out a piece of paper from a file bag and began to speak. On the night of March 20th, 2036, in Dahan City, we received reports of extraordinary individuals abusing ordinary people in the Jinhuang International Entertainment Club. After investigation and evidence collection, Ji Yuqing was identified as the mastermind behind this, condoning Zhonghai's abuse of ordinary people and verbally insulting the third-tier extraordinary individuals of Huaxia. Under Captain Ning Yuan's judgment, the heinous criminal Zhonghai was shot dead on the spot. After in-depth investigation and identification by Ji Yuqing's friends, it has been confirmed that Ji Yuqing has committed hundreds of various crimes over the past 5 years, and the specifics of these crimes will take time to organize. Upon questioning, Ji Yuqing admitted to the crimes he committed over the years, and he also revealed that the Ji family has some undisclosed dealings with foreign tribes. All of the above is true and valid, with witnesses, material evidence, and video evidence. Due to the involvement of extraordinary individuals harming ordinary people and colluding with foreign tribes, Captain Ning Yuan, the person in charge of the Central Huazhong District, will personally investigate the Ji family. Chapter 147, Conspiracy and Poison Plot in Ji Xiu's Understanding. The confrontations among those in high positions are often filled with deceit and counterattacks. He believed his methods were flawless, using external forces to suppress and expel the Xiu family, which he considered an unbeatable tactic. Both emotionally and logically, the Ji family had no flaws. However, Ning Yuan's actions completely exceeded his expectations. The other party, a third-tier extraordinary individual in a high position who controlled the entire Central Huazhong District, actually did not engage in any power games with him, but resorted to lowly tactics like threatening and extorting the younger generation. He remembered that when they first learned of this news, the members of the Ji family merely sneered in disdain, and even Ji Xiu shook his head in secret. But the Ji family still gave Ning Yuan face and sent someone to discuss how to handle the situation, even preparing to take a small step back to exchange personnel. However, To Ji Xiu's surprise, the anticipated negotiation did not occur. They never met Ning Yuan from beginning to end. Even Ji Yang refused to meet them. This left Ji Xiu somewhat taken aback. 5 days had passed since then, and they still had not seen Ning Yuan or Ji Yang. This suddenly transformed Ji Xiu's initial calm into inner agitation. Chapter 148. Still living in the past. In the Ji family's courtyard, the sound of women crying echoed. Ji Xiu stepped forward and grabbed Ji Yang's wrist. He seemed to have aged several years in an instant. His eyes filled with pleading as he spoke to Ji Yang. Ji Yang, I want to see Ning Yuan, I want to see him. Help me. Tell him that we can resolve everything privately, there is no need to escalate to this point. Hearing this, Ji Yang simply looked at him quietly and said, let's go. Elder Ji, you will meet the captain. Ji Xiu gritted his teeth, glanced at the unfriendly extraordinary individuals, and then turned to everyone behind him, slowly saying, everyone, cooperate with the investigation. As Ji Xiu and the other members of the Ji family were taken away in a car, dozens of staff members waiting outside began entering the Ji family to search for evidence with professional equipment. Of course, these staff members were carefully selected by Ji Yang from Dazhou City. In the car, watching so many staff members rush into the Ji family, Ji Xiu clenched his hands and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, the car was filled not only with the cries of women and children, but also with the cries of men. Just as they clearly understood within themselves, the Ji family could not withstand the investigation. Chapter 149. Why is your heart so malicious? Ji Xiu retreated step by step to the wall, then leaned against it and slowly sat down, his eyes losing their former brilliance. Where is Yu Qing? Can I see him? After a moment of silence, Ji Xiu weakly said this. He committed suicide out of fear of punishment, Ning Yuan replied indifferently. He, Ji Xiu gave a miserable smile. Ning Yuan continued to observe the old man and said, by the way, there's one more thing I almost forgot to tell you. Ji Shan, the second-tier extraordinary individual in the South China district, currently the head of Fusha, the grandson you had the highest hopes for, died unexpectedly 2 days ago on his way to Dahan City, cause of death unknown, still under investigation. Please accept my condolences. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiu was first stunned, then looked at Ning Yuan in disbelief. Moments later, his eyes began to turn red, and he looked at Ning Yuan, screaming hysterically, Ning Yuan. Ji Shan is not an extraordinary individual in the central Huazhong district. He has never participated in any matters of the Ji family. What right do you have to harm him? Ha 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 ha, Ning Yuan laughed sinisterly. Old man, don't say things without evidence. It could be that he was harmed by foreign tribes. Chapter 150. You shouldn't speak without evidence. Time slowly passed. Ning Yuan and the big yellow dog quietly waited nearby, without disturbing Ning Xiaoluo. Half an hour later, Ning Xiaoluo wiped her tears, organized the items in front of the grave, and then stood up to look at Ning Yuan with red eyes. Xiao Yuan, let's go. Ning Yuan nodded and took the items from her hand. Just then, a person approached from a distance. It was a young man with slightly dark skin, looking very simple and honest. After carefully examining Ning Yuan and the others, he exclaimed in surprise, Ning Yuan, Xiaoluo, it really is you. Are you brother Dahai? After examining the young man for a while, Ning Xiaoluo spoke uncertainly. That's right. It's me. The young man touched his buzz cut and revealed a shy smile. Hearing Ning Xiaoluo mention the name brother Dahai, Ning Yuan also recalled his impression of this person. Ning Dahai, their childhood playmate. Ever since Ning Xiaoluo's family had an incident, the other villagers had been watching the joke, unwilling to approach the brother and sister for fear that they would rely on their family for food and drink. Aside from Ning Dahai, during their most difficult early days, Ning Dahai often secretly took some food from home to give to Ning Xiaoluo and her brother, for which he received quite a few beatings from his parents. Chapter 151, You Bastard. At that moment, under the gaze of dozens of villagers, Ning Dahai steeled himself and approached Ning Yuan, whispering, "Let's go, Ning Yuan. The Liu family is not to be trifled with. I've heard their second son is now a leader in town." Ning Yuan glanced at Ning Dahai, then nodded and pulled Ning Shaoluo forward to continue walking. As they saw Ning Yuan and the others leaving, old lady Liu called out to their backs, "Hey! Don't go. Ning Rongxiang still owes my son several thousand in gambling debts. Seeing how well you're dressed, shouldn't he that money be paid back?" Ning Shaoluo pursed her lips at her words. Ning Yuan, expressionless, turned back to look at the smiling villagers watching the scene. Many people are like this. They can't stand to see others living better than themselves. The suffering of others is the source of their happiness. When Ning Yuan looked at these villagers, they inexplicably trembled inside and unconsciously reined in their smiles. Once Ning Yuan and the others disappeared around the corner, the villagers finally breathed a sigh of relief. HMPH. What are you so proud of? You look decent, but who knows what kind of work you're doing outside? Old lady Liu spat on the ground. Just then, her grandson suddenly shook off her hand and walked towards the door. Chapter 152, No Way, No Ability. After dinner, as expected, the police arrived. They simply asked Ning Yuan and the others if they knew what grievances the tricycle driver had with the Liu family. After receiving no valuable answers, the police left. Just as Ning Yuan and Ning Shaoluo were about to leave, a sudden heavy rain kept them there. Ning Yuan, Shaoluo. It's south not safe to drive in such heavy rain. Stay with me tonight, and leave tomorrow, Ning Dahai said, handing a cigarette to Ning Yuan, as he looked out at the pouring rain. Yes, I'll go tidy up a couple of rooms for you. We still have a few new blankets at home, Zhong Lily also chimed in. Seeing that the heavy rain showed no signs of letting up and the sky was gradually darkening, Ning Shaoluo and Ning Yuan discussed it, and nodded in agreement. As the two women went upstairs to prepare the rooms, Ning Yuan looked at the heavy rain outside and slowly spoke, "If you can avoid working outside, don't go out. Stay home with your wife and children, as long as the money is enough, that's fine." Ning Dahai sighed at his words. "There's no way. I have no education, and there aren't any good jobs at home. The kids need to go to school, my wife has daily expenses. We haven't bought a car yet, and I need to save money to buy one. All of this costs money. If I don't go out, there's no source of income." Chapter 153, The Pursuit Under the Moon. In the second-floor room, the big yellow dog looked at Ning Yuan and said, "I really didn't expect that this woman would abandon her husband and children for money and a wild man. Some people are just like this. It's in their nature and can't be changed." Ning Yuan's expression was calm. Does Ning Dahai really not know that his wife is cheating? He is just unwilling to shatter the last glimmer of hope. The more honest a person is, the worse their psychological endurance. Rather than driving him completely insane later, it would be better to cut it off cleanly now. The big yellow dog nodded. From its perspective, Ning Dahai's life seemed plain and stable on the surface. But in reality, it was filled with pain and torment. It would be better to sever this painful life early and start anew. Moreover, Ning Yuan had promised to arrange work for Ning Dahai. For Ning Dahai, as long as Ning Yuan said a word, his life could undergo a tremendous change. As for Zhong Lily, would Ning Yuan really give her money to live a carefree life? The big yellow dog knew Ning Yuan well enough to understand that it was impossible to take advantage of him for no reason, especially not with such a disgusting woman. Chapter 154, Great, We Are Saved. Ning Yuan scanned everyone present, 2 second-tier extraordinary beings, 1 foreign creature. The couple lying on the ground consisted of 1 second-tier extraordinary being and 1 first-tier extraordinary being. As Ning Yuan assessed these individuals, the others were also sizing him up. However, compared to Ning Yuan's calm demeanor, the middle-aged man and the tall, thin man began to break out in cold sweat. A third-tier extraordinary being. Ning Yuan did not hide his presence. The aura of a third-tier extraordinary being almost suffocated them. Even the foreign woman was tense, her eyes fixed on Ning Yuan. You are Ning Yuan. Almost instantly, the tall, thin man exclaimed in terror, revealing Ning Yuan's identity. There are only a few third-tier extraordinary beings officially recognized in Huaxia. And the one appearing in the central Huazhong district's Dazhou city must be Ning Yuan, the team leader of the central Huazhong district. What? It's team leader Ning Yuan. The one who saved hundreds of thousands of people in Dazhou city. Bai Zeng was first stunned, then his face lit up with joy. As the saying goes, when one reaches the end of the road, there is still hope. Who would have thought that in such a desperate moment, they would encounter one of the legendary third-tier extraordinary beings? Chapter 155, I will repay you in the future. As the darkness in front of them dissipated, the moonlight illuminated the forest once again. Bai Zeng naturally heard the earlier screams and looked at Ning Yuan in disbelief. Third-tier extraordinary beings are terrifying. The enemies who had wiped out the Bai family and chased them thousands of kilometers to force them into a dead end were so easily dealt with. Team leader Ning Yuan, they are all. Bai Zeng looked at Ning Yuan, his mouth dry. Ning Yuan nodded in response, they are all dead. Bai Zeng closed his eyes, tears welling up, his whole body trembling with excitement. Bai Hua even cried out loud, repeatedly thanking Ning Yuan, thank you, team leader Ning Yuan. Thank you for avenging us. It was just a matter of convenience. As the person in charge of the central Huazhong district, I wouldn't ignore it upon encountering this. But you guys shouldn't be from here, right? Tell me what exactly happened. Bai Zeng wiped his tears and nodded. Team leader Ning Yuan, we are from Dashi province. I don't know if you've heard of Shiwanda Mountain, but our Bai family has lived there for generations. Bai Zeng then recounted the events that led up to the current situation. Chapter 156, Things go smoothly. In the forest, the brother and sister leaned against a big tree. Under the moonlight, Bai Hua could clearly see her brother's haggard face. Brother, why? Shut up. Bai Zeng interrupted Bai Hua sternly just as she was about to ask why he lied. Sister, don't say anything. Let us rest for a bit before continuing our journey. Bai Zeng's face looked very bad, and Bai Hua trembled slightly. She pursed her lips and then stopped talking. Just like that, the siblings leaned against each other and rested quietly. Half an hour later, the two of them got up and left. Bai Zeng led Bai Hua through the jungle for nearly another hour. After confirming that no one was following them, Bai Zeng's inner unease finally dissipated. And he turned to look at Bai Hua. At that moment, Bai Hua was dirty all over, and her dress had been torn by branches. The young girl's fair and beautiful face looked extremely haggard, and her beautiful eyes were slightly red. Looking at Bai Hua, Bai Zeng affectionately patted her head and said apologetically, Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you just now. I was thinking of our safety. Bai Hua looked a bit confused. For safety? Brother. Didn't Captain Ning Yuan say there was no danger around here? Chapter 157, Proud and happy the shadow under Ning Yuan spread out, completely swallowing the bodies of the siblings. Then, he disappeared without a trace. Ningjia village. It was already 4 in the morning, and the lights in old Liu's house were still on. After experiencing such a tragedy during the day, the family members had naturally returned home. In the living room, old Liu's 2 sons, along with their daughters-in-law and grandchildren, did not dare to go back to their rooms. They huddled together on the living room sofa, sleeping with their eyes closed. As Ning Yuan passed by, he glanced down and then stopped in mid-air. Looking at the whole family, Ning Yuan's expression was as cold as ice. Inside the room, old Liu's eldest son had been snoring in the living room, but in the next moment, he suddenly stood up uncontrollably and walked toward the kitchen. The man first locked the yard's gate and then turned around, walking slowly into the kitchen. He picked up a sharp knife from the knife rack and then slowly returned to the living room. Looking at everyone sleeping in the living room, he turned around and slowly locked the door. Really, a hat has been put on. In a room on the second floor of Ning Yuan's house. Looking at the sheepskin map spread out on the ground, the big yellow dog's eyes were nearly popping out after hearing Ning Yuan's account. Chapter 158. Where did you go wrong? Wang Jian's mood was already bad due to the car accident, and seeing Meng Kun's casual demeanor made it even worse. What should we do? Settle it privately or call the police? Wang Jian impatiently looked at Meng Kun. Meng Kun scratched his head and then spread his hands. I have no money. No money. Fine, then let the police handle it. Wang Jian glared at Meng Kun and was about to take out his phone from his pocket. However, at that moment, the door of an old van was pushed open, and 4 strong men got out of the car. One of them was nearly 2 meters tall. Bald, with a big build and a face full of flesh. Seeing the unfriendly expressions on their faces, Wang Jian froze for a moment, then swallowed hard. And his hand holding the phone began to tremble uncontrollably. Call the police. Meng Kun still looked relaxed while watching Wang Jian. Actually it's nothing serious. Just a small matter, no need to pay, no need to pay. Seeing that the location was remote and no vehicles were passing by, Wang Jian wisely put his phone back in his pocket. He smiled and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulling one out and handing it to Meng Kun. Inside the car, Zhong Lily looked at this scene in panic. When she saw those men, who didn't look like good people, dragging Wang Jian onto the van, she trembled and took out her phone to start dialing. Chapter 159, Bottom line: yes, take the money. Take the money. Wang Jian was brought back to his senses by a slap. He quickly trembled and took out his phone from his pocket. DAWA directly grabbed the phone and threw it to Wei Wufu, who was sitting in front. Password. Wei Wufu's voice came out slowly. Wang Jian hurriedly spoke his password. After carefully checking Wang Jian's phone, Wei Wufu then transferred all 510,000 from the phone to a bank card, continuing to look through the phone, clearly not intending to return it to Wang Jian. Seeing this, Wang Jian felt anxious. What the heck? A moment later, Wei Wufu suddenly called out. What's wrong, Lao Wei? Is there still money this loser hasn't mentioned? Xiaolang raised the sharp knife in his hand. No, it's not. Wei Wufu turned around. His expression strange, as he displayed a video on the phone for everyone to see. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room became weird. What the heck? DAWA and Xu Shiluan looked at Zhong Lily with strange expressions. Zhong Lily's eyes widened, and then her face turned red, as she looked incredulously at Wang Jian, who was staring down at the ground. When did you film this? Chapter 160, Different Pleasures. Seeing that Shang Guanji was silent, Xia Xinran pulled her sister and continued to walk forward. Xinran. At that moment, Shang Guanji spoke again, quickly walking to Xia Xinran's side. What is your relationship with Ning Yuan now? As he said this, Shang Guanji wanted to reach out and grab Xia Xinran's arm. Xia Xinran took a few steps back to avoid it. Seeing that many people around were pointing and looking at them, her face also turned ugly. Shang Guanji. What do you want? What do I want? Shang Guanji's handsome face now showed some anger. Why did you come to Dazhou City? Xinran, you are my fiancé. My fiancé comes to Dazhou City to find a man. Don't you think this concerns me? Shang Guanji, what nonsense are you talking? When did I become your fiancé? Shang Guanji sneered. It's only a matter of time, you know it in your heart. Dream on. I will never marry you in this lifetime. Seeing the crowd around them grow larger, many people took out their phones to take pictures. Xia Xinran was so angry that her delicate body was slightly trembling. Beside her, Xia Meng pulled her sister's arm and hid behind her. Chapter 161, I voluntarily give up in the island country, Kyoto. Yamada Yuji bent at a 90-degree angle, looking at a pair of leather shoes in front of him, with cold sweat on his forehead. Prime Minister, the serious mistake you caused the Empire last time. I had to exert great effort to suppress it. If it weren't for your remaining usefulness to the Empire, you would have committed seppuku long ago. Yamada Yuji swallowed hard and spoke respectfully. Ah! The great kindness and virtue of His Majesty, I will never forget. 12 days later. The Empire's annual resource distribution conference is about to begin, and you need to host it. As in previous years, extraordinary resources will still be distributed in order of strength. Originally, we could provide nearly 10 spiritual items for this distribution conference, but because of your negligence, we can only offer 4. This means that some extraordinary individuals who should have received spiritual items will not receive them this year. You need to find a way to stabilize these guys' hearts by other means, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Yamada Yuji felt extremely bitter inside. He should have committed suicide to atone for losing so many extraordinary resources in M country, but the Emperor pardoned him. This does not mean that the Emperor Hirohito before him is so merciful, the reason is that Yamada Yuji has great abilities. Chapter 162, Good days for killing. The atmosphere at the banquet was somewhat dull. In the past, Suzuki Yukino and Nakano Koji managed to obtain at least one spiritual item each year. The former is currently the most gifted extraordinary person in the island nation, having reached the second level before the age of 20. Nakano Koji is a well-known second-level extraordinary person, ranking among the top 3 extraordinary beings in the island nation. Both of them voluntarily gave up this year's spiritual items, and even though others felt dissatisfied, they found it difficult to express their discontent in front of Yamada Yuji's obsequious demeanor. Thus, the banquet dispersed in a gloomy atmosphere. The other second-level extraordinary beings neither voluntarily gave up their spiritual items, like Suzuki Yukino and Nakano Koji, nor expressed dissatisfaction towards Prime Minister Yamada Yuji. Ultimately, their attitude seemed more like giving Yamada Yuji a favor, but it was only this one time. On the way, Suzuki Yukino quietly gazed at the night scenery outside the car window, her lively eyes shining brightly under the reflection of the outside lights. Today, the girl lost a spiritual item. For ordinary people, one spiritual item seems trivial. However, for extraordinary beings, each spiritual item not only represents an enhancement of one's strength, but also signifies the gap between themselves and other extraordinary beings. Chapter 163. A qualified chess piece. Watching everything happening outside, Suzuki Yukino quickly realized that the ambush by the alien beings might have been a premeditated plan. Who dares to collude with alien beings? Suzuki Yukino felt furious inside. She got out of the car, her hands constantly manipulating the space. And then invisible threads began to weave in the air, forming a transparent net that protected the entire convoy beneath it. A-level ability, Creation. Suzuki Yukino's ability has a high ceiling. In the upper echelons of the island nation, her spiritual type was initially rated as S-level. However, since her offensive and defensive capabilities are currently not as strong as those of S-level extraordinary beings, it was redefined as A-level. It is easy to imagine that once Suzuki Yukino's power advances further in the future, her A-level rating will surely rise to S-level. In the heavy rain, the rain swords seemed to fall endlessly. The coverage of the rain swords was vast, and their attacking power was strong. Centered around the convoy, the surrounding buildings had long been destroyed. At this time, ordinary people were having dinner, so one can imagine the fate of the ordinary people in this battle. Nakano Koji and other extraordinary beings were powerless. Facing such dense and powerful attacks, they could hardly protect themselves, let alone protect the ordinary people around them. Chapter 164. Admiring the strong in the heavy rain, a woman dressed in a black tight suit and wearing a mask was vigilantly watching her surroundings. Beside her, a sphere emitting a faint blue light was floating up and down. Streams of water vapor rose from the sphere and blended into the air. centered around the sphere. The heavy rain showed no signs of letting up. Conversely, in the distance, the rain was evidently not as heavy as in this area. Feeling the fluctuations from the nearby battle, Chiyoju's expression gradually became anxious. For today, in order to kill Yamada Yuji and his associates, and to collapse the extraordinary forces in the island nation, as much as possible, the three of them had been preparing for a long time. They even used the spiritual water orb to intervene in the weather here a month ago. The rain summoned by the spiritual water orb could influence a region by making it rain continuously. This treasure's current function is not very significant because it is limited by the suppression of this planet. It can only summon rain, while its other powerful abilities are sealed. However, if paired with the guy who can use the rain sword, it would be different. The two complemented each other, significantly increasing their power. However, even with the advantage of time, place, and people, they only had a short 15 minutes. Chapter 165, Gentleman, Villain in Dajo City, by Xinghu Lake. End of the month. Ning Yuan quietly looked at the two words sent by Liu Yi on his phone. The end of the month, time really flies. After thinking for a moment, Ning Yuan put down his phone and looked at the big yellow dog next to him, who was trimming its claws. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Yuan gave up on the idea of bringing the big yellow dog along. The reason is simple: the big yellow dog is too weak. It is known that many alien beings participating in this battle are very strong, as Ning Yuan learned when he went to the Kindling Mountains with Yinshi. Just the combat power of Bai Muqing and King Xiaoqian is comparable to that of third-level extraordinary beings, not to mention that these two are extremely cautious. Besides these two known individuals, Ning Yuan was unsure if there were other alien beings with similar combat power from other countries. Therefore, once a real battle breaks out, the first-level combat power of the big yellow dog would not only fail to assist, but it might also be easily eliminated by those aliens. At that moment, the big yellow dog, which was trimming its claws, suddenly shivered involuntarily. It looked at Ning Yuan, who was examining it with suspicion, and said, "Your eyes tell me that you both disdain me and want to use me." Chapter 166, Experiment, Test in the Yu Country, Salanli. Dozens of armed military vehicles drove down the center of the road. The Yu Country people standing on both sides of the road were staring blankly at the convoy. Inside an armored vehicle at the center of the convoy, a white man in his 30s, thin, with short brown hair and gold-framed glasses, sighed as he looked at the emaciated, barely clothed children on the roadside. This country, due to years of war, is extremely poor and backward. It is known that Salanli is the capital of Yu Country, yet ordinary people living in this capital are still struggling to clothe and feed themselves. However, who would have thought that in such an extremely backward and impoverished country, there is a hidden scientific research base that is the most special in the world today? Inside the vehicle, a slightly plump black man in glasses opened a bag of chips and laughed while looking at Dr. Kiao, Mike beside him, saying, "Dr. Kiao, this world is like this. Among 6 billion people, less than 100 million truly enjoy a carefree life. The rest live in varying degrees of hardship. But the differences in their situations are just a matter of degree." Chapter 167, Truly embarrassing. Upon hearing Ben's description, Vic casually opened a document titled Special Bacteria Combination Experiment. The document detailed the process and results of injecting a special pathogen into Subject 1. Vic clicked on the video. He saw a worker in a protective suit inserting a tube of unknown liquid into the neck of a creature tightly bound by iron chains. This creature was humanoid, entirely black as ink, and upon closer inspection, 3 tentacles could be faintly seen behind it. Minutes later, as if the pathogen was taking effect, Subject 1 moved slightly. With its movement, the chains binding its entire body suddenly emitted a faint silver light. It exhaled a breath of foul air and then opened its eyes. What a pair of eyes, devoid of human-like pupils, only a bottomless sea of blood red. Subject 1 looked at the worker in the protective suit and then let out a sinister laugh. "He, is that all?" The worker, seemingly accustomed to it, showed no emotional fluctuations. He observed Subject 1's behavior, glanced at the nearby testing equipment, and began to take notes. Chapter 168. A war about to erupt too late. What do you mean? Vic watched as Joe took a few steps back. Joe surveyed the room's arrangement and spoke lightly. Vic, haven't you noticed? Many things in the research base are missing. For example, some important research materials. Vic was taken aback by this and seemed to realize something. He hurried to a storage cabinet in the room. Opening the cabinet that stored hard drives, Vic's pupils suddenly constricted. As an old hand working in the research base, he knew well what was here. The cabinet, once filled with data hard drives, now had only 2 or 3 left. Vic continued to open other cabinets. And some test tubes containing new types of special pathogens were also missing. Vic closed the cabinet with trembling hands. Joe's tone remained calm. Vic, you trust them too much. I noticed something was off when you first showed me around this research base. Although everything seems normal on the surface, and this is my first time here. As such an important research base, it's missing far too many things. It's clear that this place is just a shell, a trap set for us. Chapter 169. What attitude by Mooching shifted his gaze from Lillian to the side, raised his wooden sword, and lightly waved it in front of her. Instantly, the inexplicable desire in his heart vanished. So you are the S-class transcendent Lillian, your abilities are indeed extraordinary. As Bai Mooching's words fell, several figures appeared beside him. Similarly, a few people appeared on Lillian's side. The suited Zan Liangchen fixed his gaze on Lillian, while Bai Mooching immediately looked towards Qin Guangyi. The shabby delivery-clad King Shaoqian and other top extraterrestrial beings looked towards the other third-tier transcendent humans. At a glance, both sides were filled with top-tier combat power. Exchanging glances in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. 6 against 7, although the extraterrestrials were down 1 in number, they seemed unconcerned. Boom! At that moment, explosions erupted continuously around them, with various lights flashing and dancing. The battlefield was not just here, there were other places as well. As the sounds intensified, the 13 individuals moved simultaneously, and in an instant, terrifying waves of energy swept in all directions. On a peak not far from Wu country, 2 figures stood side by side. Watching the distant flashes of light, and the sounds of explosions, Ning Yuan understood that the great battle had begun. Chapter 170. A companion. Great. Inside the tent, Mu Ziliang's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. He had expected someone to chime in, but everyone just looked at him with strange expressions. Yang Yuxian even sighed as he looked at him, a look of concern appearing in his eyes. Liu Yi cleared his throat a couple of times, not picking up Mu Ziliang's words, and changed the topic. All right, maybe Captain Ning has his own plans. All right, everyone, get back to work. After saying that, Liu Yi surprisingly walked away. Mu Ziliang looked puzzled. At that moment, a staff member leaving the tent gave Mu Ziliang a glance. The latter understood and followed him out of the tent. Ziliang, why do you say everything out loud? With no one around. Zhong Dao looked at Mu Ziliang with a hint of helplessness. What's wrong, Zhong Dao? I was just echoing Minister Liu's words, besides, I didn't say anything wrong. Ning Yuan has indeed gone too far. You? Shut up. Zhong Dao quickly interrupted Mu Ziliang from continuing. Ziliang. Can Minister Liu complaining a bit be the same as you complaining? Minister Liu is just putting on an act, you, on the other hand, really want to take advantage of it. You, look at what you said, did Minister Liu pay attention to you? The minister is smart. How could he offend a third-tier transcendent? Chapter 171. Not understanding at this moment on the battlefield, Fu Yu knew that staying behind wouldn't influence the situation, instead, it would hinder Zan Liangchen. So he turned and flew away into the distance. Lillian and Zan Liangchen were entangled, unable to pursue. and could only watch helplessly as Fuyu disappeared. On the way, Fuyu's figure moved towards a direction where battle fluctuations were also coming from. Since he couldn't deal with third-tier transcendent beings, he would go and kill more second-tier transcendent ones. While thinking this, Fuyu suddenly saw a figure also moving in the direction he was heading. Fuyu was puzzled. In his perception, the other party was undoubtedly similar to him. At the same time, the other party seemed to have noticed him and flew over. "Friend, it seems our goals align. How about teaming up?" Ning Yuan invited with a smile. Fuyu frowned, wanting to refuse, but Ning Yuan suddenly exclaimed, looking behind him. "Lillian!" Fuyu was startled. Thinking that Lillian was chasing him, and instinctively turned around. Puff! A worn long knife instantly pierced through his chest from behind. Fuyu looked down in disbelief. Then turned his head in shock to see the shadowy figure holding the long knife behind him. Chapter 172. How did you do it? People always admire the behavior of heroes. Because heroes represent justice, and justice often represents the interests of the vast majority. When facing formidable enemies, heroes endure the pains of battle, experience various setbacks, and ultimately defeat their formidable foes step by step, gaining honor, praise, and the respect and admiration of the world. Is Ning Yuan a hero? In his previous life, he certainly was, at least in the eyes of others. But the ups and downs of life, along with various experiences, always change a person profoundly. The youth is always passionate, while the old are always troubled. Ning Yuan, who has been given a second chance at life, possesses neither the youthful fervor nor the elderly worries. He only has the goal of stepping step by step to the peak. For this purpose, what honor, what disgrace, what respect, in the absence of profit, is nothing at all. What heroes, what villains, are merely identities that the victor can switch at will. Just as the concepts of good and evil, black and white in this world have always been dictated by the victors. So when the broken long knife pierced through Zhang Liangshan's back, even though the opponent's body was extremely strong, even though Ning Yuan's shadow could only stab in a small portion of the knife tip with all its might. Chapter 173. You have the guts to come out. Zhang Liangchen, fleeing, felt immense regret in his heart. If the Wan Fengzhu that imprisoned Lillian was still there, perhaps he could imprison Ning Yuan in return. It's important to know that once the Wan Fengzhu is activated, unless he returns to Lillian's side to retrieve it, he can only wait for its natural dissipation over time, and then it would recondense in his hands. Now, going near Lillian to retrieve the Wan Fengzhu is obviously impossible. Not to mention whether Ning Yuan would give him that opportunity. Even if he used the Wan Fengzhu to imprison Ning Yuan, how would his cursed, weakened body escape Lillian's pursuit? Without any escape treasures for spatial transfer, and no means to remove the curse, Zhang Liangchen found himself in a desperate situation with no way out. Escape? Can you escape? Ning Yuan's ghostly voice rang out. And he appeared in front of Zhang Liangchen, as if teleporting in the dark realm. The omnipresent shadow penetrated Zhang Liangchen's body, attempting to control his flesh. The surrounding darkness surged, forming various terrifying and powerful attacks that struck fiercely at Zhang Liangchen's vital points. Chapter 174. You won't die. Well, ice crystals danced in the air like endless blades sweeping towards the three alien beings nearby. Zhong Shan's face was ferocious, and the shockwaves from his swinging fists shattered the ice crystals continuously attacking him. Not far away, Zhong Hai wielded a mountain-cutting knife, fiercely battling against Zhou Qingyu at close range. He was robust and powerful, while Zhou Qingyu appeared delicate and graceful. However, facing his fierce and broad attacks, Zhou Qingyu, armed with an ice blade, was able to deflect them all. The speed and strength of the two were on par, with the harsh sounds of blades clashing echoing constantly. Beside them, a humanoid ice sculpture trembled incessantly, and the frozen Zhongshuan within glared at Zhou Qingyu with wide eyes. 3 against 1. The three brothers were unable to gain any advantage against this seemingly frail girl. Not long ago, the three brothers had arrived here following the fluctuations of battle. However, by the time the three brothers got there, Zhu Qingyu and Chen Xiaoshuang had already successfully killed an alien being. The two sides began fighting upon meeting, and the chaos of the battle caused a nearby residential building to collapse. Who would have thought that there were many children hidden inside this building? There was no choice. Chen Xiaoshuang prioritized rescuing people over staying in the battle. Chapter 175. Teasing and beating. Watching the direction in which the two fled, Ning Yuan expressionlessly pulled a steel bar from the ruins, the shadow at his feet wrapping around its surface, making its appearance look as dark as ink. He swung the reinforced steel bar a few times, then leisurely followed behind Zhu Qingyu. If he didn't kill those children, Chen Xiaoshuang would undoubtedly fight to the death. So how could he force these two to separate and flee? Chen Xiaoshuang had great potential for the future, and Ning Yuan needed him alive. It's important to know that this person's ability was quite special. When he advanced to the third tier, his body would possess a powerful regenerative capability like a tree. The phenomenon of withered trees springing to life and broken branches regrowing, which occurs in plants, would manifest in his body. When Chen Xiaoshuang became a fourth tier, his regenerative ability would not only be effective for himself, but could also heal others' injuries. In his previous life, when Chen Xiaoshuang became a fourth tier, the headquarters re-evaluated his spirit seed. The A grade would control spirit seed became an S grade would spirit seed. As for Zhu Qingyu, just thinking of her name brought killing intent to Ning Yuan's heart. In his previous life, Zhu Qingyu coldly watched as he was executed for the alien's verbal promises. Chapter 176. A real man's battle. Looking at the gentlewoman in front of him, Zhu Qingyu asked, "Auntie, have you ever encountered setbacks?" Mu Lingxue pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then gently nodded. "Yes, I have encountered setbacks too. Qingyu, in life, setbacks are an inevitable experience. Even ancient nobles would face various setbacks from childhood to adulthood, let alone ordinary people. Setbacks are not barriers that hinder you, but rather processes that train you. You must accept them, learn from them, and become stronger." Zhu Qingyu listened quietly, then nodded vigorously. After hesitating for a while, Zhu Qingyu curiously asked, "Auntie, what setbacks have you faced?" Mu Lingxue revealed a gentle smile. "Many. When I was young, I couldn't do what my master asked me to do. When I grew up, I couldn't do what I wanted to do. On the battlefield of the Wu Kingdom, what cannot destroy me will make me stronger." Kang Xiaotian's delivery outfit had long been tattered in the intense battle, revealing his bronze, muscular upper body. He roared fiercely while clashing violently with the third-tier Transcendent Nevsky opposite him. Chapter 177. No loss either way. In the sky, the priest flashed by, leaving behind a remark. On the ground, Ning Yuan looked at the red glowing droplet in front of him, feeling the blood energy emanating from it. One could imagine how much blood this single droplet contained. Plop! Since it was not consumed immediately, after the priest left, this uncontrolled blood droplet fell directly to the ground. In an instant, an extremely strong smell of blood permeated the air. Ning Yuan glanced at the ground, then continued heading in one direction. Not long ago, he learned from an alien about the battlefield direction of Bai Muqing and Qin Guangyi. One of them almost represented the current top combat power of humanity, while the other represented the peak combat power of the aliens. It's easy to imagine how intense their battle would be. Ha! Qin Guangyi's eyes widened, and the ground around him had already sunk. The old man stood alone on the cylindrical ground, fiercely striking his cane against the space above his head. In an instant, a wave surged skyward with overwhelming power. Third-tier ability, Sound Wave. Qin Guangyi shouted angrily, his voice rising like a tsunami, until it obliterated everything. Chapter 178. Waiting for the right moment. Two dazzling and piercing red lights dispelled the darkness over the kingdom of Wu. At that moment, all extraordinary beings on the battlefields, big and small, chose to retreat. Everyone understood that they had only half an hour to withdraw. As for why they were retreating and why they only had half an hour, they were unclear, but one thing was certain: if they did not retreat in time, the consequences would be severe. Many human extraordinary beings, who were fighting against the alien races, turned and left without hesitation. The alien beings, seeing the advantageous extraordinary beings retreating, were left confused. Some of the advantageous alien extraordinary beings chased after the retreating human extraordinary beings. In the chaotic and vast battlefield, the aliens did not sense anything unusual. They believed that the top combatants of the humans had been defeated, which was why the advantageous second-tier extraordinary beings were fleeing without concern. Otherwise, once the third-tier aliens were free to act, the fate of these second-tier extraordinary beings would undoubtedly be death. On a certain battlefield, Qin Guangyi looked at the retreat signal in the sky, a flicker of hesitation flashing in his aged eyes. Even though he did not participate in that meeting regarding nuclear weapons, he was still aware of it. Chapter 179, One's Own Strength. A second-tier alien tentatively spoke up. Although the kingdom of Wu was not large, there were still many ordinary people. Did they dare to use nuclear weapons? At this point, many aliens looked at Qiao. After all, Qiao had a treasure that could disguise his identity, and he had infiltrated the human upper circles more than once using this treasure. In contrast, Qiao's expression was now fluctuating, looking somewhat ugly. Historically, without a just cause, the human leadership indeed did not dare to act. Even during the brink of nuclear war, no one dared to make the decision to launch. However, times have changed. Humans are not foolish, they know what our appearance would bring them. So if these people are pushed to the brink, they might really disregard the lives of ordinary people. Impossible. A second-tier alien frowned and interrupted Qiao. What a joke. If they wanted to use nuclear weapons to wipe us out, what yield of nuclear weapon would they use? Would they need to destroy the entire country? Do they not fear the information leaking out, causing chaos in human society? Qiao sneered. Chapter 180, Boundless Darkness. Bai Muqing looked at Wu Liang with caution. You also participated in the battle. Of course, not only I participated, but Wu Chang and Su Yao are also here. Ning Yuan nodded, his face showing signs of fatigue. Is that so? No wonder Su Yao hasn't bothered me lately. It turns out she has been with you guys. Seeing Ning Yuan covered in blood and looking haggard, Bai Muqing's expression softened, and the grip on his wooden sword relaxed. Don't go over there, humans for. Huh? Ning Yuan. Bai Muqing had just started speaking, when he noticed Wu Liang looking shocked at something behind him. What? Ning Yuan. Bai Muqing, who was already wary of Ning Yuan, instinctively turned to look behind him. With a thrust, a shattered long knife pierced directly into Bai Muqing's body from behind. But it wasn't over. Ning Yuan's shadow instantly made Bai Muqing stiffen, then Ning Yuan controlled the shadow to retract the long knife, and that shadow transformed into an octopus, directly wrapping around Bai Muqing and rushing toward the kingdom of Wu below. Not only that, but Ning Yuan, with his terrifying third-tier strength, also kicked hard at Bai Muqing, sending him plummeting at a terrifying speed. Damn it! Bai Muqing quickly regained his senses, his heart filled with anger and shock. And the stiffness of his physical body was soon dispelled by his powerful soul. Chapter 181, A Broadening of Horizons in Terms of Sheer Power. Ning Yuan's attack was not as strong as Bai Muqing's full-force sword light. However, the darkness was boundless, and Ning Yuan's attack seemed endless. The high-intensity assaults felt as though they would never stop. He wants to wear me out. Bai Muqing felt the continuous attacks coming from all directions. And he swung the wooden sword in his hand, the sword light and intent drowning the surrounding darkness, protecting him. After more than 10 minutes, as Bai Muqing sensed that Ning Yuan's attacks had not weakened, his heart began to sink. Joint Command Center. Wait. Lillian, are you sure you're not joking? Matt, the president of the Dawn Association from M Country, suddenly stood up from his chair, spilling coffee from his hands due to his excitement. Not only Matt, but everyone in the command room looked at Lillian in shock. It's true, President. Ning Yuan really killed Satan, these are their heads. Saying this, Lillian took out the heads of Zhan Liangchen and Fu Yu, displaying them in front of everyone. The so-called Satan was the name given to Zhan Liangchen by M Country. If any alien race had caused the most slaughter in M Country, Zhan Liangchen would undoubtedly be first. Chapter 182, Finding a Way to Remedy in the Joint Command Center. Lillian, Qin Guangyi, and several third-tier extraordinary beings all had complex expressions as they watched the scene of Ning Yuan chasing Bai Muqing on the screen. Regarding the nuclear explosion, the higher-ups had not explained it, but aside from a few who knew the truth, most people guessed it was the aliens doing. After all, in such a situation, people would instinctively trust their own. However, Lillian and several third-tier extraordinary beings, as well as Liu Yi and Matt, knew the truth. Moreover, when they saw Ning Yuan hunting down a third-tier alien, they understood that the worst-case scenario had occurred. The nuclear explosion had not killed all the alien beings. At least from what was happening now, the third-tier aliens seemed to still be alive and well. This indicated that if all the third-tier aliens were still alive, then things could get very complicated. Liu Yi and Matt exchanged glances, both seeing deep concern in each other's eyes. At that moment, a grim-faced Yang Yu hurriedly approached the staff responsible for satellite monitoring. Can we now investigate the situation in the Kingdom of Wu? The white female staff member shook her head. No, the bright flash from that explosion has not yet ended, we can't see anything clearly. Chapter 183, Killing is also saving what are ordinary people in Bai Muqing's eyes. They are food, ants, shields, used to restrain Ning Yuan, this human. Just as he would do everything to save his alien companions, Ning Yuan, facing the life and death of his kind, would naturally also go to save them. And saving means that the opponent will thus be restricted. After once again exhausting all his strength to fend off Ning Yuan's attacks, Bai Muqing, having gained a brief moment of breathing space, felt an overwhelming killing intent surge in his eyes. He raised his sword and swung it towards the town in front of him. The invisible sword light instantly swept through a gathering of civilian houses, and the terrifying sword intent shredded hundreds of ordinary people living within into pieces in the blink of an eye. With a deep breath, a large amount of bright red blood energy seemed to be drawn in and began to rapidly surge into Bai Muqing's mouth. Ning Yuan's pupils shrank at this sight, and his face instantly darkened to the extreme. This guy is actually devouring the essence of ordinary people to restore himself. With hundreds of years of experience from his past life, how could Ning Yuan not know various methods of certain alien beings? Bai Muqing, whose body had slightly recovered, noticed Ning Yuan's bad expression and laughed loudly. All right, Ning Yuan, it seems you are very angry that I killed these ordinary people. Chapter 184, If you were a bit more selfish when light is shrouded by darkness, it means hope has turned into despair. Bai Muqing watched as his hope turned to nothing. In the dark domain, he knew how terrifying Ning Yuan's attacks were. Even at his peak, he found it difficult to resist, let alone in his currently weakened state. Besides that, Bai Muqing also understood that he couldn't discern his position in the dark domain, let alone accurately meet up with Kang Xiaoqian. Bai Muqing stopped running, his bare body standing still. If he couldn't escape, then he wouldn't. With this thought in mind, Bai Muqing raised the wooden sword in his hand. Not far across from him, Ning Yuan was watching him. The next moment, both of them moved at the same time. The sword light and darkness intertwined, shaking the heavens and the earth. Compared to their final battle, Kang Xiaoqian was like a headless fly buzzing around. He tried to find Bai Muqing by the direction of the fighting sounds, but being in the dark domain always caused him to deviate from his position. Damn it! Kang Xiaoqian roared, bending down to lift a large boulder from the ground, then smashing it into pieces and throwing it in all directions. However, the debris seemed to sink into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 185. Don't mention thanks in the sky. 4 figures flashed by in an instant. Kang Xiaoqian. Have you retreated? When this female voice echoed in the hearts of Kang Xiaoqian and the others, their figures halted in midair. After confirming that no extraordinary beings were pursuing them, Kang Xiaoqian could no longer suppress his anger, roaring in his heart. Leah. What the hell happened? What about the nuclear explosion? Do you know we almost got wiped out by humans? Aren't you a high-ranking official from M country? Why didn't you know such an important thing about the nuclear explosion? After a series of questions, the female voice echoed again in their hearts. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known that the explosion was a nuclear bomb designed by humans. Clearly, this plan was known only to a very few people, and my position is still not at that level. Kiao sighed upon hearing this. We underestimated humans. Leah. Bai Muqing is dead, and we still don't know about Youfu's whereabouts. If Youfu is dead, that's fine, if he is still in the hands of humans. Then this battle will be a total defeat for us. After a moment of silence, the female voice sighed and spoke. Youfu is already dead. So you don't need to worry about that. Chapter 186. Standing a bit too high, a huge warship was slowly moving across the boundless sea. Liu Yi, Yang Yuxian, Ning Yuan, and Qin Guangyi quietly gazed at the sea. After a moment, Liu Yi turned his head to look at Ning Yuan and slowly spoke. Ning Yuan. You worked hard in this battle, and you deserve the greatest credit. He, Minister, you jest. The defeat of the enemy is not solely my achievement. That third-tier alien from M country was fought by Lilian, and I took advantage of the situation. As for the third-tier alien Bai Muqing from Huaxia. At this point, Ning Yuan looked at Qin Guangyi, who had remained silent throughout, and smiled. It was old Qin who first exhausted him. And then this person suffered the attack of the nuclear explosion, which allowed me to reap the benefits. Hearing Ning Yuan mention him, Qin Guangyi turned to Ning Yuan. A kind smile appearing on his aged face as he spoke. Ning Yuan, you don't need to be modest. I know Bai Muqing's strength well. Even if he is severely injured, if he wants to escape wholeheartedly, no one can stop him. At least I can't. This alien is a great enemy lurking within Huaxia. He is extremely cautious, and has rarely revealed his tracks in the dark. Now that he has been killed by you, it is a great fortune for Huaxia. Chapter 187. Priceless inheritance. Upon hearing the other party's words, Ning Yuan patted Chen Xiaoduan's shoulder, his voice tinged with emotion as he said, No need to thank me. This is my duty. It pains me that I couldn't save those ordinary people. Work hard in your cultivation. Only when we become stronger, can we have the ability to fight against the alien beings and protect our compatriots. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoduan nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his blind eyes. Captain Ning Yuan, even though my body has become like this, I will still strive to cultivate, because I am an extraordinary being. The appointed leader of the country, shouldering responsibilities. I will not give up on myself. I will strive to become a powerful extraordinary being like you. To slay those strong alien beings and protect our homeland. Looking at Chen Xiaoduan's resolute face, Ning Yuan momentarily lost his focus. A vague memory from his past life surfaced in his mind. Light represents hope, represents redemption. I will use this special power to fight against alien beings, protect the motherland, and safeguard our compatriots. That year, Ning Yuan shouted loudly, his heart filled with the blood of youth. After a brief moment of distraction. Chapter 188. No need for explanation. After listening to Helen's words and observing her expression, Ning Yuan understood that Helen must have misunderstood something. So that is it. It seems she thought I was preparing to use the death substitute puppet for my wife, which triggered her emotions. With this thought in mind, Ning Yuan had no intention of explaining. Some misunderstandings that could harm one's interests need clarification. But misunderstandings that could bring benefits. Of course, there is no need to explain. Because once explained, the benefits might disappear due to the dissipating misunderstanding. So, Ning Yuan simply nodded and promised Mrs. Helen. "All right, I will make sure she cherishes it." Mrs. Helen nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, while Lillian's eye patch was already soaked with tears as she stepped forward to support Helen. Lillian felt no dissatisfaction in her heart regarding Helen giving such a precious spirit weapon to an outsider. The reason was simple, it was Helen's. And Ning Yuan had avenged her husband's death, so it was only reasonable for Helen to thank Ning Yuan in whatever way she wanted. Additionally, Lillian did not harbor any rejection towards Ning Yuan in her heart. After settling Helen, Lillian accompanied Ning Yuan out of the manor. On the way, Lillian took out a jade box and handed it to Ning Yuan. Chapter 189, Aurora. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan was somewhat surprised. What? What do you know? The big yellow dog nodded. I feel it's not that simple. There are posts on the forum discussing the background, consequences, and process of the battlefield in Ukraine. I carefully analyzed them several times and found that the truth might not be what everyone imagines. Of course, it doesn't matter what the truth is now. After all, something that everyone believes, even if it's a lie, will eventually become the truth. Ning Yuan smiled upon hearing this, then spoke in a calm tone, "You guessed right." The air fell into a brief silence. Damn! The big yellow dog opened its mouth wide, its eyes almost popping out. Getting Ning Yuan's confirmation was like obtaining the truth. The big yellow dog spoke in disbelief, "That's ruthless, I'm impressed." On the sofa, Ning Yuan took out his phone and opened the Dawn forum, entering the discussion section. The most popular post titled "My Personal Experience on the Battlefield in Ukraine" had been pinned, and the number of replies had reached thousands. Looking at so many replies, Ning Yuan recalled the post he had published before. Chapter 190, Traveling Abroad. After just experiencing layoffs, Ning Yuan felt somewhat numb as he searched for jobs on his phone. He was already 29, people often say that 35 is a critical age for men, but how could he be unemployed before even turning 30? Emotional disappointment and job failure had turned Ning Yuan into a member of the three no's crowd: no house, no savings, no wife. That's right, in this extraordinary era, where some extraordinary beings can fly around, his life as an ordinary person remains so plain and unremarkable. If only I were an extraordinary being too. I heard extraordinary beings can live without eating or drinking, then I wouldn't have to go to some damn job. Just as Ning Yuan was thinking this, a pair of soft hands covered his eyes from behind. Ding ding ding, guess who I am? After pondering for a moment, Ning Yuan lowered his voice and replied, I guess you are a monster. Pa. You are the monster. Ning Xiaoluo patted Ning Yuan's shoulder and laughed. Seeing the job search page on Ning Yuan's phone, Ning Xiaoluo comforted him, Xiao Yuan, being unemployed is just being unemployed. Don't worry, I'll take care of you in the future. Sigh. Xiaoluo, don't say that anymore. Ning Yuan sighed and turned off his phone. Chapter 191, What is meant to be will come. Regarding this bracelet, it's not a secret because its effect is very special. One could say there is currently only this one. As the saying goes, curiosity is common, so that thing naturally couldn't be hidden. Therefore, the appearance of this bracelet was naturally revealed, and as a woman, Xu Wei had a profound memory of it. After all, no woman in the world is uninterested in eternal youth. What's wrong, Xu Wei? Seeing Xu Wei's shocked expression, Ning Xiaoluo was also startled. Xu Wei let out a long breath. Xiaoluo, do you know the function of this spirit tool? Ning Xiaoluo shook her head. Seeing this, Xu Wei knew that Ning Yuan hadn't explained it clearly, so she didn't say much. She glanced at Ning Yuan, who was leaning on the sofa, with a somewhat complicated expression. This spirit tool can keep a person youthful forever, but the premise is that the wearer is an extraordinary being. For a female extraordinary being, the value of this bracelet is incalculable. if exchanged for money, it could be worth hundreds of billions. However, Ning Yuan didn't exchange it for money, but gave it to Ning Shaoluo, this ordinary person. What's wrong, Xu Wei? Seeing the other party lost in thought, Ning Shaoluo curiously inquired. Chapter 192, and then? What is the ultimate darkness like? In a world filled with so many colors, few people delve into this question. But now, Ning Yuan, who was truly close to death, understood what the original form of darkness was. The darkness in the deep sea was so lonely and silent. However, at this moment, a piece of seaweed floating in front of him seemed to pierce through this darkness. The seaweed was as thick as a grown man's arm, swaying slowly in the seawater like a strange tentacle. It's hard to imagine how long this seaweed is. Its base is rooted in the seabed, but its tip reaches here. Being in darkness, but with a heart towards the light. Rooted in darkness, it is striving towards the light. At the front of the seaweed, there was a seed the size of a thumb. The seed emitted a pure, bright light. The range of this light was small, only a few meters away. But it was very gentle. It was as if a gentle hand was caressing Ning Yuan's face, dispelling the coldness of the seawater. The soft light allowed Ning Yuan's consciousness to recover somewhat, and he struggled to open his eyes. The bright white light allowed him to see everything in front of him clearly. In this era, which ordinary person does not dream of becoming an extraordinary being? Who has not fantasized about encountering a spirit seed? Chapter 193, One Tree, Two Fruits. Boom! The terrifying power of darkness split the ice surface below in half like a giant blade opening up the heavens. The two who were unable to move, Vilya and another, looked at the scene before them in horror. The thick ice layer was divided, and the seawater was also cut open. Not only that, but the surface of the separated seawater was covered with a thick black mist, causing it to move apart and unable to reassemble. Incredible! This is something only a god could achieve. Watching the scene of the seawater being divided, the male first-tier extraordinary being murmured to himself. Vilya, beside him, also looked blankly at Ning Yuan, who was standing in mid-air. In mid-air, Ning Yuan controlled the darkness to part the seawater to the sides, carefully sensing everything below. Soon, Ning Yuan, standing in mid-air, swayed and appeared in front of a piece of seaweed. Just like in his memory, this stout seaweed was so special. It grew from the seabed to this point, like a winding vine reaching upwards. Even without the coverage of seawater, the seaweed still stood resiliently. Upon seeing the scene before him, Ning Yuan did not feel joy at obtaining the spirit seed. Instead, his pupils suddenly constricted. The seaweed was still that piece of seaweed. Chapter 194, Let Me See. In such a cold region, a man and a woman emerging from the depths of the canyon wore only thin, retro clothing. The man in a green outfit had shoulder-length hair, a face like jade, handsome features, and a tall stature. Beside him was a girl in white, with skin as delicate as cream, a slender and petite figure, and exquisite features. The power of the rules of this star is indeed strong. My strength has been suppressed to such a level. Liu Wuchen clenched his fists and frowned softly. I wonder how Brother Bai is doing now. Are you talking about Bai Muqing? Liu Yu, beside him, asked curiously. Liu Wuchen nodded. Of course, it's him. Time has passed for so long. I believe Bai Muqing is already a major figure by now. The girl covered her mouth and chuckled. Based on his strength, it really is possible. While the two were walking and chatting, 3 foreign tourists suddenly ran over, holding cameras. The tourists came in front of Liu Wuchen and began taking photos while chattering away. Oh my god, someone is actually filming a movie here. God, in such cold weather, they are wearing so little, they are really dedicated. Chapter 195, Give me the dark domain. As Ning Yuan's voice fell, the dark domain erupted instantly, enveloping the entire canyon. At the same time, Ning Yuan's third-tier aura was unmistakable. He did not use his old long knife to sneak attack. Instead, He directly activated the dark domain to prevent the alien races in front of him and the one in front of Ning Shaoluo from reacting. The moment they were shrouded in darkness, Liu Wuchen exclaimed, "What? You? How can your aura be so powerful? No way, are humans on this planet actually this strong? What were the previous groups that came here doing?" Just as Ning Yuan was about to make his move, the big yellow dog that had been secretly watching him also moved. The Zanhai bell around its neck was successfully activated, and a light shield instantly covered Ning Shaoluo and Shu Wei. "This is the aura of a treasure. How is that possible? You are just a dog. And you actually have a treasure." The girl in white stared incredulously at the big yellow dog, and just as she was about to make her move, she was engulfed by darkness. In the darkness, Ning Yuan was using a large amount of attacks to try to instantaneously kill Liu Wuchen, while throwing Ning Shaoluo, Shu Wei, and the big yellow dog out of the dark domain's coverage. Chapter 196. Techniques in the previous life. Liu Wuchen, who was also a 5th-tier alien, managed to kill 3 human 5th-tier transcenders, who were besieging him with the spirit suppression banner. In a 1-on-3 situation, Liu Wuchen surprisingly won, thanks to the spirit suppression banner appearing for the first time. In a purely physical confrontation, Liu Wuchen was far superior to the 3 human 5th-tier transcenders, directly slaughtering them to death. From then on, he became famous for his battle with the spirit suppression banner, even overshadowing Bai Muqing and others at that time. Later, to prevent such situations from happening again, top transcenders began using various methods to compensate for their physical weaknesses. And lower-tier transcenders and ordinary people started a trend of practicing martial arts and refining their bodies. Liu Wuchen, so it was you. Realizing the opponent's identity, a cold light surged in Ning Yuan's eyes. As for the so-called physical confrontation, Ning Yuan was naturally not afraid. Not to mention that his dark spirit 3rd-tier body was already very strong. Just his fighting techniques and killing skills from his previous life were enough to crush any martial artist in today's world. It should be noted that when Ning Yuan withdrew from the core circle of the headquarters in his previous life, he began cultivating new transcenders for the headquarters from the rear. Because of his high reputation in the early stage of the transcendent era, many young transcenders came to him as disciples. Chapter 197. Dare to leave your name. Seeing the opponent start to switch from offense to defense while fighting and retreating, Ning Yuan instantly saw through their thoughts. Want to escape? A murderous intent shot through Ning Yuan's eyes, and a series of attacks rained down on Liu Wuchen. However, the opponent's skin was tough, and he tightly clamped his legs to protect vital areas, making it difficult for Ning Yuan to strike. Not only that, but Liu also rushed over recklessly, distracting Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan's fists and feet moved like lightning, attacking the brother and sister duo, engaging them to prevent their escape. He quickly thought to himself, although Liu Wuchen currently only had 2nd-tier strength, his physical strength was not inferior to mine. I didn't expect this person's body to be so strong. It seems that relying on physical techniques to quickly kill Liu Wuchen is almost impossible. But I can kill his sister. Unfortunately, Liu Wuchen has a lot of combat experience, and won't he give me the time to kill his sister? With this in mind, Ning Yuan glanced at the trembling spirit suppression banner in the sky. Since I cannot kill these two with physical strength, I will just hold them off. As long as the effect of the spirit suppression banner disappears, I will be able to kill the 2 of them with the dark domain. However, at that moment, Liu Wuchen suddenly pulled his sister and retreated several meters explosively. Chapter 198. Unwilling to look back. A few days later, in Dazhou City, Star Lake Flower Shore. In the study, Ning Yuan and Jiyu Yang sat across from each other, while the big yellow dog pretended to doze off beside them. Jiyu Yang, did you come here for something today? Ning Yuan asked with a smile at Jiyu Yang in front of him. Jiyu Yang had changed a lot since Ning Yuan first met him. He was no longer the haggard and confused young man, but a confident and reserved man. Yes, Captain. Jiyu Yang actively poured a glass of water for Ning Yuan and nodded in acknowledgement. Speak up, you wouldn't he come to me unless it's absolutely necessary. In Ning Yuan's view, Jiyu Yang was a very smart person who was good at reading people's hearts. For example, he knew that Ning Yuan disliked trouble. So Jiyu Yang would always find ways to solve any problems himself. Even in the previous matter with the Ji family. Jiyu Yang did not think of going to Ning Yuan. It was not until later, when Ning Yuan took the initiative to take over, that Jiyu Yang immediately followed Ning Yuan's lead and unconditionally obeyed his decisions. For Jiyu Yang, Ning Yuan was not only his lifesaver, but also gave him a new life and great power, allowing him to live better. Such great kindness meant that even if Ning Yuan told him to die immediately, Jiyu Yang would not hesitate. Chapter 199, What I Say Goes in the Study. As if influenced by Ning Yuan's attitude, Jiyu Yang completely dismissed the thought of persuading Ning Yuan. For him, the captain always carried a unique aura. It was a kind of domineering spirit that said, no matter how many enemies come, I will go my own way. It was as if all the difficulties in their eyes were nothing but clouds, just a fart in front of this man. The big yellow dog lying nearby also fell into deep thought. Jiyu Yang murmured to himself, what has the captain experienced? Why does he look down on everything so much? But I can also feel that the captain has always had a clear goal, and is steadfastly moving forward for it. With this thought in mind, Jiyu Yang took a deep breath and looked at Ning Yuan, saying, the person in charge of the Huaxi district, Zhuo, did not hide the news at all. In fact, he even deliberately leaked this incident, probably to warn those behind. So I can roughly guess their location. Ning Yuan nodded. Then took out a pre-written note from the drawer and handed it to Jiyu Yang. Jiyu Yang took it with both hands, glanced at the contents of the paper, and then curiously asked, Captain, why are you looking for a village with 300-year-old ancient trees, and whose surname is Hu? Chapter 200, I am here to take them. Li Chang gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, damn it. For my family, I will fight to the end. Beside him, his younger brother Li, who was already much smarter than Li Chang and had a more flexible mind, naturally understood what his brother could figure out. The two did not need to communicate at all to know what the best course of action was at that moment. Silence. In comparison to the safety of their family, the two brothers chose to face the difficulties ahead in silence. Seeing that they still refused to speak, Zhuo patience was finally exhausted. He let out a disdainful laugh and then turned to look at Sun Han. Sun Han took a step forward, raised her hand, and directly sent two beams of light into the brothers' foreheads. What do you want? The two brothers were taken aback. Sun Han did not answer them, she softly murmured, loss? In the next moment, an unimaginable pain swept through the brothers' minds, causing them to roll their eyes back, convulsing all over, with white foam continuously flowing from their mouths. This was a second-tier mental ability, loss. With this ability, Sun Han could severely damage the opponent's brain, causing them to lose self-awareness and become puppets at will. Who sent you? Zhuo asked again. Chapter 201, Right and Wrong. After a moment of silence, Zhuo looked at Ning Yuan with disbelief and then frowned as he spoke. Captain Ning, are you joking with me? Do you think this sounds like a joke? Ning Yuan's tone remained flat. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo continued, so you mean those two were sent by you to look for spiritual objects? Ning Yuan nodded. That's right, I sent them. Zhuo eyes widened in shock. He did not expect Ning Yuan to admit it so readily, which was completely out of character. At that moment, Yang Zhuan also spoke up, Captain Ning, it is a serious violation of headquarters regulations for extraordinary individuals to collect spiritual objects without authorization. Especially for someone of your rank. The impact of such behavior is even greater. A heavy accusation came out, but Ning Yuan's reaction was still beyond everyone's expectations. And then? Yang Zhuan was left dumbfounded by Ning Yuan's 3 words. Then you will face punishment, a very severe punishment. The headquarters will not tolerate such actions, Zhuo Xiaolin slowly replied. I understand. Ning Yuan's tone remained calm and unaffected. Chapter 202, You should know right from wrong in the Zhuo family in Daxia province. Bang! Zhuo Shu smashed a teapot onto the ground. And this extremely precious porcelain shattered into pieces instantly. Ning Yuan! How dare you? Do you really think you are invincible? Hearing the roar, Yang Zhuan and Sun Han stood in the hall in silence. Zhuo Shu, a middle-aged man under 50, wielded immense power. Unlike the Ji family in the central China area, which was wiped out by Ning Yuan, the Zhuo family was a well-rooted and authoritative family in Huaxia, and now they had even surpassed the old family, the Xia family, in military and political influence. Of course, all of this was based on Zhuo Shu having two extraordinary children. Zhuo Qingyu, an S-class extraordinary individual, was not to be mentioned. She was not only the most valued extraordinary individual by the headquarters, but was also the captain of the West China region. The eldest son, Zhuo Xiaolin, while not as talented as Zhuo Qingyu, was also an A-class extraordinary individual, having reached the second tier, and was a leading figure among the younger generation. Just like Zheng Guang. With such an outstanding eldest son, Zhuo Shu naturally trains Zhuo Xiaolin as his successor. But now, this successor faced the danger of dying at any moment. Chapter 203, Compensation Conditions in the Zhuo family hall. Watching Zhuo Qingyue's disappearing figure, Zhuo Shu's smile gradually faded and then turned into anger. Ah! He roared, kicking the door hard. Always talking about right and wrong, Zhuo Qingyu. You are as disgusting as your mother. If Zhuo Shu had to choose two people he hated the most, he would undoubtedly choose Zhuo Qingyue's mother first, followed by Zhuo Qingyu, who had a personality almost identical to her mother's. Years ago, the Zhuo family had faced a significant crackdown, and Zhuo Shu almost went to reform. The culprit behind it all was Zhuo Qingyue's mother. This mysterious woman, perfect in appearance and figure, personally reported the Zhuo family's hidden misdeeds to the higher-ups. Later, this woman died from a strange illness, leaving behind Zhuo Qingyu and her brother. Zhuo Xiaolin was fine. Under Zhuo Shu's personal guidance, he became a qualified heir. But Zhuo Qingyu was entirely different. It seemed she was born with some kind of obsession, frighteningly rational. She never considered the family's interests, only the right and wrong of matters. Even though she was incredibly talented and highly valued by the headquarters, even though she was now a captain with immense power. Chapter 204, Rewards for Contributions, Punishments for Crimes in the meeting room. Liu Yi quietly listened to everyone's words. After they finished speaking, he looked at the silent Zhuo Shu. Zhuo Shu, do you have anything to say? Upon hearing this, everyone in the meeting room turned to Zhuo Shu. The latter looked haggard and sorrowful. Hearing Liu Yi's words, Zhuo Shu forced a smile. Ning Yuan unjustly detained my son, claiming that the expert he sought was killed by Zhuo Xiaolin. And then he demanded an exorbitant ransom for his release. This is simply the behavior of a bandit. In fact, those two people were just tomb raiders. They had privately taken spiritual objects and resisted when discovered, so Zhuo Xiaolin accidentally killed them. Zhuo Xiaolin did indeed make a mistake. But one thing should be separated from another. He should be punished by the state for breaking the law, not taken by Ning Yuan for private punishment. I hope the headquarters can give him justice. After hearing Zhuo Shu's description, many people in the meeting room nodded. Xie Changfeng remained expressionless, secretly cursing Zhuo Shu for being extremely treacherous. The other side was dodging the main issue, and, in just a few sentences, placed a heavy blame on Ning Yuan. Your son killed two of their subordinates. Isn't it normal for them to take your son to demand an explanation? Chapter 205, Steadily Fishing. After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan nodded. Minister, I have no objections. Ning Yuan's attitude of admitting fault was so sincere that the people present exchanged glances, and Zhuo Shu's inner anxiety intensified. Something's not right. Why is Ning Yuan so easy to talk to? After hearing that Ning Yuan had no objections, Liu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Scanning everyone with his gaze before continuing, as the captain, Ning Yuan violated regulations by collecting extraordinary resources across regions, causing a serious impact. The headquarters announces his punishment, which will be made public to warn other extraordinary individuals. First, freeze all of Ning Yuan's resource rewards for this year, including all rewards for previous achievements. Second, record a major demerit. If he offends again, he will be removed from his captain position and will never be able to become a captain again. After listening to everything Liu Yi said, the expressions of everyone in the conference room varied. Some showed joy, some were expressionless, and others frowned in displeasure. Xie Changfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Yuan, on the other hand, remained calm. As he had expected, the headquarters would not revoke his position as captain. There were many reasons for this, but only two were the most important. Chapter 206, Generous Conditions. After a moment of silence, seeing that Zhuo Shu had no intention of speaking, Liu Yi looked at Ning Yuan and said, "Look at you, acting impulsively. With great power comes great responsibility. The headquarters gave you the captain position to protect the people and safeguard the country, so don't casually say you don't want to be captain. What you need to do is be a good captain. Rest assured, the headquarters will give them an explanation. Now, what are your thoughts? How do you want to punish Wu Xiaolin?" Ning Yuan waved his hand and spoke without hesitation. The life of a transcendent is valuable, and of course, the life of an ordinary person is also valuable. So it should be a life for a life. The people in the conference room were immediately taken aback. And Zhuo Shu's heart trembled. Liu Yi sighed with a troubled expression. "Ning Yuan, the situation is special now. Zhu Xiaolin has outstanding talent, and is a second-tier transcendent. For the greater good and the lives of more people, can we consider a different way to punish him? Rest assured, I believe the Zhu family will come up with conditions that satisfy you." Hearing this, many people in the conference room looked at Zhuo Shu with strange expressions. The latter clenched his jaw. To outsiders, Liu Yi seemed to be favoring the Zhu family to protect his son, but Zhuo Shu was not blind to this. Chapter 207, The only winner in Zhuo Shu's view, the immediate priority was not to dwell on wealth and resources, but to save people. Zhu Xiaolin was a second-tier transcendent with strong talent, a capable heir he had nurtured, and his future achievements were not to be underestimated. Therefore, the urgent matter now should be to rescue him. As for the 6 spirit items and 50 million in cash, could the Zhu family provide them? Of course, they could. Money aside, the spirit items were just about the limit the Zhu family could bear. If it weren't for the fact that only Zhu Shu knew the exact number of spirit items, he would suspect that Ning Yuan had learned about the Zhu family's stock. With Qin Guangyi's breakthrough experience as a third-tier transcendent, they all knew that the success rate of transcending from second-tier to third-tier would be higher with a large number of spirit items. So just thinking about the spirit items reserved for Zhu Qingyu and Zhu Xiaolin's breakthroughs now being used on Ning Yuan made Zhu Shu feel like he was going to spit blood. He took a deep breath and showed a distressed expression. "Ning Yuan, even with 6 spirit items, my Zhu family cannot provide them. You know how scarce spirit items are. Qingyu and Xiaolin have only 1 or 2 in reserve over the years." Chapter 208, Searching for Spirit Seeds in Ju City, at Xinghu Huapan. The night breeze was gentle, and the stars twinkled in the sky. Ning Yuan sat cross-legged on the open space of the villa. Around him, several jade boxes were casually thrown aside. And these boxes were already empty. Inside the villa, the big yellow dog was peeking at the door. It's still not enough. Looking at the 3 spirit source fruits of similar size emitting black light on his Dao tree, Ning Yuan pondered silently. Since breaking through to the 3rd tier, he had acquired about 30 spirit items through various means. Although these spirit items had allowed the 3rd Dao source fruit to nearly reach its limit, it was still somewhat insufficient to break through to the 4th tier. Ning Yuan, with his past life experience, knew that the transition from third tier to fourth tier was a qualitative change. Once a transcendent broke through to the fourth tier, they could break the shackles of human lifespan and gain an additional 400 years of life. A transcendent who could live for 500 years was no different from a deity in the eyes of ordinary people who only had a few decades to live. Thus, in the past life, people used 4 words to differentiate between ordinary transcendent beings and fourth-tier transcendent beings, immortal and mortal distinction. The significant difference also meant that the difficulty of breakthrough was high. A transcendent needed to overcome 2 challenges to break through from the third tier to the fourth tier. Chapter 209, the gift Ning Yuan quickly set off for Dawang City upon receiving the address. This spirit seed was crucial. It was the spirit seed Ning Yuan had carefully chosen for Ning Xiaoluo after the disappearance of the light spirit. To prevent any accidents, he naturally had to come in person. Huzhuang Ancient Town has arrived, tourists can get off the bus now. The ticket seller announced through a loudspeaker to the passengers on the bus. A few people got off, and Ning Yuan was naturally among them. Huzhuang Ancient Town has an 800-year history, nestled among mountains and rivers, with beautiful scenery, making it a well-known tourist spot in the vicinity. In this ancient town, there were 3 ancient trees over 100 years old, one of which, like the ancient town itself, had an 800-year history, while the other 2 had histories of 400 years and 600 years, respectively. Ning Yuan glanced at a small beverage shop beside him and walked in to ask the owner for directions. "Excuse me, where are the 3 ancient trees located?" The shop owner was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Hearing someone asking for directions, she was initially impatient and wanted to say she didn't know while watching her show. However, when she looked up and saw Ning Yuan's face, she was momentarily stunned, and her impatience eased significantly. Chapter 210, today's luck is really good. Knock knock knock. Not long after someone knocked on the door, it was opened from the inside. An elderly man with a hunched back walked out. The old man smiled, looking up and down at Ning Yuan and his companion, and said, He, are you 2 handsome men and beautiful women here to visit the ancient trees?" Ning Yuan smiled kindly and nodded. "That's right, sir. We specifically came from afar to visit the ancient trees." With just a short sentence, Ning Yuan clarified his identity as an outsider, making the old man even more delighted. And he hurriedly began to boast about his ancient trees. "Oh, you really came to the right place. The 3 ancient trees here are all precious species planted by our ancestors. Having survived the changes of time and weathering the years, they have quite a story." After saying this, the old man looked around and then lowered his voice. "Also, for some reason, these 3 ancient trees have been making strange sounds lately. Someone said these trees are unusual and might contain extraordinary resources. But the internet says that extraordinary resources are meant for those with fate, and we have no fate. So even guarding the ancient trees, we can't find any extraordinary resources." After saying this, the old man sighed. Chapter 211, no need for this. What does extraordinary resources mean? For ordinary people, extraordinary resources mean changing one's fate. Old Hu was keeping up with the times. He clearly understood this point, so he regarded this dry well as an opportunity for the Hu family to take a step forward and change their fate. But now this opportunity was about to be taken away by others. He didn't know how Ning Yuan found out about that well. But what lay before him now was an unavoidable choice. In the face of his descendants' lives, any extraordinary resources were worthless. "Fine, I'll tell you where that well is. Just don't hurt us." The old man who quickly accepted reality, and the inner turmoil vanished in an instant, he agreed to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan was not surprised by this. No matter how clever or scheming ordinary people were, they were still helpless when faced with life and death decisions. Ning Yuan acted ruthlessly, not giving this clever man any chance to resist. He knew that his descendants were the old man's Achilles heel. As the saying goes, gold belts for killing and arson, seizing wealth from the rich. Some righteous gentlemen might also seize and plunder, but their methods were often gentle and filled with righteousness, making it hard to discern true good from evil. However, Ning Yuan couldn't be bothered to go through such elaborate means. The ups and downs of his life over the past hundreds of years, coupled with the recent experiences, had made him indifferent to everything. Chapter 2:12. Illusory spirit seed. The moonlight was bright in the sky, and the shadows of trees swayed on the ground. Ning Yuan and Yun Shi sat side by side on a branch, looking down at the well beneath them. One was watching the well, while the other was looking at the reflection of himself in the water. Although it was dull and boring, the gentle swaying of the woman's feet revealed that she was enjoying this time alone with him. "We've been sitting here for several hours, what exactly are you waiting for?" Seeing Ning Yuan quietly gazing at the well below, Yun Shi curiously asked. "Waiting for treasures to fall from the sky." Ning Yuan casually brushed off Yun Shi's question, carefully recalling his memories from his past life. Hu Shui, a well-known extraordinary person among humans in his previous life. This person's abilities were unique and powerful. The headquarters had changed his rating from A to S. He did not disappoint, as he became an extraordinary person by chance at the age of 10 and successfully broke through to the 4th stage in his 30s. Later, he even reached the peak of the 5th stage. Until one day, during a chaotic battle between humans and alien races, he was ambushed and killed by a 6th stage alien, ending his life. Hu Shui's life experience can be summarized in 4 words: fate plays tricks. Chapter 2:13. I'm here in the end. Ning Yuan did not gain any advantage from Yun Shi, and the two parted ways. Before leaving, Yun Shi looked at Ning Yuan with a strange smile and said, "Don't forget, you still owe me 2 conditions. I'll let you know what the second one is soon." Watching Yun Shi's disappearing figure, Ning Yuan paused for a moment and then vanished into the night like a shadow. The next day, in Dazhou City, by the Star Lake Flower Bank, the atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat silent. The 2 people and 1 dog were staring at the jade box on the table. "Xiao Yuan, do I really have to become an extraordinary person?" Ning Xiaoluo asked Ning Yuan with a nervous look on her pretty face. Ning Yuan nodded firmly. "But I heard on the news that becoming an extraordinary person has a high probability of death. Actually, I don't care about becoming an extraordinary person. Nor do I pursue any power. I work a bit every day, cook for you, and sometimes we can take Da Huang out to play. This simple and fulfilling life already makes me very happy and satisfied," Ning Xiaoluo said, her eyes slightly red. She was not afraid of death. She was afraid of failing and never seeing Ning Yuan again. Ning Yuan sighed. He understood Ning Xiaoluo's feelings all too well. Chapter 2:14. Truth and illusion. Everything is difficult at the beginning, because of the fragility of the physical body. Ordinary people have a high probability of death during the process of merging with spirit seeds. In the room, Ning Xiaoluo leaned in Ning Yuan's arms. The girl had fainted from the pain. Her originally fair and delicate face had turned pale and bloodless, and her bleeding wrist was enveloped in a layer of black mist. Earlier, Da Huang had suggested whether they could anesthetize Ning Xiaoluo before merging with the spirit, so that she wouldn't suffer. But Ning Yuan rejected this, because he knew that the most important prerequisite for successful merging was simple: the person must be alive. This alive does not refer to the body, but to the person's consciousness. Why are humans considered the spirit of all things? It is because humans possess a strong self-awareness. At the moment of swallowing the spirit seed, a person's self-awareness merges with the spirit seed, which is why this process is called merging with the spirit. Even if the person later faints from pain, the initial merging has already begun, laying the foundation for future success. Even if it fails, it is a failure during the process, not a failure from the beginning. Conversely, if a person without consciousness tries to merge with the spirit, the only outcome is to slowly die without a sound, with no chance for remedy. Chapter 2:15. If only everyone were like him. In the villa's living room, the two people, and one dog sat at the dining table. Ning Yuan gestured for Ning Xiaoluo to demonstrate her first-tier ability. The relationship between an extraordinary person and their spirit seed is like the relationship between you and your own body. There's no need to learn from external sources. You naturally know what your abilities are. Although Ning Yuan knew the abilities of the illusory spirit seed, he did not actively reveal them, as doing so might expose the fact that he had been reborn. Unlike those spirit seeds that could repeatedly appear and had different abilities, the S-class illusory spirit seed was unique. What does unique mean? The standard for defining an S-class spirit seed, besides its ability, is that there will never be a second identical spirit seed. After listening to Ning Yuan, Ning Xiaoluo closed her eyes to sense herself. Soon, she discovered her ability from the first spirit fruit on the tree within her body. This feeling was very special, like a certain biological instinct. She naturally knew everything about herself. As Ning Xiaoluo urged the spirit fruit, her first-tier ability illusion was unleashed. In an instant, the original scene of the villa's living room shook and then transformed into a dilapidated house. Chapter 216, No longer able to endure. In the office, a middle-aged man handed an envelope and a paycheck to Kang Xiaoqian. The latter did not take it. He was like a human statue, staring intently at the video on the computer. The words of the United Nations Secretary-General, combined with the image of Bai Muqing being chased and fleeing in a sorry state, made Kang Xiaoqian's body tremble slightly. What is pain? Is it being slandered or mocked? Such actions indeed cause pain. But what if the ones slandering and mocking you are the ants in your eyes, the bugs that you can easily crush? Then this suffocating pain would surely stab deeper into your heart. Kang Xiaoqian felt very suffocated, although this suffocating pain would make him stronger. The prerequisite was that he had to endure it. As long as Kang Xiaoqian endures and keeps this pain bottled up inside, he can continuously use this pain to strengthen himself and become stronger. Just like these past 2 months of hard work every day, being exploited by leaders and squeezed by colleagues, Kang Xiaoqian is always enduring. Of course, he could choose not to endure, to choose to release himself. Before experiencing the battlefield of the Wu country, Kang Xiaoqian acted freely, sometimes enduring, sometimes not. Chapter 217, Throat Lozenges. The war between humans and alien races has always been brutal, both now and in the future. In fact, the future will be much more brutal than now, due to the large population of humans and the wide distribution of cities. If a city faces a powerful alien race that is free and unrestrained in its attack, then the low-tier extraordinary beings can only use their lives to hold off the aliens until high-tier extraordinary beings arrive for support. As Yang Yuxian once said, in the face of such powerful aliens, what we can do is resist with numerical superiority. If 10 people are not enough, then 100, 1,000, 10,000. Until victory is achieved. It's very cruel and very unfair, but there is no other way. After leaving the battlefield, Kang Xiaoqian quickly grabbed someone at random, used his divine ability to devour the person, and transformed into their appearance to hide his aura. He accomplished all of this in less than 20 seconds. Ning Yuan, who arrived shortly after, hovered in mid-air, casting a gloomy gaze downward. After pausing for a moment, he turned and left. In this sudden outbreak of battle, the only opportunity for Kang Xiaoqian to remain was if those low-tier extraordinary beings desperately blocked the enemy, dragging things out until Ning Yuan arrived, not giving the enemy a chance to hide their aura. Chapter 218, Clarifying One's Identity in the Hot Spring. A man's upper body leaned against the stone wall. His arms stretched out to the sides, showcasing his perfectly defined muscles. As if recalling the events that occurred here last time, the girl's milk-like smooth skin glistened with sweat, and a delicate blush appeared on her exquisite face. Kneeling behind Ning Yuan, Suzuki Yukino, wrapped in a bath towel, reached out her tender hands to massage his shoulders, softly asking, "Captain Ning, did you come here for something?" Ning Yuan did not turn around, responding lightly, I do have a small matter to discuss. What is it? Is there anything I can help with? Ning Yuan's lips curled slightly as he slowly said, I need some spiritual items now. You should know which extraordinary beings in this country possess spiritual items. Please tell me their names, addresses, and abilities, and I will go get them. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Suzuki Yukino was taken aback, and her hands, which were massaging Ning Yuan's shoulders, stopped. A hesitant expression appeared on the girl's fair and delicate face as she tentatively said, Captain Ning, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Chapter 219, Choosing between emotions and interests. Seeing Ning Yuan so ruthless towards ordinary people, Sato Daifu's eyes were bloodshot. And he clenched his fists, cracking them. When he saw that the other party was not responding, Ning Yuan grinned savagely. Fine, then I'll chop off your wife's head first. And then we can have a little chat. With that, Ning Yuan raised his long knife, aiming it at the woman's neck. Stop. I'll give it to you. Just as the blade was about to touch the woman, Sato Daifu finally compromised. Ning Yuan coldly looked at him, the long knife still pointed at the woman's neck. Sato Daifu turned and pressed a spot on the wall of the villa. With a click, a hidden hole appeared in the wall. Sato Daifu took out 2 jade boxes from within. Looking at the jade boxes, his eyes were filled with reluctance. A second-tier extraordinary being breaking through to the third tier has a much higher chance of success, with a large number of spiritual items to assist. This is a valuable experience left by third-tier extraordinary beings. Resources in the island country are already scarce, and spiritual items are even more difficult to find treasures. So each one is extremely precious. The 2 spiritual items in Sato Daifu's hands were everything he had accumulated over the years. This was his hope for successfully advancing to the third tier in the future. Chapter 220, Preemptive Strike in the Emperor's Residence. Yamada Yuji cautiously said, as he watched the furious Emperor Kojin, Your Majesty, the other party's obvious goal is to seize spiritual items. Their ability to accurately identify targets and strike continuously within a day strongly indicates they are undoubtedly a third-tier extraordinary being. Based on the existing clues, the other party speaks our language and is very familiar with our extraordinary beings. They are either originally from our country or have extraordinary beings from our country acting as insiders. Regardless of either case, as you said, hiring a third-tier extraordinary being from outside to investigate this matter is the best choice. Emperor Kojin nodded while gasping for breath. Prime Minister, who do you think we should hire? Without hesitation, Yamada Yuji replied, the third-tier extraordinary being Ning Yuan from Huaxia. This person turned the tide in the Wu country battlefield, single-handedly killing 2 third-tier alien beings. Your Majesty knows that the cunning of the alien races is no less than that of us humans. And the fact that Ning Yuan can achieve such brilliant results is enough to show his strength in all aspects. Emperor Kojin frowned, hesitating for a moment before looking at Yamada Yuji and saying, Prime Minister, you know well the relationship between Huaxia and our empire. What if he pretends to work while actually watching us fail? Chapter 221, We are all our own people. In the private room, Liu Beilai knocked on the table. And after seeing everyone quiet down, he slowly began to speak. Over the past year, that guy Jiyu Yang has been sucking our blood by cooperating with the Xia family. Although I haven't interacted with Ning Yuan, I have carefully reviewed the process of the Ji family's demise. My conclusion is that this person is deeply scheming, ruthless in his methods, and merciless. I advise you all that since he personally invited us, we should not think about refusing, otherwise, who knows what he might do. As the saying goes, one must bow their head under the eaves, and now Ning Yuan is the most powerful person in the central Huazhong region. Hearing these words, everyone exchanged glances. Someone tentatively spoke up, it's precisely because this person is too ruthless that we don't want to go. Who knows what might happen if we do? Don't forget, the entire Ji family was taken away and never returned, and to this day, there is not a shred of news. Yes, yes, others echoed. Why don't we unite and refuse? Surely Ning Yuan can't make a move against all of us at once. Liu Beilai chuckled. He shook his head. Then stood up and picked up his coat. Chapter 222. Just a small difficulty. Seeing Ning Yuan rise and raise his glass, everyone quickly stood up. Thank you all for your cooperation and hard work over the past year. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, everyone quickly responded one by one, compared to the captain. Our little hardships are nothing. Yes, if it weren't for the captain and the leader's protection, we wouldn't be living so peacefully. After several rounds of flattery, the oppressive atmosphere in the room eased considerably. At this moment, seeing that Ning Yuan really just wanted to drink with them, and had no intention of causing trouble, everyone's tense hearts relaxed a lot. As time passed and a few drinks were downed, everyone gradually loosened up. Ning Yuan occasionally chatted with these people with a smile. And when someone toasted to him, he would nod in acknowledgement. Ji Yang and Zheng Biaoqiong, who were beside him, were naturally toasted by many as well. Before long, the meal was approaching its end. Just as they were discussing matters regarding other races and future situations, everyone suddenly heard Ning Yuan sigh. Seeing their superior's troubled expression, some perceptive individuals naturally seized the opportunity to show off. Chapter 223. Borrowing without returning. Borrowing again is not difficult, as the saying goes, what is borrowed should be returned. Borrowing again is easy. But would the people present agree with this saying? Of course not. In their view, with Ning Yuan's strength and power, if the other party does not return, what can they do? The premise of borrowing and returning is that you have a way to restrain the other party. But what does Ning Yuan have to restrain? Would he dare to restrain them? Borrowing without returning, borrowing again, is still not difficult. This is where Ning Yuan differs from others. The other party clearly has the strength to tear faces and rob, yet they say they are borrowing from you. If you don't lend, then you have enmity with them, and they will target and torment you in the future. After all, there is the precedent of the Ji family. Shameless. I have never seen such a shameless person. To be a whore and still set up a signboard. Almost everyone thought this way. Seeing everyone's ugly expressions and silence, Ning Yuan turned to look at Ji Yang. The latter immediately took out a dozen pre-written papers from under the table. These were naturally the IOUs. The content of the IOUs was the same, and all had Ning Yuan's signature. Only the column for the borrowed spiritual items was blank, allowing everyone to write how many spiritual items they borrowed. Of course, the IOU also stated that the spiritual items to be returned after 1 year would be doubled. Chapter 224. Is there a possibility in Dijing City? At a coffee shop, 2 elderly men dressed in tight cycling clothes pushed the door and walked in. 2 cappuccinos. No sugar, said the older man in blue to the counter staff. After paying, the two found a window seat. At this moment, many people in the coffee shop were looking at these 2 refined old men, whispering to each other. I really envy them, look how carefree they are at their age. Ha, there's no way, just by looking at their cycling clothes, I can tell these 2 old men must have a retirement salary of at least 15,000 a month. Damn, I work like a horse and am exhausted every day just to earn 5,000. They are energetic every day, riding bikes around for fun and making 15,000. What kind of world is this? Hey, don't be fooled by how comfortable they are now. Before what? Before it was even more comfortable. Not caring about the gazes and discussions of those around them, the 2 old men sat quietly, occasionally sipping their coffee. One of the old men kept his gaze fixed on a military district across the street. Chapter 225. A glimpse of the mountains, as Wu Daliang carefully recounted the information and achievements related to Ning Yuan, Liu Wuqing was shocked. After a moment, he clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding as he said, I really didn't expect that Bai Muqing was actually killed by this person. Shameless. I've never seen such a shameless person. He is so powerful, yet he doesn't even dare to reveal his own name. Meanwhile, Liu Wuqing, The previously silent Qin Guangyi suddenly roared skyward. His voice was like rolling thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. Centered around Qin Guangyi. The surrounding ordinary people were directly stunned, and all the glass in nearby shops shattered. Seeing the other party's imposing manner, Liu Wuqing and his companion were immediately startled. What happened, Liu? How does Qin Guangyi know your name? Wu Daoliang exclaimed in shock. Liu Wuqing's eyelids twitched, then he spoke. I wrote my name on the car window. What? Wu Daoliang's eyes widened in shock. I left my name intending to let Qin Guangyi know I came for revenge. But who would have thought the target of revenge was mistaken? All blame goes to that shameless bastard Ning Yuan. Liu Wuqing's iron fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. Chapter 226. Darkness corrodes behind Ning Yuan. Ning Shaoluo looked worried, while the big yellow dog stared in disbelief at the man's back. Unlike Ning Shaoluo's concern, the big yellow dog was purely shocked and confused. Ever since Ning Yuan told them 2 days ago that he was going to break through to the 4th level, the big yellow dog had been in this state. It incredulously asked Ning Yuan, last year you were still at the 3rd level, and now you're preparing to break through to the 4th level. People take 10 years to break through a realm, and you take 1 year to break through a realm. How did you do it? Hearing the big yellow dog's question, Ning Yuan simply replied, There's nothing I can do, some people are just born different. Compared to those destined to live in luxury and hold power from birth, I am just a bit more special in this extraordinary era. Upon hearing these 2 sentences, the originally sharp-tongued big yellow dog surprisingly fell silent. It couldn't refute, because it could only use this reasoning to explain. Perhaps, as Ning Yuan said, he was indeed special in this era. Ning Yuan sat cross-legged facing the dark sky. Behind him, Ning Shaoluo and the big yellow dog quietly watched. Chapter 227. Purging other races. Seeing this scene, Ning Shaoluo was shocked, and the big yellow dog's eyes nearly popped out. You can actually nullify the abilities of extraordinary beings. No, this isn't nullification, you're converting Sister Luo's ability into your own ability. Incredible, this is simply unbelievable. I've never heard of any extraordinary being able to convert another extraordinary being's ability into their own. It's too perverse. Ha ha ha. Too perverse. The big yellow dog jumped around, as if it had gone crazy. Let me give it a try. Saying this, the big yellow dog also attempted to use its ability on Ning Yuan. 1st level ability, Control God. The ability of the big yellow dog is a mental attack. Intangible and formless, making it extremely difficult to defend against when locking eyes with it. However, a strange scene occurred once again. The big yellow dog's mental attack seemed to vanish into thin air before Ning Yuan. Moments later, the big yellow dog, which had been observing carefully, slowly spoke. So that's how it is, I understand. There is an invisible domain around you, and once all extraordinary abilities enter this domain, they will transform into your own abilities. Invincible. Your ability is simply unsolvable. Chapter 228. I guarantee his life with my own head in the office. Every word from Ning Yuan pierced Liu Yi's heart, making it difficult for him to rebut. As the minister, he was well aware of these truths. Countless abnormal death cases and disappearances occurred nationwide every day, laid bare before Liu Yi. He often suffered from insomnia and daydreaming because of this. Although the incidents involving foreign races had decreased significantly since the battlefield of Wu country, the cases of death and disappearance were still on the rise. This indicated that while the foreign races might not dare to flaunt themselves openly, they continued to slaughter ordinary people in secret. For some foreign races, the blood of ordinary people could enhance their strength. Based on this alone, they could not give up on slaughtering ordinary people. After pondering for a while, Liu Yi let out a long sigh. He looked at Ning Yuan and said, Ning Yuan, this matter is of great importance, and I need to report it before making a decision. Hearing Liu Yi's words, Ning Yuan was not surprised. In his view, Liu Yi would definitely agree, because he understood Liu Yi well. Though Liu Yi, with a military background, valued national reputation and profit, he was also a fighter who would spare no means to eliminate foreign races. Chapter 229, the confirmed prediction a few days later. In the underground conference room of the extraordinary headquarters in Beijing City. Compared to the previous emptiness, this underground conference room was now filled with people. Without exception, these men, who had come from all over the country, were significant figures in today's Huaxia. They were either in military uniforms or formal attire, all sitting solemnly in their chairs. Since the start of the extraordinary era, this was the second time everyone had gathered here. The first time, they collectively swore an oath and established various rules, marking the official founding of the extraordinary headquarters. This second time would also give birth to a decision that would determine the country's direction. Among the crowd of middle-aged and elderly men, the young Ning Yuan stood out awkwardly. Of course, besides Ning Yuan, the only other young person was Yang Yuxian, who was in his 30s. However, Yang Yuxian still wore a listless expression, as he had been forcibly brought over by Liu Yi. Many people were sizing up Ning Yuan, with only a few friendly families like the Xia family looking at him kindly. Representatives from families like the Zhou family and the Shangguan family looked at Ning Yuan with indifference. Among them, Zhuoshu let out a cold snort. Qin Guangyi also looked at Ning Yuan with some confusion. Liu Yi had not disclosed the content of this meeting to him and Yang Yuxian in advance. In Qin Guangyi's view, even if Ning Yuan was a third-tier extraordinary, he did not qualify to attend this meeting. Chapter 230, War or Peaceful Defense in the Conference Room. Compared to Xia Changfeng's excitement, Zhuoshu slumped helplessly in his chair, deeply lost and confused. To him, no news could be worse than Ning Yuan getting stronger, as the Zhou family still owed Ning Yuan a significant debt. After everyone's emotions calmed down a bit, Liu Yi looked deeply at Ning Yuan, then spoke. The second matter. Captain Ning Yuan's current strength can easily eliminate third-tier foreign races. Given the current disparity in strength between us and the enemy, the headquarters is preparing to initiate a nationwide war. We will set high rewards to mobilize the public to secretly report and search for foreign races. If we encounter powerful foreign races, Ning Yuan will handle them immediately. The strategic goal is to gradually eliminate all foreign races within Huaxia while we hold the advantage in strength. As soon as Liu Yi finished speaking, the entire room erupted in an uproar. I disagree. A middle-aged man in military uniform stood up to refute. Minister Liu, declaring a nationwide war sounds simple. But have you calculated the manpower and resources required? Fine, let's say resources are not an issue. But how can you guarantee that these foreign races won't cause greater casualties when discovered? Or that they won't retaliate more fiercely after escaping? Chapter 231, the start of chaos. With these words, it meant that the war had begun. At this point, no one rebutted anything. Nor did anyone oppose the declaration of war. Because the best choice for everyone now was to go to war. The dark screen emitted a voice. As for Ning Yuan, if this battle succeeds, you will be the one to receive the most credit. Not only that, your name will be inscribed in history and remembered by future generations. Furthermore, the headquarters will reward merits and punish failures. After everything is over, your deserved rewards will be distributed according to standard procedures. Hearing this, Ning Yuan smiled and slowly stood up. Some people are destined for their mission from the moment they are born. My mission is to eliminate foreign races and restore true peace to the world. Therefore, for this goal, I will do my utmost until I succeed or die. Hearing this, many people nodded, showing expressions of admiration. But some frowned. Restore true peace to the world. At this moment, Ning Yuan continued, also, before the war begins, I suggest the headquarters hold a global press conference. First, I have successfully broken through to the fourth tier. And the fact that Huaxia is preparing for a nationwide war cannot be hidden, so it's better to reveal it directly to the public. This will not only boost everyone's confidence and morale, but also intimidate the foreign races. Chapter 232, Taking the Initiative to Counterattack, for a Unified and Powerful Country. Launching a nationwide war is not particularly difficult. Thus, just half a month later, the headquarters was fully prepared. A press conference addressing all of Huaxia commenced. Liu Yi, dressed in formal attire, appeared serious and solemn. He faced the camera and officially announced the commencement of the nationwide war. Anyone who assists the headquarters in locating foreign races will receive rewards. 10,000 for first-tier foreign races. 50,000 for second-tier foreign races. 100,000 for third-tier foreign races. In addition to the rewards, Liu Yi also publicly disclosed methods for identifying foreign races. Please pay attention to any unusual phenomena in the people around you. Although foreign races can disguise themselves as familiar people and even mimic memories, there are certain things they cannot replicate. For example, a drastic change in personality, disdain for others, dislike for eating, interests and personal abilities that are completely different from before, etc. Please note, if you find someone around you exhibiting the above behaviors, do not alert them. Report it secretly to the police and explain everything. There will be dedicated personnel responsible for the investigation. If the individual's non-human identity is confirmed, the reward will be credited within 7 working days. Chapter 233, The Coming Chaos. Huaxia, Darwin City, a large electronics factory recruitment site. Hundreds of people are crowded here. At the front, the recruiting staff is shouting through a loudspeaker. Let me reiterate. 8 yuan an hour, 12-hour shifts for morning and night shifts. Long night shifts can be chosen, but long day shifts cannot be selected. If anyone cannot accept this, they can leave now. Additionally, those over 35 or under 16 can also leave. Those who can accept it, please take out your ID cards and line up for inspection. As the staff's voice fell, only a few people of non-compliant age among the hundreds left helplessly, while the rest took out their ID cards and lined up numbly. Among these people, Kang Xiaoqian, who had changed his identity, also took out his ID card from his pocket and began to queue. In front of him, there was a young man under 18 swiping his phone. The content was naturally various messages about the nationwide war, which had flooded all platforms in the past 2 days under the official push. Upon seeing the large reward for assisting the authorities in locating non-humans, the young man began to breathe rapidly. Chapter 234, The Suspicious Husband. Upon hearing the woman's words, the operator's voice on the other end of the phone instantly became serious. Please confirm your safety before stating your home address and your husband's name. A dedicated person will investigate shortly. South Suburbs of Qingcheng, Building 3, Apartment 607. Happy Home Community, my name is Zhong Mai, and my husband's name is Liang Gaoshan. The woman quickly finished speaking. Okay, I have reported it. Additionally, please remain calm, and do not let your husband notice anything unusual, or you may be in danger. Okay, please hurry. Don't worry, Action personnel and extraordinary individuals are already on their way. Just when the woman wanted to say something else, she saw a man holding a child across the street. She quickly hung up the phone, bought a bottle of water from a nearby supermarket, and jogged over to the man. Why did you run across to buy a bottle of water? The middle-aged man holding a 2-year-old child looked at the woman with some dissatisfaction. Zhong Mai first took the child from the man's hands and then smiled, saying, I was in a hurry and didn't see that there's a supermarket here. Chapter 235, Why upon hearing the gunshot, Zhong Mai was first taken aback and then instinctively wanted to scream. However, Sun Yashuan, who leaped down from upstairs, directly covered her mouth. Sun Yashuan looked gravely at Liang Gaoshan. The bullet seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall at the back of his head. The front of the bullet was completely dented and deformed, indicating how terrifying the opponent's reaction speed was. Clatter. The bullet fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Liang Gaoshan slowly turned around, his face dark as he looked at Sun Yashuan and his wife. His gaze lingered on Sun Yashuan for a moment. Then he looked at Zhong Mai. His tone was extremely cold. Why? Zhong Mai trembled all over, tears streaming down. The scene just now had confirmed that her husband was fake, a non-human. But the truth also meant cruelty. If the man in front of her was a non-human, then her husband had probably died a year ago. Why? Liang Gaoshan asked again, taking a step forward. Sun Yashuan also stepped forward, protecting Zhong Mai behind her. Her expression extremely serious, as she looked at Liang Gaoshan. This non-human in front of her gave her a very strange feeling. He did not reveal his aura, making it impossible to determine what level of non-human he was. Chapter 236, Yamada Yuji's visit inside the community. Everyone looked in shock at Ning Yuan in the sky. A powerful non-human was easily slain by him. Captain. Sun Yashuan looked at the sky with fiery eyes, waving at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan looked at her, his tone flat. Sun Yashuan, when facing non-humans, do not leave yourself without a way out. I cannot always arrive in time. Sun Yashuan smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. She understood what Ning Yuan meant. He was advising her to prioritize her own safety, and only then to protect ordinary people. Otherwise, if she died, those ordinary people would still be doomed. I'm sorry, Captain. I'll remember that. Sun Yashuan admitted her mistake. Ning Yuan didn't say anything more. His figure vanished in an instant. After seeing Ning Yuan leave, Sun Yashuan let out a long sigh of relief. As the person in charge of the Central China region, she held Ning Yuan in great awe. Not only because of Ning Yuan's incredible combat power, but also due to his achievements in slaying non-humans over the years, as well as his ruthless decisiveness in handling matters. Meanwhile, Lin Shi and the others also arrived beside Sun Yashuan. Seeing Lin Shi, Sun Yashuan quickly thanked her. Thank you, Lin Shi. If you hadn't contacted the captain immediately, I might have already died by now. Chapter 237, As Long as He Comes. It's worth it. Upon hearing Yamada Yuji's words, Ning Yuan pretended to be surprised on the surface, and shook his head to refuse. Hiring me? Prime Minister Yamada? Are you joking? I know nothing about your country's situation. How can I help you find the murderer? Yamada Yuji quickly waved his hand upon hearing this. Captain Ning Yuan, you don't need to worry. If you agree, I can fully cooperate, and I will have Yukino accompany you the entire time. Hearing this, Ning Yuan fell silent. Ji Yuyang slightly squinted, pondering inwardly. This old rogue not only wants the captain to help them find the murderer, but also wants to use this girl to seduce the captain. After a moment, Ning Yuan sighed. Even so, I am powerless. Prime Minister Yamada, you know that headquarters has declared war on all non-humans in the country. It is a critical period, and I cannot leave Huaxia. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words, Yamada Yuji's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Ning Yuan said it was inconvenient, not that it was impossible, which meant. Thinking of this, Yamada Yuji smiled lightly. Captain Ning Yuan, if you can find the murderer, and control him to hand over to our country for handling. Chapter 238, Let Them Grow. Well, Ning Yuan had just returned to his office when Ji Yuyang knocked on the door and walked in. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant cityscape, Ning Yuan was asked by Ji Yuyang, Captain, what are your plans next? Are you going to the island nation to find a way to obtain the remaining 2 spiritual items? Ning Yuan did not turn around and replied calmly, I won't go. Let these 3 spiritual items be a token of my conversation with him. As for the rest, I'll retrieve them next year. Ji Yuyang nodded in response. As for the little calculations in Yamada Yuji's heart, how could Ning Yuan not guess? So he had already made a deal with Jiu Yang in advance, just to trick the spiritual items from him. In Yamata Yuji's view, as the captain of the Central China district, Ning Yuan had promised to go to the island nation to help, so he would definitely go. After all, a person in a high position who breaks their word faces much more severe consequences than an ordinary person. Therefore, Yamata Yuji, a person in a high position, never considered that Ning Yuan would be untrustworthy. This is the misleading nature brought by Ning Yuan's current identity. With the endorsement of an official identity, before having contact with Ning Yuan, no one would imagine that he was a person without bottom lines and scruples. Chapter 239, Dreams and Reality in a Room Filled with a Girl's Fragrance. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words, Xie Xinran felt a lot more relaxed. She looked up into Ning Yuan's eyes, her slightly swollen beautiful eyes filled with admiration. Now, Ning Yuan was not only the strongest extraordinary person in China, but also the strongest in the world. What woman wouldn't be moved by a powerful man with perfect looks and figure? When Ning Yuan was at the second tier, Xie Xinran didn't actually like him, instead, she felt a bit afraid of him. After having a relationship with him at the third tier, she was indeed conquered by him. And she began to see Ning Yuan as her support, developing feelings for him. Now, Ning Yuan had reached the fourth tier. Correspondingly, facing such a strong and excellent man, Xie Xinran couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. It's somewhat laughable. This girl from a prestigious family was experiencing the taste of inferiority for the first time in her life. Xie Xinran's admiration for Ning Yuan evolved into deep admiration. From a transaction, to fantasizing about the two getting married and having children, to now hoping that Ning Yuan wouldn't get tired of her, and wouldn't abandon her. Coming from a top-tier family, Xie Xinran understood that for someone like her, love was a luxury that was hard to pursue. Chapter 240, thick-skinned as a city wall on the playground in the dream, witnessing such a brutal scene unfold before them, the pampered young masters and misses were instantly stunned. Ignoring everyone else, Ning Yuan directly grabbed Wen Shiran's hair and then raised his hand. I'll ask again, where is Xie Meng? Wen Shiran, caught by her hair, screamed, help. He's killing me, help, security, security. Slap. With Ning Yuan's slap, the girl's screams suddenly ceased. She was stunned from the hit. Ning Yuan didn't give Wen Shiran any time to react and slapped her again. The two consecutive slaps made the girl's fair cheeks swell red. Ning Yuan raised his hand once more, seemingly not intending to ask anymore, just wanting to slap this girl a few more times. However, Wen Shiran cried, begging for mercy. Don't hit me, I'll tell you. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll slap you 2 more times. Ning Yuan said coldly. Then he slapped her twice more. To prevent her from losing consciousness, Ning Yuan controlled his strength well. Behind the abandoned gym over there, she's there. After being slapped twice more, Wen Shiran quickly opened her mouth while crying, not daring to say another word. Chapter 241, Why is it so strange? On a campus bench, Xie Meng and Ning Yuan were intimately hugging each other, yet both were silent. Unlike Xie Meng, who was observing with her eyes, Ning Yuan kept staring at the girl, as if looking at a precious treasure. For Ning Yuan now, Xie Meng was indeed a treasure. With Xie Meng around, he could use her power to invade others' dreams and obtain what he wanted from them. Like the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Shu. Like the head of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Yangzhuan. Like the head of the headquarters, Liu Yi. Like some other family heads. There were too many. These ordinary people, who now held real power and extraordinary resources, had no secrets in the face of Xie Meng's abilities. In the dream, these people were completely defenseless. Ning Yuan could know where they hid their resources through their dreams and then steal them back. What is even better is that dreams leave no clues. So these people could never trace it back to him. Of course, the premise is that Xie Meng's ability cannot be leaked. Looking at the slightly uneasy girl in his arms, Ning Yuan thought to himself. Xiameng was naive. At this age, she was the most innocent. Chapter 242. Mayflies see the blue sky in a spacious and exquisite girl's room. Xia Xinran anxiously walked back and forth, occasionally checking the time and then glancing at Ning Yuan and Xiameng, who were lying on the bed. Now, the anxious expression on Xiameng's face had faded, and her breathing had become steady and long. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan's expression had not changed at all throughout, although it seemed that everything had improved. It had already been 2 hours since Ning Yuan lay down. Just as Xia Xinran was considering whether to call out to Brother Ning, Ning Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Brother Ning. Xia Xinran instantly showed a delighted expression. At the same time, Xiameng also woke up, blinking her eyes somewhat laboriously. Meng. Seeing her sister awake, Xia Xinran immediately pounced onto the bed and hugged Xiameng tightly. Xiameng looked at Xia Xinran, who was so close, and then smiled. Sister. Now returning to reality. Xiameng was no longer the naive middle school girl in the dream. She had shed her innocence and gained a bit more beauty. Without makeup, she was flawless. Judging solely by her features, among all the women Ning Yuan had seen, only Yan Shi, a woman who embodied both charm and allure, could surpass Xiameng. Chapter 243. Just in case hearing Zhuo Xiaolan's words, Zuoshu furrowed his brows tightly. He also felt extremely frustrated. When Ning Yuan was at the 3rd tier, there was still elder kin at the headquarters to restrain him. But now that Ning Yuan was no longer even a match for elder kin, how could he deal with such a powerful person? It's worth noting that the Zhuo family currently doesn't even have a single 3rd tier extraordinary person. This is the helplessness brought by the gap in strength. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated and powerless he felt. Now, Zuoshu could only silently pray that Ning Yuan wouldn't gain anything. However, it seemed like he thought of something, and Zuoshu suddenly widened his eyes. He looked at Zhuo Xiaolan and hurriedly asked, "Has the group we secretly sent in to look for extraordinary resources come out yet?" Zhuo Xiaolan was taken aback upon hearing this, and then his expression changed drastically. Not yet, they said it would take 2 more days to come out. Oh no. Zuoshu slapped his thigh. Quick, hurry up and contact them, tell them to find a place to hide. Also, quickly contact Qingyu and have her come back. She is the team leader, with authority comparable to Ning Yuan. If something goes wrong, we can have her negotiate with Ning Yuan. Deep in the 10,000 Great Mountains, the dense jungle blocked out the sun, and various unknown dangers lurked in the primitive environment. Chapter 244. Of course, it's a death penalty. In the sky above the jungle, 3 shadows flashed by. Ning Yuan quickly arrived at an area filled with thick fog. Behind him were 2 human-shaped shadows. One holding a phone that was video chatting with a big yellow dog, and the other carrying a map. Looking at the heavy milky fog in front of him, Ning Yuan waved his hand. The darkness on the jungle floor surged and then instantly dispersed the white fog like a raging wind. The area covered by the white fog was instantly shrouded in darkness. As Ning Yuan dispelled the darkness, the jungle regained its lush appearance. Ning Yuan landed in a clearing and, with the remote assistance of the big yellow dog, sent shadows rushing in all directions. Before long, the shadows returned. This time, they had something to show, but it wasn't a spiritual object, it was a spiritual seed. The spiritual seed was about the size of a baby's fist. Shaped like an apricot, but its surface was as white and smooth as jade. Looking at the spiritual seed in the jade box held by the shadow, Ning Yuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. This spiritual seed was born in the 10,000 Great Mountains, surrounded by miasma and fog, so its quality must be quite high. After putting away the jade box, Ning Yuan continued deeper into the mountains. He needed to return to train Xiameng at night. So he wanted to see if he could collect a spiritual object with the sheepskin map before nightfall. Chapter 245. Questioning with the skilled operation of several people. A tent was quickly set up. Just as they were preparing to set up the second tent, a cold voice sounded. "What are you doing?" Hearing the voice, the few people setting up the tent were suddenly stunned. The middle-aged man in the lead looked at Ning Yuan, who was standing not far away, with a shocked expression. And the cigarette he was holding fell from his mouth. "What the hell, who are you? How did you get here?" The young man with yellow hair instinctively questioned. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and with a beard swallowed hard and said, "He is Ning Yuan." "What?" The yellow-haired youth's pupils instantly shrank, and his body was covered in cold sweat. At the same time, to prevent Ning Yuan from noticing anything, the two people on the other side of the tent kicked their backpacks into the shadows, and one of them quickly sent a message on his phone. "What? Are you mute? Or are you doing something unspeakable?" Seeing no one answering, Ning Yuan's expression darkened as he slowly walked towards them. Upon seeing Ning Yuan's movement, someone broke out in a cold sweat, their hand instinctively reaching for their chest. "Ha ha ha, Captain Ning, what a coincidence to see you here." Chapter 246, What Can I Do? In the evening, the air in the 10,000 Great Mountains was cold and damp. In a certain clearing, the smell of blood permeated the air, creating an unprecedented oppressive atmosphere. "Captain Ning, so this is your reason for killing them?" After a moment of silence, Zhuo Qingyu asked Ning Yuan. "Otherwise, not only did they want to attack me, but at the moment of death, they also said they were sent by your Zhuo family, trying to smear your family. I certainly wouldn't believe that. After all, I was severely punished by headquarters for privately collecting spiritual objects. How could the Zhuo family possibly break the law? Don't you think so, Zhuo Xiaolin?" By the end, Ning Yuan looked at Zhuo Xiaolin with a cold gaze. The latter clenched his fists, his teeth grinding, and his eyes turned red with blood. However, these people were already dead, and Zhuo Xiaolin could not possibly stir trouble for the Zhuo family over some dead people. So he could only suppress his anger and force a smile as he spoke. "Of course, my Zhuo family could not possibly have any connection with this group. Captain Ning, you are right, they are just making up stories. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Zhuo Xiaolin's words, Ning Yuan's expression softened as he laughed. That's good, that's good. I thought these people were related to you." Chapter 247, I promise it's just a hug. Xie Meng, who was held in Ning Yuan's arms, cried out in surprise and instinctively resisted. What are you doing?" Ning Yuan held the girl tightly, not letting her leave. Feeling the softness in his arms, Ning Yuan spoke solemnly and nonsensically, "Don't move. If you keep moving, I will disappear. If I disappear, it won't be easy to get in next time." Upon hearing this, Xie Meng, who was pushing against Ning Yuan, paused. Are you lying to me?" Xie Meng looked at Ning Yuan with watery eyes. "What?" Ning Yuan looked puzzled. Xie Meng pushed against Ning Yuan while saying, "You must be lying to me, bad person." Ning Yuan looked at the girl in his arms with a half-smile. "What did I lie to you about? Who knows, all men are bad. You already have an older sister, and now you want to take advantage of me." Seeing that Ning Yuan was as thick-skinned as a city wall, and couldn't be pushed away no matter how hard she tried, Xie Meng's eyes turned sour, and tears began to flow. Sigh. Seeing the girl like this, Ning Yuan sighed and reached out to wipe her tears. "How can you do this to your sister? She likes you so much." Xie Meng sobbed as she spoke. Chapter 248, Actively Attacking or Avoiding the Sharp Edge. Damn it. Upon hearing how bad the current situation was, someone angrily punched a nearby tree. What kind of monster is this Ning Yuan? His advancement speed is actually faster than our recovery speed. Someone shook their head and sighed. It's fate. From my perspective, we might as well temporarily avoid his sharp edge. Avoid his sharp edge? Someone retorted. Avoiding his sharp edge sounds easy. But don't forget that the technology here is very advanced. as everyone actively observes the people around them for the bounty. Unless we find a place where no one goes, otherwise, if you avoid his sharp edge, the sharp edge will come looking for you. HMPH. According to what you said, we might as well all withdraw from Huaxia. This planet is so big, where can't we go? At worst, we can hide for 100 or 200 years. And when our strength is strong enough, we can come out and eliminate these so-called extraordinary beings. What you said is nonsense. Now, the better places have all been occupied. Unless we go to desolate areas or compete for territory with those foreign friends, internal strife leaves the human race as mere spectators. Moreover, don't you know that fourth-tier extraordinary beings can live for an additional 400 years? Even if you find a desolate place to hide for a couple of 100 years. What difference does it make? Who can guarantee that by then, Ning Yuan won't be at 5th tier, 6th tier, or even higher? Chapter 249, Better Safe Than Sorry. Half an hour. Liu Wuqing candidly stated this time. Under no external interference and with everything going smoothly. The spirit suppression banner in my hand can last for a maximum of half an hour. Once this time is up, this item will inevitably be completely destroyed. Hearing this, many people fell into contemplation. Half an hour, neither too short nor too long. Fellow Taoists, I have already revealed my trump card. If any of you also possess special treasures, please do not hesitate to share, as this battle concerns us all. As Liu Wuqing's words fell, many struggled with hesitation in their hearts. Do they have treasures? Some certainly do. After all, every participant in this trial can carry up to 2 treasures. However, just because one can carry them doesn't mean everyone has them. Due to the restrictions of the Blue Star rules, to bring external treasures here, one must have a sufficiently powerful entity capable of temporarily suppressing the Blue Star rules to assist. Many cannot achieve this alone. This is a very realistic issue. Those qualified to enter the Blue Star for the trial must have support from prestigious sects or top families if they possess treasures. Chapter 250. Please don't insult me. If the 2 sisters, Xie Xinran and Xie Meng, knew Ning Yuan's thoughts, what would they feel? Ning Yuan felt no guilt towards Xie Xinran, nor did he care about any feelings. As for the love Xie Meng spoke of, Ning Yuan merely smiled. The little girl was too naive to understand what love truly is. The relationship between Xie Xinran and Ning Yuan was not love at all, but rather an emotion born out of mutual benefit. If Ning Yuan did not have his current strength or status, but was just an ordinary person at the bottom, would Xie Xinran still love him? The answer is self-evident. True love is an emotion that is unrelated to interests, it is selfless dedication. Love that cannot achieve this is false. As thoughts turned, just when Ning Yuan had settled on his decision to take Xie Meng to target a certain family in the coming days, his phone rang. Seeing it was an unfamiliar number, Ning Yuan frowned. During this time, not many had contacted him, and even the headquarters rarely reached out. Now, everything across the country seemed unusually stable. The news about the foreign tribes had diminished, as if they had left Huaxia, or were hidden away, secretly brewing some grand conspiracy. Chapter 251. Stop it. Sensing the faint fragrance from the other party, Ning Yuan began to speak seriously. What brings you here today? I was planning to contact you in a few days. Saying this, Ning Yuan took an orange from the fruit plate. Let me peel an orange for you. Yanxi remained silent, seemingly ignoring Ning Yuan. Soon, Ning Yuan placed a peeled orange in front of her. He, Captain Ning, you are quite skilled. It seems you've peeled oranges for those 2 sisters quite often, huh? No, I think you've peeled their clothes off more often, right? Yanxi picked up the orange in front of her, smiling at Ning Yuan, then broke half of it and handed it to him. Ning Yuan accepted it with a bitter smile. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm someone who craves beauty? I'm just forced to do this for various reasons. Cut it out. Yanxi rolled her eyes at him. So, are you looking for me for something? Ning Yuan asked directly. After a moment of silence, Yanxi looked at Ning Yuan and slowly spoke, just like last time. I have a condition for you to accompany me to a place. Ning Yuan nodded without hesitation. All right, I'll go with you. Soon, the two finished the oranges, turned off the television, and went out together. Chapter 252, Expanding Your Horizons on the Beach. The horizon at dusk gradually darkened. Yanxi stared blankly at Ning Yuan. As her thoughts returned, she suddenly smiled brightly, her face radiant. Even ants have the ambition to swallow the sky. Ning Yuan, you speak very well. Ning Yuan smiled faintly at her words. So, you brought me here just to say these things? Of course not, Yanxi shook her head. I'm here to show you something interesting. Ning Yuan looked at Yanxi in surprise. What interesting thing? She did not keep him guessing and directly said, Aren't you curious about how those foreign tribes you speak of descended upon this planet? Today, I'll show you something. With that, a flash of light appeared in Yanxi's hand, revealing a piece of pitch-black ancient jade in her palm. The next moment, she extended her slender fingers and swiftly traced the surface of the ancient jade. Instantly, a faint grey light emitted from the surface, enveloping the two of them. A treasure that conceals one's aura. Feeling as if he had become a soulless stone, a glimmer of light flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes. At this moment, he could not even sense his own aura. The ancient jade in Yanxi's hand truly opened his eyes. Chapter 253, A rocky road ahead. Seeing Yanxi's strange gaze, Ning Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Although Ning Yuan appeared unfazed on the surface, he was feeling extremely heavy-hearted. The path ahead is rocky and uncertain. Ning Yuan did not trust Yanxi and naturally could not reveal his true thoughts to her. Even though Yanxi had shared so many shocking secrets, and brought him to witness the scene of the foreign tribes invading the world, Ning Yuan still had his own judgment, and did not blindly trust all of Yanxi's words. Yanxi clearly had her own motives, and Ning Yuan could sense that she was subtly guiding him. However, up until now, he had not detected any malice from her. But the absence of malice now does not mean there won't be any in the future. Therefore, for someone whose motives and origins are unclear, and who is very invested in him, the best approach is to keep his true thoughts hidden. Having lived for hundreds of years in his previous life, has made Ning Yuan develop a suspicious and cautious character. Teaching him one thing: do not trust those you cannot control. Soon, after the 5 foreign tribes left, Yanxi also lifted the restriction of the ancient jade. Chapter 254, Secrets Deep Within North China Region, Dachuan City. Located in the suburbs, a certain undisclosed Chinese garden becomes even more tranquil under the night sky. The garden is shaded by lush trees, with pavilions, towers, rockeries, and flowing water. Yet, this place, resembling a tourist attraction, is the ancestral home of the Shangguan family, who have lived here for generations. In the sky, Ning Yuan, holding Summer Dream in his arms, looks down at the Shangguan family. 4 ordinary people. These noble families are mysterious and elusive. But for Ning Yuan, it's different. He can easily find out not only the locations of these noble families, but also how many people are in his own family, as answers will come to him whenever he wishes to know. For example, Xia Changfeng is very willing to secretly provide Ning Yuan with information about the noble families. For instance, the Shangguan family has a second-tier transcendent living there year-round. The Shangguan family also has sensing spiritual artifacts guarding the surroundings. It can be said that neither third-tier foreign races nor third-tier transcendent beings could launch a silent attack on the Shangguan family. In contrast to the declining Xia family, the Shangguan family truly aligns with the trends of the extraordinary era, and their family strength is soaring over time. The stronger they become, the stronger they will continue to be. The accumulation of resources and power is like a snowball, only by rolling faster than others will it grow bigger and bigger. Chapter 255, Shocking Secret in the Dream. Shengguan Yangzhuan poured a cup of tea for the girl and began to ask her how she had been at school during this time, whether she faced any difficulties, and if she needed his help. Under Shengguan Yangzhuan's concern, the girl gradually lowered her guard, initially thinking this was just a simple expression of concern from an elder. She did not anticipate what she would encounter next. As time passed, sweat began to bead on the girl's forehead. While chatting with Shengguan Yangzhuan, she kept stealing glances at him. The more she looked, the more she felt that this middle-aged man in front of her perfectly matched all her fantasies about men. Her cheeks flushed even more. "Xiaomai, what's wrong with you?" Shengguan Yangzhuan pretended not to know and asked with concern. The girl gazed dreamily at Shengguan Yangzhuan, biting her lip. The next moment, she lunged towards him. "Xiaomai, what are you doing?" Shengguan Yangzhuan deliberately showed a shocked expression and struggled. But the two ended up tumbling onto the bed during their chase. Watching this scene, Ning Yuan had no reaction, but Xia Meng's eyes widened in disbelief, and she hid behind Ning Yuan, afraid to look. Chapter 256. Nothing has changed in the valley. Ning Yuan looked at the ancient well in front of him. Darkness began to spread beneath his feet until it vanished into the depths. Under his abilities, various critical lines hidden underground were severed, and numerous surveillance cameras and sensors were destroyed. In just a few minutes, all the carefully arranged high-tech detection devices in the underground secret room became useless. And Ning Yuan didn't even give these high-tech devices a chance to issue a second alarm. In his previous life, Ning Yuan had also undertaken secret missions to acquire confidential information from foreign governments. Therefore, he was very familiar with the operational principles of these detection devices and knew how to silently destroy them. "Let's go." A moment later, Ning Yuan took Xia Meng directly underground. As her vision blurred, Xia Meng was instantly stunned by the scene before her. Unlike the desolate scenery of the outside world, the underground was luxurious and magnificent, revealing a huge basement that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. The basement was incredibly spacious, with the ceiling and surrounding walls made of heavy steel plates, coated with a layer of special paint that looked extremely luxurious. The ground was paved with stone slabs, smooth and tidy, appearing as a seamless whole. Chapter 257. I am ashamed. In Darwin City, the electronic factory was still brightly lit late at night. In the cafeteria, there was a crowd, and King Xiaoqian was in line, holding his work badge in one hand and a tray in the other, preparing to get his meal. Boiled cabbage roots, tough and blackened meat, pickled vegetables, and a seaweed egg drop soup that lacked visible seaweed and eggs, topped off with a scoop of leftover rice from the day. This was the night shift's meal. Like most people, King Xiaoqian, wearing factory clothes, expressionless, sat down in a corner with his tray. He then began to eat quietly. The strange taste of the food made him frown slightly, but he endured the nausea and continued eating. Just then, someone sat down across from him. "Get lost." King Xiaoqian did not look up and coldly uttered a single word. Dressed in a suit and looking clean and handsome, Liu Wuchen smiled and pushed a can of soda towards King Xiaoqian. "Kang, can we talk?" King Xiaoqian slowly raised his head, his gaze icy as he looked at Liu Wuchen, a terrifying killing intent emanating from him. "You're too eye-catching. I don't want to say it a second time." Feeling the terrifying killing intent radiating from King Xiaoqian, Liu Wuchen's smile grew even wider. He had long heard of King Xiaoqian's strength, and seeing it in person today was indeed as expected. Chapter 258. Let's test him in Beijing City. In Liu Yi's office at headquarters, Shengguan Yangzhuan seemed to have aged over a decade. His once rosy face now looked extremely haggard. Sigh. Looking at Shengguan Yangzhuan, Liu Yi sighed and glanced at Qin Guangyi, who was frowning in thought. Liu Yi then looked at Yang Yuxian, who was expressionless, playing with his phone. "Minister, my Shengguan family is facing this calamity. The other party is clearly preparing to target noble families and the headquarters. They possess such terrifying strength and are specifically targeting my Shangguan family. There are only a handful of transcendent beings in the world capable of achieving this. Please investigate this matter thoroughly and help my Shangguan family recover our losses. I am willing to donate all the extraordinary resources my Shangguan family has collected over the past decade to the headquarters, just to preserve our ancestral heritage. Otherwise, how will I face my ancestors after I die? As he spoke, Shangguan Yangzhuan, a man in his 50s, surprisingly began to cry. Seeing this, Liu Yi felt a tremendous headache. Although Shangguan Yangzhuan did not explicitly say it, his words pointed directly at Ning Yuan. Because the only ones with such power and a conflict with his Shangguan family were the Xie family and Ning Yuan behind them. Chapter 259, Parting on good terms in the afternoon, Ning Yuan received an invitation from Liu Yi. The latter said he wanted him to attend a meeting regarding recent intelligence obtained by the headquarters about foreign races. After agreeing to Liu Yi, Ning Yuan hung up the phone and looked at Jiyu Yang. Shangguan Yangzhuan went to the headquarters early this morning, right? Jiyu Yang nodded. That's right. Not long ago. We received information that Shangguan Yangzhuan went to the headquarters early this morning and has not returned yet. Now the Shangguan family is in chaos, according to the latest news. The Shangguan family was robbed by a mysterious person last night. Jiyu Yang swallowed hard after speaking, combining what Ning Yuan had asked him to do in the morning. He had already guessed that everything the Shangguan family encountered was likely related to the captain. He chuckled softly. It was said that he was going to a meeting. But Liu Yi and the others were probably just using the meeting as an excuse to test him. Ning Yuan lightly tapped the table, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Captain, then why are you still going? You could find an excuse to avoid it. You are a fourth-tier extraordinary being. Even if Liu Yi suspects you, they wouldn't dare to come find trouble with you, Jiyu Yang tentatively suggested. Ning Yuan shook his head. No need. Jiyu Yang. You must understand, when dealing with them, you are either fearless or always fearful. Chapter 260, Putting the big picture first in the conference room. Liu Yi stared blankly at the honor medal before him, still haunted by Ning Yuan's words as he left. Yes. He had always regarded Ning Yuan as a young man in his 20s, but he had forgotten that he was currently the most powerful extraordinary being. With Ning Yuan's current strength, how could he not be angry if he was falsely accused? The dignity of the strong cannot be trampled upon. They were wrong, ridiculously wrong. Sighing, Yang Yuxian broke the oppressive atmosphere. He looked at the bronze mirror on the table and said, "The bronze mirror is special. It doesn't emit fluctuations even when in use, so it won't be detected by extraordinary beings. I didn't expect that even Qin Lao couldn't sense this special spiritual artifact. But Ning Yuan could." Yang Yuxian reflected, "I underestimated the power of a fourth-tier extraordinary being, not considering that even with a wall separating them, Ning Yuan could still perceive this completely undetectable spiritual artifact and understand its purpose." Upon hearing Yang Yuexian's words, Qin Guangyi smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect Ning Yuan to be so powerful. It seems that during our last spar, he held back. If it were a life-and-death situation, I probably wouldn't even have a chance to fight back." Chapter 261, A Legacy in a Quiet, Dark Room. Zhou Xiaolin, who was deep in meditation, was unaware that two people had silently appeared in the room next door, where his father was. "He really is hard-working," Ning Yuan said with a smile, glancing at the adjacent room, then turning his gaze to the sleeping couple, Zhou Shu and his wife. "Meng Meng, let us begin." Xie Meng nodded and then used her first-tier ability to enter a dream. Under the cover of Ning Yuan's fourth-tier ability, all fluctuations were isolated within the room, not leaking out at all. Soon, the two entered Zhou Shu's dream. Like Shangguan Yangzhuan, they were still drawing on the deepest secrets of the other's heart. Compared to Shangguan Yangzhuan, Zhou Shu seemed to value his family's treasury even more, So his dream began with the scene of his first entry into the Zhou family's treasury. This is. Looking at the location in Zhuoshu's dream, a look of surprise appeared in Ning Yuan's eyes. Moments later, the two exited Zhuoshu's dream and quietly left the Zhou family. From their appearance to departure, it took less than half an hour, during which no one noticed they had been there. Chapter 262. The guardian Ning Yuan silently watched Mu Lingxue in response to her words. In the dark, she couldn't see him, but he could clearly see her expression. Why should I trust you? After a moment, Ning Yuan spoke coldly. You can choose to trust me or choose to kill me, that is your freedom. Mu Lingxue stood quietly, her expression calm. Moments later, the darkness dissipated. Looking at Ning Yuan, Mu Lingxue turned and walked forward. Follow me. Holding Xiameng, Ning Yuan followed behind. Brother Ning Yuan, she seems a bit off. You need to be careful, Xiameng whispered. It's okay. I know what I'm doing, Ning Yuan smiled back at her. Soon, they followed Mu Lingxue to the edge of a circular altar. The altar was located at the center of the ruins, merging with the ground. And its surface was engraved with ancient patterns, one of the landmarks of the scenic area. Mu Lingxue stepped onto the altar first, turning to Ning Yuan and saying, Come up. Ning Yuan quietly watched Mu Lingxue. Brother Ning Yuan, should we? Xiameng nervously tugged at Ning Yuan's sleeve. After pondering for a moment, Ning Yuan set Xiameng down and spoke to her. Chapter 263. A test. After hearing Mu Lingxue's words, Ning Yuan slowly spoke. So you think that the one who could change everything is me? Mu Lingxue nodded but then shook her head. I can't be sure. But in this era, I can't find a stronger extraordinary being with a faster promotion speed than you. That? Xiameng expressed her confusion. According to what you said, doesn't that mean every era's extraordinary beings follow the same promotion method? Of course, Mu Lingxue looked at Xiameng. Merging with spiritual seeds to become extraordinary. Ascending based on the Tao tree. This is the only path for ordinary people, it has never changed. Just like the evolution of civilization. No matter how many times it starts over, those who remain will walk the same path they took before, everything is already predetermined. Xiameng bit her lip, feeling as if her worldview was collapsing. To her, if everything this woman said was true, it felt as if she were living in a world that had already been designed long ago. Just like flowers and plants, experiencing the 4 seasons. Yet the outcome never changes. How much do you know about the foreign races outside? Ning Yuan looked deeply at Mu Lingxue. Chapter 264. I owe you an apology in Dazhou City, at Xinghu Huaban. After plundering the Zhou family, Ning Yuan did not return to the headquarters building the next day. Currently, he was playing games with the big yellow dog. The phone on the table remained connected to Ji Yang. Captain, Liu Yi might come to find you at noon. Ji Yang's voice came from the phone. Yeah, I'll wait for him at home. Also, Captain, it seems the Zhou family has had an incident. An incident is just an incident. That short article is already written. I estimate Sheng Guanji will receive it this afternoon. Okay, send me a copy later. I want to take a look. After hanging up the phone, Ning Yuan continued to focus on operating the controller. The big yellow dog shot him a sidelong glance. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoluo sat next to Ning Yuan, intently watching him play. As the saying goes, the more you know, the less troubled you are. Perhaps having learned too much from Yinshi, Ning Yuan did not take to heart anything regarding the underground palace. At the same time, on a private jet heading to Dazhou City. What? The Zhou family had an incident too. Liu Yi's eyes widened at the news coming from the other end of the phone. Chapter 265. You need to work hard. As Liu Yi finished speaking, Yang Yuxian sighed and began to persuade, Captain Ning Yuan, I actually understand you. Anyone who is slandered and doubted would be angry. But just as Liu Yi said, we are facing a great enemy now, and the other race is brewing some kind of conspiracy. Our conflicts should be set aside for now. We should join forces to deal with the other race first. Ning Yuan, you are our hope for victory. If you leave the headquarters, we will surely lose this war. And you should know the consequences of failure. Countless ordinary people will lose their lives because of it. I hope you can prioritize the bigger picture. Not far away, the big yellow dog lying on the ground looked at young Yuan and the others with a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, damn it. These two are here to impose moral pressure. First, they offer benefits, then play the emotional card, and finally resort to moral coercion. What a set of interlinked tactics. Ning Yuan remained silent for several minutes before he let out a deep sigh. Fine. For the sake of the bigger picture, let's put this matter behind us. But only this once. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words, Liu Yi and young Yuan both breathed a long sigh of relief. After chatting with Ning Yuan for a while longer, the two stood up and left. Chapter 266. Shared despair inside the building. A nationwide interview program was underway. The female host, dressed in a professional skirt suit, faced the camera with a sweet smile and began to speak. Everything has a price, but love is priceless. This person is young and accomplished, worth a fortune in his early 20s. He has love in his heart, and has been dedicated to helping sick children. In just 1 year, he has saved nearly 100 children suffering from serious illnesses. Today, we are fortunate to invite the outstanding young entrepreneur Mr. Liu Wuchen. Let's welcome him. As applause erupted, Liu Wuchen walked onto the stage from behind the scenes. He smiled at the camera and the audience below, then sat down on the sofa next to the host. Seeing such a handsome and young Liu Wuchen, the host's smile grew even sweeter. Mr. Liu, your actions are admirable, and your contributions are truly great. I am curious about what inspired you to do this. After all, there are very few young entrepreneurs like you who have such a big heart. Could you share with our audience here, and those watching on their phones, so that love can spread throughout the world? Liu Wuchen took the microphone, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted as he began to speak. Chapter 267. Independent decision. 10 days ago, at the headquarters of the extraordinary beings in Beijing City, 6 people were holding a secret meeting in an underground room. Liu Yi pointed to several areas marked with red circles on the map beside him and said, according to the latest intelligence, the cities targeted by the other race for attack are among the following 4: Dadong City, Dashen City, Dafu City, and Dosha City. We are not certain which city it is, but we need to make necessary deployments. At the end of the conference table, a voice echoed from a dark monitor. Liu Yi, if the intelligence is accurate, the people in these cities should be evacuated as soon as possible without alarming anyone. Additionally, some important locations need to be prioritized for protection, and extraordinary beings should be arranged to guard them in advance. Liu Yi nodded. Understood, Chief. At the same time, one person frowned and spoke up. Minister Liu, is there no way to determine which city the other race will attack? Choosing 1 out of 4 spreads our forces too thin, and will waste a lot of time. Hearing this, Liu Yi looked at the speaker. General Wang, at this point, there's no need for me to hide anything from you all. Some of my information about the other race comes from a source within that race. Chapter 268. Fighting back. Seeing the scene in the sky, some late arriving extraordinary beings instantly widened their eyes. Stop them! Young Yuan shouted anxiously from the headquarters conference room. These other races must have some purpose. Hurry and stop them. Soon, some extraordinary beings unleashed their powers toward the sky. Ants shaking trees, how unwise. One of the other race members coldly snorted, and a small wooden box appeared in his hand with a flash of light. Watch me use my flying swords to cut you all down. With a flick of his finger, the wooden box opened, and small flying swords surged out, shooting out in all directions like lightning, leaving dazzling trails in the air, carrying a chilling aura of death. The speed of the flying swords was too fast. Some low-ranking extraordinary beings on the ground didn't even have time to react. Puff! A soft yet painfully audible sound of flesh-piercing echoed. Then came the second, the third. A chorus of desperate sounds followed. An extraordinary being's chest exploded in a spray of blood, and their body fell limply. A female extraordinary being conjured an energy shield. But it was easily pierced as if it were made of paper. A red mark appeared on her forehead, and the light in her eyes quickly dimmed. Chapter 269. No one can stop them. The primal brutality of physical combat often results in violent clashes, with blood and flesh flying amidst the collisions. Ning Yuan found himself surrounded and beaten. Kang Xiaoqian, not adhering to martial ethics, wielded a heavy machete with great skill. The sound of the blade tearing through the air was chilling. In contrast, Ning Yuan remained unafraid, moving with the grace of a martial arts master, nimbly dodging the blade and surrounding punches and kicks. His fourth-tier physique was terrifying, occasionally landing a punch on the back of Kang Xiaoqian's blade, creating a loud bang. Time slowly passed. The air seemed to thicken, and the smell of blood grew stronger. Unlike outside, this area lacked the dazzling powers of extraordinary beings, or the brilliance of the other races' supernatural abilities. It was merely the most primitive and savage clash of bodies. A symphony of death, with fists striking flesh and bones dislocating. Soon, among the dozen or so other race members surrounding Ning Yuan, a few couldn't keep up with his attacks and were struck in the chest, shattering their ribs and sending them flying, coughing up blood. Kang Xiaoqian, also pushed back, had red eyes and bulging muscles, and the air around him seemed distorted by the heat radiating from his body. The heavy machete in his hand had recently been shattered by Ning Yuan's fists. Chapter 270. Time is ruthless as a knife compared to the fights between ordinary people. The life and death struggles between experts are often brief. As the saying goes, the first burst of energy is strong, but it wanes with time. The life and death fights between true masters of physical prowess usually determine the victor within minutes. Killing techniques are not performances. The fundamental purpose of each move is to kill the opponent. After 5 intense minutes of combat, what Ning Yuan anticipated happened. Youth is feared in battle. Qin Guangyi's aging body ultimately became a burden. Although he possessed the physique of a third-tier extraordinary being, his opponents were not ordinary people. Liu Wuchen's young and peak physique, combined with his bold and expansive techniques, finally began to gain the upper hand. Bang! He feigned a sidestep, then delivered a sharp punch at an awkward angle that struck Qin Guangyi's chest hard, causing the latter to groan and blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. The attack continued, and Liu Wuchen, with unrelenting speed, had eyes cold as frost and a twisted, fierce expression. His iron fists moved quickly and fiercely, producing piercing sounds as they tore through the air. Compared to his battle with Ning Yuan, fighting Qin Guangyi felt incredibly satisfying and exhilarating. Come on, Qin Guangyi. Ha 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 ha. Your granddaughter was torn apart by these hands of mine. Chapter 271. Nurturing the enemy with self-respect. Not far away, a surviving extraordinary being watched this scene and cried out. Otherworldly beings also wore expressions of horror, feeling a chill in their hearts. What kind of extreme hatred could cause one to bite down on the opponent's neck so fiercely despite such pain? Ning Yuan looked at this scene with a calm heart. Yes, that's right, Qin Guangyi, rest easy on your journey. Your sacrifice is honorable, and will be revered by future generations. Liu Wuchen's steel teeth clacked together, as he continuously hammered his fists into the head of the old man, biting his neck. After pounding dozens of times, Liu Wuchen slowly stopped. At the same time, Qin Guangyi released his grip and fell backward. With a thud, the old man's body collapsed to the ground. His head was smashed, and his mouth was filled with the flesh and blood from Liu Wuchen's neck. Qin Guangyi was dead. Upon seeing this scene, the otherworldly beings all showed expressions of great joy. The extraordinary beings, however, displayed despair and sadness. Liu Wuchen's face was pale and weak. He pressed one hand firmly against the bleeding wound on his neck, looking at Qin Guangyi with a twisted expression. Old man, you were ruthless enough. All right. You were quite a character. Saying this, Liu Wuchen turned his gaze toward the battlefield where Ning Yuan was. Chapter 272, Thankfully, the captain is safe outside the battlefield. Centered around the light shield, the surroundings were filled with the dazzling lights of supernatural abilities colliding, along with the sounds of screams, roars, and clashes. The ground had turned into a meat grinder, littered with blood and corpses. Most were ordinary people, a few were extraordinary beings. And a very small number were from the otherworldly. The extraordinary beings, despite their numerical advantage, were still unable to gain an absolute upper hand against the otherworldly. As most of them were B rank, and there were very few at the second tier. Above the light shield, several figures were fiercely engaged in combat. S ranks were Qingyu. A rank Zheng Guang, along with other captains and some powerful second-tier extraordinary beings. The goal of these strongest extraordinary beings from China was singular, to kill the otherworldly being sitting cross-legged and controlling the light shield. However, several powerful second-tier otherworldly beings guarded around it, using various supernatural abilities and treasures to block them, preventing Zhou Qingyu and the others from making any progress. At that moment, Wu Daoliang, sitting cross-legged, suddenly sensed the fluctuation of the spirit-settling banner. Sigh, has it failed again? With a sigh in his heart, Wu Daoliang scanned the battlefield and spoke. His voice rolled like thunder, echoing across the battlefield. The plan has failed, retreat quickly. Chapter 273, If I Was Stronger. Time passed slowly. A female medical worker, taking a moment to treat the injured, picked up a bottle of water and drank a few sips. Just then, she seemed to see something, her tired expression suddenly stiffening. The water filling her mouth spilling down into her collar. The woman stared blankly at the sky. At this moment, many others also noticed the sky and gasped in surprise. What is that? A person. What is behind him? That is Captain Ning Yuan. It's Captain Ning Yuan. Oh my God, he has so many heads behind him. Someone exclaimed in horror, quickly spreading the news. Ning Yuan stood in the void, and behind him, nearly 50 heads of otherworldly beings were pierced by black shadows, swaying slowly like a centipede. Thud! An elderly man, who had experienced despair and lost his entire family, with only his granddaughter surviving, saw this scene and was moved to tears, kneeling down. The old man's gaze lingered on one of the heads behind Ning Yuan, crying, "Thank you, Captain Ning Yuan, for avenging my family. Captain Ning Yuan, you are our guardian deity." Some people shouted excitedly. "Hero!" a young man exclaimed passionately. Chapter 274, The Hearts of the People in Beijing City. The memorial service for Qin Guangyi was held as scheduled. The cries of the Qin family echoed throughout the venue. For the Qin family, the death of Qin Guangyi was akin to losing two arms, causing their grief to be heartfelt and profound. Watching the solemn funeral, Zibian, dressed in loose black formal attire, shook his head and muttered to himself, "Since ancient times, famous generals have been mourned by thousands. Yet no one cares for the common soldiers. People always look up, unaware that the most suffering and difficult are always at the bottom." A voice sounded softly behind Zibian, causing him to startle and turn around. The speaker was none other than Ning Yuan, who had just arrived, accompanied by Jiyu Yang and several second-tier leaders from the central Huazhong region. Zibian awkwardly touched his nose and smiled. "Captain Ning Yuan, I was just joking. Please don't take it the wrong way." Ning Yuan looked him up and down, then asked, "You are the person in charge of Linen City, Zibian?" A second-tier extraordinary being of A-rank magnetic spirit seed, who killed 3 otherworldly beings of the same rank in Dashen City. Zibian nodded somewhat shyly. It was just luck. Ning Yuan only smiled at this and, as he passed by him, suddenly stopped and spoke meaningfully. "Zibian, do you know why people's feet are always whiter than their faces?" Chapter 275, the law enforcement captain in Beijing City. The grand and solemn auditorium was already filled with people. Liu Yi spoke on stage about the battles between extraordinary beings and the otherworldly over the years, revealing many brutal fights that had never been known to the public. In the mountains and fields, in urban towns, the otherworldly beings showed no humanity. They might be laughing and talking with others one moment, and the next, they would erupt into random killings. Compared to these enemies, our weakness and passivity were evident. Since the establishment of the headquarters 24 years ago, the frequency of otherworldly appearances has increased, and the crimes committed have become more severe, as seen in cities like Dahushi, Wugua, and the recent Dashen city. The war against the otherworldly has caused countless deaths. The battlefield spans across the nation, and people are sacrificing themselves every day. Many extraordinary beings fight fearlessly against the otherworldly to protect ordinary people, regardless of day or night, regardless of location. Meanwhile, many ordinary people assist extraordinary beings in searching for the otherworldly, staying awake all night, not returning home for months. Some workers risk dangers to find extraordinary resources to enhance the strength of extraordinary beings, leading to many losing their lives in the process. Chapter 276. A tireless journey. Suzuki Yukino pressed her aching body closely against Ning Yuan, carefully kneading his muscles. The recovery ability of a transcendent far exceeds that of ordinary people, and the scars on the girl's snow-white skin were healing at a visibly rapid pace. "Master, if you don't come soon, I might just go find you," she said. Suzuki Yukino's delicate, fair fingers wandered over Ning Yuan's sturdy upper body. Even in her current weakened state, feeling his strong physique made her body feel soft all over, and the heat that had calmed down began to rise again. Ning Yuan looked at the stunning girl in front of him, her dark eyes deep and calm. "If you behave well, perhaps one day I will consider taking you to Huaxia." Upon hearing this, Suzuki Yukino felt a surge of joy in her heart. But she then bit her lip and looked up at Ning Yuan, saying, But didn't you say that disobedient dogs get punished?" Ning Yuan looked at Suzuki Yukino with a somewhat complex expression. This girl could be said to be the ultimate masochist. "Did you just say that the resource reserve location in the island country is within the area where the emperor resides?" Ning Yuan asked, stroking Suzuki Yukino's swollen, delicate face. She nodded. "The specific location is deep within the Kyoto Imperial Palace. To reach there, one must go through layers of security checks. Even Prime Minister Yamada can only enter with the Emperor's approval." Chapter 277. Red Moon. Lifting his foot, Ning Yuan casually kicked away the headless girl. Then turned to look at the thick fog that concealed the road. He raised his hand and waved. "Vaz?" The fog seemed to be cut in half, revealing the path ahead. Ning Yuan's figure instantly rushed into it. His expression was somewhat gloomy, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. The little girl he had just seen was a corpse, merely controlled by the ability of a transcendent being. Encountering a transcendent who could manipulate corpses in a place like this was certainly not a good thing. Because, according to Suzuki Yukino, in order to prevent insider theft, transcendent beings within the Imperial Palace are strictly prohibited from entering this area. Anyone who violates this will be treated as a traitor. Yet now, a transcendent with such a bizarre ability had appeared here, indicating that someone had gotten ahead of Ning Yuan. Soon, Ning Yuan arrived in front of the tower. As he suspected, there were indeed several figures moving back and forth in front of him. Ning Yuan's gaze went directly to the top of the tower. There stood a figure, who appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old, dressed in a black princess dress, with long black hair tied into twin ponytails. Chapter 278. The price of betrayal. Ning Yuan did not take the powerful civil organization Red Moon to heart. Even in his previous life, civil transcendent organizations were inferior to official ones in every aspect. The peak of Red Moon had only one 6th-tier transcendent. In contrast, during Huaxia's most prosperous period, there were 4 7th-tier transcendent beings, over a dozen 6th-tier transcendent beings, and hundreds of 5th-tier transcendent beings, along with a large number of fourth and third-tier transcendent beings. This was thanks to Huaxia's rapid development and the cohesion of over 1 billion people's hearts. Thus, the top transcendent beings of Huaxia, in his past life, did not regard Red Moon with any seriousness. However, the problem arose. While Ning Yuan did not care about the so-called Red Moon, the actions of this organization had touched upon his interests. Their resource plundering in the island country was essentially a theft of his resources. Meanwhile, the corpses continued to stiffly come and go, transporting items. Various resources had already piled up high in the open space. Do you have a storage spirit tool? Ning Yuan asked Anno. She nodded. Go collect those things. Ning Yuan released his control over Anno, signaling her to gather the items that the corpses had brought. Chapter 279, Not even a stitch in H country. In an area near the coastline, the lack of effective restraint on transcendent beings has led to a complex web of power. Here, there are no laws. Only the rampant indulgence of transcendent beings and the torment and despair of ordinary people. This very reason has attracted transcendent beings from all over the world. In a border town, Ning Yuan arrived with Anno. The astonishment on the girl's face was still evident. The island country was thousands of kilometers away. And one had to cross an entire sea. Even the flying transcendent beings in Red Moon would need half a day to get here directly from the island country. Yet, Ning Yuan brought her here in just a few minutes. What terrifying speed! The more she thought about it, the more intense her fear grew. The border town remained brightly lit in the deep night. As they passed through an alley, a tightly closed door was pulled open from the inside. And a naked blonde woman ran out, collapsing at Ning Yuan's feet. The woman was covered in scars, her eyes dull and lifeless. She raised her hand to grasp Ning Yuan's pant leg, struggling to say something. Chapter 280, More evil than demons. As the two passed through the hall, many people came to greet them, including a black man, who whistled at Ning Yuan, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Anno turned her head stiffly, looking at Ning Yuan, whose expression had turned extremely grim. I really didn't know it would be like this here. Where is the person you mentioned? Upon hearing this, Anno quickly pointed to a room in the hall. There, that's where Tang Ji lives. Saying this, Anno led Ning Yuan to the room and directly pushed the door open. The huge room was filled with laughter and joy, drowning everything out. Tang Ji, small in stature and with waxy yellow skin, was currently surrounded by a dozen hollow-eyed women, wearing an expression of utmost enjoyment. Hearing the door open, Tang Ji glanced towards the entrance. The first thing he saw was Anno, followed by the tall man beside her. When he clearly saw Ning Yuan's face, Tang Ji was momentarily stunned, thinking he was hallucinating. However, after taking a closer look, Tang Ji's eyes nearly popped out. If one were to discuss which transcendent being was the most famous in the world today, it would undoubtedly be Huaxia's fourth-tier transcendent, Ning Yuan. Chapter 281, President of Red Moon. On the other end of the phone came a voice that had been specially processed, making it impossible to distinguish gender or age. President, there's been a situation regarding the resources obtained from the island country. Where are you now? I need to discuss it with you in detail. Tang Ji's tone was cautious and careful, showing no signs of vulnerability. However, there was silence on the other end of the line. After a moment, the voice returned, speaking words that were shocking. Ning Yuan, Tang Ji and Anuo have been handed over to you. You can deal with them however you want. But don't try to come looking for me. Hong Yu has never offended Huaxia, and is even less willing to be your enemy. I hope that after this matter, you won't trouble Hong Yu again. Upon hearing this, both Tang Ji and Anuo looked as if they had seen a ghost. Instead, Ning Yuan spoke with great interest. Were you just on the second floor of the castle? Or does the second floor have your eyes and ears? What? Anuo's eyes widened in surprise. Who knows? Maybe both, The voice on the other end was very calm. Ning Yuan smiled and said, "If you want me not to trouble Hong Yu, then fine. Hong Yu will pay me 50 spiritual items every year, and I won't trouble you." Chapter 282. An opportunity to strike. Chi Ya is of mixed Eastern and Western descent, and her face almost integrates the advantages of both. Ning Yuan did not shake her hand, glanced at her, and then looked back at the sea. Slowly saying, "I like watching the sea because the most powerful natural force on this planet is the sea, and the most unfathomable is also the sea." Hearing this, Chi Ya retracted her hand and also looked at the sea, smiling as she said, "Indeed, the same scenery can be seen differently by different people. Tell me about your situation." Ning Yuan asked. "I have an enemy. If Captain Ning Yuan is willing to accompany me for revenge, Hong Yu can deliver 20 spiritual items to your hands each year." Seeming to guess that Ning Yuan did not like beating around the bush, Chi Ya straightforwardly stated her request. "An enemy?" Ning Yuan looked at Chi Ya with a half-smile. "If Hong Yu dares to directly steal the resources of a country, what enemy can you not deal with?" "Of course there is." Chi Ya smiled ambiguously. "You said it yourself, stealing the resources of a country. If it comes to a direct confrontation, Hong Yu is definitely not a match for the island nation, at least not now. Tell me about your enemy." Ning Yuan continued to inquire. Chapter 283. Coincidence, Destiny. Huaxia, Jinling City. Inside a clothing store that has been hanging a closed for business today sign for years. The empty room was extremely quiet. Suddenly, a crisp sound of impact came from the back room, followed by a woman's teasing voice faintly ringing out. "Be gentle. You broke it." Inside the room, a fragrant scent wafted as a man and a woman sat facing each other. After a teasing remark, Yanxi smiled at Ning Yuan and teased, "Want to take back your move? I can let you." Ning Yuan looked at the chessboard in front of him, then at the cracked piece he had just placed, and sighed in defeat. Since he taught Yanxi chess half a year ago, Ning Yuan often came to sit with her, using the excuse of playing chess to try to extract information about the outside world from her. However, Yanxi's tongue was slicker than her skin. No matter how much Ning Yuan tried to hint, he couldn't get any useful clues. Not only that, but even chess had become a struggle for Ning Yuan. He had only won a few times at the beginning, but then Yanxi leveled the score. And now it had turned into a one-sided slaughter. Not being able to win even against a dog was one thing, but now he couldn't even win against a woman. Chapter 284. This feels right. Time slowly passed in the tangled confusion of King Xiaoqian's heart. In the evening, a van stopped in front of them. The door was pulled open, and a bald man in the back row stared at King Xiaoqian and the others, counting while saying, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's you few, get in the car." As the bald man finished speaking, the group got into the van one after another. "The work is a bit tiring, but a night's pay can reach 200, enough for you to enjoy for several days." The bald man took out some near-expiry bread and distributed it to King Xiaoqian and the others. "Let me be clear, if you don't work a full 12 hours, you won't earn a penny. There's half an hour of break time for dinner at night, but that half hour is not included in the pay. And the wages are settled at 7 in the morning." No one responded to the bald man's words. These people seemed to have no objections, merely waiting silently for the moment the van arrived. The bald man was not surprised by this. Thus, after half an hour of driving, the van stopped outside a logistics transfer center. The bald man led King Xiaoqian and the others into a large warehouse, found the manager, and then chatted happily with him for a while. Chapter 285. Parasite. At this moment, Chi Ya looked at the church and explained to Ning Yuan, "The New World Society never deals with ordinary people, and ordinary people cannot enter this church. Because a certain cold aura has always permeated the area around the church, ordinary people can't stay for long. Over time, the public naturally avoids it. So, Does that mean the New World Society also doesn't interact with the official forces of Country F? Hearing Qi Yue's words, Ning Yuan asked in confusion. It has been this way for the past 2 years. Qi Yue nodded, her expression somewhat complex. Nowadays, the high-level officials of Country F cannot command the extraordinary beings of the New World Society. Moreover, they dare not voice any grievances, as they have no means to restrain these extraordinary beings. Ning Yuan couldn't help but think from a different perspective. If all the extraordinary beings at the Huaxia headquarters were also unrestrained, what would that scene look like? Let us go, we'll go straight in. Qi Yue looked at the dark sky and said. The location of the extraordinary resource storage of Country F is also somewhere in the New World Society. After saying this, the two rushed toward the dark, towering church. The church had no windows, and only the giant door on the ground could lead inside. Chapter 286, Fate Inside the Church. A bloody smell permeated the air, and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Qi Yue hesitated in front of her former best friend. She had prepared for this day for a long time and had made up her mind, but when the moment truly arrived, she still couldn't bring herself to act. It was the same last time. She had also come here 2 years ago, when she first broke through to the 3rd stage, bringing along a few trusted 2nd stage extraordinary beings to attack the church. Qi Yue and the others were first attacked by the mind-controlling extraordinary beings from Country F in a suicide attack. After withstanding several waves of attacks and killing a few former friends, Qi Yue's heart collapsed. Just when they were exhausted from dealing with those extraordinary beings, the 3rd stage alien Chloe appeared. In that battle, Qi Yue used all her means to escape, while all the 2nd stage extraordinary beings who helped her died inside. That battle made Qi Yue understand that she could not show mercy. And it also made her realize that coming here with a strength below the 3rd stage was a death sentence. But then again, if one has no emotions, are they still human? You haven't changed at all, nothing can change you. Qi Yue's long knife began to tremble in her hand, tears welling up in her eyes. Just as she hesitated, a group of descending extraordinary beings began to attack her. Chapter 287, Means of Substitution Inside the Church. The battle continues. Facing a 3rd-tier transcendent, who has lost his mind and is being controlled, Xia quickly gains the upper hand. Whoosh! She dodges Antoine's heavy strike and seizes the opportunity to slash, successfully severing one of his arms. Blood spills, but Antoine seems completely unaware and continues to attack Xia desperately. Several pale wisps of fog shoot out from behind Antoine, twisting in midair and transforming into a menacing energy serpent. They silently hiss, swirling and circling, blocking all of Xia's escape routes, rushing towards her with a scorching aura from all directions. The life and death struggle between 3rd-tier transcendent beings is difficult to quickly discern. Even though Xia's 3rd-tier abilities are extremely powerful, facing another 3rd-tier transcendent like Antoine, she still cannot crush him outright, and can only gradually expand her advantage. However, this is extremely draining on her spiritual energy. It is important to note that a transcendent's abilities can only be activated by the spiritual energy within their body. And spiritual energy is not infinite. The more it is consumed, the weaker the transcendent becomes. When the spiritual energy is exhausted, the transcendent can no longer use their abilities. Therefore, Xia cannot waste too much spiritual energy on Antoine, as her true enemy has yet to reveal themselves. Chapter 288, You're not killing us, what's going on? Seeing that her spell had no effect, Chloe's heart trembled, and her smug expression instantly became rigid. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Ning Yuan bursts into laughter. Interesting. Your changing expressions are like the most hilarious performance, bringing joy to both body and mind. What? Chloe was taken aback, and instinctively took a few steps back. At that moment, Ning Yuan's 4th-tier ability suddenly erupted, enveloping Chloe. In that moment, Chloe finally understood why the spirit controlling Ji Yu had no reaction at all. Because even the spiritual energy within her body was under absolute suppression, showing no response whatsoever. Phut! Ning Yuan waved his hand. And several black blades appeared out of thin air, instantly surrounding Chloe. Boom! Just as Chloe was about to be sliced into countless pieces, the church's dome suddenly exploded. A circle of light appeared beneath Chloe's feet, causing her to vanish in an instant. And there are aliens. A cold glint flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes. And the black blades scattered outwards from him like a tidal wave. Phut! Chloe's upper body, along with her head, was shredded, but her body had already disappeared. Chapter 289, Death equals nothingness. Time slowly passed, and the sky had turned dark. In one area, with 4 people at the center. The surrounding buildings had long been reduced to rubble. After killing the blonde girl duo nearly 300 times, Ning Yuan finally noticed their recovery speed slowing down. At this moment, Chia was already extremely weak. She could only follow Ning Yuan's attacks and occasionally deal the finishing blow, unable to face Chloe alone. In contrast, the blonde girls were in a perilous situation as well. Damn it, why hasn't Ning Yuan reached his limit yet? The calmness on the blonde girl's face had long vanished, replaced by deep fear. The effect of the summoning needle was nearing its limit. Chloe, sensing the duo's predicament, gritted her teeth and said, "Miss, you go first, I'll hold off Ning Yuan." The blonde girl forced a bitter smile at her words. Go? Can she even escape? Her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and although Ning Yuan had not continued to frequently use that terrifying ability that suppressed her spiritual energy, he could still activate other abilities to kill her. Now the blonde girl truly felt the pain of her kind from Huaxia. Facing such an enemy was simply despairing. Chapter 290, You're finished. A pitch-black streak of light vanished in an instant under the night sky. Chia had a shadow left by Ning Yuan as a marker. And soon he arrived at her location. Currently, Chia was engaged in close combat with Chloe, both women exhausted of spiritual energy, using every means to fight. After their weapons were destroyed, bricks and various sharp objects around them became their weapons. Chloe's once beautiful face was now twisted, her large eyes almost shooting fire. On the ground at her feet lay a dozen silvery long worms, most of which had been smashed to pieces, their viscous fluid splattering everywhere. A few of the remaining worms were still writhing weakly, reflecting a nauseating and eerie sheen in the moonlight. These oddly shaped long worms were created by Chloe's powers combined with her own blood, meant to control transcendent beings. They were supposed to swiftly burrow into Chia's body and turn her into a puppet servant. However, due to Chloe's depleted spiritual energy, these worms had lost their former speed and hardness, moving sluggishly and weakly, getting smashed one by Chia wielding a brick. Chapter 291, The Wheels of History in the Sky. Chia's expression grew increasingly grim. By now, she finally sensed something was wrong. Ning Yuan, do you know what's going on? What about the ordinary people in the city? Chia stopped and asked Ning Yuan. He. Ning Yuan turned to look at her, his tone indifferent. Did you ask the wrong person? Chia scrutinized Ning Yuan, her voice trembling. Could it be that the aliens are extremely cruel, viewing ordinary people as ants, as food? And using the lives of a city's population to prolong their own lives is nothing extraordinary. Ning Yuan's tone remained flat. Chia stumbled in the air, gazing down at the bustling city, murmuring, 2 million people, 2 million people, that's 2 million people. Ning Yuan approached Chia, gently patting her shoulder in comfort. This is war. Throughout human history, the sacrifice of 2 million people is truly insignificant. Moreover, if we retreat today, then perhaps in the future, the country F may not just lose 2 million lives, but possibly 20 million, or even 200 million. As transcendent beings, we must understand to sacrifice the small for the greater good. Chapter 292, Can't reach him anymore. Daging City. Headquarters of the Transcendent. The conference room felt somewhat dull, with everyone looking at each other in silence, no one speaking. What's wrong? Why is no one talking? Minister of Defense Shu Ani pounded the table vigorously. Others are already feasting, and we are just sitting here staring blankly. Look at these countries, clearly in chaos at home. Yet they dare to stretch their necks to bite a piece of meat from other countries. And we in Huaxia not only have strength, but live in peace and stability at home, and here we are just sitting idle. I still say, the opportunity is right in front of us, we should just go for it. Someone sighed and spoke. The current situation in Country F is fraught with internal and external troubles, with various forces intricately intertwined. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's a volcano, and one misstep could ignite it, potentially leading to a world war. Our immediate priority should be to recuperate and steadily enhance our strength. We shouldn't take risks and wade into murky waters. Recuperation is indeed important. But the opportunity for battle is also crucial, someone retorted. In my opinion, Minister Shu is right. We should not only get a share of the pie, but also grab the biggest piece. Chapter 293, Two Tests. After a moment of silence in the conference room, someone furrowed their brows and spoke up. Although Captain Ning Yuan is a fourth-tier transcendent being overseeing us, we only have Jiang Zhong as our third-tier transcendent. And he is also tasked with protecting the chief, making it inconvenient for him to take action. Therefore, without Captain Ning Yuan, we essentially lack the strength and qualification to compete for resources. Hearing this, many in the conference room felt a sinking feeling. Indeed, while Huaxia has a fourth-tier transcendent, there are almost no third-tier transcendent beings. At this moment, Zuoshu's eyes flashed with brilliance. Cough, cough. Zuoshu deliberately cleared his throat twice. And when everyone looked at him, he smiled and slowly said, although Huaxia currently has no third-tier transcendent, we can cultivate one at the fastest speed. To be honest, Qingyu has already reached the peak of the second tier, and is only one step away from breaking through to the third tier. As long as the headquarters is willing to allocate resources to her, Qingyu will definitely be able to break through to the third tier at the fastest speed. Once Qingyu reaches the third tier, we will no longer fear the third-tier transcendent beings of other countries. Chapter 294, Breaking through to fifth tier. Months passed in the blink of an eye. After finishing their world tour, the two did not go to Beijing City, but instead arrived in Jinling City. They opened the door to a villa that had long been prepared. The interior of the villa was arranged exactly like that of Xinghu Huapan. Ning Xiaoluo looked around in astonishment, and then turned to Ning Yuan. Xiaoluo, I need to do something. You will stay here until I return. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Ning Xiaoluo's heart trembled, and the joy she had felt disappeared instantly. She looked at Ning Yuan in panic. Before you come back. Xia Yuan, where are you going? Is it dangerous? Do you have to go? Ning Yuan looked at her with a gentle smile. I must go. But you don't need to worry, I will come back. Upon hearing this, the expression on Ning Xiaoluo's face did not relax, but became even more worried. Her big eyes glistening with tears. You're lying. If you were completely confident, you wouldn't have brought me here. This is Jinling, you must be afraid you won't return. And someone will take action against you because of revenge, which is why you brought me here. Xia Yuan, I don't know what you want to do. But can you please not take risks? Chapter 295, The past is like smoke. After the sky was completely dark, in the cave, Ning Yuan slowly opened his eyes while sitting cross-legged. He waved his hand to take out all the spiritual items. Over 100 jade boxes simultaneously opened under the cover of darkness. In an instant, the cave was filled with an extremely rich aura of the world's original essence, radiating like substance. Ning Yuan focused on the Tao tree within him, observing the 4 spiritual source fruits of similar size. In the next moment, Ning Yuan suddenly urged the Tao tree to send all the spiritual sources within him towards the 5th withered branch. At the same time, the external darkness, formless and intangible, seeped through the mountain rocks and snow layers into the stone cave. Over 100 spiritual items within the cave began to tremble, and one by one, They disappeared into Ning Yuan's body like stones sinking into the sea. With the frenzied infusion of a large amount of spiritual source, the fifth withered branch began to tremble violently. And then gradually showed signs of change. The path to the fifth tier had officially begun. Uncertain how much time had passed, the extreme pain in his body finally dissipated. And Ning Yuan slowly opened his weary eyes. Bang! At that moment, the girl in front suddenly punched her chest. Chapter 296, The Most Basic Responsibility in the Ruins. Leaning against a large stone, Ning Yuan looked at the dim sky. Upon hearing his words, Zhuozhuo immediately burst into tears. Not far away, some transcendent beings responsible for rescue were also deeply moved, and many came to greet Ning Yuan. Teacher Ning. Teacher. Senior. Senior. Among these transcendent beings, many fourth-tier transcendent beings had heard of Ning Yuan's deeds since childhood, knowing that his ability was light and was known for defense, having saved countless cities as a hero. At that time, there were no sixth-tier alien races, let alone seventh-tier alien races, so Ning Yuan was regarded as a guardian deity by many ordinary people. Even those transcendent beings, who had not experienced the early and mid-stages of the transcendent era, had heard of the lessons from this old senior, and respected him to some extent. After all, if it weren't for Ning Yuan and his peers who made significant contributions in the early stages of the transcendent era stabilizing the situation, how could Huaxia stand at the pinnacle of the world today, and how could it still have the power to resist when facing seventh-tier alien races? It is well known that it is easy to go from 1 to 100, but it is extremely difficult to go from 0 to 1. Chapter 297, Early arrival is not as good as timely arrival in the park. Ning Yuan arrived at a bridge, looking at the rippling water below. As a gentle breeze brushed against his face, it was quiet yet comfortable. After watching the water for a while, Ning Yuan continued walking forward. At that moment, he saw a figure slowly approaching from a distance. The person was wearing a vintage white dress and holding a paper umbrella, making it hard to see her face. As he got closer, Ning Yuan frowned slightly. He could sense that the person was not an alien race, but strangely, he did not detect any transcendent aura from her. Is she a special spiritual species? Ning Yuan thought to himself. Soon, the two passed each other. A unique fragrance wafted through the air. And Ning Yuan instinctively glanced at the woman beside him. The paper umbrella just covered the upper half of her face. And Ning Yuan vaguely saw her red lips gently lift as she softly said, "It seems I came a bit early." For Ning Yuan, this was merely an insignificant encounter in his long life, so he did not take this woman to heart and soon forgot about the incident. Years later, through various fortuitous encounters, Ning Yuan acquired enough spiritual items and finally reached the end of the fourth tier, with the fourth Dao source fruit on the Dao tree growing to its limit. Chapter 298, Light and Darkness Coexist. Splash. After being unconscious for an unknown amount of time, Ning Yuan's consciousness gradually returned. He looked at the white hall in front of him and then heard an ancient voice. Hearing that these people would actually execute him under a baseless accusation just to make peace with an alien race, Ning Yuan was initially stunned. And then a certain persistent thought in his heart was completely shattered. Anger, extreme anger instantly filled his heart. He wanted to curse these people. To tell them that he had the power to change everything, to go back and save this world. However, the chain on him, specifically designed to bind a fourth-level extraordinary being, left Ning Yuan feeling utterly despondent. These powerful extraordinary beings, high above, even couldn't be bothered to investigate his body. Because if they did, they would surely discover that Ning Yuan had successfully broken through to the fifth level. Perhaps, to these people, the death of a fourth-level extraordinary being like Ning Yuan was utterly trivial, if it weren't for the aliens demanding precautions against deception. They probably wouldn't even bother to show up. In such a world, was it worth saving? Looking at the powerful extraordinary beings hidden in the shadows, Ning Yuan couldn't help but ask himself this question. Chapter 299, a new path in the courtyard, the middle-aged man was struck dumb by Yiling's words. He simply couldn't understand. Why would his son, who broke through to the golden core at such a young age, and was destined to ascend to the divine realm, say that he didn't want to cultivate immortality? Why? The middle-aged man suppressed his inner panic and asked Yiling. The boy was silent for a moment. Then said flatly, "Father, what's so good about becoming an immortal?" The middle-aged man answered without hesitation, "Becoming an immortal allows you to ascend to the divine realm, achieving eternal life and overlooking countless worlds." "Is that so?" The boy continued to ask. "But our Yi family once had two ancestors who successfully ascended to the divine realm. Since you say becoming an immortal means eternal life, why haven't we heard anything from those two ancestors until now? Also, you once said that immortals can reverse life and death. But when my mother died, I went to the ancestral hall to ask our ancestors for help. Yet they ignored me." Hearing the boy's words, the middle-aged man frowned. "Linger, you mustn't speak recklessly. The thoughts of immortals are beyond our understanding. Their refusal to help must have their reasons." Chapter 300. Too much time has passed. Hearing the strange being's words, Yiling spoke calmly. "It was worth my effort to bring you down from the divine realm. From what you just said, it seems our speculation with the old tree was correct." The strange being coldly replied, "Speculation? What speculation?" "Becoming an immortal is a scam," Yiling said with an extremely cold expression. "Why have those who ascended to the divine realm gone silent? Why do I sense an almost imperceptible pressure in the world's spiritual energy? Looking back now, it seems all of this was done by the so-called divine ancestors you mentioned. They occupy the divine realm, using spiritual energy as bait, nurturing beings from all worlds, guiding them to cultivate, just like raising livestock." Upon hearing Yiling's words, the strange being fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. You're right. But so what? The divine ancestors are the starting point of everything. They created the path of cultivation, standing above the rules, immortal and indestructible. Those so-called immortals are merely food for the divine ancestors. Kid, you're special, but you'll never understand the horror of the divine ancestors." Chapter 301. 10 years not far away. Many ordinary people were searching for something in the ruins. "What year is it now?" Ning Yuan asked an old man. The old man looked at him. Seeing his tattered clothes and unkempt hair, thought he was crazy, rolled his eyes, and ignored him, continuing to rummage through the debris. Bang! Ning Yuan, too lazy to waste words, kicked the old man, knocking him unconscious, and then searched him for his phone. Looking at the date on the phone, Ning Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he immediately crushed the phone. 10 years. It had been 10 years since he entered seclusion to break through to the 5th level. Not far away, some scavengers saw Ning Yuan beating the old man to snatch his phone and pointed at him. However, the next moment, when they saw Ning Yuan disappear from the spot, their eyes widened in shock and fear. In the sky, Ning Yuan's figure vanished in an instant. He looked down at the scenery with a dark expression. Seeing that other cities were not like Jinling, Ning Yuan had a rough guess in his heart. This was clearly a consequence created by the alien race, or extraordinary beings, as revenge against him. Dajing City, headquarters of the extraordinary beings. Chapter 302. A change of events. The dungeon was different from what he imagined. There weren't many extraordinary beings imprisoned here, just one person, Jiyu Yang. This former leader of the extraordinary enforcement team, who had offended countless forces, ended up in such a situation after losing his support in Ning Yuan. Deep in the dungeon, a blooded and barely breathing person was tied to a chair. Several steel needles, as thick as a thumb, were inserted into his body. These needles were binding spiritual artifacts that prevented him, a second-level extraordinary being, from having any control over himself, making it so he couldn't die even if he wanted to. Only able to live like this. Ning Yuan approached Jiyu Yang, looking at his once spirited subordinate with a complicated expression. At that moment, Ji Yang suddenly spoke. "You came a bit early this time. What's up, any new tricks?" "Ji Yang, it's me." Upon hearing those 4 words and that familiar tone, Ji Yang's breath hitched. And he exerted all his strength to open his eyes, finally seeing Ning Yuan before him. Then Ji Yang trembled suddenly. "Captain." Ning Yuan did not answer him. He simply released the restrictions on him and then activated the spiritual artifact, the Spring Jade Ring. Chapter 303. I am here hearing Ji Yang actually spill his entire history to that strange person. Dao Ming felt both shocked and angry. "Oh? Dao family. I remember. That's the family that sent several properties to the Xia family to get close to me." Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Dao Ming was taken aback. Just then, Ning Yuan walked directly to Dao Ming's side and coldly said, "Get lost." Dao Ming stared at Ning Yuan in a daze, then finally reacted, retreating in horror, as if he had seen a ghost. "You? Ning Yuan? You're Ning Yuan?" Ning Yuan sat in Dao Ming's seat and looked at him, saying, "Immediately summon all the staff in the headquarters to the underground combat conference room for a meeting in your name. Also, gather all 3rd-level extraordinary beings, as well as captains and vice-captains, along with 2nd-level extraordinary beings in important positions, and have them arrive by this time tomorrow. Otherwise, they will be directly dismissed." Dao Ming's heart trembled upon hearing this. He knew what Ning Yuan intended to do, but looking at Ning Yuan's face, he couldn't muster even a shred of resistance. After all, he had experienced Ning Yuan's era, and knew the kind of achievements and strength this extraordinary person possessed. Chapter 304. Why are you shaking? Stand straight. Ji Yang's angry shout forced Jiang Zixing to straighten up. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan approached him, slightly bowing his head to look at him closely. "Do you know who colluded with the alien race and betrayed us?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Zixing's somewhat overweight body began to tremble violently. He stammered, "No, I don't know." "Don't know?" Ning Yuan's dark, deep eyes stared at him, his voice icy and piercing. "What are you shaking for?" I. Captain Ning Yuan's reputation is formidable. I am deeply in awe, so I am uncontrollably trembling in excitement." Jiang Zixing forced a smile that was more grotesque than crying. "Oh?" Ning Yuan looked at him with a half-smile, then pointed to his own eyes. "These eyes can see through people's hearts. I can tell you are lying. However, I can give you a chance. If you tell me who that person is, I can let you go." Jiang Zixing remained silent, continuing to tremble. He thought it was a joke to identify someone in such a situation. He simply didn't have the guts to do it. In the audience, someone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. As long as no one spoke, Ning Yuan would certainly not be able to directly uncover anything on the spot. Chapter 305. You all deserve to die. Zhuoshu wanted to say something more, but Ji Yang kicked his leg, causing him to kneel on the ground. "Ning Yuan, you can't do this. I hold an important position, and have made significant contributions. If you kill me without differentiating right from wrong, how will you explain it to everyone?" Zhuoshu shouted and roared, his gaze fixed on the audience, hoping someone would stand up to stop Ning Yuan. However, no one rose. It wasn't that Zhuoshu had poor popularity, or that no one wanted to stand up to scold Ning Yuan. Instead, those who wanted to stand simply couldn't get up. Not only that, but the words they wanted to say were stuck in their throats, and they couldn't utter anything. Even the extraordinary beings were the same. Facing the oppressive aura emanating from Ning Yuan, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The few third-tier extraordinary beings, like Zhuo Qingyu and Zheng Guang, although they could stand, recognized Ning Yuan and understood what some people had done to his companions during his absence. Therefore, they dared not offend Ning Yuan. Zhuo Qingyu looked at Zhuoshu, who was kneeling on the stage, and at that moment, Zhuoshu was also looking at her. Meeting Zhuoshu's eyes filled with fear and regret, she sighed deeply. Chapter 306, Interests Change Hearts. Blood flowed on the stage, and severed limbs were everywhere, instilling fear in people's hearts. The originally righteous war conference room had turned into a bloody execution ground under Ning Yuan's slaughter. Zhuoshu watched the outcome of the Shangguan family, his body shaking violently. Nearly fainting from extreme fear. Ning Yuan was too ruthless, he was completely disregarding common sense. Leaving Zhuoshu unable to keep up with his thoughts or predict what he wanted to do next. Reputation, process, breaking rules, Ning Yuan didn't follow any of these. He used the most direct method to seek out those who sought revenge against him. Not far away, Dao Ming, the current minister, was bent over and continuously vomiting. He had seen killings, but witnessing a dozen people being hacked into pieces at such close range, with their entrails splattered on the stage, made his stomach churn uncontrollably. At the same time, Dao Ming's fear of Ning Yuan grew even stronger. Was this really the Ning Yuan, who had once been kind and just to everyone? Filled with righteousness and responsibility. In the audience, some extraordinary beings from humble backgrounds trembled at this scene, their breathing becoming heavy. It turned out that these high and mighty individuals died just like ordinary people. Chapter 307, I really didn't expect it to be like this. Upon hearing Zhuoshu's words, Wang Yufang immediately clenched his fists, his skin surface revealing bulging veins, and a heavy oppressive feeling emanated from him, causing cracks to slowly appear on the table in front of him. At that moment, Ning Yuan moved. He slightly raised his hand, and Wang Donghe was enveloped in a cloud of black mist and floated directly to the stage. Upon seeing this, Wang Yufang angrily shouted, Ning Yuan, are you really going to blindly trust Zhuoshu's one-sided words? Hearing Wang Yufang's words, Ning Yuan merely glanced at him coldly and replied indifferently, I have my own way to discern the truth. Wang Yufang stepped forward, raising his hand to grab Wang Donghe, who was shrouded in darkness. In an instant, an invisible mental force enveloped Wang Donghe, attempting to pull him back from Ning Yuan's grasp. However, the next moment, Wang Yufang was stunned. His ability had no effect on Wang Donghe at all, who continued to float directly to the stage. From the perspective of others, the third-tier extraordinary being Wang Yufang appeared as a peculiar figure, like someone shaking hands with the air. Cold sweat appeared on Wang Yufang's forehead. His third-tier ability had no effect in front of Ning Yuan's power, which was simply unbelievable. Chapter 308, A large group of monsters exposed. From Zhuoshu to the Shangguan family, and now to the Wang family. Since the incident began, the hearts of the thousands of people in the conference room had already changed. They began to be stirred by the brutal facts, starting to despise those who colluded with alien races and harmed their compatriots for their own interests. On stage, Wang Changhe was still repeatedly saying I'm sorry, I was wrong and other phrases. His attitude and performance could be described as extremely sincere. Anyone who did not know the truth would surely feel soft-hearted upon seeing it. However, not a single person present sympathized with Wang Changhe. Because those qualified and positioned to attend this meeting were all high-ranking officials, they were clear-headed. Knowing that Wang Changhe did not truly realize his mistakes, but rather understood that he and the Wang family were doomed. Ji Yuyang took a deep breath, his forehead bulging with veins, wishing he could directly tear apart the person in front of him. One could say that if he hadn't leaked information, the disaster in Jinling would never have happened. Moreover, Liu Yi and many others who were kept in the dark would not have to bear the blame for him. And he wouldn't have been reassigned, unable to rush to Jinling in time to save Ning Shaoluo, leading to him still not knowing where Ning Shaoluo was. One could say that all of this stemmed from this person's greed. Chapter 309, I assure you. After Wang Donghe revealed everything, Ning Yuan addressed the crowd below, saying, the truth has now been clarified. According to the law, colluding with alien races and leaking national intelligence, resulting in the tragic death of nearly 1 million people. All those involved should be executed on the spot. The person from the Shangguan family has already been executed, as for the others from the Shangguan family. Minister Dao, Ning Yuan looked at Dao Ming not far away. I suggest we immediately send someone to capture the remaining members of the Shangguan family, after all. Those in high positions who collude with foreign races pose a greater threat to the country than the foreign races themselves, don't you think? Dao Ming naturally understood Ning Yuan's words, but at this point, how could he possibly stop it? So he quickly nodded in agreement. It is necessary. We cannot let a potential threat go. After dealing with the Shangguan family, Ning Yuan then looked at Wang Donghe, who was kneeling on the ground, still sobbing and crying. The Wang family colluded with foreign races, leading to the deaths of nearly 1 million people for their own selfish desires. Their crimes are immeasurable. And not killing them would be against the heavens. As Ning Yuan spoke his last word, Wang Donghe's pants began to seep with moisture. And his body trembled more and more violently. He understood what Ning Yuan meant. It was not him, Wang Donghe, who was being targeted, but the Wang family. Chapter 310, Do you want to rebel? In a certain city center of country F, the figures of Ning Yuan and the 2 others appeared outside a magnificent landmark building. The 3 ascended the steps, and soon several fully armed soldiers noticed them, all raising their guns to aim. Stop! Entry is strictly prohibited here. These fully armed soldiers were on high alert, and one soldier named Tang Yang, exuding the aura of a second-tier extraordinary being, stepped forward to look at Ning Yuan and the others, his silver eyes flickering. Seeing this, Zheng Guang took out a document from his pocket and threw it to Tang Yang. Tang Yang received it and carefully scanned it. We are from headquarters. Here for urgent business with Captain Lu, Zheng Guang spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Tang Yang scrutinized Zheng Guang, then glanced at Ning Yuan and Jiu Yang beside him. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Yang put away his gun, returned the document to Zheng Guang, and saluted. Captain Zheng Guang. Seeing this, the other fully armed soldiers also lowered their guns and returned to their positions to remain vigilant. Zheng Guang nodded at them. Is Captain Lu inside? Tang Yang shook his head in response. Captain Lu just went out to handle some matters, and should be back before dark. Chapter 311, Why is the gap so huge? Ning Yuan quietly listened to their conversation. He also had an impression of Lu Jiangcheng. In his previous life, this person was a 6th-tier extraordinary being, one of the top leaders in Huaxia at that time. However, this person was adept at hiding himself and never revealed himself in front of outsiders. Ning Yuan only knew that Lu Jiangcheng's abilities were related to transformation, ever-changing, an invisible killing god. These 8 words were enough to illustrate the power of this person. But no matter how powerful he was, what significance did it have for Ning Yuan now? If Lu Jiangcheng continued to hide his identity and lurk in the shadows to increase his strength, it would indeed be difficult for Ning Yuan to find him in a short time. But since he actively exposed himself, wanting to kill him would be no different from squashing an ant. Whatever changing, in the face of absolute power, no matter how he changes, it would still lead to death. Who are you? At this moment, a 2nd-tier extraordinary being responsible for patrol came over, frowning and coldly questioning Ning Yuan and the others. Moments later, this 2nd-tier extraordinary being tremblingly led Ning Yuan and the others to meet other 2nd-tier extraordinary beings, 3rd-tier extraordinary beings, and some high-ranking officials resting on the 2nd floor. Soon, everyone was gathered. 35 2nd-tier extraordinary beings, 4 3rd-tier extraordinary beings, and over 60 ordinary people responsible for various matters. Chapter 312, Becoming the trusted confidant of the enemy. Ning Yuan looked at Zibian with a smile on his face. Zibian, do you remember what I said to you before? Upon hearing this, cold sweat immediately appeared on Zibian's forehead. He certainly remembered that sentence. At Qin Guangyi's funeral, Ning Yuan had asked him why people's feet were always whiter than their faces. At that time, Zibian understood that Ning Yuan was saying he would hide himself for someone who could see through him at a glance and was the strongest in terms of strength, Zibian was extremely fearful. Because he was afraid. He was afraid that Ning Yuan would be wary of him and find a way to kill him. So as long as Ning Yuan was around, Zibian would avoid him whenever possible and never seek the spotlight. When rumors spread that Ning Yuan was dead, Zibian did not believe it because he did not believe that such a destined child could die. However, years passed, and even he had to doubt whether Ning Yuan was really dead. Later, when Lu Jiangcheng was appointed as the new enforcement team leader, and some new third-tier extraordinary beings gradually emerged, Zibian understood that he could no longer delay. It is known that extraordinary resources are limited, and moreover, this is a time of chaos. If one falls behind, who knows if a second Ning Yuan will emerge in the future. Chapter 3:13, It's not the end, but the beginning. At headquarters, in the underground combat conference room, the originally lively and noisy atmosphere became quiet with Ning Yuan's appearance. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene on the stage. Captain Ning Yuan and his team have returned, and they have indeed brought Lu Jiangcheng with them. Currently, Lu Jiangcheng is restrained, kneeling on the stage under Jiyu Yang's control, facing everyone. He has rebelled. Ning Yuan has rebelled. Lu Jiangcheng shouted angrily at everyone, looking at Zhu Qingyu and the others. Ning Yuan has rebelled. I, in the capacity of enforcement team leader, command you to attack Ning Yuan immediately. Zhu Qingyu, Lin Quan, He Yang, Zhu Xian, Lu Zeng, Han Dong. Hurry up and take action. No one responded. Everyone silently looked at Lu Jiangcheng. Lu Jiangcheng continued to shout, repeatedly calling out the names of the third-tier extraordinary beings below. By this point, he understood his predicament and guessed what he was about to face. The bloody smell on stage, along with the tragic deaths of those whose appearances were barely distinguishable, told him what had happened here not long ago. Unable to deal with Ning Yuan, his only hope was to unite everyone's strength against Ning Yuan. Chapter 3:14, The protagonist. In the changing times outside Q City Prison in Dijing City, a black car quietly parked. The numbers on the license plate shocked the guards inside the prison. To be honest, this was the first time they had seen this car appear here in reality. And even more unbelievable was that it was clearly here to pick someone up. To be able to leave this prison and get into such a car means something obvious. Creak, the metal gate slowly opened to both sides. Dressed simply, Liu Yi slowly walked out. The guards at the door immediately saluted him, their expressions extremely respectful. Liu Yi frowned as he looked at these two people, and even he could not immediately understand what had happened outside. However, when he saw the car parked at the door, he suddenly understood many things. Why did the prison warden treat him with utmost respect early in the morning? And why did the two guards just salute him? At the same time, the car door on the driver's side was opened, and then Jiyu Yang appeared, walking towards Liu Yi. Upon seeing Jiyu Yang, Liu Yi was clearly stunned. Minister. Jiyu Yang extended his hand in front of Liu Yi, a smile on his face. Liu Yi had lost a lot of weight now, and half of his hair had turned white. Just a few years of imprisonment seemed to have aged him by 20 years. Chapter 3:15, No one will dare to bully you anymore. Under Ning Yuan's devil-like coaxing, Liu Yi eventually agreed to him. After a few people returned to headquarters, it wasn't long before Dao Ming voluntarily resigned. Subsequently, during a high-level meeting, after the chief's affirmation on the monitor, Liu Yi was exonerated and reinstated, once again serving as the minister within the headquarters. This news was quickly reported by the official channels nationwide. Although the ins and outs of the incident had changed significantly due to some special reasons, it ultimately provided a reason that the public could accept. Liu Yi was framed and imprisoned, and years later, the truth was revealed, with the evil forces behind it being punished. Under the official description, Liu Yi was portrayed as a great leader who sacrificed himself to protect the safety of the majority. Naturally, the uninformed public believed it. After all, what could they do if they didn't believe it? Besides this, the return of Ning Yuan, the strongest extraordinary being, was widely reported by the authorities and gradually spread across the globe. Many people felt suspicious, incredulous, fearful, and worried about it. Ning Yuan knew that his return could not be hidden, and he had no need to hide it, as he still needed to take this opportunity to have Yuan Shi contact him actively. Chapter 3:16, Dawn and Dusk. In Beijing City. With Liu Yi back in power, and some who feared being held accountable resigning for various reasons, the situation within the headquarters was rapidly returning to its former state. No one mentioned what had happened in the combat conference room not long ago, as if it had merely been a dream, and those who had died were quickly forgotten. After all, no one wanted to be labeled a traitor or a collaborator. Zhou Shu, on the other hand, tried to resign on the pretext of illness. But after being refused, he could only take a short leave to calm his frightened heart. In addition, he needed to think of ways to gather spiritual items to repay Ning Yuan's debts. Meanwhile, the situation abroad was becoming increasingly chaotic. This was not to say that people overseas did not love peace, but there were shadows of other races behind it. Some foreign races wanted to test whether Ning Yuan had truly returned by leveraging the power of overseas extraordinary beings. After all, 4 other races like Liu Wuchen. No news was worse than Ning Yuan's return, especially since there were reports that Ning Yuan's strength had increased. In a private villa in a certain location in the United States, the dimly lit hall was filled with a variety of people. Their skin colors varied, including men and women, young and old. Chapter 3:17, Concerns for the Public. While a group of extraordinary beings were discussing Ning Yuan in Beijing City, a special meeting was taking place at the extraordinary beings' headquarters. Ning Yuan, once you take action against F country, there will be no turning back. Defense Minister Xu Liping said solemnly, as he looked at Ning Yuan. At the same time, the others were also looking at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan smiled faintly and looked at Liu Yi. Liu Yi stood up and slowly spoke. Turning back? Why should we turn back? 5 years ago, the United States, Germany, and Japan united with all the Nordic countries to form the so-called Northern Alliance. Since Captain Ning Yuan's disappearance, the Northern Alliance has been secretly and openly encroaching on our interests. Don't you all know what has happened in F country? Some third-tier extraordinary beings from the Northern Alliance have hidden their identities and disguised themselves as civilian criminal extraordinary beings to plunder our resources and harm our personnel stationed in F country. Even Mao country has a very close relationship with the Northern Alliance, frequently harassing our border under various pretexts. This is enough to show that there is no so-called peace in the extraordinary era. Everyone, wake up. Liu Yi knocked on the table. The Cold War and military competition of 100 years ago. Chapter 3:18, Shura Field. In Huaxia, Qinling Mountains. In a flat area high in the mountains, flowers and grass sway, and trees provide shade. 2 simple wooden cabins stand facing each other. Not far away is the edge of the mountain, where one can overlook the magnificent scenery of the entire Qinling Mountains. Ning Xiaoluo sat cross-legged, her eyes closed, practicing. Not far away, a big yellow dog in shorts was watering with a kettle. Upon seeing Yuan Shi returning with bags in hand, the big yellow dog immediately showed a flattering smile and ran over to take the things from Yuan Shi's hands. Over the years, the few of them had been hiding here, with only Yuan Shi going out occasionally to buy various daily necessities. Since extraordinary beings could survive without eating or drinking, they had hardly eaten anything over the years. If they wanted to take a bath, there was a naturally formed pool below where they were staying. Yuan Shi was still wearing a vintage long dress. She was tall and graceful, with an unmatched beautiful face. Sitting down on a stone chair, Yuan Shi looked at Ning Xiaoluo, who was meditating not far away, and said softly, Ning Yuan is back. Upon hearing this, Ning Xiaoluo, who was in deep meditation, suddenly opened her eyes wide, turned to look at Yuan Shi, her voice trembling slightly. Chapter 3:19, I am not him. Inside the wooden cabin. A person and a dog sat facing each other at a simple stone table. The big yellow dog kept sighing, roughly recounting the experiences of these years to Ning Yuan. In the 4th year after your disappearance, I predicted Jiu Yang's fate. But his position was too special, and too many people were watching him. So it was impossible for him to escape unscathed. Later, when Liu Yi was ousted, Jiu Yang became the target, and the inspection team was disbanded. Power. Even if I know the outcome, still cannot change anything. Those from the aristocratic families have the foundation and strength, while we do not have these. The so-called political allies are just fair-weather friends. When you were around, these people were our friends, but once they sensed the situation was off, they immediately changed their stance. With no bottom line at all. Especially since the power we hold is based on your existence. Once you disappear, we, who have lost absolute strength, become like water without roots, and being held accountable afterward is just a matter of time. At this point, the big yellow dog looked at Ning Yuan and asked, Since you are back, what about the headquarters? Ning Yuan briefly told the big yellow dog everything that had happened not long ago. Chapter 3:20, Celebration Banquet. A few days later. In F country, at the Northern Alliance's military base. Besides the extraordinary beings from Huaxia, third-tier extraordinary beings from the United States, Germany, and Japan had gathered here. David, a third-order extraordinary from country Y, spoke with a grim expression. According to reliable intelligence, Ning Yuan has really returned. Upon hearing this, the people around began to respond. Damn it, wasn't this fourth-order extraordinary dead? How did he suddenly reappear? What should we do if he tries to seize our resources? The high-level officials in Huaxia prefer peace. We might as well take the initiative to sign a non-aggression pact with them, which might restrain Ning Yuan's actions. I remember that the current head of the law enforcement team in Huaxia is Lu Jiangcheng. He has a good relationship with us and never initiates conflicts. Although Ning Yuan has returned, he has lost much power after disappearing for so long. He is probably busy fighting for power in Huaxia right now, and has no time to come here. Ha ha ha, very true, let them fight among themselves first. We just need to watch the show peacefully. If Ning Yuan really becomes the head of the law enforcement team again, then we can consider signing a non-aggression treaty with Huaxia. At worst, we can give up some interests. Chapter 3:21, Reciprocity in the lobby of the hotel. The banquet was arranged to be divided into two sides, with Ning Yuan sitting alone at the top position. Seeing this scene, Jack and several other third-order extraordinary from the Northern Alliance felt a bit displeased. After all, this arrangement felt like they were being looked down upon. However, at this point, it was not appropriate to argue with Ning Yuan about such matters. Thinking of this, everyone exchanged glances and then found an empty seat to sit down. Soon, several third-order extraordinary from Huaxia also arrived and took their seats. Meanwhile, the door on the first floor slowly closed. Steve, a third-order extraordinary from Country D, glanced at the entrance and suddenly felt a twitch in his eyelids. At the door, several fully armed soldiers from Huaxia silently watched them. Through the glass door, this third-order extraordinary could clearly see that the soldiers had indifferent expressions. One soldier even showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Hey, Daniel. Don't those soldiers at the door seem a bit off? Steve asked his companion beside him. The third-order extraordinary named Daniel looked towards the door and then smiled. Steve, are you seeing things? They are just ordinary people. Are you, a third-order extraordinary, afraid of the guns in their hands? Chapter 3:22, Provoking War in the Banquet Hall. As Jack turned into a human target, the other third-order extraordinary from different countries were utterly terrified. This was Jack, a powerful extraordinary from the Dawn Association, the top combat power of Country M, and he was actually killed by Ning Yuan just like that. Kill them. Ning Yuan ordered expressionlessly. In an instant, all the Third Order Extraordinary from Huaxia in the banquet hall moved, pouncing on the Third Order Extraordinary from the Northern Alliance. Puff! 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 Some Third Order Extraordinary directly punched through the chest of their counterparts from other countries. Others simply twisted their opponents' necks. Several individuals used their abilities to transform into various weapons, and directly beheaded the Third Order Extraordinary from other countries. Faced with these Third Order Extraordinary from the Northern Alliance, who were controlled and unable to move by Ning Yuan, Huaxia's Third Order Extraordinary, including Zibian, killed them with almost no effort, not even giving them a chance to speak. Among them, the one-eyed Third Order Extraordinary Li Wanli was the most ruthless. He first gouged out Steve's eyes before cutting his throat. Soon, dozens of Third Order Extraordinary bodies lay on the ground, shrouded in shadows and disappearing into them. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a tremor in their hearts. Chapter 323, We Created a Miracle Country M. Early in the morning, Defense Minister Vance received news from Country F and pushed open the President's office in disbelief, where he found all the high-level officials. Fuck! Matt! The President of the Dawn Association swore, slamming his hand heavily on the table. What the hell is going on with that damn Ning Yuan? Why did he suddenly appear after disappearing for 10 years, and what about his actions? He slaughtered the Allied Extraordinary, occupied the entire Country F, and even captured tens of thousands of people. Mr. President, what does Huaxia mean? Do they want to go to war with us? Country MS President Brown said coldly. Not long ago, I spoke with the high-level officials in Huaxia over the phone. Their meaning is that they can't control Ning Yuan, and if we are willing, we can find a way to kill Ning Yuan, and they will not stop us. Upon hearing this, many newly arrived people showed incredulous expressions. Shit! Look at this ridiculous excuse. Someone spoke angrily. Can just saying they can't control him resolve everything? I suggest we immediately counterattack Huaxia. Matt, the President of the Dawn Association, rebuked the speaker. Shut up. Chapter 324, Fighting to Sustain War, Moving Forward Continuously in Country F, at Huaxia's military base. A meeting was being held with Ning Yuan leading a group of Third Order Extraordinary, and military commanders were also present. Looking around, the meeting room was filled with high-level officials from the current base in Country F. Ning Yuan stood in front of a world map. Looking at everyone, Ning Yuan spoke. Before I present the next content, is there anyone who opposes war? I allow anyone who disagrees to leave Country F and return to Huaxia. But if you listen to what I say next, then there will be no turning back. No one spoke, everyone quietly looked at Ning Yuan. After waiting for a while and seeing no one leave, Ning Yuan nodded and continued, and his words immediately shocked everyone. Next, we will leave Country F at the fastest speed and then attack the next target. A Third Order Extraordinary felt a shiver in his heart and asked in confusion. Captain Ning Yuan, do you mean? That's right, Ning Yuan said expressionlessly. To fight to sustain war. What we need to do is to take the initiative to attack, destroy all resistance forces of other countries, and plunder their extraordinary resources. Everyone, before the Northern Alliance forms an effective defensive circle and counterattack against us, the plan set by the headquarters is to defeat the 5 countries surrounding our coastal waters, occupy their territories to build defensive forces, and double our domestic nuclear defense range. Chapter 325, You were the one who did not abide by the agreement. First, Suzuki Yukino coldly stared at the sobbing Yamada Yuji, her expression extremely calm. Gu Yi. Among the several third-order alien beings who attacked the island nation, he was the strongest and most brutal existence. It is rumored that he is extremely lecherous, especially deriving pleasure from torturing female extraordinary. 3 years ago, many first and second-order female extraordinary from the island nation were captured by him and tortured to death. As a third-order extraordinary, Suzuki Yukino, due to her special abilities, has never been able to be subdued by Ji Yi, even when he teamed up with other third-order aliens. Because of this, Kuno's obsession with her deepened, and he completely fixed his gaze on Suzuki Yukino. Letting out a slow breath, Suzuki Yukino picked up the teapot in front of her and poured a cup of tea into the teacup in front of Yamada Yuji. Suddenly, she chuckled lightly and said, "As a woman, being born in this era is itself a mistake. One can only go with the flow." Since the Prime Minister had said this much, what more could Yukino say? Hearing this, Yamada Yuji was overjoyed. He wiped the tears and snot from his face and said, "Yukino, the country will not forget you. But you don't need to be so pessimistic. You're so beautiful, as long as you listen well and serve Kuno properly, with your looks and figure. I believe he won't have the heart to hurt you." Chapter 326, Beating. Throwing the belt on the ground, Suzuki Yukino prepared to slowly take off her kimono. However, just as her hand touched her chest, a loud bang suddenly broke the silence in the room. Everyone's attention was drawn, and they instantly looked toward the large door not far outside the palace. There stood a figure. The person was somewhat plump and had a slightly hunched posture. Yamada Yuji. Prime Minister Yamada. At this moment, both the foreigners and Suzuki Yukino looked at Yamada Yuji in shock. Yamada Yuji's expression was terrified, and his body trembled continuously. Just as Kuno was about to angrily reprimand Yamada Yuji, suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. It was a young man with delicate and fair features. But his eyes were dark and deep, as if they could see straight into one's heart. The moment Suzuki Yukino saw the man's appearance, her pupils constricted, and her heart began to race violently. "Who is this person?" A foreigner frowned and coldly shouted. Kuno slowly rose, his muscles tensed, and his expression became extremely serious, as he stared intently at the man standing behind Yamada Yuji. He could sense that the man was extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 327, Strategic Purpose. Several hours later, the night had not yet dissipated, and Ning Yuan, under the guidance of Suzuki Yukino, headed to Kyoto in the island nation. Soon, the two learned everything they wanted from Kyoto, and then left for a specific location. The third-tier extraordinary beings of the Northern Alliance were very cautious. Their base was by the sea, allowing for an immediate retreat overseas if the situation turned unfavorable. According to intelligence, there were 6 third-tier extraordinary beings stationed in the island nation. These 6 were likely acting together to prevent any one person from being attacked by foreigners. This also made it convenient for Ning Yuan. Killing these extraordinary beings was simple, but if they possessed any spatial transfer artifacts, it would lead the Northern Alliance to guess their intentions immediately. Now, what Ning Yuan needed to do was to conduct a lightning war. Before the Northern Alliance could fully react, he aimed to expand the results to the point where they had to exert their full strength to stop Huaxia, thus entering into war with Huaxia. In the sky, Ning Yuan and Suzuki Yukino hid in the darkness. The two looked down at the brightly lit military base below, and Suzuki Yukino occasionally glanced at Ning Yuan beside her. "Master, should we launch a strong attack? My third-tier ability can create a spatial barrier to prevent them from escaping for a short time." Chapter 328, His threat is greater than the foreigners. As Vance finished speaking, a round of agreement erupted in the conference. Almost everyone's gaze turned toward the representative of Huaxia. After a moment of silence, Zhong Feng, the representative of Huaxia, coughed twice into the microphone. Once the noise in the conference room subsided, Zhong Feng slowly began to speak. "First, I need to emphasize one point. Ning Yuan is not a 4th-tier extraordinary being, he is now a 5th-tier extraordinary being. Additionally, regarding your accountability, I need to respond. Everything that has happened in Country F is solely the actions of Ning Yuan, and Huaxia is unaware and has no reason to support his actions. As everyone knows, our country has always upheld the principle of peaceful coexistence. Furthermore, we are deeply saddened by everything that has happened in Country F. But the power of the 5th-tier extraordinary being makes it impossible for us to impose effective constraints on him. In simpler terms, Huaxia cannot control Ning Yuan. Finally, if the Northern Alliance needs any assistance, Huaxia can cooperate. But I need to clarify that Huaxia is currently unaware of Ning Yuan's movements, and does not know what he is doing now. After hearing Zhong Feng's words, the conference room fell into a dead silence. Chapter 329, His Speed is Too Fast. Island Nation. Ning Yuan's plan was proceeding in an orderly manner. In peacetime, the influence of extraordinary powers on ordinary people is minimal, as extraordinary beings make up only a tiny fraction of the population. However, if chaos erupts, extraordinary powers can swiftly shatter ordinary people's perceptions. The current citizens of the island nation are experiencing this firsthand. Under the combined efforts of third-tier and second-tier extraordinary beings and the military from Huaxia, the local defenses of the island nation were nearly ineffective. The various large-scale control, attack, and defense capabilities of extraordinary beings easily crushed all resistance from the island nation. The war came suddenly, and the defeat was equally abrupt. Tens of thousands of modern military forces landed on the island, and then, under the leadership of third-tier extraordinary beings, they occupied key points throughout the island in batches, beginning to rapidly plunder all resources. 10 days. This was the only time Ning Yuan allowed. He demanded that the military plunder all important supplies from the island nation within 10 days, and then immediately proceed to the next strategic location. Due to Ning Yuan's demands, the military high command devised the most efficient plan, with the think tank analyzing the most likely locations for hiding supplies on the island without rest. Chapter 330, The Essence Carved in Genes. Listening to Yang Yuexin's words, Liu Yi, sitting on the sofa smoking, let out a deep sigh. I understand what you're saying. But it has already been made very clear in the meeting that if we keep retreating, the Northern Alliance launch an attack. Yuxian, think carefully. Before Ning Yuan returns, how did the Northern Alliance treat Huaxia? What do they want to do to Huaxia? Also, didn't he once say that using the world's resources to support the most gifted extraordinary beings is the only way to completely eliminate the foreigners? Once we win this war, we can realize your idea. Hearing Liu Yi's words, Yang Yuxian suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Old Liu, you're too ridiculous. Is that what I meant? It's true that using the world's resources to support the most gifted extraordinary beings is correct. But that's under the premise of peace. Once a world war breaks out, guess how many gifted and powerful extraordinary beings will die because of it? They won't die on the battlefield against the foreigners, but on the battlefield of human infighting. Don't you find that laughable? You think that now Ning Yuan has broken through to the 5th level, we can win this war with absolute certainty. Chapter 331. What does it have to do with me? Hearing Qi Huai's name, Ning Yuan put down his phone. Let her in. Yes. Zibian replied respectfully. A moment later, the villa door was pushed open from the outside. A tall and attractive mature woman in a fitted suit with her red hair tied up walked in. Qi Huai closed the villa door, then took off her sunglasses and looked at Ning Yuan, who was sitting on the sofa not far away. Captain Ning Yuan. After all these years, you seem to be getting younger. Qi Huai approached Ning Yuan, first smiling and greeting him, then looking at Suzuki Yukino, who was quietly kneeling and making tea nearby. At that moment, a hint of surprise flashed in Qi Huai's eyes, and she also greeted Suzuki Yukino. Miss Suzuki. I didn't expect to see you here. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Yukino slightly bent her body towards Qi Huai and smiled as she explained, President Hongyu, long time no see. I am currently working for Captain Ning Yuan. Oh? Qi Huai's gaze was somewhat strange, as she scrutinized Suzuki Yukino. She really couldn't understand why Suzuki Yukino, as a goddess from the island nation, would work for an enemy who destroyed her own country. Qi Huai could sense that Suzuki Yukino spoke these words very calmly, as if it were a matter of course. Chapter 332, Not steaming buns, just stubbornness. The biggest flaw in human thinking is that it can be confined by one's own cognitive circle, unable to think about matters outside of that cognition. Ning Yuan precisely took advantage of this, allowing him to respond to changes without changing. What spiritual artifacts, what extraordinary beings, even if the Northern Alliance united with alien races. Ning Yuan was still unafraid. Because the other party simply did not know his capabilities, and could not launch targeted attacks against him. Perhaps many people in the Northern Alliance were researching Ning Yuan's abilities. But those people would never understand the terror of the dark spirit, or the horror of a fifth-level extraordinary being. If the Northern Alliance really understood everything, their high-ranking officials would unhesitatingly surrender because it was not an equal war at all. Inside the villa, Qi Yue silently looked at Ning Yuan, and after a while, she spoke somewhat helplessly. All right, it seems I was being overly sentimental. From your performance, it seems that Huaxia has a way to deal with it. With that, Qi Yue stood up to bid farewell to Ning Yuan. The main purpose of my visit this time is to tell you that I will not participate in this war. As for the others in Hongyu, I cannot control them, after all, I cannot use strong measures to bind them. Chapter 333, Ning dies, not humiliated. Upon hearing King Xiaotian's words, someone frowned and spoke up. Why is your perspective so small? Without a nation, how can there be a home? If everyone were like you, how could we win against the Northern Alliance? What does it have to do with me? I just won't donate. King Xiaotian mocked. Why won't you donate? King Xiaotian only sneered upon hearing this. Can't I choose not to donate? No. Someone reprimanded King Xiaotian. Not donating proves you don't love Huaxia. Ha ha ha, King Xiaotian laughed. Why should I love Huaxia? You? Hearing King Xiaotian's words, everyone in the dormitory changed their expressions and glared at him in anger. A blonde guy slammed the table and shouted angrily, You are a Huaxia person, living in Huaxia, eating Huaxia's food, receiving Huaxia's salary. Huaxia has given you a stable life. And you actually don't know how to be grateful. King Xiaotian simply said calmly, My salary is earned through hard work. The food I eat is the result of my own labor. Moreover, it is not Huaxia that has given me a stable life. But I have created a stable life for myself. You? Someone pointed at King Xiaotian, looking extremely displeased, clearly infuriated by him. Chapter 334, Leave the front line to me. Hearing Sun Yu say that the Northern Alliance actually united with the Twilight Association, many people in the conference room shrank their pupils. Everyone present naturally knew about the Twilight Association, and that there were many powerful alien races within it. This alien organization, while strong, operates very discreetly, and has never caused large-scale massacres against M country, and M country has no way to deal with the Twilight Association. Thus, the two sides have strangely coexisted for many years. However, the high-ranking officials of Huaxia are well aware that this so-called coexistence is only because both sides possess means to threaten each other. And therefore they will not take action against one another until this balance is broken. Bang! Someone angrily slammed the table in front of them. Damn it! These Northern Alliance people deserve to die. They want to go to war with us, and now they actually unite with aliens. They've gone mad. Sigh. Someone sighed. I really don't understand, with the contradictions between us humans, how could the Northern Alliance choose to ally with aliens? Don't they know the principle of seeking skin from a tiger? Don't forget that the Twilight Association is M country's great enemy. Sun Yu spoke slowly. 10 years ago, Captain Ning Yuan swept away the aliens within Huaxia, shocking all the alien races worldwide, and brought years of peace to Huaxia. Chapter 335, The distance is growing further. Bang bang bang. The roar of anti-aircraft guns was incessant. Bullets shot at the massive water guns falling from the sky. But they were instantly swallowed and absorbed as if they were nothing, unable to stop them at all. In stark contrast, the water columns easily pierced through buildings like blades. Then exploded with a loud bang. Countless water droplets shot out like bullets in all directions, ruthlessly harvesting lives around them. As more water guns fell, the damage they caused became greater. Soon, the military base was filled with cries of agony. Outrageous! Do they think there is no one in Huaxia? At that moment, a loud voice rang out from afar, and then a man stepping on an iron sword appeared in an instant. Looking at the countless water guns, Zibian snorted coldly. He landed on the ground, and the iron sword beneath his feet automatically flew into his hand. The next moment, Zibian swung the iron sword fiercely towards the sky. Buzz! The iron sword vanished. At the same time, invisible iron shavings shot straight into the clouds. In the sky above the sea. The young black man Michael also saw this scene, but when he saw Zibian merely strike a pose, he laughed heartily. What the hell, are you performing magic? Chapter 336, No Manners Since Childhood. Hearing Zhuo Qingyu mention Ning Yuan, Lin Yuan couldn't help but softly complain, yes, Huaxia has Ning Yuan. But Huaxia is so big. Yet there is only one Ning Yuan. Moreover, it was only after he returned that we were helplessly dragged into the war. Is that so? Upon hearing the sudden laughter from behind, Lin Yuan's body instantly stiffened. She slowly turned around, only to see Ning Yuan standing behind them, looking at her with a smile that was neither here nor there. Zhuo Qingyu also turned to look at Ning Yuan. At this moment, Ning Yuan's expression was calm. And beside him, Suzuki Yukino, dressed in a black kimono, bowed to the two of them. Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on Ning Yuan, while Zhuo Qingyu looked somewhat surprised at Suzuki Yukino. She naturally recognized the goddess of this island nation as a third-tier transcendent. Suzuki Yukino exuded an air of cold arrogance in her demeanor and movements. Zhuo Qingyu looked at Suzuki Yukino, who was also sizing her up. The two women each had their own merits in appearance and figure, but their temperaments were somewhat similar, both being cool and not fond of words. Ning Yuan noticed Lin Yuan's pale complexion and then spoke, "When did you join the headquarters?" Chapter 337, The gap is too big because of Ning Yuan's words. Zhuo Qingyu spent the entire night making various preparations. Taiyin Mountain is long, so there are multiple military bases here. When the transcendent beings in other bases learned that Zhuo Qingyu had said that Taiyin Mountain might be attacked by the Northern Alliance tomorrow, they all began preparing for the impending war. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Zhuo Qingyu stood at the forefront of the military base. She had a tall figure, with waist-length snow-white hair, and her jewel-colored eyes were fixed on the distant peaks. In the sky, the sun rose. Its rays no longer gentle, as in the usual days, painting large clouds a fiery red. On a high tower within the military base, Ning Yuan quietly gazed at the sky. He understood that at this moment, many places in Huaxia were already under attack by the Northern Alliance. And some defenseless areas might have already been torn apart like paper, even falling into a state of despair. Even if he could rush over to save countless people, Ning Yuan made no move because he knew that what he needed to do was to collect the corpses after the battle to enhance his own strength, rather than exhaust himself trying to save people. The process of war is not important, the result is what matters. You will not die in vain. Huaxia will rise from this moment and truly step onto the peak of the world. Chapter 338, Unfortunately, it's too late, it's over. We are going to die. Why are there such powerful transcendent beings attacking us? Countless people looked up at the deathly crimson, their eyes filled with despair. Any so-called fighting spirit is built on the foundation of being able to fight. When faced with absolute suppression, people's fighting spirit shatters like a bubble at the slightest touch. Some took out defensive spiritual artifacts, some raised shields around themselves in an attempt to protect themselves, and even more started to retreat, trying to escape this desperate situation. Just when everyone thought the outcome was already decided, suddenly, a figure shot into the sky, swimming against the current. Everyone witnessed this scene, their eyes widened and mouths agape. That's Captain Ning Yuan. Captain Ning Yuan is actually here with us. It's Captain Ning Yuan. We're saved. Some recognized Ning Yuan and began to shout excitedly, their dissipating fighting spirit rekindled. Hearing the cheers and excitement from below, Ning Yuan did not take it to heart. It was not that he was saving these people, it was just that their luck was too good. Since this was the Northern Alliance's breakthrough point, there was no need for Ning Yuan to wait any longer. Because it was better to strike now than to wait for these people to all die before he acted. At least this way, he could still leave a good name for himself. Chapter 339, Encountering such an enemy is hopeless in the darkness. Ning Yuan mercilessly harvested the lives of everyone. Aliens, transcendent beings, under his power, were indistinguishable. The abilities of transcendent beings were suppressed, the divine powers of aliens were nullified. And spiritual artifacts lost their effectiveness. This was a massacre without distinction. Lillian emanated a fiery red glow, momentarily dispelling the darkness around her. But soon the light was swallowed again by the darkness. No, Ning Yuan. You? Lillian screamed in terror, her fear reaching its peak at this moment. Now she truly understood the meaning of the saying ignorance is bliss. Without knowing Ning Yuan's abilities, everyone thought that even if they couldn't kill him, they could at least hold him back, and not be completely suppressed without the ability to resist. After all, they had top-tier spiritual artifacts and even the assistance of aliens. But everything that happened now was completely different from what the Northern Alliance had anticipated, under the current circumstances, let alone holding Ning Yuan back. Escaping from his grasp was completely impossible. Puff puff puff. The sounds of flesh being pierced echoed in the darkness, as if playing a chilling symphony. As the darkness continued to erode, Lillian finally could not hold on any longer, as black phantoms entered her body. Chapter 340, A Painful Punch. Jerming. The president of the Twilight Society, one of the 7th-tier aliens in his past life, wielded the terrifying Bloodlight Six Paths fist, capable of instantaneously killing 6th-tier transcendent beings. The horrifying reason behind his divine power was its ability to ignore. Ignoring defenses, ignoring the abilities of transcendent beings, and at later stages, even ignoring space and time. Achieving the point where a punch could lead to death. Compared to the dark erosion of the dark spirit, the explosion of the Bloodlight Six Paths fist was even more formidable. Ning Yuan did not expect that the extremely cautious Jerming would personally participate in this war. It should be known that this person's scheming and difficulty in dealing with him far surpassed King Xiaotian, Liu Wuchen, and other aliens, even exceeding the already deceased Bai Muqing. In an instant, Ning Yuan locked onto Jerming. The next moment, darkness enveloped Jerming in an instant. At the same time, Ning Yuan moved. He stepped forward and charged toward Jerming. Feeling a killing intent locking onto him, Jerming's heart trembled. He understood that he had been targeted by Ning Yuan. Taking a long breath, a cold light flashed in Jerming's eyes, and his speed surged several times, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This is... Ning Yuan squinted his eyes at this scene. Chapter 341. Above all, facing this terrifying strike that could shake mountains, Ning Yuan's gaze remained as cold as ancient ice. He did not retreat in the slightest, only speaking indifferently, "Your pain means nothing to me. I'll send you on your way." As he raised his right hand, a hum resonated. Darkness slowly gathered in his palm, instantly transforming into an extremely dark sphere that radiated light. Boom! At that moment, Kang Xiaotian's terrifying punch was almost upon him. Faced with this punch, Ning Yuan directly countered with his own. As the two punches collided, Kang Xiaotian's pupils suddenly constricted. He felt that the terrifying power accumulated over years, capable of shaking mountains, was completely negated by Ning Yuan, as if it were a drop in the ocean. Moreover, his body became rigid and unable to move even a fraction. It seems that the pain you felt was still not enough. Ning Yuan grinned savagely. And in the next moment, his left palm, like a knife, fiercely plunged into Kang Xiaotian's chest. Poof! At the same time, darkness fell from all directions, piercing through King Shaoqian like long spears. King Shaoqian stared fiercely at Ning Yuan, feeling the rapidly dissipating vitality within him, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Is it about to end? This painful life of mine. Chapter 342, It's the fortune you cultivated in your past life. Deep in Taiyin Mountain. Zhuqingyu. You have already been poisoned by me. If you surrender now, I can spare your life. Coldly watching the two women in front of him. The third-tier extraordinary of the Northern Alliance, Luoda, stood with a murderous expression beside him, accompanied by another third-tier extraordinary from the Northern Alliance. Under a giant tree ahead, Suzuki Yukino created a spatial barrier, protecting herself and Zhuqingyu beside her. Suzuki Yukino looked weak, her body trembling continuously. While Zhuqingyu's beautiful face was completely devoid of blood, her originally jade-like skin showing a hint of purple. The empty crystal necklace on her chest flickered with a faint light, indicating her extreme weakness at this moment. Not long ago, she had lured two third-tier extraordinary from the Northern Alliance away from the front lines, hoping to eliminate them within Taiyin Mountain. But who would have thought that there were still hidden forces of the Northern Alliance within Taiyin Mountain? The appearance of three third-tier extraordinary and several second-tier extraordinary immediately put Zhuqingyu in a desperate situation. Even if she was stronger in the same realm, it would be impossible for her to single-handedly defeat 5 third-tier extraordinary and several second-tier extraordinary. It should be known that these 5 third-tier extraordinary were very tricky in terms of both abilities and strength. In addition, they came prepared, each wielding powerful spirit tools with various effects. Chapter 343, Piece of a New Era. Looking at Zhuqingyu, who seemed drained of energy, Suzuki Yukino smiled and said, Enough. Don't hold a grudge against me. I am also a pitiful woman. Besides, you have been unconscious for half a month. It's time for you to go out and take a look. It's quite lively outside now. Half a month unconscious. Hearing Suzuki Yukino's words, Zhuqingyu was immediately shocked. She looked at the simple clothes on her body and then got up. The soreness in her body still lingered. But Zhuqingyu suppressed her discomfort and pushed open the door, stepping outside. Walking through the corridor, Zhuqingyu vaguely heard the loud noises coming from the outside world. As she pushed open the main door, a wave of enthusiastic cheers flooded into her ears. We won! We won! We won! Huaxia won! The Northern Alliance lost, the Northern Alliance lost. Long live Huaxia! Captain Ning Yuan is invincible. Zhuqingyu stared blankly at the jubilant crowd on the street, as if she had entered a dream. Behind her, Suzuki Yukino softly spoke, During the time you were unconscious, the Northern Alliance launched a full invasion into Huaxia, causing massive slaughter. It was Ning Yuan who turned the tide, changing everything with his own strength. Chapter 344, A Familiar Feeling. Sitting at the front, Zhuqingyu glanced back. The majority of the people were flushed and excited, as if they had become Ning Yuan's most loyal followers. Even Lin Quan, who previously had objections to Ning Yuan, was clapping excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Looking at the still young Ning Yuan on the podium, Zhuqingyu couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. Over the past 3 years, she had successfully broken through to the 4th tier through her own efforts. But during these years, she hadn't spoken a word to Ning Yuan, as if nothing had ever happened between them. But how could she forget what had happened? Zhuqingyu couldn't see through Ning Yuan, just as she couldn't see through her aunt. She still remembered how her aunt, Mu Lingxue, reacted when she learned that Zhuqingyu was no longer a virgin. Mu Lingxue was shocked and angry, even her usually cold face twisted into a snarl. Zhuqingyu couldn't imagine why her proud aunt would react that way. As a modern person, whether in dating or marriage, one cannot remain a virgin forever, but why did her aunt show such an inability to accept it? Chapter 345, People Like Falling Leaves. Zhuqingyu looked at the two embracing each other, a hint of shock appearing in her eyes. She couldn't understand how someone like Ning Yuan could be so lecherous. In Zhuo Qingyue's mind, Ning Yuan should be proud and invincible, not so fickle. Spending time entangled with different women. But what could she do in front of such a man? In the face of such a powerful Ning Yuan. She couldn't even seek revenge, let alone the fact that he seemed to have never regarded her with any importance. Thinking of this, Zhuo Qingyu felt a bit bitter inside. Just then, Ning Yuan and Xie Meng disappeared outside the corridor. After a moment of silence, Zhuo Qingyu absent-mindedly left the place. Huaxia, Jinling City. Years passed. And the once ruined Jinling was revitalized, with buildings quickly rising in a short period. Thanks to the joint efforts of various parties, today's Jinling, though not as prosperous as it was over a decade ago, had regained some of its former appearance. The Xie family immediately built new houses on the ruins of their original home. Whether in layout, area, or even furniture and placement, there was hardly any difference from over a decade ago. Chapter 346, Belief and Ignorance. Listening to her grandfather's words, Xie Meng cried and nodded vigorously. Xie Changfeng looked at Ning Yuan beside Xie Meng. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Ning Yuan, not being able to protect Shinran well is my failure. I have felt guilty about this all along. I owe you, and I also owe Shinran. Hearing this, Ning Yuan sighed and softly replied. Let the past be the past. In this world, death is not necessarily a form of relief. Xie Changfeng nodded sadly. Yes, for Shinran at that time, death might have been a relief. After a pause, Xie Changfeng continued. Ning Yuan, you have already helped the Xie family enough, but I am nearing death, dignity and face no longer matter. May I ask you for one more thing? Seemingly guessing what Xie Changfeng was about to say, Ning Yuan merely nodded. Xie Changfeng extended his other hand and held Ning Yuan's hand. Feeling the old man's frail, bony hand, Ning Yuan did not refuse. Meng Meng is too innocent. Her personality has always been different from others since she was young, and the family members have a mediocre relationship with her. I ask you to take care of her more in the future, and not let her be bullied. Chapter 347, They Are Unworthy. Inside the hospital room. By the way, Ning Yuan. Yang Yuxian looked at Ning Yuan and continued. Based on my speculations over the years, the alien races did not suddenly appear on our planet for no reason. They should appear regularly every so often. If the truth is indeed as I speculate, then we cannot solve the alien races from the root. As time goes by, the number of alien races on this planet will continue to grow. Of course, if you can keep getting stronger, combined with your long lifespan, humanity can still survive steadily. This is just like my initial proposal. As long as the extraordinary beings remain stronger than the alien races, humanity will not perish at their hands. However, there is one thing I am very concerned about. As time passes, extraordinary resources such as spiritual objects will appear more frequently. And the growth rate of extraordinary beings will also increase as a result. While this is a good thing, it will also lead to conflicts among extraordinary beings. I just wonder if the alien races that come later will become stronger over time. If that is the case, then the advantages of extraordinary beings will be significantly weakened. At this point, Yang Yu let out a deep sigh. Chapter 348, The Inevitable. Suddenly, such a scene appeared in the restaurant. And the cashier and waitstaff were clearly at a loss. At that moment, a slightly chubby middle-aged bald man hurriedly came out of the kitchen. This man, named He Rong, is 49 years old, the owner of the restaurant, and also the chef. Upon seeing the group of men in black, He Rong quickly put on a flattering smile and approached the burly man at the forefront, speaking with a smile. Third brother, did you remember it wrong? I had an appointment with Manager Zhu for the 5th of next month. Today is just the 15th. What? The burly man, referred to as third brother, dug at his ear and looked at He Rong with a cold sneer. Are you confused? Manager Zhu said it was the 15th of this month. Not the 5th of next month. No, 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 how could I possibly be mistaken? It's the 5th of next month. If you don't believe me, you can ask Manager Ju, he wrong said anxiously. Ask Manager Ju. The burly man laughed, glancing at the others behind him, who also laughed. I ask you, XX. The burly man suddenly exploded, punching He Rong in the stomach. Ooh. He Rong's face instantly turned red, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 349, Diverting conflicts in the restaurant. The burly man's words echoed slowly, and everyone turned to look. Ning Yuan did not respond, but merely raised his head slightly to look at the burly man. At that moment, the burly man finally got a close look at Ning Yuan's face, and saw his cold eyes. If anyone in China is the most famous right now, it must be Ning Yuan. With the promotion from Zhuoshu, Ning Yuan has become a household name and a mental pillar, with almost all Chinese people knowing his appearance and his great achievements. Therefore, as an extraordinary being from headquarters, how could the burly man not recognize Ning Yuan? Was? At that moment, the burly man's mind seemed to explode, and he staggered backward, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. The other men in black were also shocked. Third brother, what's wrong? Someone stepped forward to support the burly man and asked. With a thud, the burly man pushed away his companion beside him. Then his legs went weak, and he directly knelt on the ground, terrified, and said, Li Lao-san, I've seen Captain Ning, Ning Yuan. What? Hearing Li Lao-san's words, everyone's minds exploded simultaneously. At another table, an elderly man and his grandson were also shocked by this scene, staring at Ning Yuan in disbelief. Chapter 350, A Safe Plan in Daxia City. A helicopter was hovering high in the sky, quickly flying in one direction. Zhu Gongyu was listening to the sounds coming from the other end of the phone. Seeing the other side remain silent, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Brother Chen, you can't ignore me, I've been working for you all these years. The spiritual resources in Daxia City are all, you are aware. Zhu Gongyue's words were interrupted by the voice on the other end. I'm on my way to meet Captain Ning Yuan. I will arrive in less than 15 minutes. Zhu Gongyu quickly replied. Don't go over there, I'll give you an address, come to me now. What? Zhu Gongyu clearly did not expect the person on the other end to say this. Brother Chen, don't joke with me, Captain Ning Yuan specifically requested to see me. Don't you know what would happen if I don't go? Brother Chen, quickly help me come up with an excuse. You also need to move on your end and find some connections. It would be best to find a way to make Captain Ning Yuan return to headquarters. I'll move your XXXX. Find your XXXX. Following Zhu Gongyue's words, a series of angry curses came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 351, A Little Gamble in the Restaurant. The sound of slapping was incessant. Everyone quietly watched Zhu Gongyu continuously slap himself. This short and unattractive middle-aged man was crying and weeping. He first slapped himself while facing Ning Yuan, then turned to He Rong and tearfully apologized, Boss He. It was my abuse of power, I overestimated myself, and I apologize to you. Seeing this scene, He Rong was instantly shocked, staring at Zhu Gongyu in disbelief. Was this still the big shot who once looked down on him? At the entrance, Cheng Lei's expression was cold upon seeing this scene. He was with Chen Qingju at that time, and had given the order to kill Zhu Gongyue's family at any moment. He had thought that Zhu Gongyu would choose to commit suicide for his family, but unexpectedly, Zhu Gongyu did not choose to kill himself, instead, he really came. Truly selfish to the extreme. At this point, Cheng Lei could only hope that Zhu Gongyu would be a bit smarter. Because he couldn't kill Zhu Gongyu in front of Ning Yuan, that would only make things more troublesome. Zhu Gongyu was still performing continuously, while Ning Yuan remained silent and just quietly watched. Chapter 352, A Pleasant Surprise Back to the Present. In the restaurant, the girl was still in the joy of having won against Ning Yuan, while the old man beside her had a face full of worry. Grandpa, Captain Ning Yuan actually agreed to come to our town as a guest. How happy the people in the town will be when they find out. From the girl's perspective, being able to invite Ning Yuan to her hometown was such a glorious thing. Just thinking about the shocked expressions of others made her heart race with excitement. After all, what child at her age doesn't like to show off? A man, stop messing around, Captain Ning Yuan is very busy. The old man advised his granddaughter, constantly signaling her with his eyes. The girl was taken aback when she heard this, and then she looked at Ning Yuan and said, Captain Ning Yuan, if you are busy, then it's fine. Although a man had not been to school much, she still understood the importance of priorities. Ha ha ha, Ning Yuan chuckled. I'm not busy. Like you, I came out to enjoy the peace of the world. Hearing this, the girl or man breathed a sigh of relief and immediately became happy again. The old man beside her also had nothing more to say. Xiao Luo, you go with them first. I'll catch up with you once I'm done here. Ning Yuan said to Ning Xiaoluo. Chapter 353. Relying on each other. The town where a man lived is not far from Daxia City. Ning Yuan quickly caught up with Ning Xiaoluo. At this moment, the three were resting in a pavilion. Xiao Man was chatting casually with Ning Xiaoluo, while the old man was fiddling with his outdated smartphone. When they saw Ning Yuan arrive, all three greeted him. Seeing that the old man was about to take a taxi, Ning Yuan smiled gently and said, No need to trouble yourself, I've already arranged it. Someone will take you later. Take me. Oh, I can't accept that. The old man waved his hands repeatedly. Ning Yuan looked at the shadow under the old man's feet. In the next moment, the shadow detached from the old man and stood up on its own. Then, to the old man's astonishment, it lifted him up by the waist. A man, which direction is your home? Ning Yuan asked the equally shocked Ning Xiaoluo and the girl, a man hearing Ning Yuan's question. A man came back to her senses and quickly pointed in a direction. 70 kilometers away, behind the canal in Guha town, that's where my home is. Ning Yuan nodded in response, then the shadow holding the old man moved, its legs sprinting rapidly, reaching a speed that the old man could barely withstand. No. At least change your position. Chapter 354. The God in the hearts of ordinary people. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Zhong Daoling just smiled and shook his head. Captain Ning Yuan. You're joking. The current situation in the world is not in the hands of people like me, but in your hands, Captain Ning Yuan. After saying that, Zhong Daoling half-jokingly added, if it were the cold weapon era, and Captain Ning Yuan invited me to discuss major matters, I would definitely agree. But now, Zhong Daoling shook his head. In this era, individual power is the only truth. Even if I joined the headquarters, it wouldn't be much help, it wouldn't change anything. And instead, it would attract a lot of hatred. I don't have many years left. I just want to spend more time with my granddaughter before I die. Ning Yuan said nothing more, while Ning Xiaoluo beside him let out a gentle sigh. A carefree life may be the most fundamental source of happiness for people. Just then, with a man's enthusiastic promotion in the street, people were either curious or just joining in to watch Ning Yuan from a distance. Until someone recognized Ning Yuan. Then the astonished exclamations began to rise one after another. It really is Captain Ning Yuan. Oh my God, the guardian of Huaxia has come to our town. Chapter 355. Thorough investigation in the conference room of the headquarters. He, good, good. Ning Yuan looked at the information in his hands and sneered. How long has it been? Look at how rotten it has become. It's only been 3 years, and because the headquarters has focused its attention overseas, it has allowed these pests to take advantage of the situation. In just 3 years, they have actually embezzled more than 300 spiritual items, over 100 spiritual tools, and more than 90 spiritual seeds. And this is just from a few provinces in South China that have been discovered. What about other areas? These people should be completely wiped out. By the end, Ning Yuan's expression had turned extremely grim. The atmosphere in the conference room was also very oppressive. At this moment, the Minister of Security Information, Lin Shuji, tentatively said, "Captain Ning Yuan, perhaps it's not that serious. After all, most of the responsible parties have good character." That's right. That's right. Moreover, although embezzling extraordinary resources is a crime, it doesn't warrant death. Someone tried to persuade. Right now, Huaxia is in need of personnel, in my opinion. It would be better to give them a major demerit, and an opportunity to atone for their sins. Yes, yes. Others agreed. Ning Yuan looked expressionlessly at these high-ranking officials. Chapter 356. Fear and greed. Since Zikeng learned that Liu Wuchen was killed by Ning Yuan, he fainted several times from crying. Later, having resolved his concerns, he contemplated suicide, but Ning Yuan stopped him. Because Zikeng's abilities were very useful to Ning Yuan. Under Ning Yuan's persuasion, Zikeng agreed to guard the dungeon to repay his debt. How many people have come in during this time? Upon hearing Ning Yuan's question, Zikeng replied, "A total of 73 people, 6 third-tier extraordinary beings, 45 second-tier extraordinary beings, and 22 first-tier extraordinary beings." Ning Yuan nodded, then his figure flashed and he entered the dungeon. In the dim dungeon, various powerful spiritual tools intertwined, emitting glows. Even third-tier extraordinary beings couldn't escape from here. The dungeon had no individual cells, compared to before. The expanded dungeon looked more like an underground square. Qui Gong, covered in injuries, looked up at the faint golden light screen above, his eyes filled with despair. He was only 50 years old, tall and strong, with distinct facial features. At this moment, his weathered face was pale, and his cracked lips trembled slightly from pain. A third-tier extraordinary being approached Qui Gong and asked tremblingly. Chapter 357. One-man decision in Dijing City, the headquarters of extraordinary beings. In a dark underground chamber where no light shone, Ning Yuan, with disheveled hair, closed his eyes. After nearly a month of closed-door cultivation, he successfully broke through to the 6th tier. It had been over 10 years since his last breakthrough to the 5th tier. And he reached a completely new realm that he had never attained in his previous life. Unlike previous realms, the 6th tier of Dark Spirit did not grant many new abilities. Besides extending his lifespan by several hundred years, giving Ning Yuan now over 1,000 years of life, it also greatly enhanced the first 5 abilities of Dark Spirit. For example, the Dark Domain. At the 5th tier, the Dark Domain could cover hundreds of kilometers when fully unleashed, but now, if Ning Yuan fully activated the Dark Domain, its coverage would reach a terrifying 2,000 kilometers. Essentially covering half of Huaxia. Additionally, the range of dark corruption expanded nearly 100-fold, and combined with the abilities of Annihilation and Dark Domain, Ning Yuan could even wipe out 1/3 of Huaxia's population within 10 seconds. Besides that, the greatest surprise brought by the breakthrough was not only Dark Spirit, but also Light Spirit. The abilities of Light Spirit at the 6th tier were very special. Still related to manipulating time. For example, when Ning Yuan was at the 5th tier, he could not designate a specific time node to which he could return when activating the time reversal of Light Spirit, so in his previous life, he was directly sent back 400 years. Chapter 358. The changes of the times. Hearing Ning Yuan's answer, Liu Yi was taken aback. And the complexity in his eyes deepened. Nodding, Liu Yi sighed softly. That's right. When someone is uncontrollable, they become the greatest unstable factor. It was then that you first broke through to the 4th tier, and proposed to me to counterattack the alien race, to eliminate and expel them from Huaxia. The boss was more worried about whether you could win than about whether the alien race would disappear, fearing that you might rebel and overturn the existing system. I guaranteed with my life to the boss that you wouldn't rebel. The boss asked me what I would do if that day really came. I said I would pull you along to die. In the end, Liu Yi stared straight at Ning Yuan, his expression extremely calm. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan suddenly laughed. You sure have the guts to brag. Ha 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 ha. Liu Yi laughed too. Why don't you ask me if I have the means to drag you to death? Ning Yuan shook his head. First, you don't have it. Second, you wouldn't he do that? Liu Yi was stunned. After a moment, he slowly continued, yes. I don't have it, and I wouldn't he do that. Chapter 359, The Dragon emerges from Chishan, China, Daking City. At the top of Chishan. The night was deep. The sky was flashing with lightning and thunder, and the heavy rain poured down like a waterfall. Boom! Shen Changan anxiously paced back and forth in the villa's living room, occasionally stopping at a doorway to listen to the sounds inside. Come on, miss, push. Harder. The head is out. Just hold on. Besides these voices, there were also mixed sounds of women's screams. Listening to the sounds in the room, Shen Changan clenched his fists, his face pale. On the sofa in the living room, an old man dressed in a coarse long shirt looked expressionlessly at Shen Changan. Then slowly spoke. Look at you, so useless, childbirth is always like this for women. Shen Changan glanced at the old man upon hearing this. Although this middle-aged man felt quite dissatisfied inside, he didn't dare show it on his face. Grandpa, the times have changed, we're not in a hospital. Even if the person delivering the baby is a top expert, the risk of infection is greater than in a hospital. Qian is just an ordinary person. What if something happens? In the end, Shen Changan kept sighing. The old man, Shen Yu, snorted coldly. So, are you blaming me for not allowing you to go to the hospital? Shen Changan's heart trembled upon hearing this, and he hurriedly shook his head. Chapter 360, Waiting for you for a century. Upon hearing Shen Yu's words, Shen Changan's eyes widened. Grandpa, do you want your great-grandson to become an extraordinary being? No. Don't. Becoming an extraordinary being is risky, I don't agree. Shen Yu looked coldly at his grandson. Heaven has presented the spiritual seed to Lin Chuan. And you actually want to stop him from becoming an extraordinary being. In this world, being extraordinary is the only path for humanity to ascend and the foundation for self-preservation in times of crisis. Shen Changan desperately shook his head. Grandpa, the world has been at peace for over a century, and with Captain Ning Yuan protecting the world, what crises are there? Besides, Lin Chuan is too small. Even if he becomes an extraordinary being, we should wait until he grows up to ask for his own thoughts. Shen Yu kicked Shen Changan in the chest. Useless. Only a waste like you could be blinded by superficial peace. And what about Captain Ning Yuan protecting the world? At this point, Shen Yu's aged face even showed a bit of ferocity. For the first time seeing his grandfather like this, Shen Changan felt panic in his heart and quickly knelt down. Shen Yu gritted his teeth and said, Do you know why there isn't even one fifth-level extraordinary being in the world now? Do you know why there are only a little over 100 fourth-level extraordinary beings in the world now? Chapter 361, Taking Risks. China, Daking City. In a secret room somewhere in the Shen family villa. Looking at his great-grandson, who successfully merged with the spirit, Shen Yu's tears streamed down as he murmured. Lin Chuan, you will surely change this world. At the same time, a look of determination flashed in Shen Yu's eyes. He knew he had to do something. In this era dominated by Ning Yuan, if he wanted his great-grandson to grow quickly, he had to take risks to pave the way for him. Spiritual objects. Shen Yu understood that he must collect a large number of spiritual objects. Even if the headquarters currently controls spiritual objects. And even if those in charge face the strictest punishments for embezzling spiritual objects, Shen Yu still had to take risks and use his power to collect spiritual objects. Looking at his great-grandson, whose eyes sparkled, Shen Yu softly said, For you, what does it matter if the great-grandfather dies? In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. At the top of Chishan, Shen Changan was accompanying Shen Lin Chuan carving various peculiar objects from wood. Beside them, Shu Qian was looking at the father and son with a gentle smile. As the sun set, the evening light bathed this family, creating a warm and beautiful picture. Father, tell me again about the chaos in Davin City. Chapter 362. A Great Fortune as time slowly passed. A few days later, Shen Linchuan opened his eyes. Great-grandpa, I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. The Dao tree no longer absorbs the source energy of the world, and the Dao source fruit has also stopped growing. Shen Yu nodded, then explained to Shen Linchuan. That's enough for today. Breaking through from second to third level requires facing several bottlenecks. And this bottleneck is the transitional period for the Dao source fruit to grow again. During the transitional period, the Dao source fruit cannot absorb source energy. It can only continue to absorb source energy after the transitional period ends. This cycle continues until the Dao source fruit grows to its limit. At which point one can attempt to break through to the next realm, which is to make the Dao tree bear new Dao source fruits. Upon hearing this, Shen Linchuan couldn't help but curiously ask. It sounds very similar to the growth process of fruit trees on the mountain. Great-grandpa, how long does the transitional period take? Shen Yu smiled and patted Shen Linchuan's head. It is indeed quite similar to fruit trees. The duration of the transitional period varies for each person, and is greatly related to the talent of the spiritual seed. Some take several months to half a year, while others only take 10 days or so. Pay attention to the Dao tree in your body. Once the Dao source fruit grows again, continue your cultivation. Chapter 363. Handling Small Matters. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Shen Changan wiped his tears and hurriedly urged Shen Linchuan. Linchuan, quickly kneel down, from now on. You should call Captain Ning Yuan adoptive father. Although Shen Linchuan did not understand the meaning of this, he saw how happy his parents were. So he prepared to kneel before Ning Yuan. No. However, at this moment, Shen Yu hurriedly interrupted. He trembled as he spoke. No, Captain Ning Yuan, how can this be? How can Linchuan be worthy? Ning Yuan smiled and waved his hand upon hearing this. Shen Yu, what are you talking about? What worthiness? Everyone is equal in China. I like this child Linchuan, value him, and am willing to cultivate him. After saying this, Ning Yuan even pinched Shen Linchuan's cheek. In the future, the alien races might return one day. Child, are you willing to join us in saving this world and protecting your family? Shen Linchuan naturally happily agreed. I am willing. Ha 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 ha. Ning Yuan laughed heartily. Good. I really didn't misjudge him. This child is becoming more and more to my liking. You will be my adopted son from now on, and I will be your adopted father. Shen Linchuan knelt down with a thud. Chapter 364. Selfless. At the foot of a certain mountain, Ning Yuan appeared beside Suzuki Yukino. Shen Linchuan, who was squatting nearby with his head down playing on his phone, quickly returned the phone to Suzuki Yukino upon seeing Ning Yuan return. Is everything done? Suzuki Yukino smiled as she looked at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan merely nodded and then patted Shen Linchuan's head. Adoptive father, what did you go to do? Shen Linchuan raised his face and asked curiously. Just handling some official business. Ning Yuan smiled and gave a vague response, then led the two away to the headquarters. In Beijing City, the headquarters of the Extraordinary, Ning Yuan arranged for Shen Linchuan's accommodation, and then began to carefully teach him. Compared to the isolation at the peak of Chishan, the headquarters had peers, various modern technologies, people who cared for him, and sufficient freedom. Soon, Shen Linchuan integrated into the headquarters, and happily went about his life. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. Shen Linchuan successfully broke through to the third tier at the age of 12. Everyone was shocked by the speed of this genius's breakthrough, and some even believed he might be the next Ning Yuan. Shen Linchuan's reputation grew louder, and news of his talent spread widely, soon reaching all corners of the world. Chapter 365. Don't disappoint your adoptive father's expectations. Zhu Qingyu knew some specifics about the underground palace, because Mu Ling Xue had once told her about it and had even tried to see if she could accept the inheritance. But Zhu Qingyu had failed. Of course, Zhu Qingyu had also asked her aunt why Ning Yuan was not allowed to try, after all. Ning Yuan was the fastest to advance and the strongest extraordinary. Mu Ling Xue simply told Zhu Qingyu that Ning Yuan had come, but had also failed. Ever since Zhu Qingyu was broken, she had not been to the underground palace, and had not seen Mu Ling Xue for a long time. Upon seeing Zhu Qingyu fall into silence, Ning Yuan remained expressionless, and quietly waited. He had a reason for seeking out Zhu Qingyu. Ever since Ning Yuan learned of the existence of someone almost identical to Zhu Qingyu, he had been harboring a guess about them. Bringing Zhu Qingyu to the underground palace this time was also a means of dealing with unexpected situations, because the inheritance of the underground palace was left by the previous generation of extraordinary beings. Who knew what might be inside once it was opened? Therefore, Ning Yuan believed that as long as he could control Zhu Qingyu, he could make Mu Ling Xue cautious. What's wrong? I heard Mu Ling Xue say she is your aunt. Seeing Zhu Qingyu remain silent, Ning Yuan asked. Chapter 366, Lack of Training. When Mu Ling Xue was very young, her master had told her about the responsibilities of a guardian. The guardian holds the heavy responsibility of saving humanity. Fully responsible for helping the extraordinary, who has the hope of changing everything. Therefore, guardians are destined to be lonely. Guardians cannot leave the underground palace for long periods because their souls are bound by a special ability. They cannot live as normal people and spend their lives for the contract. There are only 2 clauses in the contract. First, before dying, find the next guardian and fully cultivate him to become a guardian, then sign a new contract in the underground palace. Second, find that extraordinary being with unparalleled talent throughout history, guide him to obtain the inheritance, and assist him wholeheartedly as his subordinate. Neither of these paths leads to freedom. Mu Ling Xue neither wanted to be trapped in the underground palace forever nor recognize anyone as her master. What she wanted was to completely regain her freedom. Is it difficult to achieve this? Of course, it's difficult, almost impossible. However, the most beautiful thing about this extraordinary era is that nothing is absolute, everything is possible. Mu Ling Xue brought the 2 to the place where Ning Yuan had once tested. Chapter 367, The Wheel of Souls. Upon hearing the stone-faced man say that Shen Linchuan would have to wait 100 years to accept the inheritance, Mu Ling Xue suddenly raised her head, her face filled with anxiety as she spoke. Why? The stone-faced man replied flatly, this is the rule. As a guardian, you should be aware of this. To enter the inheritance land, I still need a simple test. A simple test? Mu Ling Xue was stunned because she indeed did not know. Even her master had not mentioned it to her. What is the test? Hearing Mu Ling Xue's inquiry, the stone-faced man's tone remained calm and devoid of emotion. The test is very simple. The body and mind must endure a certain amount of pain. Because a qualified heir must have a heart as strong as iron, unyielding. He is too young now. If the test is conducted, there is an 80% chance he will fail and die directly. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling Xue looked at Shen Linchuan, who had collapsed on the ground, unconscious. No. 100 years from now, who knows what will happen? Mu Ling Xue roared in disbelief. Kneeling on the ground and gripping her clothing tightly, her previously calm expression completely gone. Suddenly, Mu Ling Xue raised her head, looking at the stone-faced man, and spoke in a pleading tone. Chapter 368, Rules are dead. Zhu Qingyu had no defenses, nor did she resist. She simply waited quietly for everything to come. A grey-white halo enveloped her, reminding her of when she first met Mu Ling Xue as a child. At that time, her aunt held her, both having the same white hair. And her tone was so gentle. Later, her aunt brought her to the underground palace, prepared the spirit seed for her, and helped her become extraordinary. She taught her everything, shared stories about the underground palace, and comforted her when she faced setbacks. Since her mother passed away, her aunt had become Yue's second mother. If her mother wanted everything from her, how could she not give it? As the grey-white halo slowly dissipated, the stone bead in the skeleton's hand gradually lost its color, and cracks began to appear on its surface. Human strength has its limits, let alone that of something created by humans. The stone bead can only store an attack once. Ha 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 ha. I did it, I did it. I can finally leave this damn place. I have broken the fate of the Guardian. Old man, did you see that? I succeeded. Chapter 369, Perseverance is Victory under the Stone-Faced Man. Ning Yuan's words echoed around. Shen Linchuan shook his head desperately, crying out. No, adoptive father. You are hurt. I want to inherit this legacy. I want to take you out. Ning Yuan's eyes also turned red upon hearing this, and he grasped Shen Linchuan's shoulders. Child. Listen to your adoptive father. Shen Linchuan still shook his head, determined to treat Ning Yuan first. Slap. Ning Yuan suddenly slapped Shen Linchuan, his voice trembling as he spoke. Unfilial son. You? Do you want to make your adoptive father die of anger? Shen Linchuan knelt on the ground, simply crying. Seeing that the atmosphere had been built up enough, Ning Yuan sighed deeply. Linchuan, listen to your father. As long as you can pass the test and obtain the inheritance, there may be some spiritual artifacts inside that can heal me. If you fail, it's not too late for us to leave together. Your father can still hold on for a while. But if you don't take the test, then your father would rather die here than go out. Hearing this, Shen Linchuan had no choice but to nod. Throughout it all, the stone face remained cold and indifferent, watching the two below. It did not inquire about the process, only concerned with the outcome, and its every word and action adhered to the rules that bound it. Since ancient times, the strong have used rules to constrain the thoughts of living beings, forcing them to act according to regulations to prevent complications, thus facilitating the goals of the powerful. Chapter 370, Destiny. Ning Yuan supported Shen Linchuan, and after a moment of contemplation, said, You are too young and have limited experience. Now both of us are injured. Unfortunately, the effect of the spring jade ring is limited. It cannot fully heal our injuries in a short time, but entering the inheritance site cannot be delayed. How about this? Your adoptive father will accompany you inside to see the situation first. Shen Linchuan naturally agreed, as Ning Yuan was his most trusted relative. Stone face. If Linchuan invites me to enter the inheritance site, can I go in? Ning Yuan deliberately asked the stone face in front of Shen Linchuan. The stone face was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. I will not obstruct any decision of the master of the underground palace. Ning Yuan nodded. Shen Linchuan, seeing this, immediately said without hesitation, Open the inheritance. I want to go in with my adoptive father. Upon hearing this, the stone face was silent for a moment. Then its giant mouth, carved from rock and heavy enough to crush everything, slowly moved upward to open. Boom! The stone face's large mouth resembled a bottomless black hole. Seeing this, Ning Yuan and Shen Linchuan walked in together. After walking several dozen meters, the two saw white light ahead. Keep going. Once they passed through the white light, the scene before them completely stunned Ning Yuan. Chapter 371, A sudden change on a deserted island somewhere. Seabirds circled and flew away in a panic, as if startled. The next moment, the space began to shake like waves, growing increasingly violent. Crack! A sound like breaking porcelain echoed, and the violently distorted space became riddled with cracks, from which a pale giant hand slowly tore through the space. The giant hand was as large as a house, clenched into a fist, with sharp black nails that made one feel uncomfortable at a glance. Accompanying the appearance of this hand, red lightning appeared around it like fine threads, then surged towards the giant hand. In an instant, the pale, bloodless skin of the giant hand was covered with blood-red threads. making it appear as if it were filled with blood-like cracks. At the same time, the giant hand began to tremble, and soon, it slowly opened, tossing out a figure before retracting back into the spatial rift and disappearing. The figure lightly landed on the ground and then turned to bow deeply in the direction where the giant hand had vanished. I humbly send off the true monarch. The speaker was a middle-aged man, dressed in a moonlight robe, with long hair like a waterfall, a face like jade, and deep eyes that faintly contained divine light. Chapter 372, Eternal Silence at an Abandoned Construction Site. A scruffy scavenger, with an unclear face, was looking down for something. Kuzong Saint Child. Just then, a voice came from behind King Xiaoqian. He slowly turned his head and looked at the man who had appeared behind him. The man was startled by King Xiaoqian's appearance, but still bent down and cupped his hands. I am Shuyuzi, the seventh peak master of Taibai sect. I have met the Kuzong Saint Child. King Xiaoqian looked blankly at Shuyuzi, mumbling to himself, Who are you, who am I, where are you, and where am I? Suffering is my freedom, freedom is my suffering. I do not know you, and you do not know me. After saying this, King Xiaoqian turned back and continued to dig through the dirt pile, eventually finding a copper wire and placing it into the bag on his left hand. Seeing this, Shuyuzi couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart, taking a sharp breath. Could it be that this Kuzong Saint Child is practicing the supreme mind method of the Kuzong? The law of freedom from suffering. It is said that this supreme mind method of the Kuzong cannot be practiced by ordinary people. One must have died once to practice it. Once one begins to practice, they will, in a certain sense, achieve immortality. Wherever there is suffering, they will exist. Chapter 373. A predestined lonely future after familiarizing himself with his current strength. Ning Yuan took out his clothes from the shadows and put them on. Looking at the numerous spiritual objects before him, the darkness gradually spread beneath his feet. And then tentacles wrapped in jade boxes extended out, collecting all the spiritual objects into the boxes. For this day, he had long prepared a large number of jade boxes in advance. Once all the spiritual objects were packed, Ning Yuan quietly watched the gradually withering plants. Although spiritual objects are a renewable resource, they must grow in areas rich in spiritual energy. As the maturity of spiritual objects requires relatively harsh conditions and a significant amount of time. The spiritual objects in the underground palace were clearly forcibly gathered together by some means. Ning Yuan could tell that the entire underground palace was a carefully arranged cyclical treasure land. Everything here operated based on these massive spiritual objects. And once they were taken away, the balance would naturally be broken, and the underground palace would gradually collapse, returning to its original appearance. Leaving the stone cave, Ning Yuan saw Zhou Qinyu leaning against the wall with a dazed expression. With Mu Ling Xue's body, she looked somewhat different from before. Ning Yuan approached Zhou Qinyu and gently lifted her chin. Chapter 374. A terrifying enemy blood rain fell from the sky, and despair enveloped everyone's hearts. This incomprehensibly powerful alien race appeared so suddenly, without any warning. Many extraordinary beings had tried to resist. But even fourth-tier extraordinary beings were no match for this alien race, and could be instantly killed with a mere gesture from the opponent. An unbridgeable chasm lay before everyone. Faced with the overwhelmingly powerful Shuyuzi, both extraordinary beings and ordinary people lost control of their own bodies. With just a thunderous roar, everyone was rendered stiff. Their blood seeming to paralyze them, unable to move even a little, becoming lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Captain Ning Yuan, where are you? Come save us. Guardian God. Where did the law enforcement captain go? Why is this happening? Compared to the despair of the crowd, Ning Shaluo, who was hiding her identity among them, had a face full of worry. Oba, you must not come over, absolutely not soon. Thousands more flew into the sky, only to be slaughtered by Shu Yuzhong. After several rounds like this, Chapter 375, let us take a gamble. A terrifying wave of horror swept everything away, destroying everything. The life and death struggle between two 7th-tier powerhouses resulted in the annihilation of everything. Each of their full-force collisions was no less than a nuclear explosion. Dajing City was soon completely destroyed, and human lives at that moment were like dust scattered by a breath. In the sky, thunderous roars continued to erupt. Ning Yuan's long hair danced wildly as he struck out with a punch, darkness enveloping terrifying power colliding with Xu Yuzhong. Xu Yuzhong also swung his fist. Piercing purple light appearing and intertwining with the darkness. The two fought desperately, constantly shifting and moving. Compared to Ning Yuan's relatively unchanged tactics, Xu Yuzhong showcased more and more supernatural abilities. Whether it was the power of the 5 elements, mental attacks, or various treasure attacks, these were originally Xu Yuzhong's advantages. But what made Xu Yuzhong uneasy was that Ning Yuan's dark abilities could actually erase most of his attacks, nullifying his advantages, which he found incomprehensible. Even though he knew what the path of the extraordinary was, and even though he understood a thing or two about extraordinary beings. Chapter 376, The Source of Evil. The bright daylight gradually turned dark. Xu Yuzhong could never have imagined that Ning Yuan could unleash such terrifying attacks. Even Ning Yuan did not expect that his strike would actually kill Xu Yuzhong. He had been watching Xu Yuzhong until Xu Yuzhong's body gradually withered. Feeling his own power rapidly rising before Ning Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This enemy was the only one who truly made him go all out. Xu Yuzhong was too terrifying, his displayed methods and power were completely on par with Ning Yuan. And Ning Yuan didn't know if the other party had any trump cards. So if his 7th-tier abilities couldn't kill Xu Yuzhong, Ning Yuan was prepared to retreat and hide. With Xu Yuzhong's death, the white little cauldron lost its control and floated alone in mid-air. The red lightning gradually disappeared due to Xu Yuzhong's demise. Ning Yuan looked at the white little cauldron floating not far away. He had seen many alien treasures, but none gave him the same sense of oppression as this little cauldron. After pondering for a moment, a black shadow behind Ning Yuan slowly reached out towards the little cauldron. Bang! Just as the black shadow's tentacle was about to approach, the white little cauldron suddenly emitted a loud noise. Chapter 377, As if a day apart. That night, Yunxi shared many things with Ning Yuan. As the sun gradually rose at the horizon, Ning Yuan asked his last question. Do you know of a way to leave this planet? Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Yunxi fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. Under the remnants of the morning sun, her unparalleled beauty was even more illuminated. If you can kill Ning Xiaoluo, I will tell you. Ning Yuan was taken aback by her words, carefully observing Yunxi. Seeing that she was not joking, his brows slightly furrowed. You know I can't agree to that condition. Seeing this, Yunxi extended her finger to smooth her hair and sighed. Then I can't help you. Ning Yuan said nothing more. He slowly stood up, then took a step and disappeared. In a remote mountain forest, Ning Xiaoluo stood quietly by the stone wall, watching the horizon from night to day. Just like when she was a child, she would always listen to Ning Yuan before important matters. And every time, Ning Yuan would come to pick her up on time. At that moment, Ning Xiaoluo seemed to sense something and turned to look aside. Chapter 378, The Cycle of Cause and Effect. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. During this time, Ning Yuan and Ning Xiaoluo lived the most ordinary life. They visited many places from their memories. On a slowly rotating Ferris wheel, Ning Xiaoluo sat quietly beside Ning Yuan, resting her head on his shoulder, quietly watching the sunset outside. Even though she hadn't asked Ning Yuan anything, she could roughly guess that something bad was about to happen. As if sensing the girl's mood, Ning Yuan sighed inwardly and couldn't help but ask himself. If he had known that such a day would come, would he choose to let Ning Xiaoluo become an ordinary person, and then live a happy life? Or let her become an extraordinary being? Helplessly waiting for a moment to arrive. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan involuntarily looked at the Dao tree within him. The silk-like river of light flowed around, stunningly beautiful. Even if he returned to the past, what would it change? Unless he was willing to give up everything and face death, he would still end up where he was today. It was just a matter of time. In this life, he walked on thin ice, calculating everywhere. And had done his best. Even if he did it all over again, it wouldn't he be better than now? Chapter 379, Blood Pursuit. Just a few months later, another attack by alien beings overshadowed Huaxia. This time, it was even more terrifying and brutal than the last. Some extraordinary beings who had barely risen amidst the chaos, hoping to seize power and reach the pinnacle of life, were ruthlessly slaughtered at this moment. I surrender, don't kill me. Help, please spare my life. I will do whatever you want if you spare me. More and more extraordinary beings began to surrender in despair. However, facing these powerful aliens from the outside, their cries for mercy were utterly meaningless. Ants, your begging faces are disgusting. The only thing you can do is die peacefully, and let me find joy in it. The purple-haired middle-aged man pointed a finger, and several flames enveloped the kneeling extraordinary beings, instantly reducing them to ashes. How is it, have you found Ning Yuan? The elder holding a small flag frowned and asked. The purple-haired middle-aged man replied indifferently. These ants do not know Ning Yuan's whereabouts. Some even say that Ning Yuan is already dead. The barefooted woman shook her head. Impossible, Lord Baizu's deduction cannot be wrong, Xu Yuzhong is dead. But the one who killed him, Ning Yuan, is still alive, and Lord Baizu's supreme treasure, the Zhuanqian Ding, confirms all of this. Chapter 380, Accompanying Burial. Sensing the three separate, Ning Yuan, hidden in the darkness, slowly exhaled. In the next moment, countless humanoid shadows appeared, and then one by one, spiritual tools flew out from the shadows, landing in the hands of these humanoid figures. Go? With a thought from Ning Yuan, the densely packed humanoid shadows surged towards the purple-haired middle-aged man. He charged towards the old man, his eyes filled with killing intent. Boom! In the distance, the middle-aged man with purple hair howled, and an overwhelming golden flame engulfed the sky and earth, instantly erasing large swathes of humanoid phantoms. However, as long as Ning Yuan was present, the phantoms in the dark domain could continuously emerge. These phantoms coexisted with the darkness, each possessing the power of a fifth-tier extraordinary being. Although they could not harm the purple-haired middle-aged man, their fearless and sacrificial actions successfully obstructed him. Meanwhile, the barefoot woman also faced a similar encirclement of phantoms. She frowned slightly, continuously raising her hands to unleash seals to obliterate the incessantly emerging phantoms. During the brief moment when the two were entangled, Ning Yuan successfully reached the old man's side, his eyes flashing with cold light. As he raised his hand and unleashed a surge of terrifying power wrapped in darkness. Chapter 381, There's always a way out. The two powerful beings' frenzied attacks relentlessly struck Ning Yuan, becoming increasingly numerous and dense, until the entire area was utterly destroyed. Boom! The purple-haired middle-aged man struck Ning Yuan's head with a punch. Ning Yuan did not block it. He seemed to have lost all strength, and his head exploded. Is he dead? The purple-haired middle-aged man squinted, staring intently at the headless corpse before him, and swung his fists again until Ning Yuan's body was completely shattered. No. It seemed that Ning Yuan had put up no resistance at the last moment. The barefoot woman frowned. At the same time, the two seemed to sense something. The purple-haired man slapped out a palm, and scorching golden light instantly enveloped all directions centered on him. In the next moment, the space began to twist rapidly like fabric. Then suddenly shattered. This is... The barefoot woman looked at the slightly changed scenery around her, and instantly understood. This is an illusion. Someone has deceived us with illusion. Ning Yuan, that person must have rescued Ning Yuan. The purple-haired man's expression also changed drastically upon hearing this. And he immediately gritted his teeth and spoke. Damn it, these damned ants. The barefoot woman gazed at the sky, releasing all her powerful consciousness. Chapter 382, again in Huaxia. Deep within the kindling mountains. It was still nighttime, and the surface of the lake rippled, reflecting the starry sky and moonlight. Yinshi picked up a stone and tossed it onto the lake's surface. The stone caused ripples, distorting the reflected stars. You already know the answer in your heart. Yinshi turned to look at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, I told you long ago that the outcome would not change, this day would come sooner or later. By now, you should understand that even if you break through to the 7th tier, it cannot change everything. Listening to Yinshi's words, a flash of white light crossed Ning Yuan's eyes. And then he seemed to be in a daze. Yinshi leaned against Ning Yuan's shoulder, tears welling up in her eyes. In today's myriad realms, once an extraordinary being appears, they will be seen as the source of evil, and all beings will unite to attack, not resting until they are exterminated. Ning Yuan slowly exhaled, murmuring to himself. It worked. He suddenly reached out to embrace Yinshi, then softly said, Tell me, what should I do to leave this planet? Yinshi was taken aback upon hearing this. Then she raised her face to look at Ning Yuan. Chapter 383, Massacre in the center airport of the island nation. Suzuki Yukino was mobilizing various rescue supplies, arranging personnel, and preparing to support Huaxia. Due to its geographical position, the island nation had been spared from severe losses in this disaster. A large number of soldiers and doctors gathered under the command. Just as Suzuki Yukino was about to give a speech to boost morale and inspire the crowd, she suddenly seemed to notice something, her beautiful eyes widening. Ning Yuan's figure descended from the sky and appeared before her. Master, you're safe. Without regard for others' gazes, Suzuki Yukino joyfully rushed forward and embraced Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan looked at her expressionlessly, then raised his hand to gently lift her face. Looking at this familiar and exquisite face, Ning Yuan slowly spoke, Suzuki Yukino, do you obey? Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Suzuki Yukino was first taken aback. Then shyly twisted her waist and softly replied. What are you saying, master? There is no woman more obedient than Yukino in this world. Whatever master wants Yukino to do, she will do. Ning Yuan nodded upon hearing this, his hand gently caressing Suzuki Yukino's smooth face, then grasping her slender neck. Chapter 384, Annihilation. The dark domain continued to spread, continuing its indiscriminate slaughter. Ning Yuan traversed various places in the M country, slaughtering everyone in sight. During this time, there were also different races hidden among the crowd attempting to resist and escape. But the gap between them and Ning Yuan was simply too great. They could only die with resentment. More and more hidden different races were exposed, giving Ning Yuan a rough estimate of their numbers. Soon, Ning Yuan left the M country and continued to the next location. What he aimed to do was annihilate the world, to kill everyone on this planet. Only when everyone was dead could he grow stronger without worries. In D country, the big yellow dog, who was packing to head to Huaxia, froze, then went outside, raising its head as if sensing something. In the next moment, the world instantly turned to darkness. Boss? The big yellow dog murmured, knowing that Ning Yuan had arrived. Puff. At the moment of death, the big yellow dog did not blame Ning Yuan in its heart, because it knew that since Ning Yuan did this, there must be a necessary reason for it. In the African continent, countless non-humans were ruthlessly slaughtered, panicking as they dove into the jungle and jumped into the river. But it was all in vain. They were slaughtered by Ning Yuan in a short time. Chapter 385, Loneliness in the shopping mall. The two casually strolled as if they owned the place. Ning Xiaoluo occasionally darted into various clothing stores, finding clothes to try on for Ning Yuan to choose. Strangely, Ning Xiaoluo did not choose to buy a single piece. The two walked and stopped, with Ning Yuan taking her to many places and various natural scenic spots. Ning Xiaoluo still did not see anyone else, only various wild animals. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. This day, Ning Yuan brought Ning Xiaoluo to an amusement park that had been renovated countless times. Dazhou City Happy Park. This is the first place we played at an amusement park. Ning Xiaoluo looked at the amusement park's entrance, a hint of nostalgia flashing in her eyes. Ning Yuan, standing beside her, nodded. I remember when I was in the second year of middle school, I attended a classmate gathering here to have fun, but I was isolated because I had no money. Later, when you found out, you studied while working part-time during the summer to earn money to take me here. Ning Xiaoluo smiled. Xiao Yuan. Did you deliberately make this amusement park exist until now? Otherwise, with the operating condition of this amusement park, it should have gone bankrupt long ago. And it couldn't have lasted for 200 years. Chapter 386. This road is destined to be lonely. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days passed. During these days, the two lived as if they were a couple hidden in the deep mountains. Looking at Ning Yuan, who stood on the cliff gazing into the distance. Yunqi's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. He often stood there alone. Misunderstood by people, he had personally killed everyone, resorting to any means to achieve his goals. Willing to abandon everything for himself. But so what? He was originally that kind of person. Under such rules, only such people could grow to the maximum extent. Could not be bound by rules, and would not sacrifice themselves for so-called emotional righteousness. Days passed again. That evening, the sky, which had originally shown the stars and moon, suddenly became stormy, with thick lightning flashing continuously like a dragon, as if it would split the entire sky. At the same time, blood-red lightning began to appear, intertwining with silver lightning. The sound of explosions echoed through the heavens and the earth. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and silver lightning and blood-red lightning intertwined. Followed by a dark creature, as massive as a giant mountain, slowly tearing through the sky. It was unimaginably large, with just a small part of its body being hundreds of thousands of times larger than the biggest mountain on this planet. Chapter 387. Striving for a Future. Outside the sky, the colors of dawn reflected the void. A terrifying aura gradually enveloped the entire blue star. The sky shook violently, as if it would collapse at any moment, and the mountains and rivers trembled under this aura. Yunqi's eyes sparkled with golden light, and a phantom surrounded by golden flames appeared behind her, as she raised her hand to strike. Boom! The sky exploded, completely dyed in gold, blocking the light of the void. At the same time, Yunqi took a step and vanished into the sky. Princess of the Demon Clan, I didn't expect you, who is being hunted and fleeing everywhere, to reach this step. Truly terrifying talent. A faint voice echoed outside the void. Yunqi said nothing. She merely produced a long sword in her hand, and then swept it across. Swish! The brilliant sword light dispelled the darkness of the void, opened up space. Extinguished the light of dawn, containing terrifying power of rules, slashing towards those two stars that shone like eyes. Meanwhile, a giant hand reappeared in the void, slamming down towards the sword light. Boom! The collision of two supreme rules instantly annihilated everything around, shaking and shattering space. The anxious Ba Gui watched this scene. The mark on his body had not completely dissipated, and could not help Yunqi at all. Chapter 388. As long as I am alive, everything can come back. Hearing Yunqi's response, the humanoid light and shadow shook its head. I don't quite believe it. At this point, the humanoid light and shadow looked towards Ba Gui. The next moment, Ba Gui, which was the size of a star, instantly shattered into pieces, turning into dust. The humanoid light and shadow seemed to discover something. Stepping forward to the pitch-black abyss behind Ba Gui. Looking at the empty abyss, it raised its hand to calculate for a moment. Strange, I can't deduce any causality. Putting its hand down, the humanoid light and shadow turned back to Yunqi. Causality loop, nothing at all, which means the situation is worse. Yinshi, what have you done? Yinshi still wore a smile on her face. Guess? The humanoid light and shadow sighed and then pointed at Yinshi's forehead. But at that moment, a surge of dark power erupted from Yinshi. The terrifying darkness instantly enveloped the humanoid light and shadow, completely devouring it. At the same time, the darkness in the void was also drawn, rushing towards the humanoid light and shadow. Those who are dead, how dare you be reckless? The humanoid light and shadow snorted coldly, its red glow suddenly brightening, erupting with a terrifying aura, and with a single finger. The darkness quickly retreated as if it were flowing backward. Chapter 389, More and More Hopeful. Seeing Ning Yuan's actions, the little monkey scratched its head. Wait a minute. I don't know what you mean, I'll go get my grandpa. Saying this, the boy turned and ran out of the house. Soon after, an old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles walked into the house. Ning Yuan repeated the earlier actions, and the old man, rich in experience, quickly understood Ning Yuan's meaning. Good heavens, this young man is actually both deaf and mute. Thinking of this, the old man shook his head, disappointment evident on his face. Seeing this, Ning Yuan slowly stood up, pointed to his arms, and mimicked the posture of using a hoe to till the ground. This meaning was very clear. He could work. Sure enough, the old man's dim eyes brightened at this sight, and the disappointment on his face dissipated significantly. Ning Yuan's performance was to the point, directly hitting the old man's weak spot. By observing the old man's expression, Ning Yuan also figured out that this mountain village was in urgent need of labor. Thus, Ning Yuan stayed. Initially, the old man only asked Ning Yuan to clean the courtyard, chop firewood, and start a fire. As time passed, the strong Ning Yuan was soon taken to the spiritual field, starting a daily routine of fetching water, watering, weeding, and pruning. Chapter 390, The Future is Promising. Looking at Hu Hansen's smile, Ning Yuan didn't know what to say. It was obvious that the so-called spiritual field loan was designed to trap these ordinary people, making them continuously provide value to the Qingyu sect. This was evident from the low-grade spirit stones sent to them by the Qingyu sect. Matters concerning cultivators were no secret in the village, so Ning Yuan also knew how important those low-grade spirit stones, which contained a lot of spiritual energy, were to cultivators. Ordinary people in the village could not use spirit stones to enhance their cultivation, they could only trade spirit stones for the most basic supplies. Moreover, these supplies were monopolized by the Qingyu sect. Thus, in the end, those spirit stones branded with the Qingyu sect's mark would eventually flow back into the Qingyu sect. In this way, it could sustain itself in a cycle. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan sneered inwardly. The essence of survival is plunder and being plundered. No matter where it is, or what kind of world it is, it seems to be the same in this regard. The lower-class mortals are the perfect nutrients. They don't need to be deliberately exploited, just a little bit of kindness, and they will be grateful, then work hard to prove their worth. Believing that as long as they work hard enough, they can achieve the life they want. However, what they didn't know was that if they could all live that kind of happy life, without working and without worries about food and clothing, then who would plant the spiritual rice? Would it be those lofty celestial masters? Chapter 391, Rare Celestial Fate. As time passed, Yang Xing's expression gradually turned to disappointment. He looked at the motionless spirit-testing pearl in his hand and sighed. Hu Hansan, who was beside him, had already guessed what was happening and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh as well. No one possessed celestial fate. As Yang Xing spoke these words, many anxious villagers revealed expressions of painful disappointment on their faces. Some villagers who were already over 10 years old let out a sigh of relief, feeling delighted inside. After all, the suffering of others was their own joy. Seeing the villagers' reactions, Yang Xing shook his head. He too felt extremely disappointed at this moment. Not long ago, 2 children with spiritual roots appeared in the Wangzhai thousands of miles away, and the cultivators responsible for managing that area received generous rewards from their sect. Yet he had not discovered any children with spiritual roots in the villages he was in charge of for several years. Don't worry. You can have more children while you're young. As long as you have more, there is still a good chance your descendants will gain celestial fate. Suppressing various thoughts in his heart, Yang Xing painted a grand picture for the villagers. That's right, that's right. Hu Hansan beside him also smiled and nodded in praise. Chapter 392, Get Lost Soon. A group of people hurriedly left the spirit rice storehouse to summon the people from Hu family Zhai. Chief, what should we do? A middle-aged man carrying Hu Hansan spoke anxiously. Looking at the celestial master like this, our Hu family Zhai is afraid we've caused big trouble. Hu Hansan felt weak, and upon hearing this, tears welled up in his murky eyes. What to do? How would I know what to do? The matter of the spiritual rice was of great importance. If something happened, it would implicate everyone in the village. And the celestial master responsible for Hu family Zhai couldn't escape either. Yang Xing surely knew all of this, to save himself. He would definitely push all responsibility onto the village. This was a deadlock. In this deadlock, unless Hu family Zhai could resolve this matter, no one could save them. The more he thought, the more despair Hu Hansan felt. What to do, what to do? Just then, a flash of inspiration struck Hu Hansan's mind. And he murmured to himself. Since the celestial master wants to push all the responsibility onto the village, why can't we do the same? He reached out and patted the shoulder of the middle-aged man carrying him, signaling him and those in front to stop. What's wrong, Chief? Did you think of a way? Someone asked eagerly. Chapter 393. Attempt. The lofty celestial master actually knelt down, and this sudden scene stunned everyone in Huzhai. At that moment, Ning Yuan suddenly showed a kind smile and reached out to help Yang Xing up. Get up. Yang Xing trembled, afraid to look up at Ning Yuan, fearing he might have offended the senior and be slapped to death. Ning Yuan smiled and said, I am injured and had no choice but to heal here. I did indeed use the spiritual rice. However, you need not worry, I am not one to take advantage. Once I am healed, I will surely repay you generously. Upon hearing this, Yang Xing quickly shook his head vigorously. No, 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 senior, you are saying the wrong thing. It is an honor for me that the spiritual rice can be used by you. Ning Yuan nodded in satisfaction at these words and then looked at the still dumbfounded people of Hu family Zhai. Seeing where Ning Yuan's gaze was directed, Yang Xing's eyes flickered with uncertainty. What a bunch of damned mortals, almost angering a great cultivator because of them. I wonder what background the senior has and what cultivation level he is at. Is he perhaps an elder from my sect? Just as Yang Xing was about to ask Ning Yuan if he wanted to punish these mortals, he saw Ning Yuan wave his hand. Chapter 394, Terrifying Demon Cultivator Boom. A terrifying sonic boom erupted, and Ning Yuan's strike, containing corrosive power, instantly destroyed the entire protective formation, directly smashing into the giant city, erasing half of the buildings and slaughtering countless lives. Who dares to destroy my Fenglin city? A furious shout drowned out the cries of the entire city, echoing through heaven and earth. The next moment, a streak of green light shot into the sky, and a figure appeared not far from Ning Yuan, revealing his form. It was a middle-aged man surrounded by sword energy, and when he saw Ning Yuan's strength, his face instantly changed. A nascent soul Taoist. And a demon cultivator. How is this possible? At that moment, he finally understood why he hadn't even had time to react when Fenglin City was destroyed. How could he, a golden core cultivator, withstand an attack from a nascent soul Taoist? Senior. I am Ling Han, an elder of the Qingyu sect. I do not know where this senior comes from or why you wish to attack my Qingyu sect. Even though his heart was filled with raging anger, Ling Han still bowed respectfully and inquired. Ning Yuan squinted and sized him up, then suddenly made a move, and the dark domain erupted, covering the heavens and the earth. Chapter 395, Do what you want inside the Qingyu sect. Feeling the violent fluctuations coming from the sky, everyone knew that the sect master was fighting that demon cultivator. The several Golden Core elders responsible for stabilizing the formation were extremely anxious upon witnessing this scene. The sect master actually did not suppress that demon cultivator immediately, which clearly indicates the demon's strength. Elder Li, why don't we use the power of the sect protecting great formation and work together to assist the sect master in killing this demon? Upon hearing this, Elder Li fell into hesitation. The sect protecting great formation could indeed attack, but doing so would greatly weaken its defensive capabilities. It seems that Elder Li is aware of my concerns, the man quickly said. Elder Li, the sect protecting great formation can unleash a terrifying strike on par with the peak of the nascent soul. Rest assured, with the sect master here, we will surely be fine. The urgent task now is to slay this demon. Elder Li looked at the increasingly intense fluctuations in the sky, gritted his teeth, and then nodded. All right. In the sky, Ning Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, and he muttered to himself. Lu Yuyao truly lives up to being a nascent soul cultivator. She is indeed terrifying. Her life-bound flying sword always poses the most lethal threat to me at critical moments, forcing me to defend with all my might. Chapter 396, Not Worth It Ancestor, Yu. Looking at Yu Xiu's lifeless appearance, Lu Yuyao spoke sadly. Just then, a strand of divine thought from Yu Xiu reached Lu Yuyao's mind. Yuyao, my time is short. You stay in Qingyu sect to stabilize the hearts of the people. Leave this person to me to handle. Although the sect has encountered such great calamity, as long as you, the sect master, are still here, the sect's legacy will remain, and it will not perish. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyao's beautiful eyes filled with tears, and a look of sorrow appeared on her face as she nodded. Yu Xiu is the foundation of the Qingyu sect. He uses secret techniques to hold onto his last breath, trading it for an extremely long lifespan to protect the sect. Once he comes out of seclusion, he will not live for more than 10 days before passing away. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, even if the demon is killed, the Qingyu sect will have lost its greatest trump card. At the same time, Yu Xiu's figure moved slightly. His right hand, withered like an old tree's gnarled branches, slowly raised and reached out towards Ning Yuan's direction. Vaz? In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth trembled violently, as if the void was being gripped by an invisible hand. The darkness that had been spreading across the world shattered inch by inch under this grasp. The next moment, a giant hand of spiritual energy, shimmering with a green light, appeared out of thin air, pressing down fiercely towards Ning Yuan with overwhelming might. Chapter 397, Finding the Demon Cultivator. What does it have to do with Mizijin City? Yu Xiu looked at the giant city below, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his murky eyes. This is one of the most prosperous cities in the eastern region, with the most frequent trade and exchanges. Zijin City is controlled by the Shao family, one of the overlords of the eastern region. There are tens of millions of people living in the city, the vast majority of whom are loose cultivators. These loose cultivators live, cultivate, and freely engage in various businesses in the city. Thanks to the protection of the Shao family, both cultivators and mortals can live peacefully here. Although it is not a sect, the strength of Zijin City is not inferior to that of a top-tier sect. After countless years of accumulation, the vast majority of loose cultivators in the city have formed a community of shared interests with Zijin City. Therefore, once Zijin City encounters disaster, these loose cultivators will naturally not sit idly by. As his thoughts returned, Yu Xiu sighed softly. He had been buried underground for too long, everything had changed. And for cultivators, not becoming an immortal ultimately leads to death, but only the legacy will not be severed. The Qingyu sect is a legacy, as is Zijin City. And there are also various major sects in the eastern region, with inheritances spanning over millions of years. The junior Luo, he has met the senior. At this moment, Luo he took the initiative to leave Zijin City, flying into the air and bowing deeply to Yu Xiu. Chapter 398. Puppet slave looking at the cultivators flying back and forth in the sky, and the beams of light sweeping over everyone. Ning Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. As long as his identity as a transcendent being is not exposed, cultivators will not be able to find him. Unless Yu Xiu left some mark on him that cannot be erased even by darkness. According to what Yinshi said that night, during the war that exterminated the transcendent beings. It was precisely because once a transcendent being completely hides, they become indistinguishable from mortals, making it extremely difficult to identify them. Thus, these cultivators created a method specifically for tracking transcendent beings. As for what this method is, Yinshi only said one sentence: use the transcendent being as bait, refine their blood, flesh, and soul, and invoke the rules to distinguish who possesses a Dao tree within them. In a short time, several beams of light swept over Ning Yuan. And powerful divine thoughts constantly appeared. But no one paid attention to such an ordinary mortal like him. Just when Ning Yuan was preparing to find a place to rest and wait for the situation to end, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at a shop nearby. Puppet Slave Pavilion. The three large characters on the signboard danced like dragons and phoenixes, emitting a faint glow. At the entrance stood two women, who somewhat numbly waved their hands to greet the passing cultivators on the street. Chapter 399. Willingness inside the Puppet Slave Pavilion. Huang Kuju wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and then respectfully bowed to Ning Yuan. Senior, your hidden divine ability is truly impressive. I didn't sense it at all. Ning Yuan, standing with his hands behind his back, simply smiled faintly and then asked, so, do I have the qualification to see the cultivator puppets? Huang Kuju forced a smile and nodded. He first waved his hand, and the shop door automatically closed and locked. Then he bowed again to Ning Yuan. You're just joking. Senior, you naturally have the qualification. Please follow me to the second floor. Ning Yuan nodded and followed Huang Kuju to a wall full of murals. As Huang Kuju formed a hand seal, the mural slowly began to move, then started to ripple like waves. Please, Senior, Huang Kuju said respectfully while standing aside. Ning Yuan looked at him and then boldly stepped into the mural. Huang Kuju followed suit, and they both disappeared into the mural. A flash of light passed before Ning Yuan's eyes, and then an antique room appeared before him. Please take a seat, Senior. Huang Kuju invited Ning Yuan to sit down. He waved his hand, and a set of tea utensils appeared on the wooden table. Chapter 400. Absurd. Listening to Luo Baiyan's words and seeing his pitiful expression, Ning Yuan could only smile disdainfully in his heart. A mortal woman is worth at most 5 spirit stones, but if you turn her into a puppet, she can be sold for 200 spirit stones. With such huge profits, who would believe there aren't any tricks involved? Enough, we are both demon cultivators. So let us not pretend. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, Luo Baiyan opened his mouth, but didn't know how to refute. But I'm not a good person who comes to fight crime. I don't care about the ways of this industry. Ning Yuan raised his hand and took a sip of tea before slowly speaking. So, tell me, what is needed to refine a golden core puppet? Luo Baiyan frowned, constantly sighing, clearly very conflicted. Seeing this, Ning Yuan spoke coldly, if you help me, then we will be like-minded friends. If you don't help me, then how do you think I should deal with a potential threat that sees me? Upon hearing this, Luo Baiyan's mouth twitched, and a chill rose in his heart. How could he dare to offend a demon cultivator, who is so arrogant under the eyes of a transformation god? After a brief moment of weighing his options, Luo Baiyan simply dropped the act, stood up, and bowed. Chapter 401. Using strength against strength. After listening to Luo Baiyan's words, Ning Yuan fell into deep thought. He indeed did not understand the ways of puppetry. After all, the cultivation world is vast and boundless, with all sorts of strange cultivation methods. Yinshi had only roughly described the cultivation world to him, and did not explain in too much detail. According to Yinshi, what everyone hears and sees is different. Ning Yuan should not solely rely on her narrative to understand the entire cultivation world. So when he learned that Luo Beian could guarantee 100% success in refining a transformation puppet, Ning Yuan was intrigued. After all, there is currently a transformation cultivator hunting him down. If he could refine Yu Xiu, who is a transformation god, into a puppet to help himself, his strength would increase several-fold. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan asked Luo Beian a crucial question: can a dying transformation cultivator be refined into a puppet? After all, it is clear to anyone with eyes that Yu Xiu's time is running out. If it requires significant risk to control him, but cannot refine him into a puppet, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Luo Beian, upon hearing this, looked deeply at Ning Yuan and then spoke. Senior, the art of puppetry is different from other techniques. Once the refining begins, a living person will not die. Even a dying person can be sustained by puppet techniques until they are successfully refined into a puppet. Chapter 402, Weakness. At this point, Luo Beian sighed. The senior was not a cultivator from the eastern region, so he was unaware of certain things. The righteous sects within the eastern region have a cooperative relationship, and do not usually fight among themselves unless in special circumstances, nor do they offend one another. If the demonic forces become rampant, these righteous sects will unite to eliminate the demonic cultivators together. At this point, Luo Beian glanced at Ning Yuan. The implication was clear: aren't you a living example? The Huashen cultivators of the Qingyu sect are pursuing you, and the Xiao family of Zijin City is fully cooperating, even offending many loose cultivators to seal the city. Ning Yuan's expression remained calm, showing no signs of disappointment from Luo Beian's words. He understood a principle: there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. As long as the interests are substantial enough, even brothers can turn against each other, let alone these so-called sect forces. With this thought, a smile appeared on Ning Yuan's face. Taoist Luo, does the Xiao family in Zijin City have a Huashen master stationed? Upon hearing this, Luo Beian instantly understood Ning Yuan's meaning and looked at him in disbelief. Senior, are you planning to use the Xiao family to deal with the Huashen master of the Qingyu sect? Chapter 403, Destined Inequity. Deep within the Xiao Palace, a gentle breeze stirred the Emerald Lake, creating ripples across its surface. This lake was not large, with various spiritual plants lining both banks, filling the area with rich spiritual energy. A small pavilion stood here, where a woman in a long green dress quietly watched Hu Jing. She was slender and beautiful, unlike anything mundane, especially her pair of clear, autumn-like eyes that seemed to contain a lingering sadness. A nearby maid hesitated for a moment before softly speaking, "Miss, we should go." Xiao Qingru nodded in response, and as the maid activated the teleportation talisman in her hand, the two disappeared from the pavilion. 2 days later, Yu Xiu's powerful divine sense still enveloped the entire Zijin city, and everyone could feel the increasing pressure of this divine sense. It was as if the owner of this divine sense was in an increasingly worse mood. Meanwhile, a sedan chair team composed of several people emerged from the Xiao Palace and flew toward the Mortal City. Mortal City. As the name suggests, it is the area where mortals gather within Zijin City, also referred to by some cultivators as a village within the city. Millions of mortals live here, cultivating spiritual rice, growing various spiritual herbs, or working on sewing various fabrics and clothing. Chapter 404, Trade. Cai returned to Xiao Qingrou's side. At this moment, the girl was also observing those ragged children, a hint of compassion flashing in her beautiful eyes. Just then, a commotion and cries of alarm suddenly erupted not far away. Someone has been killed. Someone has been killed. Hearing this, Xiao Qingru turned her gaze in that direction. She saw a crowd gathering and moving, with cries of alarm coming from time to time, prompting a few people to approach. What happened? Cai frowned and asked as she got closer. Among the crowd, Ning Yuan, dressed in coarse linen and covered in dirt, turned around with an anxious tone and terrified expression. Master Immortal. This person suddenly went mad and started attacking us with a stone. After saying this, he stepped aside to point at a person being pinned to the ground by the crowd. Caio looked over and saw that the person had a dazed expression and vacant eyes. A puppet. Caio immediately recognized that this was a mortal puppet. However, at that moment, Ning Yuan suddenly erupted. His shadow at his feet instantly merged into Xiao Qingrou's body, completely controlling them in an instant. The next moment, Ning Yuan transformed into a wisp of darkness, enveloping Xiao Qingrou and disappearing from sight. Chapter 405, Blood Path. Zijin City, Xiao Palace. Inside a majestic hall, Xiao Yu knelt on the ground, his expression extremely reverent. In front of him stood several memorial tablets, the light in the hall dim, and the incense smoke swirling like mist. Ancestor, Ru'er has been captured. I wish to use the blood path to pursue her soul. Please grant me a drop of true blood. After saying this, Xiao Yu bowed deeply to the memorial tablets. The hall fell silent for a long time, and the smoke gradually swirled before condensing into the outline of an old man. What happened? The old man's voice was hoarse, causing Xiao Yu to tense up. Unlike the self-proclaimed Huashen master Yu Xiu, his ancestor was a living Huashen master, and a complete one at that. He still sat in the Xiao family, commanding respect throughout the eastern region. It should be noted that Zijin City is merely one of the cities under the Xiao family's command, and the eastern region is vast and boundless. The Xiao family has many large cities like Zijin City. It can be said that the Xiao family is the true top force in the eastern region. Soon, Xiao Yu recounted everything that had happened in Zijin City over the past few days. After listening to Xiao Yu's words, the old man's phantom formed from smoke slowly spoke, his voice tinged with a sense of emotion. Chapter 406, Enough Sincerity. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat oppressive. Xiao Yu and the old man stared at an address composed of shadows, lost in thought. After a moment, Xiao Yu looked at the old man. Grandfather, do you have a way to remove the restrictions that the demonic cultivator placed on Qingru? The old man, who had been observing the shadow, pondered for a moment before finally speaking. The techniques of the demon clan are exceedingly strange. Without seeing him in person, I cannot think of a good solution in a short time. Xiao Yu frowned. What should we do? Do we really have to meet that demonic cultivator? Now that Yu Xiu's divine sense covered the entire Zijin city, if I met the demonic cultivator right under his nose, wouldn't that completely offend him? The old man slowly replied, Ru'er must not come to harm. You should meet him and listen to what he needs. As for Yu Xiu, I will handle that. Although I am not the main body, I can still conceal your aura for a while. Hearing that his grandfather said so, Xiao Yu had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingrou quietly watched the shadow at her feet, lost in thought. Puppet Slave Pavilion. Chapter 407, Soon to Come. Inside the Puppet Slave Pavilion. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words, Xiao Yu's breath caught in his throat, and he instinctively asked, What grudge do you have with the Qingyu sect? Xiao Yu could not understand why the person before him bore such great hatred for the Qingyu sect that he wanted to destroy the entire sect. Ning Yuan fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Grudge? Did he have a grudge with the Qingyu sect? Of course, he had no grudge against the Qingyu sect. Because all the cultivators have enmity with him, in the eyes of the cultivators, the transcendents are outcasts. But in the eyes of this transcendent, aren't these cultivators also a different race? And the Qingyu sect is just a sect of that different race. Do transcendents need a reason to slaughter these different races? Of course not. If a reason were needed, then why did these so-called cultivators go to Blue Star to wantonly slaughter humans? Although in the end, all of humanity was nearly wiped out by themselves, wasn't it all because these so-called cultivators forced them to? Slowly exhaling a breath, a trace of sadness appeared on Ning Yuan's face. My homeland, my relatives, have all died because of them. After wandering for half my life, I finally have the strength to take revenge. Why shouldn't I destroy the entire Qingyu sect? Chapter 408, Senior, don't worry, I will help you. South of Purple Gold City. The golden light in the sky flows endlessly, and a massive hand made of darkness continuously strikes the formation. Boom! The huge sound keeps coming, causing screams to rise and fall below, and some low-level cultivators are frantically fleeing for their lives. Several elders at the Golden Core stage are also fleeing. After all, the order they received not long ago was to preserve themselves once they discovered the trace of that Yuan demon cultivator, instead of risking their lives to stop him. In the sky, Ning Yuan stands proudly, his long hair dancing wildly, his expression cold and handsome, looking at the crowd of fleeing cultivators below like ants. A glint of cold light flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes. Run? Where can you run to? Once I successfully refine Yu Xiu into a puppet, it will be your turn. Just then, a concentrated blue light suddenly tore through the sky, shooting down like a falling comet. Seeing this, Ning Yuan snorted coldly, and without retreating an inch, he suddenly slapped his palm into the air. In the next moment, the dark domain erupted violently, and the thick, ink-like darkness surged and spread, instantly condensing into spiraling barriers in all directions. Buzz! The blue light instantly crashed into the darkness. Yu Xiu formed a sword formula with his fingers, charging forward without losing momentum. The blue light, upon contact with the darkness, unleashed an astonishing penetrating power. Chapter 409, Tricked Purple Gold City. The ground is a site of ruins, and Xiao Yu stands alone in the sky. Ning Yuan has left, taking Yu Xiu with him. At this moment, how could Xiao Yu not understand what Ning Yuan wanted to do? After all, Ning Yuan used a large number of forbidden god talismans, which are standard for refining puppets. Just then, the voice of Xiao echoed in his heart. We were tricked by this demon cultivator. He doesn't want to kill Yu Xiu, but wants to refine Yu Xiu into a puppet. Hearing Xiao words, Xiao Yu murmured in response. What have we done? We actually helped the demon cultivator refine a transformation puppet. No, we must stop him quickly. He must not succeed in refining a transformation puppet. Xiao slightly anxious voice rang out. At this moment, he deeply regretted helping Ning Yuan. The threat posed by a transformation puppet can sometimes be greater than that of the transformation cultivator himself. Because puppets lack cunning, fear nothing, and will unconditionally obey their master's commands. Xiao Yu also understood the seriousness of the situation. He flashed towards the direction of the puppet slave pavilion. Now that the grand formation of Purple Gold City is still active, as long as Luo Beian is still within the formation, he can prevent the other party from refining puppets. Chapter 410, Refining Puppets. Looking at Yu Xiu lying on the ground covered in talismans, Luo Beian's eyes sparkled with heat, as if he were looking at an unparalleled beauty. How long does the refining take? Ning Yuan asked. After pondering for a moment, Luo Beian replied, back to senior. It will take about 100 days. 100 days? Ning Yuan nodded. Good, I'll give you 100 days. Just right. I also need to enter seclusion for a while. Hearing this, Luo Beian quickly bowed and said, as long as the refining begins, senior can rest assured to enter seclusion. I will certainly do my utmost. You certainly must do your utmost. Ning Yuan smiled faintly, then suddenly acted, the shadow beneath his feet spreading and drilling into Luo Beian's body. Senior, what do you mean? Luo Beian was startled. He felt an icy chill spreading within him. Of course, it's just to be on the safe side. Ning Yuan smiled and patted Luo Beian's shoulder. Friend, there's no need to worry. I have always repaid kindness with kindness. As long as you don't play any tricks, we will still be friends. But if you don't know how to appreciate kindness, then with just a thought, no matter how far you run, it will be of no use. Chapter 411, there are gains and losses inside the cave dwelling. Ning Yuan looked at Xiao Qingru and slowly spoke. What you said makes a lot of sense. So why does someone from the Xiao family wish for the Xiao family to be destroyed? Xiao Qingru fell silent for a moment. Then a trace of sadness appeared on her face. Senior, you may not know. The ancestor of the Xiao family is named Xiaozilin. And he has now reached the pinnacle of transformation. All the cultivators who were contemporaries with him have already passed away. Even those transformation cultivators who were stronger than him have also passed away. The Qingyu sword immortal is an example. He is several hundred years younger than Xiaozilin. And if it weren't for guarding the sect underground, he would have passed away long ago, even if he were to emerge. Unlike the Qingyu sword immortal, Xiaozilin did not seal himself underground, but has truly lived to the present, and he is still very young. Hearing this, Ning Yuan immediately became interested. Xiao Qingru bit her red lips and spoke tremblingly. I suspect that Xiaozilin has a high probability of extending his lifespan by absorbing the essence of his descendants. The daughters born in the Xiao family are taken by their parents to Changju to report good news to the ancestor when they are young. And then the ancestor washes their roots and bodies. Even the women who marry into the Xiao family will have their bodies cleansed by the ancestor for various reasons. Chapter 412, 8th stage on the path of transcendence. Through this period of slaughter, Ning Yuan has reached the pinnacle of the 7th stage. However, he has never broken through to the 8th stage, and does not know what challenges he will encounter, or how long it will take. All of this can only be explored by himself. Ning Yuan sat cross-legged. Several figures made of darkness stood upright, surrounding him and guarding him. He used his spiritual power to observe himself. The Tao tree remained as before, with 7 spirit source fruits emitting a faint light hanging from its withered branches. The light spirit seed has not yet recovered, and that dazzling galaxy swirling around the Tao tree has also disappeared. Taking a long breath, Ning Yuan began to close his eyes and activate the Tao tree within him. On Blue Star, spiritual objects are needed to ensure a successful breakthrough. As the spiritual energy of Blue Star is scarce and can only rely on the large amount of spiritual energy stored within spiritual objects for assistance. But in the cultivation world, this is unnecessary. Because Ning Yuan discovered that the heaven and earth spiritual energy contained here is hundreds of times that of Blue Star. After all, Blue Star cannot produce a 9th stage transcendent comparable to a transformation cultivator. Thus, the same steps were taken. And a large amount of spiritual energy in the world was drawn and controlled by Ning Yuan, flowing towards the Tao tree. As time passed, the Tao tree began to gradually change. Chapter 413, Searching the Mountains. Inside the cave, Xiao Qingru was unaware of what was on Ning Yuan's mind. She nervously approached him. Congratulations, Senior, on your breakthrough. Eternal life is now within reach. Although Xiao Qingru tried her best to appear obedient, her trembling body revealed her inner turmoil. Ning Yuan looked at her and then smiled lightly. Not bad, I thought you would run away. Hearing this, Xiao Qingru quickly shook her head. Qingru wouldn't dare. He. You should be glad you didn't turn and leave, Ning Yuan said, rising to look down at the girl. Otherwise, you would already be dead. Xiao Qingru felt a chill in her heart at these words, her delicate body shivering slightly. Just then, the shadow beneath Ning Yuan's feet began to slowly writhe. And a simple long robe was brought out by black tendrils, which Ning Yuan casually draped over himself. Have you done what I instructed you to do? Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words, Xiao Qingru quickly handed over the recording stone with both hands. Senior, Qingru has faithfully followed your orders and imprinted everything from start to finish. Ning Yuan accepted the recording stone and nodded with satisfaction, lifting his hand to gently lift Xiao Qingru's lowered face, his fingers stroking her fair and smooth skin. Chapter 414, The Worst Case Scenario. Nonsense. Xu Changlin's tone was icy. The Qianji Mountains are a boundary. What is your intention with such a large-scale search by the Central Plains cultivators? Look at your sect's leader, a dignified nascent soul Dao Lord, who disregards the rules and forcibly crosses the boundary. If it weren't for Lord Zhan Huan's timely intervention, who knows what you would have done? Zhong Heng gritted his teeth upon hearing this. The sect leader merely wanted to search the mountains to find that demon cultivator. But the cultivators from the wilderness refused to allow it, and have a tough attitude, unwilling to retreat even an inch, even willing to engage in battle. Because of this, many cultivators from the Central Plains had no choice but to stop searching the mountains and withdraw from the range. In addition, there were reports that more and more nascent soul cultivators from both sides were rushing this way. They wouldn't allow a search and even dispatched reinforcements to stop them. Doesn't this just indicate that the wilderness cultivators have something to hide? Both sides had their own thoughts and clashed once again. In the shadow not far away, Ning Yuan, who was hiding, roughly guessed the situation through the conversation between the two. The nascent soul cultivators from Qingyu's sect wanted to search the mountains, but were blocked by the nascent soul cultivators from the wilderness. The mutual distrust between the two sides created the current situation. Chapter 4:15, Catching Everything in One Net. A shadow cut through the sky, moving away from the cave towards the area where cultivators were gathered. What Ning Yuan needed to do was to divert attention. The best way to divert attention was to actively expose himself and attract everyone's gaze. In the blink of an eye, Ning Yuan arrived above a group of cultivators who were searching the mountains. Looking down at these cultivators of unknown origin, Ning Yuan slowly raised his hand. On the ground, a girl quietly asked the young man beside her, her tone filled with worry. "Brother Zhong, this mission has such a high reward from the sect, isn't it very dangerous?" The young man smiled upon hearing this. "Don't worry, junior sister, this is just a search mission. There are so many forces involved. And with a nascent soul Dao Lord protecting us, we are just going through the motions. Once everything ends, the contribution points for both of us can be exchanged for that flying sword you've long desired in the sect." The girl still looked a bit worried. And just as she was about to say something, suddenly, the sky darkened. In an instant, cries of surprise from the surrounding cultivators rang out. "What is happening? What happened? Why is it dark?" The girl tightly grasped the sleeve of the young man beside her, looking up at the pitch-black sky, helpless. Chapter 4:16, The situation is set. As the white light exploded, the area within 1,000 meters centered around Ning Yuan lost its color, plunging into eternal gray and white. Lu Yuyao and the other 6 maintained their hand signs for their magical powers, with the radiance of their treasures frozen in mid-air. 1 second passed. Ning Yuan appeared before the 6. 3 seconds passed. With one punch, Ning Yuan exploded Lu Yuyao's beautiful head, and darkness, like tendrils, drilled into her body, shattering her organs and beginning to absorb everything about her. 5 seconds passed. Ning Yuan used the same method to swiftly kill the other nascent soul cultivators one after another, with dark tendrils drilling into their bodies, crushing their organs. 7 seconds passed. The grey and white color faded, and the world returned to its original appearance. The situation was set. Zhan Huan looked in horror at everything before him. His innate divine power could make vitality incredibly strong. But it was precisely because of this strength that he witnessed the most despairing scene. The headless Lu Yuyao quickly shriveled, and so did the other nascent soul cultivators. Everyone was dead. They didn't know what had happened, and even the nascent souls didn't have time to escape, let alone prepare for defense in advance. Zhan Huan attempted to use his nascent soul to perform spatial displacement, but he couldn't do it. Chapter 4:17, So what? In the resplendent hall, Xiaozalin looked down at Xiaozan, who was kneeling before him. "Zana, are you trying to teach me how to do things?" Upon hearing this, Xiaozan gritted his teeth and spoke. "Ancestor, the child didn't mean that." He, Xiaozalin let out a series of cold laughs. "Not the best. I thought you would lose yourself after becoming the clan leader. Xiaozan repeatedly claimed he didn't dare, and explained again that he was thinking of the Xiao family, not wanting to establish such a formidable enemy for no reason. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Xiaozilin's eyes. Yes, in the eyes of the Xiao family. It seems he is causing trouble for that demon cultivator for no reason. But only he and Xiao Yu know the truth. He fell for that demon cultivator's tricks and helped that demon cultivator control Yu Xiu. If it weren't for his greed, how could it have come to this? Therefore, in Xiaozilin's view, Ning Yuan must die, not only because he feared that Ning Yuan would threaten him in the future, but also because he feared Ning Yuan would expose everything that happened that day. This was what he was most worried about. The current power of the Xiao family was obtained through his title as a pillar of the righteous path. If his persona collapsed, then the sect forces under him would inevitably have other thoughts, and would no longer be so easily controlled. Chapter 4:18. I ask for your help, Senior. When everything returned to calm, Xiaozilin disappeared, leaving only large chunks of shredded flesh floating in the sky. However, Ning Yuan frowned. Because he had not absorbed enough power from the other party. It felt as if the other party had completely vanished at a certain moment. At that moment, Ning Yuan seemed to sense something and looked at a floating piece of flesh and blood. His expression changed dramatically, and he suddenly retreated. In the next moment, the piece of flesh and blood wriggled and then suddenly exploded. A terrifying pressure and a bloody glow instantly enveloped the surroundings. Under Ning Yuan's gaze, the completely exploded flesh gradually formed a person. When the bloody glow dissipated, a figure slowly emerged. It was an old man. He was thin and bony, with a weathered face, deep-set eyes containing two murky eyeballs, and skin wrinkled like dried tree bark. Ning Yuan squinted as he examined the old man in the distance. Xiaozilin. To be precise, this was his original appearance. Xiaozilin was also observing Ning Yuan, and within his murky gaze, there was a faint circulation of blood light. He did not strike again, his expression somewhat solemn. If it weren't for the passive effect of the blood path divine ability just now, he would probably have died at the hands of this young nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 4:19. The old man prefers peace inside the Xiao Palace Hall. After the two confirmed their cooperation, Xiaozilin turned to inquire about Ning Yuan's origins. He waved his hand to create a barrier and then spoke in a low, mysterious tone. Young friend, is your demon clan technique derived from? As he said this, Xiaozilin observed Ning Yuan's expression while pointing upwards. Hearing this, a look of shock intentionally flashed across Ning Yuan's face, but he quickly smiled and shook his head. Senior, what do you mean? I don't understand. A smile appeared on Xiaozilin's lips as he said, it's fine if you don't speak, I understand. After all, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. The history of Zhuan Yu Star is long, and no one knows if there were any existences from the upper realm that descended and left behind some legacies in some deep mountains and forests, waiting for a fated person. Ning Yuan immediately showed an expression of surprise, frowning as he looked at Xiaozilin. Senior knows about that. Ning Yuan mimicked Xiaozilin's gesture, pointing upwards. Xiaozilin nodded and sighed. Of course I know. That is the world pursued by the transformation god venerable for his entire life. Ning Yuan squinted his eyes. Chapter 4:20. Long pain and short pain. Hearing Ning Yuan's answer, Xiaozan was taken aback. How dare Xiao Yu? Suppressing his shock, Xiaozan's gaze towards Ning Yuan changed. After a long time, he unclenched his fists. Speak, what exactly do you want to do? Ning Yuan looked at him in silence for a while, then dipped his finger in the water in his cup and slowly wrote 4 characters in front of him. Kill Xiaozilin. At the moment he saw these 4 characters, Xiaozan's pupils shrank, and he looked at Ning Yuan in horror. You must be dreaming. Xiaozan glared at Ning Yuan with a dark expression and shouted angrily. I absolutely cannot commit such a heinous act. The ancestor is the pillar of the Xiao family, the foundation of the Shao family, and you actually want me to help you kill the ancestor. Ning Yuan. Are you crazy? Xiao Zhan's tone was urgent, his face filled with anger. Ning Yuan's expression remained calm as he chuckled. Shao clan leader. Xiao Zilin's divine ability is somewhat strange. If it weren't for this reason, I would have already killed him today. Your Shao family would probably have been destroyed by now. Otherwise, do you think I would appear here unscathed? I can clearly tell you. You only have this opportunity. Chapter 421, Right and Wrong. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Ning Yuan frowned slightly. The blood path involves parasitizing the blood of female cultivators, and then absorbing them to enhance oneself. No matter how one looked at it. This seemed like a demonic technique. At this moment, Xiao Zhan continued, the absorption is the fundamental reason why the ancestor has lived so long. Compared to the ancestor who grows younger, the female cultivators he absorbed find it difficult to break through in their lifetime. Even after leaving the Shao Palace, they will keep their mouths shut for the rest of their lives. As he spoke, Xiao Zhan clenched his fists tightly. Then he revealed the scars he was most unwilling to mention hidden in his heart. My wife and my 2 daughters are still deep within the Shao Palace. I can't even see them. Ning Yuan looked at him and then asked in confusion, so, it seems that Xiao Zilin should be a demonic cultivator. Why has he become a prominent figure in the righteous path of the Central Plains? Hearing this, Xiao Zhan chuckled. Righteous path, demonic path. What is righteous, what is demonic? The ancestor never kills innocents in the eyes of outsiders, often doing good deeds. He only absorbs some women, although this behavior is demonic, for the vast majority of people. The ancestor has not harmed their interests, and moreover, not many believe that the ancestor would do such a thing. Chapter 422, Ethereal Auction. Ning Yuan took the black pattern token from Xiao Zhan. The token was ancient and heavy, with the words listening to the tide inscribed on one side, and a long sword engraved on the other. Listening to the tide sword pavilion. Ning Yuan had also learned about this force from Shao Qingru. In the Central Plains, various forces such as sects and families were as numerous as the stars, but currently, only 6 were truly called top forces, 1 sect, 2 pavilions, and 3 families. These are the top-level forces in the Central Plains, ranked without order. All having transformation god venerable stationed. The 1 sect refers to the Wuji sect. The 2 pavilions refer to the listening to the tide pavilion, and the falling rain pavilion. The 3 families refer to the Shao family, Lin family, and He family. Among them, the Wuji sect is said to have its lineage originally derived from a sect of the upper realm, and it has maintained a transformation god venerable for over hundreds of thousands of years, with profound foundations. Apart from the Wuji sect, the other 5 forces, while not as ancient in their lineage, also have deep roots and have transformation god venerable stationed. Among them, the Qingyu sect was once referred to as a new transformation god sect due to the emergence of a Qingyu sword immortal. However, with the disappearance of the Qingyu sword immortal, the Qingyu sect has struggled to find successors, and has not produced new transformation god venerables, thus losing its title as a top force. Chapter 423, The first auction item. Inside the private room, the hot spring steam wafted, and the snow-white beautiful body was faintly visible in the mist. Ning Yuan glanced at it and then looked away. He surveyed the entire auction venue, watching various cultivators set up different barriers and formations in preparation for the upcoming auction. Senior, aren't you going to bathe? At this moment, Miao's charming voice came. No need. Ning Yuan replied with just 2 words. Hearing his words, only the sound of flowing water remained in the hot spring. Soon, Miao stepped out of the hot spring barefoot, casually casting a cleansing technique, and the water droplets on her delicate body vanished. She threw on a nearly transparent thin veil, tied up her long hair, picked up a jade pot and cups, and sat down next to Ning Yuan. The stone bench in the private room is long enough for 2 people to sit side by side. Miaoa, freshly bathed, carries a pleasant fragrance as she looks closely at Ning Yuan, then raises her jade hand to gently remove the bronze mask from his face. Gazing at his young and handsome face, a trace of surprise flashes in Miaoa's eyes, and she lifts her hand to pour a glass of wine for Ning Yuan. Is this your first time here, senior? Please try our fine brew. Miaoa holds the wine glass with both hands, smiling at Ning Yuan. Chapter 424, Not interested in this bang. A loud noise comes from the private room number 3. The young master of the He family, He Cheng, smashes the jade table beside him with a slap, his expression dark as water, coldly asking, "Have we found out who is in private room number 5? Beside him, an old man with a gloomy expression slowly speaks, replying to the young clan leader, "Our monks planted in the venue don't know." This indicates that the other party bypassed the venue and directly entered the private room. With the black patterned order, so familiar with the venue, and able to produce so many spirit stones at once, in my humble opinion, they must either be from the Wu Zhezong, the Shao family, or the Luoyu Pavilion. He Cheng slowly rubs the jade ring on his finger, his expression fluctuating. If it really is one of these two forces, then he will have to compete on price. However, 4 million upper-grade spirit stones is also a significant amount for the entire He family. If it weren't for the He family's proximity to Yongju County, and the long-term significance of this place as a foundation for their future development, he wouldn't have raised the price to such a level. As Chu Wanyue on the auction stage began the countdown, He Cheng gritted his teeth and reported a price of 432 million. Chapter 425, Exotic Spirits. The first item at the auction fetched a sky-high price, completely stirring the emotions of all the cultivators. Following that, various auction items were presented in succession. Spirit pills that help people break through bottlenecks, ancient techniques that invoke heavenly phenomena, powerful magical treasures with dazzling brilliance, as well as many useful spiritual herbs and even some treasure maps. These rare treasures, usually hard to come by, now flowed like water before everyone, pushing the atmosphere of the venue to a climax. Chu Wanyue, who was responsible for hosting the auction, also wore a smile. The more successful the auction, the more profits the listening Tide Pavilion would gain, as they could take a certain percentage of commission from each auction item. As time passed, the auction gradually approached its conclusion, and the truly significant items began to appear. Next, we have the third-to-last treasure of this auction. With that, Chu Wanyue raised her jade hand and gently clapped. Before long, an old man appeared on stage out of thin air, dressed in a grey robe, with white hair and beard, rosy cheeks, and a smile at the corners of his mouth. The moment the old man appeared, some cultivators in the audience recognized his identity. Chapter 426, Bidding. After Yunxi explained the differences between the three major groups in the cultivation world to Ning Yuan, she smiled and made a summary. The human race has the largest population. Although they are inherently weak, their reproductive power is terrifying. They are intelligent, adaptable, cunning, and enjoy internal strife, resorting to any means for profit. The demon race, while inherently strong and united, ultimately lost to the human race, which is the most adaptable and has infinite possibilities. The exotic spirits, although they may not sound impressive, are each extremely powerful in their own talents. If not for various reasons preventing these exotic spirits from uniting and missing the opportunity to ally with the demon race against the human race, how could the human race become the sole overlord of this myriad realm? Reflecting on this, Ning Yuan looked at the crowd below, where people were fiercely competing. The merman's price had risen from the starting bid of 500,000 upper-grade spirit stones to 2 million upper-grade spirit stones in a short time. Its rate of increase even surpassed that of the first auction item in Yongju County. The merman girl actually doesn't hold such high value, as she herself has little cultivation. But after all, rarity makes something precious. Spirit stones can be earned again, but there is only one merman girl. Chapter 427, Truly not interested in spirit stones. In private room number 1. Upon hearing someone actually bid 10 million upper-grade spirit stones for the 7 absolute spider, The middle-aged man in luxurious clothing rubbed the teacup in his hand, his eyes slightly narrowing. Beside him was a handsome young man, who frowned and spoke, "Elder. Should I go find out who the people from the Listening Tide Pavilion are?" The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "No need. This is likely someone invited by the Listening Tide Pavilion. They know our sect needs the 7 absolute spider to refine that formation. So they want to take this opportunity to bite off a chunk of our meat. Fine, since we need this item, let's satisfy them." On the auction stage, Chu Wanyue found it hard to believe. What is going on? Who are the people from private room number 9? Could they be from the Grand Elder? Otherwise, why would they raise the price to this level? No, the Grand Elder should know not to offend the Wuzhizong too much. But it was originally agreed upon to be 7 million upper-grade spirit stones. How did it become 10 million? Just as Chu Wanyue pondered. The price above changed again, with 10 million becoming 11 million. But soon, a new price made Chu Wanyue's eyes widen in shock. Chapter 428. What spirit stones in the auction venue? Facing the crowd, Chu Wanyue slowly began to narrate the origin of this refining virtual magic tool. The Zhuanyu star has a long history, although no refining virtual experts have appeared in nearly 10,000 years, according to documented records. There was once a refining virtual expert with the surname Yi in our Central Plains. Upon hearing Chu Wanyue's words, some people immediately understood what she was getting at. Yi Lingqian. Some may have already guessed. Chu Wanyue's tone carried a hint of a smile. That's right, it is the senior Yi Lingqian. This senior was once the ancestor of the Yi family in the Central Plains. Later, he successfully broke through to refining virtual and ascended beyond the realm. Although the Yi family perished after his ascension, the legends about senior Yi Lingqian have persisted. Among them is the legacy left by this senior. It is said that the destruction of the Yi family was related to this legacy. Upon hearing this, many people's breathing became heavy. A legacy from a refining virtual existence, if true, would likely spark a war across the entire Central Plains and even the wilderness. Of course, it has been too long since that era. And that legacy has long since disappeared into the river of history. Chu Wanyue shook her head and said, Chapter 429, do you think I will believe it? In private room number 9. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words, Chu Wanyue was stunned. She thought she had misheard and asked again, what did the senior just say? Ning Yuan's eyes, hidden beneath the mask, were deep and dark, his voice utterly flat. I said I don't have any spirit stones. Is the senior joking with this little girl? Seeing Ning Yuan's attitude, Chu Wanyue's voice gradually turned cold. How long has it been since the Listening Tide Pavilion encountered such an arrogant cultivator? How dare he say such things so brazenly? Do I look like I'm joking with you? At that moment, Ning Yuan's figure flashed and appeared in front of Chu Wanyue. And the shadow under his feet instantly merged into her body. Chu Wanyue's beautiful eyes narrowed in shock, as she realized she couldn't move at that moment. Yuan Ying Dao Jun. As the young lady of the Listening Tide Pavilion, she often interacted with elder-level powerful cultivators. So she could naturally sense the oppressive aura that Ning Yuan had just emitted. It seems that your Listening Tide Pavilion knows a lot about the 7 absolute spider. Coincidentally, I need your help with a small task. Ning Yuan didn't trust Xiaozan, and going back to find him carried certain risks. Chapter 430, one after another in the sky. Seeing the Yuan Ying cultivator in front of him suddenly turn around and charge at him, Mo Qinghe was first taken aback. Then snorted coldly. Seeking death. He quickly formed hand seals, and a ghostly light erupted from him. As the ghostly light passed, the space twisted. And terrifying fluctuations began to slowly emerge. Wuji divine light. Watching the heavens around him gradually twist and deform, the youth's eyes flashed with fervor. This is the Yuan Ying divine ability from the Zhuan Guangju, Wuji divine light. The Zhuan Guangju is the foundational technique of the Wuji sect. The trump card that allowed the Wuji sect to dominate the Central Plains, renowned for its ability to extinguish myriad laws with a single light. Among them, the Wuji Divine Light is a Yuan Ying divine ability with unparalleled power, capable of breaking myriad laws and various defensive measures at the same realm. Ning Yuan naturally sensed the fluctuations emanating from the opponent. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, as he indeed felt a threat from the opponent's aura. But that was all. Soon, both sides quickly closed the distance. A cold glint flashed in Mo Qinghe's eyes. How dare the other party come so close to him? Clearly unaware of his identity, simply seeking death. Just as he was about to activate his divine ability. Chapter 431, Caution is key in the sky. Two streaks of light tore through the air, vanishing in an instant. Pavilion Master, what exactly is going on? The woman in palace attire trembled. Her delicate face turning pale with fear. Not long ago, the two had witnessed how the fleeing members of the He family were instantly obliterated. It should be noted that the elder of the He family was a mid-stage Yuan Ying cultivator, yet he died so quickly. This completely shattered the woman's worldview. Hearing her words, the woman in a white dress also spoke with a trembling voice. To be able to kill the He family elder so effortlessly. The opponent must be a transformation god venerable. Moreover, I can faintly sense the aura of demonic techniques. Which leads me to deduce that the opponent is very likely a demonic cultivator. What? The woman in palace attire, being only a Yuan Ying early-stage cultivator, was instantly stunned upon hearing the white-dressed woman's words. A demonic cultivator using demonic techniques, and also a transformation god venerable. She knew about demonic techniques. But she had no idea which transformation god venerable in the Central Plains practiced them. After all, this was simply too shocking. It must be known that demonic techniques are infamous for their bloodthirsty brutality throughout the cultivation world, although they promote rapid advancement, the higher the realm, the easier it is to fall into madness. Chapter 432, Diminishing the excess to supplement the insufficient. Seeing Chu Wanyue's expression, Ning Yuan's expression instantly turned cold. What? Can't do it. Chu Wanyue spoke somewhat aggrieved. Senior, your request is something I... Before Chu Wanyue could finish her sentence, Ning Yuan interrupted her. If you can't do it, then there's no use keeping you. I might as well strip you naked and throw you to those mortals. Senior, your request is something I can carefully ponder over. It should be quite feasible. Chu Wanyue's attitude was respectful, her expression serious. Seeing her like this, Xiao Qingru next to her flashed a hint of disdain in her eyes. Just as Chu Wanyue was racking her brain for ideas, Ning Yuan took out the storage bag he obtained from He Cheng. The dark corruption easily erased the restrictions on the storage bag. Ning Yuan carefully sensed the contents of the storage bag and found a large number of pills and spirit stones inside, as well as the mermaid girl trapped in a water ball. Ignoring the other items, Ning Yuan took out the water ball. The moment the mermaid girl appeared in the cave, she immediately attracted the attention of Chu Wanyue and Xiao Qingru. The former looked at Ning Yuan with a strange gaze, then quickly withdrew her gaze, not daring to look again. Chapter 433, Strange Sounds Inside the Cave. Chu Wanyue looked at Ning Yuan and said, Senior, the poison of the 7 absolute spider does not need to be ingested, simply touching the flesh is enough. However, to poison a transformation god venerable requires getting close to them, and they must not be on guard. Saying this, Chu Wanyue assessed Ning Yuan's expression. It must be known that although the deadly poison of the 7 absolute spider is effective upon contact, it requires touching the flesh. But here lies the problem. Which transformation god venerable would allow you to touch their flesh with poison so easily? Hearing Chu Wanyue's words, Ning Yuan's expression remained calm, and he nodded. You will extract the poison from the 7 absolute spider, then let the mermaid use the previously mentioned divine ability to conceal the aura, and the size must be small. Convenient for use. As long as you do this, even if you complete the task, I will let you go. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words, Chu Wanyue was taken aback. And then a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The request was easy to understand, a small water ball-shaped hidden weapon. Although it was difficult, it could be done. As the Listening Tide Pavilion had previously considered this method, using the deadly poison from the 7 Absolute Spider, as a terrifying killing hidden weapon. However, due to the difficulty of concealing the aura and various reasons that made it easy to evade, they had given up on it. Chapter 434, A Difficult Choice. Changju Shao Palace. Xiao Qingru looked at the magnificent palace complex in front of her with a complex expression. A guard noticed her and quickly reported the news. Soon, Xiao Yu's figure descended from the sky and appeared before Xiao Qingru. He looked haggard, with bloodshot eyes. The moment he saw Xiao Qingru, Xiao Yu immediately spoke with immense excitement. Ru'er. Xiao Qingru's face also showed signs of weariness, and her eyes glimmered with tears. Father. Xiao Yu supported Xiao Qingru's shoulders, his voice trembling. You're back, it's good that you're back. That demon didn't do anything to you, did he? Xiao Qingru shook her head, clearly appearing to have been wronged, but unwilling to say much. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yu quickly comforted her. Don't be afraid, in the future. Your father will definitely protect you well. Come on, let us go see the ancestor. Without further ado, Xiao Yu took Xiao Qingru's hand and led her away, disappearing before the palace gates. Deep inside the Xiao Palace, a stream of light descended from the sky, revealing the figures of Xiao Yu and Xiao Qingru. Looking at the magnificent palace ahead, Xiao Qingru suppressed her inner unease and walked into the palace with Xiao Yu. Junior pays respects to the ancestor. Reporting to the ancestor. Ru'er has returned. Chapter 435, Can you do it? Xiao Yu kept advising Xiao Qingru on various matters along the way, ultimately urging her to be obedient. As only by being obedient could she gain great opportunities. The two chatted as they walked, and soon arrived at the grand hall where Xiao Zilin resided. Go on, Ru'er. The ancestor is waiting for you inside. Xiao Yu smiled and gently patted her shoulder. Xiao Qingru took a deep breath, appearing somewhat nervous yet expectant. As she stepped into the hall, she heard Xiao Zilin's voice coming from inside. Come in. Xiao Qingru suppressed her inner anxiety and walked inside. The hall was deep, seemingly endless. After a long while, Xiao Qingru finally saw the scene ahead. Xiao Zilin was sitting cross-legged on a large bed, wearing a loose silk robe, staring intently at Xiao Qingru. Come here, Xiao Zilin slowly commanded her. Xiao Qingru felt very uneasy as she slowly approached him. When she got closer, Xiao Zilin continued, Ru'er. I will pass on the secret techniques of the Xiao family to you. Xiao Zilin slowly extended his hand, a bloodline appearing in his palm, which then began to slowly move, spiraling into a ball. Chapter 436, Quickly assist me. As Ning Yuan's voice fell, he slowly raised his hand. Seeing this action, Xiao Zilin immediately roared in anger. You all listen up, quickly surround and kill this demon cultivator, protect the Xiao family. At the same time, Xiao Zilin also moved, a blood light appearing in his eyes. The next moment, Xiao Qingru, standing behind Ning Yuan, suddenly changed her expression, her fair skin turning bright red in an instant. Ah! The girl screamed, desperately grabbing Ning Yuan's arm. Senior, save me. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Zilin laughed maliciously. Did you think you could betray the Xiao family with a powerful cultivator backing you? As long as you are of my bloodline, I can control your life and death. Meanwhile, the Xiao family members surrounding Ning Yuan exchanged glances, and then moved as well. Regardless of the situation, these Xiao family cultivators naturally chose to obey Xiao Zilin's orders. Except for the clan leader Xiao Zhan. At this moment, Xiao Zhan's face was extremely grim. Bound by the oath, he naturally could not act against Ning Yuan. However, the ancestor was watching him. If he did not act against Ning Yuan, would it not mean opposing the ancestor? This put Xiao Zhan in a dilemma. Damn! What is wrong with this Ning Yuan? He has brought me trouble. Xiao Zhan clenched his teeth, his fists tightly clenched, ultimately still not charging at Ning Yuan. Chapter 437, The situation turns. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, the hearts of the Xiao family cultivators felt as if struck by lightning. The clan leader actually colluded with the demon cultivator to kill the ancestor. What is going on? No wonder you have not been fighting at full strength. Your divine powers were deliberately misdirected. Xiao Yu glared with bloodshot eyes at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan, as the clan leader of the Xiao family, you actually colluded with the demon to betray the Xiao family. The other cultivators instantly distanced themselves from Xiao Zhan, looking at him with ugly expressions. Why? Someone questioned. Clan leader, were you bewitched by that demon cultivator? Why? Xiao Zhan instantly found himself in a passive situation, his face turning ashen. Not knowing how to refute. At this moment, Xiao Zilin's voice suddenly came through. Do not fall for this demon cultivator's scheme. Zana, I believe in you. Quickly summon the clan members to activate the Zhuan Dao formation, so we can work together to trap and kill this demon cultivator. I won't live much longer. The Xiao family will need you to support it in the future. Our Xiao family must not be destroyed by this demon cultivator. Hearing this, Ning Yuan's expression changed, cursing Xiao Zilin in his heart for being so insidious. Chapter 438, What are you doing? Xiao Zilin's heart was in turmoil, filled with regret and self-hatred. If he had killed Xiao Qingru that night, all of this would not have happened. As long as he had searched Xiao Qingrou's soul, he would have discovered everything and would not have been poisoned to the point where his recovery ability plummeted. Ning Yuan would certainly not dare to attack him proactively. All of this stemmed from that woman. If it were not for her, he would not have come to this point. Truly, it could be said he succeeded because of a woman and failed because of a woman. As time passed, with the ebb and flow, Xiao Zilin grew weaker and increasingly unable to pose a threat to Ning Yuan. Finally, with a reluctant roar, Xiao Zilin, knowing he was doomed, chose to self-destruct. The self-destruction of a transformation god cultivator was terrifying, and Xiao Zilin, still in Changju, clearly did not care about the lives of the Xiao family members. Perhaps in his view, if he died, there was no need for the Xiao family to exist. Or perhaps his hatred for Ning Yuan had surpassed everything. Willing to pay any price to take him down with him. A bloodlight suddenly illuminated the world, dyeing the entire Changju red. Then a terrifying aura swept in all directions, causing the entire realm to tremble. Chapter 439, I am the Sinner Changju. The sky was shrouded in darkness, and terrifying fluctuations of divine powers fell like rolling thunder. Countless people on the ground were desperately fleeing, like a herd of sheep being driven away. This great city, located on the border of the Central Plains and guarded by a transformation god expert, had never encountered such a calamity. A large number of cultivators and mortals were caught in the aftermath and perished, turning the entire city into a hellish nightmare. At this moment, Xiao Zhan felt despair in his heart. He did not expect Ning Yuan to be so ruthless, turning against him so quickly that he had not even prepared for such a situation. The Xiao family had a strong foundation. Aside from the powerful cultivators, the clan also had a Zhuan Dao formation capable of trapping transformation god experts. However, the development of the situation left Xiao Zhan with no time to make any arrangements, resulting in the lower-level cultivators living in Changju becoming headless flies, only concerned with fleeing and unable to coordinate effectively to activate the Zhuan Dao formation. Damn it! In the darkness, Xiao Zhan was furious and powerless, his long hair flying as he unleashed beams of divine power striking in all directions, constantly colliding with the black giant blades attacking from Ning Yuan. In contrast, Ning Yuan was holding back Xiao Zhan while continuously using various abilities to kill those lower-level cultivators. Chapter 440, Breaking through again. Ning Yuan looked at the words on the wall in silence for a long time. His expression was indifferent, showing no signs of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. After a long time, Ning Yuan exhaled softly and then smiled. He really is a demon cultivator. He dares to fight, dare to act, dare to speak. Luo Beian deceived him and even used him, accurately predicting that he would temporarily refrain from killing him for the sake of that transformation puppet. One must admit, he is quite a talent. Because Ning Yuan originally planned to get rid of him after he finished refining the puppet, helping him seek revenge was too exhausting. And with so much pressure on himself, where would he find the time to help others? Ning Yuan waved his hand. A streak of darkness swept across the wall, destroying the words on it, and then he himself turned into a shadow and vanished within the cave. Ning Yuan did not go to find Luo Beian, as his immediate priority was to break through to the 9th level. As for Luo Beian and that transformation puppet, he would treat it as lending it to him for fun, and after breaking through to the 9th level, he would go back to retrieve it. In the wilderness, on the Emperor's continent, at the Happy Sect. Looking at the palace complex shrouded in mist ahead, the young man with a concealed face slowly clenched his fists. Behind him stood two others. Chapter 441, Past, Present, Future in the Qianji Mountains, within a vast underground cave. Dozens of humanoid shadows were scattered around, guarding the man sitting cross-legged at the center like sentinels. Ning Yuan gazed at the Dao tree within his body. As his realm improved, the Dao tree, which had originally resembled a decayed, withered tree, shed its former appearance. 8 spiritual fruit hung from the originally pitch-black dead tree, and a brilliant white river of light flowed from bottom to top, illuminating the entire Dao tree in a beautiful glow. Ning Yuan stared at the Dao tree for a long time. Would the breakthrough from 8th to 9th level be as risk-free as his previous 2 breakthroughs? Or would it be fraught with difficulties like his first breakthrough to the 5th level? He did not know the answer, nor could he predict it. No one told him what lay ahead, everything depended on his own exploration. Gradually calming his mind, Ning Yuan began to mobilize all the spiritual sources of the Dao tree, heading towards the withered branch above the 8th spiritual fruit vase. As time passed, the metamorphosis began. At this moment, Ning Yuan seemed to become the center of this world. As the surrounding spiritual energy slowly gathered towards him, flowing underground, being devoured by the Dao tree within him, and starting to fully nurture the 9th spiritual fruit. Chapter 442, The Competition. The wooden figures conversed with one another, and upon hearing their dialogue, Ning Yuan was suddenly alarmed. These wooden figures say that the spiritual seeds were created from the divine fruit of the wooden figure clan. Could it be that some of the original spiritual seeds were created by Yiling through some means? Ning Yuan was filled with doubt. He had seen Yiling when he broke through to the 5th level and knew that before Yiling died, he changed the rules of the cultivation world with great powers, causing spiritual seeds to appear out of thin air. Just like how spiritual seeds appeared out of nowhere in Blue Star. However, from the current scene, it was clear that Yiling had not yet reached that terrifying realm, and seemed to rely on some divine objects from the cultivation world as a medium to create spiritual seeds. Although he was aware that he could not escape his connection to this so-called Yiling, Ning Yuan had never regarded him as Yiling himself. What does past and present matter? He is who he is. Just as Yan Shi said, a person's nature is determined by what they have experienced. And Ning Yuan's experiences so far had made him only Ning Yuan. As Xu Yu and Qing Chang sat facing each other, the surrounding noise diminished significantly. Regardless of how much they looked down upon humanity, or despised it, in this sacred occasion of sparring, the wooden figure clan restrained themselves considerably. Chapter 443. This slap. The traditional competition of the wooden figure clan consisted of 3 rounds: arm wrestling, slapping faces, and fighting. These were purely tests of strength, and usually, no one could win all 3 rounds against a wooden figure of the same realm. Watching Xu Yu continuously stretch his arms in the arena, the surrounding wooden figures held their breath. The wooden figure elder, who was responsible for officiating, began explaining the rules to Xu Yu. No offensive supernatural powers allowed. No attacks to the eyes. Each person has only one chance, and the initial outcome is determined by performance. Shuyu nodded, took a deep breath. And the veins in his arms bulged, his hands having turned a dark red. With the enhancement of flesh and blood spiritual seeds, his right hand now possessed immense power. Qing Chang stood with his hands behind his back, tensing his body, his gaze following Shuyu's hands as they aimed at his face. With a wave of the wooden figure elder's hand, Shuyu shouted angrily and slapped hard towards Qing Chang's face. This slap tore through the air, even producing a whistling sound. Bang! A loud sound echoed, and Qing Chang's left cheek was struck hard, his robust body swaying violently, before he staggered back several steps. Chapter 444, Too Strong. Hearing the words of the wooden figure clan leader, Ning Yuan spoke directly. That matter is impossible, you can give up on that. Upon hearing this, the wooden figure clan leader swallowed back what he originally wanted to say. In that case, I will change my request. If you win, you can take these people with you, and I am willing to gift you 2 divine fruits. If you lose, you need not stay. Just help my clan 3 times at critical moments, how about that? Ning Yuan pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Good, I agree. Seeing Ning Yuan agree, the wooden figure clan leader let out a sigh of relief. Such a strong person helping 3 times would be very beneficial for the entire wooden figure clan. Since that is the case, let me spar with you. In the wooden figure clan leader's view, no one in the entire wooden figure clan, other than himself, was qualified to be a match for this person before him. As the news of the wooden figure clan leader personally stepping onto the stage to compete spread, it immediately caused a stir among the entire wooden figure clan. How many years has it been? The clan leader is actually going to compete with someone. I vaguely remember seeing the clan leader compete when I was a child, but now I have already become a great-grandfather. Chapter 445, Black Sheep in the Underground Cave. Ning Yuan took out a robe and put it on, then looked around at the humanoid shadows. In the next moment, these humanoid shadows all transformed into virtual images, and returned to the shadow beneath his feet like ice melting away. Just then, Ning Yuan seemed to sense something. He frowned and looked at the Tao tree within him. The 9th spiritual fruit, possessing both black and white colors, swayed gently, although it was small. It emitted a unique fluctuation. This is... Ning Yuan was filled with uncertainty as he gazed at the 9th spiritual fruit, feeling a completely different aura from it compared to the other spiritual fruits. This spiritual fruit seemed to have life, as Ning Yuan looked at it. It seemed to be looking back at him. Is this the ability of the 9th level? Ning Yuan felt something and withdrew his spiritual energy, directing his gaze towards the shadow beneath his feet. The originally silent shadow was slowly swaying, seemingly trembling slightly under Ning Yuan's gaze. As Ning Yuan's thoughts stirred, the shadow beneath his feet moved, slowly revealing a monster. It was a creature on all 4s, pitch black in color. Its size was no different from that of a normal lamb, but it was entirely black, with an oddly shaped head, 3 eyes, 1 mouth, no nose, and 2 small horns on top. Chapter 446, Junior, your Tao partner is not bad in the dim dungeon. Hoarse cries of agony echoed continuously. Luo Bayan trembled as silver needles, as thick as his fingers, were inserted into his body. The piercing cold and pain instantly swept through him. Luo Bayan's eyes were bloodshot, tears of blood streaming down his face as he kept telling himself, hold on, as long as I hold on, they won't kill me. As long as they don't kill me, that senior from the demonic path will eventually come. A divine transformation puppet. I refuse to believe that senior won't want it. As long as I hold on, there is still hope. I can die, but the joyful sect must also perish. Not far away, observing all this, Zhuang Yifan's gaze was cold. 200 days ago, the man before him had caused immense destruction to the joyful sect, killing nearly 1/3 of its disciples. If it weren't for the hidden background of the joyful sect and the personal intervention of the divine transformation ancestor to suppress him, The entire sect might have been completely overturned by him. However, although the ancestor had suppressed and controlled that divine transformation puppet, to fully obtain this puppet and make it serve the joyful sect, they needed to acquire the soul blood that could control it. Chapter 447, A Harmonious Atmosphere. Joyful Sect. This sect, located on a massive cloud peak, had a foundation far surpassing that of the Shao family. Ning Yuan and the others walked on the jade-green paved ground, taking in the surrounding scenery, where palatial structures were visible everywhere, with gold-topped glazed roofs, looking grand and magnificent. Just this scene was enough to show the long-standing heritage and powerful strength of the joyful sect. Additionally, the cultivators within the joyful sect were all remarkable. The male disciples were handsome, and the female disciples were stunningly beautiful. Ning Yuan had his arm around Xiao Wu's waist, and the surrounding disciples did not pay much attention to the two of them. Soon, they arrived at the depths of the joyful sect. Through inquiries along the way, Ning Yuan learned about the strength of the joyful sect from Xiao Wu. The ancestor of the joyful sect was a divine transformation expert, and besides that, the grand elder of the sect was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, half a step into divine transformation. With these two present, the joyful sect was indeed one of the top forces in the wilderness. Besides these two, there were also 6 nascent soul elders in the sect, as well as over a dozen gold core elders, and hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, Ning Yuan also learned about Luo Bei'an's situation from Xiao Wu. Chapter 448. A clever plan. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words, Lu Qianyu and the others exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Xiao family. Not long ago, they received news that Changju had been attacked by demonic cultivators. It was said that the ancestor of the Xiao family, Xiao Zilin, had fallen. Initially, Lu Qianyu and the others just laughed it off. After all, Xiao Zilin was a peak divine transformation existence, one of the pillars of the Central Plains. Having lived for so long with such terrifying methods, how could he fall so easily? However, now upon hearing Ning Yuan mention the Xiao family, combined with his realm, Lu Qianyu and the others could no longer remain calm. Senior. Receiving a glance from Lu Qianyu, Zhu Feiyang tentatively spoke. Could it be that what happened in Changju recently was also done by you, Senior? Ning Yuan smiled wryly and nodded. That's right, it was me. The Xiao family had a close relationship with the Qingyu sect. I slaughtered the Qingyu sect, and naturally, the Xiao family was unwilling, thus I became enemies with them. Later, when Xiao Zilin learned that I wanted to refine a divine transformation puppet, he attempted to stop me. At this point, Ning Yuan paused and sighed. I used some tricks, concealed my cultivation, and managed to assassinate Xiao Zilin, but I was also severely injured and fled without being able to annihilate the Xiao family.